Chapter 1. Helium Flash. Citizens of underground city number 1183, based on the latest observations, the sun will erupt in a helium flash in 30 minutes. Human civilization has entered its final countdown of 30 minutes. We have failed. In the depths of the underground city, 500 meters beneath the Earth's surface, a somber female voice echoed from the speakers scattered throughout the vicinity. Every individual who heard the broadcast was enveloped by an indescribable sense of suffocation deep within their hearts. Lu Yongchang sat expressionless before a holographic projection. In the holographic image, a colossal fireball silently burned in the vastness of space. This was the sun at this very moment. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and gestured with his right hand in the air. The holographic image abruptly shrank, revealing the entirety of the solar system. Unlike the solar system of old, two planets had vanished from existence. Venus and Mercury had been consumed by the sun. Moreover, the sun had transformed into a massive, deep red giant. In astronomical terms, it bore a specific name. Red giant. Yongchang. Is humanity truly destined for extinction? A slightly helpless female voice drifted from beside him. Lu Yongchang turned to glance at his companion. A woman clad in a white lab coat sat in a chair, her gaze vacantly fixed on the holographic projection before her. Lu Yongchang's expression shifted subtly. As the chief scientist of the Human Federation Academy, this woman, named Su Yutong, was his partner and a valuable assistant. Indeed, humanity is finished. Lu Yongchang sighed softly, continuing, "There's still over 20 minutes left. Would you like to see the surface?" Su Yutong's eyes flickered slightly as she withdrew her gaze from the holographic image and slowly rose from her chair. She untied her long, dark hair, turning to Lu Yongchang with a radiant smile. Of course. Down in the elevator of underground city number 1183, Lu Yongchang and Su Yutong donned heavy protective suits, exchanging no words. The elevator screen displayed a constantly fluctuating number indicating their current depth. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. In the year 2045 AD, the sun, upon which humanity depended for survival, had, due to an unknown influence, prematurely ended its youthful phase and entered a state of decline. In a mere 5 years, the sun transitioned into the red giant phase, devouring 2 planets within the solar system. Driven to desperation, humanity put aside their differences and formed the Human Federation, abbreviated as the Federation. Lu Yongchang, having excelled in academia since childhood, navigated numerous challenges and ultimately claimed the title of Chief Scientist of the Human Federation Academy. In his calculations, even though the sun had entered the red giant phase ahead of schedule, it was still expected to take over a century before a helium flash would occur. However, it was evident that he had miscalculated. In a mere span of 5 years, the sun has traversed the life cycle of billions of years that other stars experience. A helium flash is on the verge of erupting. Earth, being the nearest planet to the sun, is destined to be transformed into a molten sphere that humanity's civilization has reached its terminus. Ding! Esteemed Chief Scientist, may your research mission on the surface yield resounding success. The crisp sound of the notification roused Lu Yongchang from his reverie. He gazed at the elevator screen. 518C. This indicated the surface temperature outside. As the elevator doors gradually opened, a wave of heat, accompanied by the distortion of air, surged toward him. Gazing up at the colossal red giant above and the tumultuous heat of the surface, Lu Yongchang, despite the existence of protective gear, still felt an overwhelming warmth. 1 minute remaining until the helium flash erupts, came the slightly cold voice of Su Yutong over the radio. Lu Yongchang remained silent, merely lifting his head to peer at the sun through the filter-equipped mask. As the sole advanced civilization on Earth, he was resolute in not bowing to death. The immense effort I exerted to become your assistant. Do you know why I did it? Perhaps it was the final moment that imbued Su Yutong's voice with a sense of release. Because I like you. Lu Yongchang's pupils constricted sharply. The helium flash erupted. An overwhelming white light poured from the red giant towards Earth. In but an instant, Lu Yongchang succumbed to unconsciousness. Before him lay a sea of fluorescent green. A white line slowly extended, sketching a tree diagram against the verdant void. Lu Yongchang stared at the scene before him in confusion. What is this? A faint glow flickered at the base of the tree diagram. Instinctively, he turned his gaze downward. Nuclear energy mastery. Controllable nuclear fission. A line of luminous white text emerged in the next moment. The white area began to ascend. Nuclear energy mastery. Controllable nuclear fusion. This previously dim text brightened. An avalanche of words and symbols inundated Lu Yongchang's consciousness. Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang. Professor Guan is calling for you. Lu Yongchang. Amidst his dazed state, familiar low voices echoed in his ears. His vision gradually sharpened. Before him was a classroom. He beheld the elderly figure at the podium, frowning as he looked in his direction, and Lu Yongchang's pupils slightly contracted. Professor Guan Huaoyang, wasn't he deceased 5 years ago? Lu Yongchang, this is your first university physics class. If you dislike physics so much, why enroll in the physics department? Professor Guan Huaoyang's voice carried a hint of irritation. Lu Yongchang, bewildered, instinctively rose to his feet, turning to survey his surroundings. The familiar scene enveloped him. This was his university classroom. If memory serves, it was the first physics class of his sophomore year. He hurriedly fished his phone from his pocket, illuminating the screen. September 6th, 2030, reborn. In an instant, an array of complex emotions surged within Lu Yongchang's mind. Confusion, sorrow, despair, and a glimmer of hope. He was destined by the heavens, his name signifying longevity and prosperity. This was the origin of his name. The truth proved that the name was aptly chosen. In his previous life, he held the pinnacle of human achievement. Yet through his own missteps, human civilization met its catastrophic end in this lifetime. He was determined to rectify all that had transpired. But how should he proceed? Lu Yongchang, are you listening to me? Professor Guan Huaoyang, flushed with anger, called out from the podium. In his many years of teaching at Sandao University, he had never encountered a student so disrespectful. Lu Yongchang raised his gaze towards Professor Guan and the blackboard behind him, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Perhaps that he required an extraordinary opportunity. In the next moment, a whirlwind of formulas and texts, depicted in vibrant green tree diagrams, swirled violently within his mind. Chapter 2. On-site simulation of controlled nuclear fusion. Lu Yongchang, what do you intend to do? As Lu Yongchang rose and approached the podium, Professor Guan's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately reprimanded him in a sharp tone. This is a classroom, get your head straight. The professor's reprimands struck Lu Yongchang's ears, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It had been over a decade since he had last heard such admonishments. A faint smile graced Lu Yongchang's face as he gently nodded towards Professor Guan. Professor Guan, I apologize, but I need to borrow the blackboard for a moment. Professor Guan, taken aback and infuriated, realized this was the first time in his extensive teaching career that a student had requested to borrow his blackboard during class. In the next instant, he watched as Lu Yongchang confidently approached him and picked up a whiteboard marker from the podium. Profoundly amused by the audacity, Professor Guan thought, this is not borrowing. I never consented. This is outright theft. Lu, I am warning you for the last time, taking a deep breath to suppress his mounting anger. Professor Guan spoke softly. Return to your seat now, and I can mitigate the consequences of your earlier actions. If. Lu Yongchang stood tall, his gaze penetrating as he met Professor Guan's eyes. The professor's pupils constricted slightly, his unfinished words seemingly lodged in his throat. He was transported back to his days as a graduate student when he perceived his advisor as possessing an undeniable authority. Yet, before him stood merely a sophomore student. At that moment, not only Professor Guan, but also the students in attendance were rendered speechless. Well, what the hell? Has Lu Yongchang lost his mind? A frail boy wearing thick black-rimmed glasses stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding on the podium, murmuring to himself, does he want to be expelled? This boy, named Wu Qi, was Lu Yongchang's roommate, who had just moments ago gently roused him from his reverie. He never imagined that the studious Lu Yongchang would engage in such astonishing behavior during a university physics lecture. Lu Yongchang, unfazed by the astonishment of Guan Huaoyang and his classmates, turned to face the blackboard, grasped a whiteboard marker with unwavering determination, and began to write. A series of clear equations materialized on the blackboard, the elegant script momentarily capturing Professor Guan Hualiang's attention. Such calligraphy could only be achieved through years of practice. However, his brow soon furrowed in concern. The equations before him were certainly beyond the grasp of an undergraduate student. Curiosity flickered in Professor Guan Hualiang's eyes as he halted his intention to reprimand Lu Yongchang, crossing his arms instead and observing quietly as Lu penned his thoughts onto the blackboard. As more equations and diagrams emerged, the professor's frown deepened. If his eyes did not deceive him, the content pertained to controlled nuclear fusion. But how on earth did this young man come to know such advanced concepts? Yet, witnessing this knowledge far exceeding undergraduate levels, Professor Guan Hualiang's initial irritation dissipated, replaced by a profound admiration for talent. This was undoubtedly a treasure for the future of the Xian nation. Gazing at Lu Yongchang's upright figure, joy filled the professor's eyes. The earlier slight disrespect shown by Lu was swiftly forgotten. After all, geniuses are afforded certain privileges. Not to mention, he had just apologized. By this time, the blackboard was densely covered with information regarding controlled nuclear fusion, including diagrams of fusion devices. Professor Guan Hualiang nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that the current research in Xia on controlled nuclear fusion had reached a similar stage. Just as he prepared to interrupt Lu Yongchang, an unexpected event transpired. Suddenly, Lu Yongchang halted his writing. "There's no more space," he murmured, slightly furrowing his brow as he glanced at the projection screen nearby. He shifted his stance and began to write equations on the projection screen with his whiteboard marker. The marker was ill-suited for the smooth surface of the screen, but at that moment, Lu Yongchang seemed oblivious to such trivialities. He felt an urgent need to transcribe the tempest of ideas swirling in his mind onto the blank canvas before him. With remarkable speed, he wrote, and before Professor Guan Hualiang could intervene, a vast array of letters appeared on the pristine screen. The professor, momentarily pained at the sight of his beloved screen being defaced, soon found his attention captivated by the content unfolding before him. What he saw made his pupils constrict slightly. This was a novel method of material composition. Instinctively, Professor Guan Hualiang rifled through his memories in search of familiarity. Yet, despite scouring his mind, he could find no trace of recognition for this material. What on earth is this?" he murmured to himself. In the next instant, a glimmer caught the corner of his eye. Following the reflection, he noticed several students recording the scene with their phones. Professor Guan Hualiang's expression darkened slightly. Though he was unaware of the specifics of what Lu Yongchang was currently composing, his scientific intuition indicated that this work encapsulated the utmost essence of significance information that must not be disclosed lightly. But he admonished everyone, "Put down your phones and cease filming." After a moment of contemplation, Guan Hualiang added, "No one is permitted to leave the classroom without authorization." Half an hour later, Lu Yongchang gradually ceased his activity. "Is what you have written behind you a synthesis method for a new type of material?" Guan Hualiang's voice inquired from the side. Lu Yongchang turned, offering a serene nod and a faint smile. Indeed, he cast a glance at the multitude of students below who appeared entranced and lowered his voice, saying, "Professor, this material has the potential to address the challenges of controlled nuclear fusion." Guan Hualiang's pupils dilated in astonishment. The principal obstacle hindering controlled nuclear fusion was the extreme temperatures exceeding millions of degrees produced during the fusion reaction. He turned again, his expression grave as he scrutinized the projection screen adorned with intricate symbols. "What applications does this material have?" Guan Hualiang's voice trembled slightly as a physics professor. He was not well versed in material science. Yet controlled nuclear fusion. This was a conundrum that had perplexed countless scientists. Despite his lingering doubts, the meticulously detailed derivations before him began to dispel any skepticism he harbored. The rigorous logical progression and adept application of formulas led him to suspect that the individual standing before him might indeed be a hidden luminary of the scientific realm. This material can flawlessly withstand the high temperatures associated with controlled nuclear fusion, and when combined with a stellarator, it can realize controlled nuclear fusion perfectly. Lu Yongchang's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light as he murmured, "Professor, I require your assistance to validate my derivations." Chapter 3. The technology tree system in response to Lu Yongchang's request, Guan Huaoyang swallowed hard. As the sole knowledgeable observer present, Guan Huaoyang's astonishment reached its zenith. Who could have imagined that an undergraduate could elucidate the intricate details of controllable nuclear fusion technology on the spot? What? What do you want me to do? Perhaps startled, Professor Guan's voice came out a bit hoarse. Lu Yongchang, with unwavering determination in his eyes, stated, "Professor, I request a review of my derivation process." At Sandow University, within the Materials Science Department, an urgent ringing echoed through an office. "Hello, Professor Guan? What? Are you serious? Wait for me. I'll be there immediately. All right, I'll go summon Dean Tion." This single phone call disrupted the previously tranquil atmosphere of the Materials Science Department at Sandow University. A similar scene unfolded once more in the nuclear physics laboratory of Sandow University. "Professor, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? A new material capable of sustaining nuclear fusion, derived by a sophomore student on site? Am I dreaming, or are you still in a slumber? All right, I shall come see you." 20 minutes later, Guan Huaoyang and Lu Yongchang sat quietly in a classroom. The other students, having deleted any recordings and photographs from their devices, began to vacate the room. "Professor, those students." Lu Yongchang glanced anxiously at Professor Guan. "Do not worry. There will be someone to handle it subsequently." After a moment of silence, Guan Huaoyang confirmed once more, "Yongchang, did you independently conduct this research?" Despite having witnessed Lu Yongchang meticulously execute these derivation steps, Guan Huaoyang could not fully believe that a sophomore undergraduate could possess such profound knowledge. After all, this was Sandow University, one of the nation's most prestigious institutions. Yet, an undergraduate remained merely an undergraduate with a limited scope of knowledge. Seated across from Guan Huaoyang, Lu Yongchang met the professor's gaze with resolute intensity and nodded affirmatively. "Professor, I conducted all of this research on my own." He spoke no falsehood. In his previous life, he had made significant contributions to the research on controllable nuclear fusion. This credential had notably enhanced his standing during the selection process for chief scientist. After all, only those who mastered controllable nuclear fusion possessed the means to survive in the underground cities. "Let's hope so," Guan Huaoyang mused, casting a deep look at Lu Yongchang. Now, having regained his composure from the initial shock, he was imbued with a sense of curiosity. Nevertheless, all would be unveiled in the impending joint review by the professors. Whether it be deception or innate genius, the truth would soon be laid bare. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Guan Huaoyang closed his eyes, seeking a moment of respite. With age, one's vitality is inevitably limited. As Guan Huaoyang closed his eyes to rejuvenate, Lu Yongchang's gaze flickered slightly before he too slowly shut his eyes. Deep within the recesses of his mind, a perplexing enigma lingered. At the moment of the helium flash, he had lost consciousness. Yet, prior to his rebirth, what exactly was that phosphorescent green interface he had glimpsed? With his eyes now closed, darkness enveloped Lu Yongchang. In the following moment, as his thoughts stirred, a gleam of phosphorescent green light began to emerge from the depths of his mind. Before him, the peculiar tree diagram reappeared. This time, he had the opportunity to examine it closely. Identical to the previous sighting, the prominent white text at the base read "Controllable Nuclear Fission and Controllable Nuclear Fusion Technology." Ascending a level, he noted a line of somewhat dim text: "Nuclear Energy Control, Miniaturization Technology for Fusion Reactors." A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Yongchang's eyes. Miniaturization technology for fusion reactors. This was precisely the technology he had researched in his previous life during its final moments. It was no exaggeration to assert that this technology could elevate human science to unprecedented heights. Yet, regrettably, due to time constraints, he had made no progress whatsoever. Reflecting on his previous encounter within this realm, Lu Yongchang hastily concentrated his thoughts on the dim text. No miracles occurred. His mind yielded no knowledge regarding the miniaturization of fusion reactors. Just as questions began to cloud his thoughts, a faint line of text appeared between the controllable nuclear fission and miniaturization technologies, followed by a somewhat dim white line connecting them. Prerequisite: analysis of sonoluminescence phenomenon. Recalling the moment when controllable nuclear fusion technology had manifested in his mind, he began to form a hypothesis regarding the system within his consciousness. This technological tree system could only guide him towards the correct research direction, rather than bestowing knowledge out of thin air. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. In research, the gravest misstep is to pursue the wrong direction. With the right guidance, Lu Yongchang was confident that he could resolve any so-called scientific quandaries with his abilities. In the next moment, he directed his gaze upwards on the technological tree. Electric propulsion system, quantum communication technology. At the pinnacle of the technological tree, a line of highlighted text proclaimed, Type 1 Civilization. Lu Yongchang swallowed nervously, his eyes filled with incredulity. This was merely a Type 1 civilization. What marvels must a Type 2 civilization possess? As this thought crossed his mind, an increasingly dim line of text appeared at the top of the technological tree. Preliminary mastery of energy weapons. Upon reading this line, Lu Yongchang's pupils constricted sharply. Energy weapons. What then of a Type 3 civilization? A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. As a scientist, the future of technology, even if only in name, held an irresistible allure for him. The system remained unresponsive. A hint of regret surfaced in Lu Yongchang's gaze. Just as he was immersed in the exploration of the system, a gentle knock echoed from outside the classroom. Tap, tap, tap. As Lu Yongchang and Guan Huaoyang simultaneously opened their eyes, they directed their gaze towards the classroom door. Please enter. The door is unlatched, Guan Huaoyang intoned solemnly. In the next moment, the classroom door creaked open. A few professors, their temples graying, walked into the room with grave expressions. The elder among them immediately fixed his eyes upon the blackboard behind the lectern upon entering. After a cursory glance at the blackboard and the projection screen, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Subsequently, he turned to gaze at Lu Yongchang. Upon meeting Lu Yongchang's unwavering stare, the elder's expression of surprise deepened. Professor Guan, is this the prodigious student you mentioned? Guan Huaoyang nodded gently. Dean Tian, allow me to introduce this young man. He is Lu Yongchang, a sophomore from the Department of Physics. He then turned to Lu Yongchang and said, this is Dean Tian Jishuan of the College of Materials at Sandai University. If you wish to know the reliability of your innovative materials, he is the one to ask. Chapter 4. Recruitment. Greetings, Dean Tian. Lu Yongchang hastily stood up to greet the elder. Dean Tian Jishuan smiled amiably and nodded, then shifted his gaze to the blackboard behind the podium. Although the first half merely encompassed the fundamental principles of controllable nuclear fusion, the various diagrams and formulas employed sparked a glimmer of interest in Tian Jishuan's eyes. Such impeccable and precise derivation of formulas, if self-taught, represented an ideal seedling for research. Especially when he observed the subsequent steps in the new material derivation, his eyes radiated with brilliance. Regardless of the correctness of the results, the derivation process was refreshingly clean and possessed a unique aesthetic. Without hesitation, he decided he wanted this student. Tian Jishuan's gaze subtly shifted as he turned to Lu Yongchang with a smile. Lu Yongchang, right? Upon seeing Lu Yongchang nod, Tian Jishuan continued. Would you be interested in studying at my Materials Institute? I can directly secure you a graduate admission. Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback. This, has he truly developed an appreciation for talent? Wait. Old Tian, one must not act in such a manner. Guan Huaoyang immediately grew anxious. Everything was perfectly fine. Why dig up the foundation? Tian Jishuan clearly disregarded Guan Huaoyang's words and continued with a smile. Young Lu, I see you have a profound understanding of material science. Did you teach yourself? Lu Yongchang instinctively glanced at Guan Huaoyang beside him, then gently nodded. Yes, I taught myself. Tian Jishuan's brow arched in surprise. Goodness, he had encountered a genuine genius. He quickly suppressed his excitement and replied in a calm tone. To reach this level through self-study is already commendable. However, there are still some minor flaws. How about this? Come study at our Materials Institute, and I will guarantee you a spot in the Outstanding Youth Program. Lu Yongchang looked at the elder with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Were it not for his rebirth, he might have been completely swayed. Outstanding Youth? In his previous life, he was the chief scientist of the United Nations. This minor title held little allure for him. As for flaws, what a joke, this was the best material validated through countless practical experiments. However, as a second-year undergraduate, Lu Yongchang naturally could not articulate this. He allowed a hint of conflict to surface in his eyes. Dean Tian, perhaps. You might want to take a look at the molecular formula of this material first. Tian Jishuan was slightly taken aback. This was somewhat unexpected, based on his usual experience. His carrot-and-stick approach would have left these young ones in a daze. How come? This lad still focused on the conclusion. Old Tian, this is someone from my physics department. Guan Huayang's face flushed slightly as he reiterated. Tian Jishuan shot a glance at Guan Huayang with mild irritation. All right. Whether from the physics or materials department, they are all students of Sandaokou University. Professor Guan, as the dean of the Materials Institute, it is only fitting that I promise some benefits to talents. Wouldn't you agree? Guan Huayang's expression suddenly stiffened. This was dire. Tian Jishuan was the dean, but Guan Huayang was not. Just then, as the atmosphere grew awkward, the classroom door was forcefully flung open. Old Tian, what you just said? Do you think there is no one in the physics department to challenge me? A resonant voice echoed from the doorway. It was Jiang Yongxing, the dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute. Guan Huayang's eyes gleamed with a hint of joy. In stark contrast, Tian Jishuan displayed a mix of embarrassment and frustration on his face. Jiang Yongxing strode into the classroom, immediately directing his gaze towards the blackboard. The instant he beheld the notes, a myriad of brilliance ignited in his eyes. No wonder that old fellow Tian Jishuan wanted to snatch him away. If such a genius were to slip through his fingers, he would likely face the scorn of the professors in the department. Lu Yongchang, is it? I am Jiang Yongxing, the dean of the Nuclear Physics Institute. Regardless of what Tian Jishuan has told you, what the materials department can offer, the physics department can match. Lu Yongchang blinked several times, a deep sense of helplessness and confusion reflected in his eyes. How had the situation devolved into this? Was this supposed to be a joint review by the professors? Why had it turned into a competition to recruit talent? At the last moment, it was Professor Guan Huayang who regained his composure first, clearing his throat gently to steer the conversation back. Ahem, Dean Tian, Dean Jiang, let's first examine this conclusion. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yongxing's lips as he nodded slowly. All right, since Professor Guan has such faith in student Lu, let us see if there are any flaws in your derivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang let out a small sigh of relief. At last, things were back on track. Dozens of professors took their seats, pulling out paper and pens to scrutinize the notes that Lu Yongchang had inscribed on the blackboard. Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang sat quietly on a side chair, awaiting their inquiries. Student Lu, could you demonstrate how you derive the equation in the third row from the left? A relatively young professor spoke first. Lu Yongchang nodded, rising to approach the left side of the blackboard to locate the third equation. It's quite simple. We just need to perform a few basic transformations. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang picked up a nearby pen and swiftly illustrated the detailed evolution of the equation. The young professor's confusion evaporated in an instant. He stood up and bowed slightly to Lu Yongchang, saying, "Thank you." Jiang Yongxing raised an eyebrow at this scene. He hadn't noticed before, but now he realized that Lu Yongchang's mathematical prowess likely surpassed that of most in attendance. This further solidified his determination to retain Lu Yongchang within the physics department. Physics and mathematics have always been intertwined, especially in modern physics. Lacking a solid foundation in mathematics would render one incapable of even understanding the problems. As time passed, the questions posed by the professors grew increasingly probing, targeting the crux of the matter. Naturally, Lu Yongchang navigated through each query with remarkable precision, answering them flawlessly. Are there any further questions? Lu Yongchang lifted the water bottle he had brought to class and took a sip, moistening his parched throat before inquiring. The classroom was enveloped in silence. Lu Yongchang directed his gaze towards the authoritative figures of Tian Jishuan and Jiang Yongxing. However, it was evident that both were still engrossed in the intricate deductions presented on the blackboard. Tian Jishuan's pupils constricted slightly, his face etched with disbelief, while Jiang Yongxing was overwhelmed with shock and excitement. The expressions of the other professors were equally fascinating. Ahem. Yongchang, you should return to your dormitory for now. We need to deliberate further, Guan Huaoyang remarked, having recognized the gravity of the situation reflected in the faces around him. He promptly advised Lu Yongchang in the coming days. Refrain from wandering. Try to remain within the confines of the school. Lu Yongchang nodded gently and turned to push open the classroom door, stepping outside. Chapter 5. Convening the faculty meeting once Lu Yongchang departed, silence enveloped the classroom once more. The esteemed professors gazed solemnly at the blackboard before them. After a long pause, Tian Jixuan slowly exhaled a breath of frustration. This young man is truly exceptional. Beside him, Jiang Yongxing nodded in agreement. Indeed, I discern no logical flaws whatsoever. Guan Huaoyang's pupils constricted slightly as he turned to Jiang Yongxing with a look of astonishment. Director Jiang, are you implying that this proposal is genuinely feasible? Jiang Yongxing hesitated momentarily. Perhaps it is simply due to my limited capabilities. After all, I am not an expert in controlled nuclear fusion. While speaking, Jiang Yongxing turned to Tian Jixuan. Director Tian, what is your perspective on the molecular formula of this new material? A hint of bitterness appeared in Tian Jixuan's eyes as he slowly shook his head. I am uncertain. What? How can this be? The professors exclaimed in unison. Even Jiang Yongxing was taken aback. Old Tian, surely you jest. When it comes to material science, you are undoubtedly one of the foremost experts at Sandow University. You cannot fathom this material? The look of anguish in Tian Jixuan's eyes deepened, and he sighed heavily before standing and walking toward the blackboard. Standing before the projector screen, he gently brushed his hand over the somewhat coarse surface and murmured to himself, the more one learns about materials, the more one realizes their own ignorance. This molecular formula for the new material, I can assert with certainty that it has never appeared anywhere else. Though I am unsure of the extent of this material's capabilities, it undeniably possesses remarkable high temperature and high pressure resistance. I have a premonition that this blackboard full of notes, the derivation process of this new material, constitutes its most essential aspect. Upon hearing this, the crowd was visibly moved. All present were engaged in scientific research and understood the significance of scientific intuition. In the realm of research, this intuition often plays a crucial role. Though it may sound esoteric, it is, nevertheless, a reality. The more eminent the scientist, the more accurate their intuitive insights tend to be. Kekul's discovery of the benzene ring structure and Mendeleev's formulation of the periodic table are remarkable achievements that were, to some extent, aided by scientific intuition. Often, the intuitive insights of leading scientists can guide them through myriad complexities with remarkable efficiency. Jiang Yongxing, his expression grave, surveyed the assembly of professors before him and spoke in a low voice. Given old Tian's assertion, I propose that we convene an immediate faculty meeting. All professors from the materials science and nuclear physics departments must be present. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yongxing added, furthermore, let those professors from the nuclear physics laboratory join us for a thorough discussion of this proposal. If it proves truly feasible, perhaps the day of our nation's resurgence is upon us. Sandow University. The early September weather is at its most sweltering. The scorching sun filters through the dense foliage, casting myriad light spots upon the asphalt road. Little does anyone know that, one fateful day, this very sun would drag human civilization into the abyss. Lu Yongchang walks quietly along the asphalt path, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. In his mind, scenes of the helium flash from his previous life continuously replay. Do you know why I'm doing this? I cherish you. Fleeting memories of Su Yutong, who once served as his assistant, flash through his mind. Lu Yongchang clenches his fists slightly. In his past life, he sacrificed all romantic entanglements for the sake of research. Consequently, not only did he fail to reciprocate the affections of those around him, but he also indirectly contributed to the devastation of human civilization. In this life, he must rectify all his regrets. The brightest star in the night sky. Lu Yongchang is momentarily taken aback, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. This was the ringtone of his old mobile phone, which he had used for many years. He retrieves the device from his pocket, gazing at this familiar yet antiquated object. his sense of nostalgia intensifying. The phone screen lights up. Upon seeing the caller ID, a surge of excitement courses through Lu Yongchang. His trembling hand swipes across the screen, and he answers the call. Mom? His voice breaks slightly. In the next moment, a gentle female voice emanates from the receiver. Yongchang? What is wrong? Your voice sounds strange. Lu Yongchang quickly gathers his composure and forces a smile as he replies, It's nothing. I just choked on some water. Mom, is there something you need? Well, not really. I just wanted to ask where your plans are moving forward. After all, you're already in your second year. Lu Yongchang pauses for a moment, then speaks with unwavering determination. Mom, I intend to pursue a career in research. What? Research work? A male voice interjects from the other end. What is so good about research? I didn't want him to major in physics precisely to avoid this situation. And now look, a smile appears in Lu Yongchang's eyes. It was his father, Lu Guqing's voice. In response to his father's complaints, Lu Qingru interrupts with exasperation. All right, enough. Let our son choose his own path. Yongchang, since you've decided to pursue research, your mother supports you. Don't worry about your father. I'll have a good talk with him. Now, if you encounter any difficulties, just call back. Before Lu Yongchang could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. Listening to the busy tone on the line, he shakes his head with a wry smile. His father, Lu Guqing, is a businessman, and as a result, he has enjoyed a life of privilege since childhood. Consequently, Lu Guqing has always envisioned his son taking over the family business and living a leisurely life as a wealthy gentleman. However, whether in this life or the last, Lu Yongchang has never followed his father's blueprint. In the capital city, within a quaint villa. Qingru, just indulge him. Why engage in such chaotic research? Exclaimed a middle-aged man, dressed in casual loungewear, as he slumped onto the sofa, frustration evident in his voice. That endeavor is exhausting and unlikely to yield any significant achievements. Beside him sat a gentle woman with cascading hair that reached her waist. Upon hearing her husband's grievances, she let out a soft chuckle. Oh, why are you in such a rush? You know Lu Yongchang's temperament all too well. The more you try to deter him, the more he will wade into murky waters. Just let him be. When he encounters setbacks, he will naturally reconsider. Her words sparked a realization in L. Guqing. How insightful. Meanwhile, L. Yongchang remained oblivious to the happenings at home, his thoughts consumed by the pursuit of controllable nuclear fusion. He pondered how the professors would evaluate his proposal. Chapter 6. The Fortunes of Xia Country. In the conference room of Sandao University, over 100 professors and researchers took their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I have summoned you today primarily to evaluate the proposal of an undergraduate student, said Jiang Yongxing, seated at the podium, his expression grave as he addressed the microphone. As soon as his words fell, the tranquil conference room erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. What? Why is Dean Jiang calling a meeting for an undergraduate's proposal? Oh no, I still have an experiment pending. It seems I will be working overtime again. The researchers lamented, their frustrations palpable. It was not surprising they voiced their discontent. As researchers, they bore the heavy burden of numerous responsibilities. Holding a meeting during work hours was already a source of grievance, let alone for the purpose of assessing a mere undergraduate's proposal. Jiang Yongxing cleared his throat forcefully, silencing the clamor within the room. This is a proposal concerning controllable nuclear fusion. Both Dean Tianji Xuan and I have reviewed it. Regrettably, we lack the confidence to fully grasp its implications. Hence, to ensure we do not overlook this potentially viable proposal, we have no choice but to convene this meeting. I hope for your understanding. A wave of astonishment swept across the faces of the professors present. Lack confidence. This is Jiang Yongxing and Tianji Xuan we're talking about. A proposal they both struggle to comprehend. In the brief span of 2 sentences, intrigue flickered in the eyes of the gathered professors. Suddenly, the doors of the conference room burst open. A dozen professors clad in white lab coats streamed in, led by a middle-aged man with a square face, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Old Jiang, where is that controllable nuclear fusion proposal you mentioned? Upon seeing the newcomer, the professors collectively gasped. Goodness, this esteemed individual has arrived. Isn't he supposed to be in the lab researching controllable nuclear fusion? Could it be that the undergraduate's proposal is indeed significant? As the murmurs of the professors swirled below, Lu Yongchang stood with a smile and approached the middle-aged man. Ha ha ha, Fong Su, it has been quite some time. Fong Su shot a sideways glance at Lu Yongchang, feigning annoyance. Listen, Dean Jiang, don't play games with me. We were in the midst of an experiment. We interrupted our work to rush here upon hearing your statement. And if you can't provide me with a satisfactory outcome, I won't let you off easily. Having known Fong Su for over a decade, Lu Yongchang recognized the jest in his words and chuckled, patting Fong Su on the shoulder. All right, enough with the experiments. Let me tell you, if this proposal indeed holds merit, Xia country may well be poised to lead the way. At these words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Fong Su's face. In his memory, Lu Yongchang, as the dean of the Department of Nuclear Physics, had never before uttered such high praise. Oh, if that's the case, it seems you have great confidence in this undergraduate student? Lu Yongchang gently nodded, his expression slightly grave. Not just myself. Even that old rascal Tian Zhixiang cannot grasp this proposal. Upon hearing this, Fong Su's countenance shifted. After all, Lu Yongchang is not an expert in controlled nuclear fusion, so it is possible he may have overlooked something. However, Tian Zhixiang is a true heavyweight in the field of materials science. He is an academician of the Academy of Sciences of Xia country. Fong Su immediately felt a surge of alertness. He nodded softly and said, in that case, let the meeting commence. Lu Yongchang turned to scan the conference room, ensuring that everyone was present before he reached out to activate the projector. In the next moment, several high-definition images appeared on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the proposal drafted by that student. The expansive conference room was enveloped in silence, save for the ticking of the wall clock and the sound of pens scratching against paper. Every professor furrowed their brows, meticulously verifying the various equations projected before them. As the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fong Su was filled with astonishment. Old Fong, what do you think? Lu Yongchang, noticing Fong Su's expression, lowered his voice and inquired, is this proposal feasible? Fong Su retracted his gaze with a complex expression, casting a peculiar glance at Lu Yongchang. Are you certain? This was concocted by an undergraduate. Lu Yongchang chuckled and nodded. Of course, this lad is a student in Professor Guanhuayang's class. He was caught daydreaming during a lecture and then dashed to the front, seizing a whiteboard marker to jot down this entire proposal. Seeing the increasingly strange expression on Fong Su's face, Lu Yongchang grew anxious. You must believe me. The recording is in my possession. Fong Su opened his mouth but failed to utter a word. The shock this revelation instilled in him was monumental. As the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, if he claimed to understand controlled nuclear fusion better than anyone else present, few would dare dispute it. Old Jiang, do you realize? The notes on that blackboard are even more comprehensive than our laboratory's proposal. In comparison to his proposal, I have already identified 3 flaws in ours. And this is merely a cursory glance. Do you know what this implies? Upon hearing this, even Lu Yongchang's expression turned blank as he stood frozen in place. This signifies that the level of this sophomore undergraduate might even surpass Fong Su's own. How? How is that possible? Fong Su is an academician of the Academy of Sciences of Xia country. Lu Yongchang swallowed hard, gently placing a hand on his forehead, murmuring to himself, wait, I feel a bit dizzy. Are you implying that? Not only did you find no errors in his proposal, but in comparison, you also identified several flaws in ours? Upon seeing Fong Su nod, Lu Yongchang felt as though his mind had exploded. With a resounding slap, he struck the conference table before him. The tremendous sound captured the attention of all the professors and researchers present. Excellent. Truly excellent. This is indeed a moment of fortune for our nation. Lu Yongchang's lips trembled slightly with excitement. Controlled nuclear fusion. This is a proposal for controlled nuclear fusion. If it were to succeed, not only would the academic standing of Sandaokou University soar, but the national strength of our country would also ascend to new heights in an instant. Perhaps influenced by Lu Yongchang's fervent enthusiasm, Fong Su's face was also alight with exhilaration at that moment. Director Jiang, I propose we immediately report this matter to the council. As for the new material, I request that we commence preparation experiments without delay. If we truly succeed, the rejuvenation of our nation is but a matter of time. Just as the two were caught up in their excitement, an untimely voice interrupted. No, I oppose this. Chapter 7, I oppose no. I vehemently oppose. The harsh voice reverberated through the conference room. Lu Yongchang turned to the source of the sound, his pupils narrowing slightly upon recognizing the speaker. It was him, Mao Jinqian. What do you mean by that? Lu Yongchang inquired, his brow furrowed deeply. Mao Jinqian scoffed. What do I mean? Are you truly unaware? This is nothing but a farce. How could a sophomore undergraduate possibly craft such a proposal? My esteemed dean, could you not use your intellect to ponder whether this is even feasible? In my view, this is merely a publicity-seeking youth. What we truly need to do now is not to report this, but to expose this pretentious little brat. Our Sandao University does not welcome such opportunistic students. Lu Yongchang's frown deepened. Vice Dean Mao, I am not here to debate the feasibility of this matter. As researchers, we must adhere to the principles of objectivity. Tell me, have you identified any flaws in this proposal? Mao Jinqian's expression shifted slightly as he paused to reflect before responding. Flaws? Is it not glaringly obvious? A sophomore student, where could he possibly acquire such knowledge? Moreover, I have reviewed the derivation process of that new material. With just a few strokes, a new material appears? What nonsense! Where's the experimental data? A proposal devoid of experimental data is akin to a fantastical tale. Mao Jinqian's words stirred a reaction among several professors present. Indeed, the proposal appeared flawless at first glance. Yet its most significant flaw was the absence of any supporting experimental data. To put it bluntly, this proposal is merely theoretical. Lu Yongchang let out a cold laugh, his irritation mounting. To him, this was nothing short of a contrived argument. Vice Dean Mao, pray tell, where does a sophomore undergraduate go to conduct experiments and gather data? As a researcher, your response should not be one of impossibility. At this moment, Fong Su could no longer remain silent. He rose and retorted, Vice Dean Mao, did you not just state that this proposal lacks experimental data? Mao Jinqian nodded in affirmation. As the vice dean of the nuclear physics department, he believed he had the authority to challenge a mere undergraduate's proposal. Fong Su scoffed. Do you realize that this proposal is even more refined than those from my own nuclear physics laboratory? Are you aware of the countless experiments that yielded results in our laboratory? You know nothing, only uttering the word impossible. As a vice dean, I see no trace of scientific spirit within you. Fong Su offered no quarter to Mao Jinqian. After all, as the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, he was not beholden to Mao Jinqian's authority. Mao Jinqian cast a displeased glance at Lu Yongchang. Dean Jiang, sigh. Lu Yongchang let out a faint sigh, raising his hand to interrupt the words that Deputy Dean Mao Jinqian had yet to articulate. Enough, Deputy Dean Mao. I can see that you are weary. Return home and take a proper rest for a while. You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the academy for the time being. Mao Jinqian's pupils constricted sharply. He gazed at Lu Yongchang in disbelief, his voice tinged with exasperation and irony. Director Jiang, are you truly prepared to take action against me, a deputy dean, over a mere sophomore undergraduate? At these words, the disappointment in Lu Yongchang's eyes deepened. He slowly shook his head. Mao Jinqian, I am not acting against you for the sake of a sophomore undergraduate. I am doing so for the advancement of research and for the future of our nation. Indeed, this proposal lacks any empirical support. However, tell me, if this proposal were indeed valid, what catastrophic losses would your approach incur for our Sandao University? No, for our nation? Mao Jinqian's expression darkened further, and he indignantly nodded before turning away from his seat and striding towards the door of the conference room. Oomph. I shall see if you can resolve controlled nuclear fusion with this sophomore undergraduate. With that, he exited, leaving behind a bitter remark. The heavy thud of the conference room door closing echoed in the air. Lu Yongchang smiled wryly, shaking his head. Fong Su, I apologize for the spectacle. Fong Su, pondering, shook his head. Old Jiang, your Department of Nuclear Physics needs a thorough overhaul. The deputy dean isn't even focused on research. This is quite unbecoming. Lu Yongchang fell silent for a moment, then nodded, directing his gaze towards the professors and researchers gathered below. Noticing the profound look in his eyes, all the professors and researchers promptly lowered their heads, playing the part of ostriches. Some of the more seasoned professors felt a slight chill in their hearts. It appeared that the Department of Nuclear Physics was about to face a considerable upheaval. Well then, I trust that everyone has reviewed this proposal. If there are any uncertainties, please feel free to express them. A few minutes later, receiving no response, Lu Yongchang chuckled softly. Since there are no questions, we shall now proceed to the voting. The matter at hand, naturally, was whether to submit this proposal to the council. An hour later, Lu Yongchang escorted Feng Su into his office. He walked directly to his desk, reached for the telephone, and pressed a special button. A few seconds later, a voice emerged from the receiver. "Hello, Professor Jiang. How may I assist you? Please connect me to the National Council. I have a matter regarding controlled nuclear fusion to report." "Certainly, please hold." The wait was brief, and a steady male voice resonated from the receiver. "Director Jiang, greetings. I am Hong Qiming, the Minister of Science and Technology." Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered with intrigue. It was indeed the Minister of Science and Technology, Hong Qiming, who had answered the call. It seemed that controlled nuclear fusion was becoming increasingly significant in the eyes of the nation's leadership. "Greetings, Minister Hong. I wish to report a matter of significance." Lu Yongchang recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. "Director Jiang, are you serious? A sophomore undergraduate has inscribed a highly feasible controlled nuclear fusion proposal on the blackboard?" Lu Yongchang offered a wry smile and turned to his companion, Feng Su. He had anticipated such a situation, thus he had brought Feng Su along. Feng Su promptly stepped forward and took the telephone from Lu Yongchang's hand. "Minister Hong, this is Feng Su. Indeed, the situation is accurate. I can assure you that this proposal possesses a remarkable degree of feasibility." "Excellent." Feng Su returned the receiver to its place and hung up. "What did he say?" Lu Yongchang inquired with urgency etched on his face. Feng Su's expression turned grave as he replied. "Minister Hong stated that this matter is of great importance. He needs to report it to Chairman Number 1. Chapter 8. The Chairman of the Members, the Chairman." Lu Yongchang gasped in astonishment. How did this escalate to Member Li's attention? Feng Su's expression darkened as he softly replied, "There is something you might not be aware of. It seems there has been an incident regarding ITER." Lu Yongchang's countenance transformed instantly. "What? Something has happened with ITER." ITER, which stands for the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, is a superconducting tokamak device capable of producing large-scale nuclear fusion reactions. As a member state, Xia country can utilize this apparatus to acquire a wealth of valuable data on controllable nuclear fusion. The reason for not constructing one independently is rather straightforward. It is prohibitively expensive and fraught with complications. The entire ITER project has spanned 13 years and incurred costs of 5 billion euros. Although Xia country has made significant strides in recent years, investing such a sum in a prototype is undeniably extravagant. After all, whether the tokamak can sustain controllable nuclear fusion remains an uncertainty. Should resources be squandered and time wasted, only to produce a colossal apparatus devoid of utility, it would indeed be a grievous loss. In the capital city, within the inner ring, at a location absent from any map, Hong Qiming stood at the office door, his expression grave as he knocked. "Enter," came a voice from within, aged yet commanding. Hong Qiming slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. An elderly man with graying hair sat quietly behind the desk, gazing intently at him. The old man's eyes brimmed with wisdom and confidence, as if he held dominion over all things in this world. "Member Li," Hong Qiming greeted the elder with utmost respect. The elder set down his pen and spoke slowly. "Minister Hong, I hear you have something of great importance to report?" Hong Qiming nodded vigorously, relaying the matters reported by Sandow University to the elder. Member Li's expression grew increasingly solemn. "Is this true?" After a moment of hesitation, Hong Qiming affirmed, "It should be genuine. You must recall academician Feng Su?" Member Li nodded. Of course, the latest achievements in controllable nuclear fusion from Xia country were accomplished under his leadership. "Does this matter pertain to him?" Hong Qiming nodded once more, affirming, Fong Su and the professor from Sandow University have conducted a preliminary assessment of the proposal, and he is quite confident in it. Memberly fell silent for a moment. He reached for a document from a nearby stack and handed it to Hong Chiming. Let us set this matter aside for now. Examine this document. Hong Chiming, puzzled, accepted the document, and, upon glimpsing the title, a visible surge of anger surfaced in his eyes. This is impossible. Our scientists in Xia country would never stoop to such despicable actions. Memberly sighed deeply, a hint of concern flickering in his gaze. He slowly shook his head, stating possibility and impossibility. These matters are not solely for us to dictate. The ITER project has long sought to expel us, rendering the actions of our scientists inconsequential. Hong Chiming hesitated, yet could not suppress his thoughts. However, this reputation is simply unbearable. He clenched his molars tightly and cast another glance at the document in his hand. The file meticulously detailed the misdeeds of the Chinese researchers at the ITER project, who had engaged in embezzlement and illicitly stolen crucial experimental data. So, what shall we do? Are we to passively witness ITER slander us? Congressman Li, maintaining his composure, replied, beyond the slander. They are demanding our voluntary withdrawal from the ITER project. This news is likely to be formally released tomorrow. Boom! Hong Chiming felt as if the blood vessels in his brain had exploded in an instant. How outrageous! This is utterly intolerable. Congressman Li spoke slowly. The reason I showed you this document is not for mere discussion, but to convey a critical truth. Henceforth, our nation's endeavors in controlled nuclear fusion research must rely solely on ourselves. Therefore, you should comprehend what must be done. Faced with Congressman Li's profound gaze, Hong Chiming's expression shifted slightly. Yes, rest assured, Congressman Li, I shall make my way to Sandow University at once. As evening fell, Lu Yongchang returned to his dormitory after a day of wandering the campus. Brother Lu, you finally returned. As he pushed open the dorm door, his roommate Wu Qi's voice rang out. Brother Lu, what was going on in your physics class today? Confronted with his roommate's curious inquiry, Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he really confess that he had returned from a rebirth? After a brief contemplation, a plausible explanation began to form in his mind. Ahem. Recently, I took some time to develop something, and during class, I impulsively went up to the board to write it down. Wu Qi's eyes widened with interest. Research? What have you discovered? By the way, why did Professor Guan keep you behind? He would expel you, would he? Lu Yongchang. Expel me? Why would I be expelled? Far from it. I would likely be advancing soon. Naturally, this was a sentiment he could not share with Wu Qi. The professor believes my research holds significant value, expressed his approval, and then sent me back. Wu Qi. That's it. Wu Qi stared at Lu Yongchang in disbelief. Don't kid me. They say Professor Guan is quite strict. Lu Yongchang hurriedly diverted the conversation. The events from the physics class this morning haven't tea spread, have they? Wu Qi quickly shook his head, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Don't worry, aside from the students in class, it seems no outsiders are aware. Lu Yongchang's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Wu Qi. Are you serious? In this era where gossip reigns supreme, he has already prepared himself for a meteoric rise to fame. Wu Qi remained silent, instead turning to retrieve a sheet of A4 paper from the side, which he then handed to Lu Yongchang. The words confidential agreement emblazoned in bold black letters on the paper made Lu Yongchang smile wryly and shake his head. He had not anticipated that Professor Guan would be so meticulous as to require all students to sign a confidentiality agreement. Nevertheless, this turned out to be fortuitous. As of now, the sun has yet to exhibit any signs of change, for Xia Nation to ascend as the leader of the Earthlings Alliance. It must seize this final opportunity for a strategic advantage. As a native of Xia Nation, Lu Yongchang naturally hopes that all its citizens can survive the impending catastrophe. As for the means of survival, he had already devised a plan. Given that the sun's obliteration is an unavoidable fate, he must lead Xia Nation, led humanity in escaping Earth within the next 20 years. Only the boundless expanse of the starry sky above offers the sole path to salvation in the future. Chapter 9. sonoluminescence at dawn the following day. As the first light of day broke, Lu Yongchang rose from his slumber and left the dormitory. This was a habit cultivated in his past life. The crispness of the September morning air carried a hint of coolness. As he gazed upon the deserted main thoroughfare of the university, he found himself lost in contemplation. Where should he go? Perhaps it was a remnant of his previous existence that left him feeling somewhat adrift, devoid of any research tasks. He wondered about the status of the controllable nuclear fusion proposal he had submitted. Surely, it wouldn't encounter any issues? Despite his confidence in the proposal, he felt little assurance regarding his current identity. Presently, he was merely an ordinary second-year undergraduate at Sandow University. Reflecting on this made him realize that his actions might have been somewhat reckless. Yet, faced with the fleeting nature of his 20 years, he felt a sense of urgency. Time was not a luxury he could afford to squander. With 8 billion people inhabiting Earth, the challenge of transporting them all into space toward another habitable planet demanded an absurd level of technological advancement. In his original plan, he had considered it an extraordinary stroke of luck if even 10 million could escape. However, upon discovering the existence of a technology tree system, his thoughts began to flourish. Perhaps if he could ascend the technology tree swiftly enough, all humanity could escape the confines of Earth. If a Type 1 civilization was insufficient, then a Type 2 civilization would suffice. If that too fell short, he refused to believe that a Type 3 civilization could not accomplish this feat. As he contemplated the blueprint for the next 20 years in his mind, he wandered aimlessly through the campus. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar structure, a pristine white building. It was the library of Sandow University. A flicker of recognition sparked in his gaze as he turned and made his way toward the library. Upon entering, he instinctively followed the muscle memory that led him to his favorite seat from his previous life. No one occupied it. A glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. But what should he read? His gaze shifted slightly as he recalled the information regarding the technology tree system. Prerequisite: analyze the phenomenon of sonoluminescence. It seemed he needed to find books pertaining to sonoluminescence. Time spent reading always seemed to fly by. In the blink of an eye, over 2 hours had passed. Lu Yongchang closed the book before him, thoughtfully jotting down several key points on a sheet of A4 paper. The mantis shrimp. The phenomenon of sonoluminescence was initially discovered in a creature known as the mantis shrimp. When attacking its prey, the mantis shrimp can propel the tips of its claws at an astonishing speed, reaching over 80 kilometers per hour in just 1/50th of a second, with acceleration comparable to that of a bullet. It is during this process that sonoluminescence occurs, a phenomenon that has captivated the attention of countless researchers. The principle is quite straightforward. When mechanical waves act upon a liquid, a phenomenon known as cavitation occurs, resulting in the formation of bubbles within the liquid. These bubbles subsequently collapse into an exceedingly small volume. During the collapse, an extraordinarily high temperature is generated within the bubble, leading to a momentary flash of light. Lu Yongchang astutely identifies a crucial element: the internal generation of extreme temperatures within the bubbles. It appears that the miniaturization technology for fusion reactors must commence its breakthrough from these diminutive bubbles. After all, the initiation of nuclear fusion necessitates temperatures exceeding millions of degrees Celsius as a prerequisite. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here?" A slightly chilly female voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's immersion in various research papers. This voice seemed oddly familiar. He abruptly lifted his head to glance beside him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Yongchang's heart skipped a beat. It was her. Clearly startled by his sudden movement, the girl took a step back and repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry. If someone is here, I can. No one is here. Please have a seat." Lu Yongchang interjected, forcing a stiff smile. "I just got a bit startled. My reaction was a bit excessive. My apologies." The girl waved her hand with a smile, reassuring him, It's fine. I was too abrupt in my inquiry." With that, she confidently took a seat beside Lu Yongchang. As he gazed at her profile, a sense of daze crossed Lu Yongchang's eyes, as if he were transported back to a past life. Back then, Su Yutong had similarly sat quietly beside him, assisting with various research tasks. Sensing Lu Yongchang's gaze, the girl looked up at him. Hello? She asked, a hint of confusion in her expression. Is there something on your mind? Suddenly jolted back to reality, he bit his tongue sharply, the pain pulling him from the fragments of memory. Nothing at all. Just thought you looked a bit familiar, he replied, forcing himself to turn away and focus on the paper before him. The girl observed his profile with a strange expression, instinctively shifting her position slightly. There was something about his gaze that felt peculiar. Regrettably, she began to question her choice of seat. Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang remained oblivious to the girl's inner musings, as he became engrossed in a specific paper titled The Relationship Between Acoustic-Induced Luminescence and Cold Nuclear Fusion. Upon reading the title, his breath caught in his throat. Could it be that someone had already conducted research on the miniaturization technology for fusion reactors? This seemed implausible. In his previous life, even controlled nuclear fusion had only been successfully developed by 2040, let alone the miniaturization technology for fusion reactors. In other words, genuine controllable nuclear fusion technology, following a normal trajectory of development, will require another decade to materialize. Lu Yongchang swiftly leafed through the literature in his hands. After a considerable pause, he exhaled a breath of murky air, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. Perhaps he had overthought the matter. This paper was merely a conjecture, lacking any profound research. It could be deemed virtually a discarded draft. No wonder. He had never encountered this paper in his past life. His gaze swept over the author of the paper, Tao Yuda. It might be worthwhile to seek him out for a discussion. Although the paper held little practical value, this scientific intuition proved remarkably accurate. Should he indeed be a malleable talent, Lu Yongchang would not hesitate to integrate him into his future research team. Click, click, click. Just as Lu Yongchang was immersed in contemplation, a series of sounds from a ballpoint pen's ratchet mechanism disrupted his thoughts. Chapter 10. Are you familiar with L.H. Peidel's rule? Lu Yongchang furrowed his brow slightly. He recalled that he had once lost his temper due to this sound. After all, in the midst of a tense research task, the rhythmic clicking of a ballpoint pen was nothing short of a tormenting presence. He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The girl beside him was gripping a completely pink ballpoint pen, her brow knitted in concentration as she stared at a workbook, her right hand unconsciously pressing the pen's button. A hint of helplessness flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He remembered that in his previous life, it was precisely because of Su Yutong's habit that he had rarely lost his temper during research tasks. From that moment on, she had corrected this habit. Yet now, it was evident she had not yet rid herself of this detrimental tendency. Lu Yongchang was acutely aware that if she did not swiftly resolve the challenging problem before her, the incessant clicking would accompany him throughout the day. With a sigh, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, turned his head, and quietly inquired, "Classmate, have you encountered a difficult problem?" Su Yutong was taken aback, her action of pressing the pen's button abruptly halting. Upon realizing it was Lu Yongchang speaking to her, a flicker of wariness crossed her eyes. Could it be that this boy had finally summoned the courage to strike up a conversation with her? In that instant, Su Yutong had already formulated at least 3 ways to decline. Have you encountered some difficulty? Lu Yongchang noticed the caution in Su Yutong's gaze and, with a resigned expression, pointed to the workbook in front of her, then to the ballpoint pen in her hand. This noise is somewhat disruptive. The two exchanged silent glances. Gradually, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on Su Yutong's face. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she gently nodded and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. I will try my best to control this habit." Lu Yongchang, exuding reluctance, replied, "Show me the problem. Perhaps I can assist you." He mused that controlling oneself was hardly an option. He certainly did not wish to be disturbed while reviewing papers. Really, a glimmer of surprise illuminated Su Yutong's eyes, and she hurriedly placed the workbook in front of Lu Yongchang, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Observing Su Yutong's demeanor, an image suddenly came to Lu Yongchang's mind. A hamster. At that moment, she resembled a large hamster, clutching a sunflower seed, her gaze fixed intently on him. Lu Yongchang sighed once more and turned his attention to the workbook before him. It was an exceedingly basic limit problem. Are you familiar with L.H. Peidel's rule? This problem could be solved effortlessly. It was quite simple. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang prepared to return the workbook to Su Yutong. However, he evidently overestimated her current state. Seeing Su Yutong, pen in hand, looking around in confusion, Lu Yongchang sighed again. Forget it, I will write out the steps for you. As he spoke, he swiftly picked up the fountain pen in his hand and inscribed the standard problem-solving steps on a sheet of A4 paper before handing it, along with the exercise book, to Su Yutong. Compared to a ballpoint pen, Lu Yongchang preferred the fountain pen, relishing the soothing sound it made as it glided across the paper. Thank you, Su Yutong murmured instinctively as she accepted the exercise book, glancing at the elegant penmanship on the A4 sheet. She couldn't help but compare it to her own slightly rounded handwriting on the draft paper, a hint of embarrassment and curiosity flickering in her eyes. May I ask your name? I am Su Yutong from the Department of Applied Physics. Lu Yongchang, without turning his head, impatiently replied with his name, Lu Yongchang. He was acutely aware that discussing the problem and conversing had already cost him nearly 5 precious minutes. Indeed, women would only serve as stumbling blocks on his path of research. While he lamented this internally, he redirected his gaze towards another paper titled An Analysis of Factors Influencing Sonoluminescence. At that moment, he had completely forgotten the remorse he had felt towards Su Yutong just moments before. Furthermore, even if he were to reflect on it, he had ample justification to convince himself. Numerous reasons akin to the inappropriateness of discussing love during humanity's existential crises were readily available. Moreover, the current Su Yutong was not the same as the one from his past life. She held no feelings for him whatsoever. As for Su Yutong, after experiencing a setback with Lu Yongchang, she awkwardly turned away and resumed her study of the exercise book. Suddenly, a notification chime emanated from the nearby phone, interrupting Lu Yongchang's perusal of the paper. He slightly lifted his head to glance at the phone resting on the desk. A news headline appeared on the lock screen. Xia Country announces withdrawal from the ITER program. Shockingly, the reasons behind Xia Country's withdrawal from the ITER program are moral decay. How could researchers commit such acts? A chill ran through Lu Yongchang's heart. He recalled that at this moment, Xia Country had faced severe targeting within the ITER program, and in a state of helplessness had been compelled to withdraw. This also sowed the seeds of future peril. Xia Country would take over 2 years longer than Western nations to successfully develop controllable nuclear fusion technology. Consequently, Xia Country's influence within the final human alliance was minimal. Only when Lu Yongchang ascended to the position of chief scientist at the Human Alliance Academy did Xia Country's status begin to improve. It was only then that he discovered the truth behind Xia Country's voluntary withdrawal from the ITER program, a series of deliberate framing and sabotage. Damn it, Lu Yongchang glared coldly at the phone on the desk. As a citizen of Xia Country, he would never allow such occurrences to transpire again. So what if they withdrew from ITER? He would ensure that all nations targeting Xia Country understood that the future world would be dictated by Xia Country. Quickly, Lu Yongchang gathered his belongings and stood up, ready to leave. He could not wait any longer. He needed to actively inquire about Professor Guan Huaoyang's review results. Are you leaving? Su Yutong's uniquely cool voice drifted over from the side. Lu Yongchang merely inclined his head slightly, opting for silence as he departed. So aloof. Su Yutong observed Lu Yongchang's retreating figure, pouting as she remarked, "No wonder he'll be single for life." In the next moment, her attention was captivated by the A4 sheet left behind on the table. Gazing at the densely packed equations and symbols, she gasped, instinctively covering her slightly parted lips with her hand. She had thought this boy was her peer. It now appeared that he was likely a distinguished figure pursuing graduate or doctoral studies. A flicker of intrigue sparkled in Su Yutong's eyes, as the seeds of curiosity began to take root and flourish within her. Chapter 11. I believe in the scientists of Summer Nation at the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandao University. A thunderous bang resonated from the innermost office. Several researchers paused, their hands trembling slightly, as they lifted their gazes towards the source of the commotion. What could be troubling academician Fong? One researcher inquired softly, his eyes filled with perplexity. The questioned colleague shook his head slowly, his expression equally marked by confusion. I have no idea. Our recent experiments have not failed. Why would academician Fong suddenly lose his temper? Just as the atmosphere thickened with uncertainty, the door to the innermost office was flung open. Fong Su emerged, his face flushed with indignation. Damn it! How could a tear do this? The laboratory fell into a hushed silence, making Fong Su's mutterings resound with clarity. Gathering his courage, a researcher timidly approached Fong Su and asked, Academician Fong, what is happening with ITER? Upon hearing the query, Fong Su abruptly turned his head towards the researcher, his expression darkening as he replied, ITER claims that our scientists from Summer Nation have unlawfully copied experimental data and removed it from the laboratory. A wave of astonishment surged through the nuclear physics laboratory at Fong Su's revelation. Academician, is this true? A researcher stammered, his face paling. Fong Su's countenance grew even grimmer as he fervently shook his head, declaring, absolutely not. The scientists dispatched by Summer Nation are all upright individuals of high moral standing. Not only are they exceptionally skilled in research, but their character is also beyond reproach. They would never stoop to such disgraceful acts. What does ITER intend to do about this situation? Another researcher asked anxiously. It was well known that such behavior was an unassailable taboo in every research institution, not to mention an international organization like ITER. Even in an ordinary private laboratory, those caught stealing data would face severe repercussions. A flicker of anguish crossed Fong Su's eyes. He closed them slowly, letting out a deep sigh as he stated, Summer Nation has decided to voluntarily withdraw from the ITER program. At that moment, the murmurs within the nuclear physics laboratory ceased abruptly. Every researcher gazed at Fong Su in disbelief. This news was just announced this morning. Fong Su struggled to articulate. From now on, we must shoulder the banner of controlled nuclear fusion research ourselves. Suddenly, Fong Su's expression shifted. Everyone, halt your current research tasks and focus entirely on the preparation of a new type of material. As he spoke, he accessed a computer in the laboratory and downloaded a photo of Lu Yongchang's notes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Sandow Co-University, a black Audi A6 glided past the security booth and entered the campus. Without any pause, the Audi A6 drove straight towards the nuclear physics laboratory. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yongchang, visibly anxious, stood at the entrance of an office, rapping his knuckles against the door. The door is not locked. Please come in. Came the voice of Professor Guan Huaoyang from within. Lu Yongchang promptly twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. You. Upon seeing the visitor, Professor Guan Huaoyang's expression momentarily faltered. He quickly set down his pen, rose to greet Lu Yongchang, and asked, What brings you here, Yongchang? Ever since the faculty meeting yesterday, Guan Huaoyang regarded Lu Yongchang as an equal in scholarly stature. This equality pertained to their academic standing. In fact, Guan Huaoyang thought that despite Lu Yongchang being merely a sophomore, his academic status far surpassed his own. After all, Guan Huaoyang considered himself an ordinary university professor, while Lu Yongchang was likely to become a rising star in the academic world, potentially achieving controlled nuclear fusion. Lu Yongchang did not notice Guan Huaoyang's welcoming gesture. His expression was slightly grim as he inquired, Professor Guan, have you seen that news? Guan Huaoyang's actions halted abruptly, and a shadow crossed his face. You mean the ITER incident? Lu Yongchang nodded gently. Taking a deep breath, Guan Huaoyang gestured for Lu Yongchang to sit. Once Lu Yongchang was settled in a chair, he too slowly took a seat and said, Yongchang, I believe that our nation's scientists would never commit such an act. I am convinced that there must be hidden circumstances surrounding this incident. Lu Yongchang's gaze flickered. As a reborn individual, he was fully aware that Guan Huaoyang's speculation was entirely accurate. However, given his current identity, he could not reveal the truth to the public. He could even envision that the higher-ups in their nation would also be unable to disclose the reality of the situation. All the humiliation would fall upon those few scientists. To everyone, the scientists who executed the data copying would be deemed the culprits. Their guilt would not be absolved until over a decade later. But by then, it would be too late. Lost in thought, Lu Yongchang clenched his fists tightly. Professor, what was the outcome of yesterday's review? After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang proactively shifted the topic. He feared he might inadvertently divulge the truth he knew. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, a faint smile graced Guan Huayang's face. Youth indeed had its impatience. He had only left the previous night and was already back inquiring. With a light chuckle, he replied, "After you left yesterday, Dean Jiang and Dean Tian proposed to convene a faculty meeting." Lu Yongchang maintained a composed demeanor. A faculty meeting? This was anticipated. He did not believe that just a few professors could fully comprehend the intricacies of the proposal. "You seem unfazed," Guan Huayang remarked, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Could it be that the young man before him had already foreseen this outcome? Lu Yongchang, with a composed demeanor, nodded slightly. "Of course, I am not surprised. After all, Dean Tian is not primarily focused on controllable nuclear fusion. It is entirely reasonable for him to be uncertain." Guan Huayang regarded Lu Yongchang with a somewhat peculiar expression. Although he knew that L's words were indeed truthful, the sight of a young man barely in his 20s discussing the primary research directions of several professors was undeniably surreal. Yet paradoxically, this young man possessed the qualifications to engage in such discourse. Ahem. What if I were to inform you that the entire faculty meeting has approved your proposal, and it has already been submitted to the National Assembly of Xia? Would you be astonished? Lu Yongchang's pupils constricted suddenly. So soon. It has been reported to the National Assembly of Xia already. Chapter 12. The Gambit of Wisdom. Professor Guan Huayang beamed with satisfaction upon discerning the answer reflected in Lu Yongchang's expression. Cheerfully, he remarked, following yesterday's meeting, "Dean Tian and academician Fong have jointly decided to submit your proposed controllable nuclear fusion scheme to the National Parliament of Xia for deliberation on whether to proceed with the experimental implementation." Academician Fong? Lu Yongchang's gaze flickered with intrigue. Could it be Academician Fong Su, the esteemed member of the Xia National Academy of Sciences, who single-handedly advanced the realm of controllable nuclear fusion? It could be said that in his previous life, without the groundwork laid by Academician Fong, Lu Yongchang would not have successfully undertaken Xia's inaugural controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor. You are aware that there exists a nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow University, correct? Noticing Lu Yongchang's nod, Guan Huayang lifted his teacup and savored a sip of the robust brew before continuing. Academician Fong is the head of that very laboratory. Lu Yongchang's eyes widened in astonishment. It truly was him. It seemed that his somewhat reckless actions had indeed borne fruit. On the very next day of his rebirth, he had forged a connection with Xia's foremost scientist. Academician Fong was no ordinary figure. His contributions to the field of controllable nuclear fusion were monumental. Clearly, Professor Guan Huayang held great reverence for Academician Fong. Observing the admiration on Guan Huayang's face, Lu Yongchang found himself both amused and bemused. While others might not fully grasp the extent of Academician Fong's prowess, he certainly did. Under the collective monopoly of Western powers, Fong had single-handedly propelled Xia's controllable nuclear fusion technology to unprecedented levels over several decades. This would undoubtedly stand as Academician Fong's greatest legacy. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone interrupted the professor's enthusiasm. With a slight furrow of his brow, Guan Huayang picked up the receiver. "Who is this?" "This is Guan Huayang." Yet, in the next moment, the expression on his face grew increasingly grave. "What? Minister Hong has arrived." "Very well, I understand. Lu Yongchang. He is with me at the moment. I shall bring him over immediately." Guan Huayang hung up the phone with an unusual expression, turning to Lu Yongchang. "Yongchang, I presume you have no other pressing matters at hand?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "Regardless, even if the sky were to fall, you must accompany me at once." Lu Yongchang. "Ahem. Professor, what has transpired?" Guan Huayang's gaze grew more peculiar. "Young Lu, have you ever conversed with a ministerial-level legislator?" Lu Yongchang's pupils constricted sharply. "Professor?" Guan Huayang regarded Lu Yongchang with a knowing look, softly stating, "It appears that the ITER affair has ruffled some feathers within the National Parliament of Xia. I never anticipated that this matter would elicit the presence of the Minister of Science. At Sandow University, in a nuclear physics laboratory, the minister awaited. Lu Yongchang will be here shortly." Fong Su's expression grew solemn as he addressed Hong Qiming. Minister Hong, what is the perspective of Counselor Li regarding this matter? Hong Qiming cast a meaningful glance at Fong Su and replied, which matter are you referring to? The ITER project, or Lu Yongchang's controllable nuclear fusion proposal? Fong Su slightly clenched his teeth and replied in a low voice both. After a moment of silence, as if weighing his words carefully, Hong Qiming slowly spoke. Academician Fong, you must believe that our nation would never jeopardize its future for trivial gains. Fong Su's pupils contracted slightly. He understood. Just as he suspected, there were deeper implications concerning the ITER project. But if we withdraw from ITER, won't that? Hong Qiming gently raised his hand, interrupting Fong Su's unfinished sentence. Academician Fong, I am confident that without ITER, our nation can independently develop controllable nuclear fusion technology. Since the founding of our country, we have never allowed minor issues to slow our progress. Have we? Fong Su's eyes flickered with realization, and he nodded gently. Furthermore, if Lu Yongchang's proposal indeed leads to controllable nuclear fusion, I personally believe that withdrawing from ITER could prove to be advantageous. Do you comprehend my meaning? Facing Hong Qiming's profound gaze, Fong Su experienced a sudden epiphany. He discerned that once Lu Yongchang's proposal is validated as a member state, our nation would be compelled to share its technology with other member nations. However, now, we have already exited ITER. Consequently, if the proposal is effective, this controllable nuclear fusion technology could grant our nation several years of technological superiority. In due course, our nation's comprehensive strength would ascend to new heights. Yet, this also implies that we have wagered all our chips on this sophomore undergraduate. Naturally, were Lu Yongchang aware of the higher-up sentiments, he would undoubtedly respond with a smile. To wager all is a form of wisdom. In his previous life, he relied on his acute scientific intuition and did not hesitate to invest heavily in research directions that others deemed unpromising. This led to a rapid advancement in technological prowess within just a few years. The construction of underground city clusters capable of housing billions and interstellar ships in the making. All of these are the fruits of such bold gambles. However, in the most crucial wager, Lu Yongchang ultimately faced defeat. Thus, humanity's civilization spiraled towards extinction. The door to the nuclear physics laboratory slowly creaked open, revealing a somewhat stooped figure alongside a tall and upright presence. Hong Qiming's gaze shifted slightly, quickly turning to the imposing figure. With a mere glance, he affirmed silently, indeed, full of vigor, exuding an air of integrity. Minister Hong, allow me to introduce you to Lu Yongchang, a sophomore from the physics department of Sandow University. This is Professor Guanhuayang. Fong Su's voice resonated nearby. This is our Minister of Science and Technology, Hong Qiming. Guanhuayang and Lu Yongchang promptly stepped forward to greet him, observing the unflinching countenance of Lu Yongchang. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Hong Qiming's eyes. Lu Yongchang, isn't it? You appear seemingly unafraid of me. A subtle smile graced Lu Yongchang's lips as he replied, why should I fear you when I've committed no wrongdoing? Taken aback by Lu Yongchang's retort, Hong Qiming let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, excellent, excellent, excellent. My dear Lu Yongchang, we have already validated your proposal, and I must say, its feasibility is exceedingly high. You are undoubtedly aware of the ITER project. In light of this matter, Chairman Li specifically tasked me with a mission. I wonder, are you bold enough to accept this task? Chapter 13. Chief Engineer Lu Yongchang fell into silence. Beside him, Fong Su and Guanhuayang cast concerned glances in his direction. Under the scrutiny of the assembled crowd, he gently nodded. Of course. Ha ha. Excellent. Hong Qiming's laughter resonated as he lightly applauded, truly representative of the youth of our great nation. Such responsibility. In the next moment, however, Hong Qiming shifted his tone. From this moment forth, you are no longer a sophomore at Sandow University. You are now the chief engineer of the controlled nuclear fusion project in our nation. Academician Fong Su will serve as your assistant. The laboratory fell into a profound silence. Fong Su, Guanhuayang, and the researchers present exchanged incredulous looks directed at Hong Qiming and Lu Yongchang. Was Hong's earlier proclamation serious? A surge of excitement coursed through Lu Yongchang's heart. He had not anticipated that the current assembly of our nation would be so audacious as to appoint a mere sophomore to oversee such a monumental undertaking. Now, he could expedite the realization of his ambitions. Perhaps considering Lu Yongchang's youthful age, Hong Qiming's expression grew solemn as he added, "Lu Yongchang, you must understand. The task assigned by Counselor Li is to achieve preliminary controlled nuclear fusion within a year. At the very least, our nation's efforts must equate to the results achieved by ITER." Upon hearing this, Fang Su's pupils constricted sharply. It must be noted that our nation currently does not even possess a true controlled nuclear fusion experimental reactor. Could this task truly be accomplished? In stark contrast to the anxious expressions of those around him, a faint smile graced Lu Yongchang's face. He nodded lightly. "I accept this task. Moreover, I assure you, within a year, our nation will fully master the technology of controlled nuclear fusion." "What? Yongchang, what nonsense are you speaking?" As Lu Yongchang's words echoed, Fang Su and Guan Huaoyang exclaimed in unison. Guan Huaoyang even scolded Lu Yongchang sharply. "Lu Yongchang, such a monumental scientific endeavor cannot be spoken of lightly. Apologize to Director Hong at once." As he spoke, Guan Huaoyang bowed his head to Hong Qiming, saying, "Director Hong, this child Lu Yongchang is still just a sophomore. He sometimes speaks without thinking." Hong Qiming, of course, did not regard this minor issue with any seriousness. He chuckled softly and waved his hand to interrupt Guan Huaoyang, then turned his curious gaze toward the somewhat youthful Lu Yongchang. "Do you understand the implications of what you just said?" Lu Yongchang's expression remained unperturbed. "Of course, Director Hong, I am fully aware of what I am saying." Guan Huaoyang covered his eyes with his hand, deeply lamenting, "What folly." He even began to question whether he should have brought Lu Yongchang here at all. Lu Yongchang offered no further explanation. Instead, he retrieved a USB drive from his pocket and handed it to Hong Qiming. "Director, please review the contents of this USB drive before making any judgments about my assertions." Hong Qiming raised an eyebrow slightly and reached out to accept the USB drive offered by Lu Yongchang. "My interest in you grows by the moment. You must understand the consequences of deceiving a high-ranking official, right?" As he spoke, Hong Qiming turned his gaze toward Academician Fang. "Academician Fang, I kindly ask you to assist us by projecting the contents of this USB drive, so we may behold the surprise he has prepared for us." With a sense of helplessness, Fang Su stepped forward to take the USB drive from Hong Qiming's hand. As he passed by Lu Yongchang, he let out a deep sigh. A premonition washed over him. The summer nation had lost the gamble. Amusingly, he even found it somewhat laughable. How could the summer nation place their stakes on such an inexperienced youth? Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang maintained an air of calm assurance. The contents of a USB drive were the results of his relentless typing the previous night in his dormitory. It was not much, merely the intricate blueprints for a controllable nuclear fusion reactor. The workload had been immense, yet thanks to the potential he had been compelled to harness in his past life, he had managed to complete it, albeit just barely. A few minutes later, a projector was brought in. As it connected to the computer, Fang Su inserted the USB drive into the port. Upon glimpsing the files within, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. Instinctively, he double-clicked the left mouse button to open the file. In the next moment, a meticulously detailed blueprint appeared on the pristine wall. "This." Hong Qiming's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed at the blueprint, murmuring to himself. Not only Hong Qiming, but Fang Su and all the researchers in the laboratory stood frozen, staring at the blueprint before them. As the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fang Su immediately correlated this blueprint with the schematic on the blackboard. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he quietly inquired, "Lu Yongchang, is this the detailed blueprint for the controllable nuclear fusion reactor?" Naturally, Lu Yongchang nodded with a smile. "Indeed. To be precise, this is the detailed blueprint for the reactor. Now, do you believe my words?" Hong Qiming, having regained his composure from shock, looked at Lu Yongchang, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "My word. Did you accomplish this all by yourself?" Although he had a sense of the answer already, disbelief still lingered within him. Completing such a blueprint alone, while he may not be well versed in scientific research, He understood the vast knowledge required to achieve such a feat. Typically, such blueprints necessitate the collaboration of several individuals or even numerous teams. Lu Yongchang nodded affirmatively, confirming on Qiming's query. Hong Qiming's gaze trembled slightly. Although he could not decipher the blueprint himself, nor ascertain its authenticity and reliability, he could glean from Fong Su and the other researchers' expressions just how remarkable this blueprint truly was. Fong Su exhaled a breath of pent-up air, casting a complex glance at Lu Yongchang. Just moments ago, he had felt that entrusting such a monumental responsibility to this inexperienced youth was a grave error. However, at that moment, he resolved to retract the words he had yet to utter. How could this be deemed a mere inexperienced youth? This was utterly, unequivocally inhuman. Fong Su silently cursed within himself. Throughout the annals of Xia's history, he had never heard of anyone single-handedly completing the blueprints for a large-scale apparatus. Although this was merely a segment of the plans for a controlled nuclear fusion reactor, it was still astonishing. How much time did you invest in completing these blueprints? Fong Su asked, his voice trembling slightly. Lu Yongchang discreetly glanced at Fong Su's expression and sheepishly replied, approximately a little over a year? That's acceptable. Fong Su thought, a little over a year? Nonsense. His expression contorted in disbelief. You spent just a little over a year on such a complex endeavor. Have those researchers, who dedicated nearly a decade, been wasting their time? Chapter 14. The Stellarator and Tokamak device faced with Fong Su's skepticism. Lu Yongchang could only give a slight smirk. He had perhaps exaggerated his own statements. If Fong Su were to discover that the blueprint was the result of an entire night's labor, he would likely be on the dissecting table by now. It was merely a blueprint for a reactor, still far from a complete, controllable nuclear fusion facility. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's somewhat ostentatious remarks, Fong Su's lips twitched involuntarily. In his 45 years of life, Lu Yongchang was undoubtedly the most pretentious individual he had ever encountered. However, he soon sensed something unusual. Wait, this reactor. Fong Su's voice tightened everyone's hearts. Hong Qiming could not help but glance in his direction. Could it be that there was an error in the reactor's blueprint? This is not a tokamak device. Fong Su exclaimed in surprise. A hint of amusement flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. As expected of academician Fong, he could not be deceived. This is certainly not a tokamak device. It is a stellarator. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and added, if my calculations are correct, the controllable nuclear fusion duration for ITER should be within 30 minutes. Fong Su's gaze shifted slightly, and he nodded gently, indeed. The latest experimental results indicate that the fusion reaction sustained for approximately 26 minutes. Could it be? Lu Yongchang chuckled mysteriously. If all goes as anticipated, ITER will soon reach the ceiling of the tokamak device. Fong Su's pupils constricted sharply. Are you suggesting that the tokamak device is not the optimal solution for achieving controllable nuclear fusion? Lu Yongchang affirmed Fong Su's assertion with a nod. How could this be? If that were true, humanity would have been advancing down the wrong path for decades. Fong Su stood there in a daze, murmuring to himself. He found it difficult to accept Lu Yongchang's claim. Lu Yongchang was well aware of the complex emotions swirling within Fong Su at that moment. In a previous life, in a bid to break the monopoly, all of Xia's scientific resources had been devoted to the development of the tokamak device. Yet, no matter the effort expended, the duration of controllable nuclear fusion could not exceed 30 minutes. At that time, this was a devastating blow to the confidence of all researchers. Had it not been for Fong Su's fortuitous discovery of the tokamak device's flaws, Xia would have likely continued down the erroneous path of achieving controllable nuclear fusion. How can I verify your claim? Fong Su, being the leading scientist in Xia, quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of distraction and earnestly inquired of Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang shrugged nonchalantly. It's quite simple. You merely need to find a basic stellarator, construct the reactor using the materials I have deduced, and then ignite the nuclear fusion. Verification will naturally follow. Fong Su's eyes flickered with interest. He recalled that in the laboratory, there indeed was an outdated stellarator device that had been purchased at a high price. Wait. Hong Chiming's resonant voice suddenly rang out from the side. Could someone explain to me what a stellarator and a tokamak are? As he spoke, he cast his gaze toward Lu Yongchang. Observing this scene, Guan Huaoyang and Feng Su took a step back, yielding the stage to Lu Yongchang. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang began, Director Hong, you must understand that controlled nuclear fusion requires a powerful magnetic field to confine the fusion materials, correct? Seeing Hong Chiming nod in acknowledgement, Lu Yongchang felt a slight relief. This would make the explanation much simpler. Otherwise, he would have to elucidate the principles of controlled nuclear fusion from the very beginning. Though it could be resolved in a few sentences, it would still be somewhat troublesome. In essence, the tokamak device generates plasma currents within a toroidal helical magnetic cage, while the stellarator does not. It can produce a twisted toroidal magnetic cage directly through external coils. So what distinguishes the two? Aren't they both generating magnetic fields? A flicker of confusion crossed Hong Chiming's eyes. Snap! Lu Yongchang gently snapped his fingers. This is the crux of my explanation. In a tokamak, the plasma current can reach several million amperes, and such a colossal current inevitably brings forth myriad issues. For instance, distortion modes, magnetic surface tearing, the formation of magnetic islands, and so forth. All these factors diminish the ability to confine the plasma, leading to consequences that could range from a quenching to a catastrophic explosion. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang illustrated an explosive gesture. Hong Chiming nodded, somewhat comprehending. Although he did not grasp all the technical jargon Lu Yongchang had employed, he understood the last statement quite clearly. The tokamak could potentially explode. He looked at the standing academician Feng Su with a complex expression. Faced with Hong Chiming's gaze, Feng Su could only helplessly nod. Yes, there's a possibility of that occurring, but thus far, there have been no such severe failures in tokamak devices. But what about in the future? Lu Yongchang replied in a calm tone. Once the fusion maintenance time is extended to 30 minutes, who knows if serious consequences could arise? Feng Su's body stiffened suddenly, exclaiming in shock. Are you suggesting that the tokamak could explode after 30 minutes of fusion? Lu Yongchang nodded, his expression intricate. Indeed, this is the greatest pitfall of the tokamak. Although the extreme magnetic fields formed by the plasma currents simplify the configuration of the magnetic cage, the high temperatures and immense currents will inevitably lead to unforeseen incidents. Feng Su's eyes widened in realization. So that's it. So that is how it is. What about the stellarator? Hong Chiming swallowed hard, inquiring softly. He suddenly felt that this seemingly youthful sophomore before him possessed knowledge akin to that of a seasoned professor immersed in the field for decades. Even Feng Su appeared as a student in comparison. Upon hearing Hong Chiming's inquiry, Lu Yongchang casually remarked, the star simulating device is quite straightforward. It merely requires the creation of a closed, twisted annular magnetic cage through external coils. Hong Chiming responded in disbelief. Is it really that simple? If so, why have we not employed a star simulating device before? Feng Su cast an exasperated glance at Lu Yongchang and elaborated. The challenge lies in the manufacturing of the external coils. Firstly, the shape of these coils is irregular, which presents a significant manufacturing hurdle. Furthermore, to generate a sufficiently strong magnetic field, the material for the coils should ideally be superconducting, which complicates matters even further. After all, we have yet to achieve breakthroughs in room temperature superconducting technology. In a low voice from the side, Lu Yongchang interjected, what if I were to resolve the issue of room temperature superconducting materials? Chapter 15, The Carbon Nanomaterials Laboratory. What? As Lu Yongchang's words fell, Feng Su beside him widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, can you solve the problem of room temperature superconducting materials? Feng Su's reaction caused Hong Chiming, standing nearby, to furrow his brow. Room temperature superconductivity. I recall that our country should possess this technology, right? I recently saw a report stating that a renowned academician from the Academy of Sciences had made a breakthrough in room temperature superconductivity. Feng Su cast a helpless glance at Hong Chiming and softly remarked, Director Hong, you must be referring to the paper published by academician Hu Changping in Nature a while ago. Hong Qiming's eyes brightened slightly, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, indeed. You have a good memory, academician Fong. I am indeed referring to academician Hu Chomping's paper. What? Is that technology not applicable?" A hint of bittersweet amusement flickered in Fong Su's eyes as he slowly shook his head. Although academician Hu Chomping's superconducting material achieved superconductivity at a temperature of 15 degrees Celsius, it was under specific conditions. This phenomenon was realized under a pressure of 267 billion pascals, approximately 1 million times the standard tire pressure. Furthermore, the amount of material that exhibited superconductivity within the diamond anvil cell was exceedingly minuscule. It was even measured in picoliters. Noticing the look of confusion in Hong Qiming's eyes, Fong Su promptly added, "A picoliter is a unit of measurement. 1 picoliter is approximately 10⁻9 milliliters." Hong Qiming gasped in realization. Now, he completely understood. Such stringent conditions and such a minuscule amount of material. To apply this technology in controlled nuclear fusion is nothing short of fantasy. Fong Su swallowed hard and murmured, "So far, I have not heard of any country that truly masters this technology." He then took a deep breath, calming his emotions before resolutely stating, "A true room temperature superconducting material must achieve superconductivity under standard temperature and pressure. The difficulty of this task is immense." Hong Qiming's brow remained tightly knitted. Initially, upon hearing Lu Yongchang's statement, he felt a surge of excitement. Lu Yongchang's nonchalant demeanor, so assured and definitive, had created an illusion that room temperature superconductivity was an uncomplicated feat. However, now, doused with cold water by Fong Su's revelations, Hong Qiming's fervent thoughts began to cool. He turned to look at the composed Lu Yongchang and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Are you certain you can resolve the issue of room temperature superconducting materials?" Lu Yongchang's lips curled into a slight smile, and he nodded slowly yet firmly. Yes, while room temperature superconductivity is indeed challenging, in his previous life, this technology had already been conquered. Moreover, it was Lu Yongchang himself who had provided the solution for Xia country. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "I require a standard carbon nanomaterials laboratory and a few assistants. If all goes as expected, grant me a few days, and I shall present the results before you." Fong Su's gaze flickered slightly, clearly gleaning some hidden information from Lu Yongchang's words. With a look of astonishment, he stared at Lu Yongchang, his voice rising an octave. "Are you certain that carbon nanomaterials can achieve room temperature superconductivity?" Lu Yongchang fell silent for a moment. From Fong Su's curious eyes, he discerned a particular message. "What if you watch me conduct the experiment?" Fong Su replied, "That is not out of the question." Perhaps realizing that he had inadvertently revealed his intentions, a hint of embarrassment crossed Fong Su's eyes. "Ahem, it's not that I'm overly curious. I'm primarily concerned that you may not be familiar with the operation of the experimental apparatus." Lu Yongchang responded with a non-committal silence. At the Carbon Nanomaterials Laboratory of Sandow University, Fong Su suggested, Take a look and see if this laboratory meets your requirements." As he spoke, a twinge of awkwardness surfaced in Fong Su's expression. As an academician, it was his first time serving as a guide for a sophomore undergraduate. The thought that he might eventually become this undergraduate's assistant only heightened his discomfort. "No, I must devise a strategy. Perhaps I could persuade Lao Jiang to grant this young man a professorship. It would certainly sound more respectable. At the very least, no one could claim that an esteemed academician was working under an undergraduate." The more Fong Su contemplated, the more plausible the idea seemed, and he silently endorsed the proposal in his mind. Achoo! Suddenly, Lu Yongchang, walking ahead, sneezed. He turned his head back towards Fong Su with a look of suspicion. It felt as though a chill had just swept behind him. Surely, Fong Su wasn't speaking ill of him, was he? Faced with Lu Yongchang's meaningful gaze, Fong Su's expression froze momentarily. He then managed to force a strained smile, saying, Please assess whether this laboratory is suitable. If not, we may need to venture further afield to find a more adequate facility." Lu Yongchang, contemplatively turning back, surveyed the instruments in the laboratory. After a thorough appraisal, a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. "Is this it? In my previous life, I wouldn't have even glanced at a laboratory with such a setup. But now, sigh, I might as well make do with it. If Tony Stark could fashion Mark I in a cave with his bare hands, surely I can produce room-temperature superconductors in this rudimentary laboratory. It's passable enough. Lu Yongchang replied to Fong Su with an expression of indifference. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lu Yongchang's remark, Fong Su's eyes widened in incredulity. Passable? Do you not realize this is the finest carbon nanomaterials laboratory at Sandow University? I am not exaggerating. This laboratory ranks among the top 10 in the current Xia country. Lu Yongchang, casting a bemused glance at the indignant Fong Su, retorted, "Did you not just say that if this facility is inadequate, we could seek a better one?" Fong Su stammered, I was merely being modest. Do you understand the concept of humility? Lu Yongchang raised his hands and, in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, softly remarked, all right. I take back my words. This laboratory is indeed advanced and quite impressive. Is that satisfactory?" Fong Su remained silent, vowing that he had never felt so speechless in his life. He followed closely behind Fong Su, eager to observe just how capable this sophomore undergraduate truly was. Surely, he could not be so inept as to be unable to recognize the names of the experimental apparatus. Could he? With this thought, a hint of amusement flickered in Fong Su's eyes. It is worth noting that the laboratory at Sandow Co. had recently undergone significant upgrades, with many pieces of equipment being entirely new, not to mention Lu Yongchang. Even he felt somewhat unfamiliar with the tools. Chapter 16, is this also a talent? This scanning electron microscope is quite impressive. The voice of Lu Yongchang echoed from the front. This must be one of the latest models, right? Fong Su abruptly lifted his gaze towards Lu Yongchang. Oh, this Fourier transform infrared spectrometer is new as well. ISNT it? And splendid. I must admit, I was mistaken earlier. It appears there are indeed some remarkable pieces of equipment in this laboratory. A hint of astonishment flickered in Fong Su's eyes. Each instrument was accurately named. Even the most recent machines were precisely identified by Lu Yongchang. Do you recognize these instruments? Fong Su hesitated briefly before inquiring. Lu Yongchang cast a peculiar glance at Fong Su. Of course I recognize them. If I didn't know the instruments, what would I be doing here? Fong Su's breath hitched sharply. The logic was irrefutable. He found himself at a loss for words. However, it seemed utterly absurd. The equipment in this laboratory was such that even most graduate students might not be familiar with all of it. How could Lu Yongchang, a mere sophomore, recognize them all? Sensing Fong Su's perplexity, Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and explained, I've read numerous papers, so naturally, I've come to understand these instruments. Fong Su's expression was somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, it was at least a somewhat plausible explanation. Yongchang, I must ask you a crucial question, Fong Su said, his eyes revealing signs of conflict. Do you truly know how to operate these instruments? Or rather, have you ever used them? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yongchang shook his head decisively. Of course I haven't used them. Professor Fong, I'm just a sophomore. How could I possibly have access to such advanced equipment? Fong Su immediately grew anxious. But then why did you tell Minister Hong? Interrupting Fong Su's words with a smile, Lu Yongchang replied, however, I do know how to use these instruments, so you need not worry. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang turned to a nearby device and articulated its detailed operating procedures flawlessly. Listening to Lu Yongchang recite the usage instructions without a single error, Fong Su stood there, dumbfounded. After a long pause, he managed to stammer this. Did you learn this from reading papers? Lu Yongchang nodded and regarded Fong Su with a curious look. Of course. What else would it be? Fong Su exhaled deeply, rubbing his somewhat stiff face vigorously. All right, perhaps there truly are geniuses in this world. When do we begin? Fong Su opted to divert the topic. Lu Yongchang glanced at the group of researchers in white lab coats waiting at the laboratory door, his eyebrows slightly raised. Right now, as Fong Su watched Lu Yongchang execute his operations with fluidity and ease, he fell silent once more. Is this also something you learned from papers? Did you not say you had never handled experimental equipment? Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang in exasperation. In just half an hour, Lu Yongchang had already operated 3 instruments consecutively. In Fong Su's imagination, Lu Yongchang was meant to be a quintessential theoretical worker, which implied that he would likely make numerous errors during practical execution. Such occurrences are exceedingly common, as a vast chasm separates theory from practice. In the realm of material science, even a minor operational blunder can lead to significant discrepancies in the final results. In fact, Fong Su had mentally prepared himself to rectify any mishaps caused by Lu Yongchang. However, the events of the past half hour utterly shattered Fong Su's worldview. Lu Yongchang's series of actions flowed with the ease of a seasoned veteran immersed in laboratory work. Not only did he make no mistakes, but he also noticed several critical points that Fong Su had overlooked. Indeed, I have never encountered experimental apparatus in my life, Lu Yongchang remarked with a subtle smile, casually stating, I am not mistaken. These so-called cutting-edge instruments are remnants from my previous life. Fong Su's expression resembled one who had just ingested something unpleasant. Then you. Academician L. Sometimes talent is indeed paramount. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang gently patted Fong Su's shoulder, eliciting a knowing look. After overcoming the shock within himself, Fong Su curiously inquired, why did you choose carbon nanomaterials to achieve room temperature superconductivity? Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang gradually halted his work and replied softly, when two layers of parallel graphene are stacked at an angle of approximately 1 degrees, a superconducting effect occurs. Fong Su's pupils contracted slightly. Is this truly the case? With a smile, Lu Yongchang encouraged, you can try it yourself. Aren't there plenty of idle instruments nearby? Several hours later, Fong Su's astonishment was palpable as he stared at the instrument screen. Heavens, it's real. Yongchang, how did you discover this phenomenon? As Lu Yongchang leaned over to operate the equipment on the experimental table, he replied quietly, I deduced it. I have never witnessed the actual scenario. Fong Su was at a loss for words. You dare to assert this without having seen it? What if you are wrong? Does that not imply total failure? It cannot be wrong. Lu Yongchang straightened up, his eyes gleaming with confidence. I believe in myself. Fong Su felt an inexplicable increase in his moments of speechlessness since meeting Lu Yongchang. 3 days later, Lu Yongchang and Fong Su remained transfixed before the display of a scanning electron microscope. The screen revealed a substance in the form of a cylinder. Yongchang, is this what you referred to as carbon nanotubes? Are you certain these carbon nanotubes can achieve room temperature superconductivity? Doubt was etched across Fong Su's face. It was hardly surprising he harbored skepticism, as he had accomplished little over the past 3 days. Apart from merely assisting and running errands, the truly significant operations were conducted solely by Lu Yongchang. As an academician who has long led a team, I must admit this was an exceedingly novel experience. Faced with Fong Su's skepticism, Lu Yongchang remained silent, his expression grave as he deftly manipulated the microscope, shifting through several observation angles. It was not until he beheld the standard structure of the nanotubes on the screen that he gradually exhaled a long sigh of relief. Indeed, this was it. After a moment's contemplation regarding the time, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Regrettably, given the current manufacturing pace, it would take at least until tomorrow to witness the results. Fong Su cast an odd glance at Lu Yongchang's regretful profile. Is this truly a matter of regret? To produce a room temperature superconducting experimental sample in just 4 days, surely that is not too slow. It is essential to note that the emergence of any new material typically spans years in its development. Chapter 17. The 10-centimeter black wire. Early the next morning, Fong Su pushed open the door to the laboratory, bearing the telltale signs of sleeplessness under his eyes. Observing the bustling researchers within, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. Where is Professor Lu Yongchang? He hurriedly grasped the arm of a passing researcher and inquired, where has Professor Lu gone? The researcher, momentarily taken aback, pointed towards the depths of the laboratory. Professor Lu has been here for quite some time, diligently at work since we arrived. It seemed that at some point, Lu Yongchang had transitioned in the minds of these researchers to simply being referred to as Professor Lu. Fong Su, however, felt no need to correct their terminology. After witnessing Lu Yongchang's adept and confident research methods, Even Fong Su found himself harboring a modicum of admiration, realizing that had he not known of LV's true status, he too might have mistaken him for a seasoned professor. Returning his thoughts to the present, Fong Su glanced at the clock mounted on the wall. 6:45. He couldn't help but marvel silently. Indeed, every success is the result of relentless effort. With renewed determination, he quickened his pace toward the innermost part of the laboratory. Perhaps sensing the approaching footsteps, Lu Yongchang shifted his attention from the apparatus before him. Upon noticing the dark circles under Fong Su's eyes, he paused. Concern etched on his face. "What happened to you?" With a casual wave of his hand, Fong Su replied with a smile, "Oh, it's nothing. Just had a bit of trouble sleeping last night. Why don't you take a moment to rest?" Lu Yongchang suggested earnestly, noting that there were no pressing tasks for the day, save for testing the superconducting properties of carbon nanotubes. A spark of excitement flared in Fong Su's eyes as he exclaimed, "Rest? Not a chance. Those dark circles are a testament to my dedication to this work. How could you suggest I rest? Where's the wire? Let me see it." Amused by Fong Su's enthusiasm, Lu Yongchang chuckled softly. He stepped aside, revealing the apparatus on the lab bench, a glass dome with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Fong Su hurriedly approached, peering through the glass. Within, he could clearly see a 10-centimeter length of black wire connecting two metallic probes. The wire was remarkably slender, nearly as fine as a strand of hair. He reached out, bending his fingers to gently tap on the glass dome. "Is it a vacuum inside?" Lu Yongchang shook his head in denial. "Not at all. It is merely a small dust-free chamber for now. I assume you wouldn't want any dust to compromise the experimental results?" He paused before adding, "To be precise, it isn't a true vacuum environment just yet." As he spoke, he gestured towards the vacuum pump nearby. Fong Su raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This statement carried significant implications. Could it be that this material could achieve superconductivity even in a vacuum environment? Lu Yongchang extended his hand to retrieve a piece of A4 paper filled with meticulously written text from the laboratory table, presenting it to Fong Su. "According to my calculations, the superconducting wire composed of carbon nanotubes exhibits remarkably stable properties, with a normal operating temperature range between -50 degrees Celsius and 80 degrees Celsius. Fong Su's eyes brightened suddenly, and he quickly inquired, "What about the air pressure?" "Within 2 standard atmospheres." A sharp intake of breath escaped Fong Su upon hearing Lu Yongchang's response. Goodness, if Lu Yongchang's calculations are accurate, this superconducting wire made from carbon nanotubes could be utilized in virtually any corner of the Earth. Even in the extreme pressures of the deep sea, one would merely need to install a segment of pressure-resistant piping. This signifies that the power industry in the Summer Nation is on the verge of a monumental transformation. Yongchang, do you grasp the magnitude of what you have accomplished? Contemplating the series of changes that could unfold in the future, Fong Su stood in a daze, murmuring to himself. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Lu Yongchang's eyes, yet he remained silent. He was acutely aware of what this wire represented. Although this technology might seem somewhat advanced for the current Summer Nation, it was still far from adequate to confront the calamities of the future. After admiring the carbon nanotube wire on the experimental platform, Fong Su, with a grave expression, declared, "Let us commence testing." Upon learning that the first test of the room temperature superconducting coil was about to begin, all researchers in the laboratory set aside their unfinished scientific tasks and gathered around Lu Yongchang. This was a chance to witness history. No one would wish to miss such an opportunity. Lu Yongchang swallowed nervously, carefully extending his hand to connect the metal probes at both ends of the wire to the testing apparatus. Although he held great confidence in the materials he had produced, who could truly predict the intricacies of material science? Perhaps an unexpected incident during the manufacturing process had altered the angle of the carbon nanotubes by a mere degree, or some other unforeseen factor. It could be said that even the slightest error would result in the failure of this room temperature superconducting material. As he pondered these thoughts, he activated the switch on the testing instrument. Powering on, a number appeared on the screen of the testing apparatus. Resistance value, 0. It was a success. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. "Increase the current," came Fong Su's enthusiastic voice from the side. Without hesitation, Lu Yongchang twisted the knob, gradually augmenting the current. Upon observing the resistance value on the instrument screen remain utterly stable, all the researchers in the laboratory gasped in awe. Unlike his colleagues, Lu Yongchang's expression remained serious. The test was not yet complete. He still needed to assess the performance of this material under low-pressure conditions. Lu Yongchang gestured toward Fong Su, who nodded in understanding and activated the vacuum apparatus nearby. As a deep humming sound resonated, the air within the glass chamber was gradually extracted. Watching the pressure gauge's readings steadily decline, even Lu Yongchang broke into a cold sweat. It must be acknowledged that superconducting materials exhibit an exceedingly intense response to environmental fluctuations. Historically, these materials would lose their superconducting properties with even the slightest variation in temperature or pressure. Under the influence of such immense currents, should the superconducting effect dissipate, even a minuscule resistance can generate an extraordinarily powerful heat instantaneously. The consequence, naturally, will be the severance of the world's sole room-temperature superconducting wire. Moments later, as he gazed at the unperturbed resistance curve on the testing apparatus, Lu Yongchang's face finally illuminated with a radiant smile. He gently wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, raised his right hand triumphantly, and exclaimed, "We did it. We have succeeded." Beside him, Fong Su, visibly exhilarated, swiftly deactivated the instruments and rushed to Lu Yongchang's side, giving his shoulder an enthusiastic pat. "Well done. We have achieved room-temperature superconducting technology. Academician Fong, we must prepare for the modification of the stellar simulator." Lu Yongchang quickly extricated himself from the euphoria of success and stated solemnly, "I will notify the laboratory staff immediately. We shall commence the modification work on the stellar simulator this afternoon." Chapter 18. Reconstruction of the star simulator half a month later. Within the confines of the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandao University, Lu Yongchang sat quietly in the office allocated exclusively to him. He furrowed his brow slightly, swiftly calculating various formulas on an A4 sheet of paper with his steel pen. Over the course of these 2 weeks, the room-temperature superconducting wires, crafted from carbon nanotubes, have been successfully fabricated. It is worth noting the immense power of the national apparatus. The moment the breakthrough in room-temperature superconducting material technology was announced, Minister Hong personally issued the manufacturing orders. Though Lu Yongchang possessed a comprehensive preparation plan for carbon nanotubes, the prevailing manufacturing processes meant that only the Xiaosheng Group, a company specializing in high-precision equipment production, had the capacity to mass-produce superconducting wires that met the established standards. As for foreign enterprises, Hong Qiming was no fool. Should he place orders with them, it wouldn't be long before several Western nations would master room-temperature superconducting technology, fueled by substantial funding and administrative directives. The production capacity of Xiaosheng Group's carbon nanotube wires expanded rapidly. In just half a month, superconducting wires valued at over 100 million had arrived at the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandao University. Inside the laboratory, an antiquated star simulator device had been installed. However, the outer spiral wires of the simulator had been entirely dismantled by the staff. The interior cavity of the simulator had been replaced days prior with a newly manufactured chamber. The material used for this new cavity was, of course, the innovative material that Lu Yongchang had derived on the blackboard. According to material tests, the interior chamber constructed from this new material could withstand the staggering temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees Celsius generated during nuclear fusion reactions. Moreover, Fong Su was astonished to discover during the material testing that this new material could also perfectly resist radiation damage produced by nuclear fusion. Alongside his excitement, a sense of admiration for Lu Yongchang began to swell within Fong Su. Such a formidable material had been conceived by a mere sophomore undergraduate. Fong Su couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame. At his age, he had truly squandered opportunities, unbeknownst to Lu Yongchang, who remained oblivious to Fong Su's thoughts. He was diligently examining the dimensional parameters of the star simulator in his office. According to Fong Su, This simulator had originally been utilized by a research institute in Country D. As for why it was no longer in use, the answer led back to the initial conundrum. The manufacturing complexity of the star simulator was extraordinarily high. Unlike the orderly spiral shape of a tokamak, the form of the star simulator resembled a chaotic ball of yarn. Each wire's position required meticulous calculations to ensure the generation of a magnetic field at specific angles. At that moment, Lu Yongchang was engrossed in this task. He needed to compute the precise locations of each superconducting wire based on the simulator's dimensional parameters, guaranteeing that a closed, twisted, ring-shaped magnetic cage could be formed within the simulator's interior to confine the extremely high-temperature plasma. Lu Yongchang gently set down the pen in his hand, exhaling a deep breath laden with relief. After several days of intensive calculations, he had finally achieved a gratifying result. According to his computations, these superconducting coils could generate an extraordinarily potent magnetic field, reaching an intensity of 100 Tesla. This would mark the creation of the most formidable artificial magnetic field on Earth. Such a 100 Tesla magnetic field could flawlessly confine fusion plasma, reaching millions of degrees. At the very center of the reactor's chamber, he rose from his seat and sauntered to the office door, gently turning the doorknob. The sound of the office door opening caught Fong Su's attention. Have you completed the calculations? Upon seeing the relaxed expression on Lu Yongchang's face, a flicker of surprise crossed Fong Su's eyes, prompting him to inquire. Has it only been a few days? It has barely been over 3 days, hasn't it? How could Lu Yongchang possibly finish such a complex calculation in so short time? Fong Su found it hard to believe. Sensing the skepticism in Fong Su's gaze, Lu Yongchang chuckled softly. Of course I completed it. As he spoke, he handed a stack of A4 papers to Fong Su. Why not? Check it for yourself. Fong Su, astonished, accepted the A4 papers Lu Yongchang had offered. As he scanned the densely packed equations, he felt a slight lump in his throat. Though reluctant to admit it, he found himself struggling to comprehend the calculations. Ahem, I trust your results. With that, Fong Su returned the stack of A4 papers to Lu Yongchang, his expression turning serious. Perhaps we should have Tianhe one verify your calculations? Lu Yongchang paused, then nodded gently in agreement with Fong Su's suggestion. Given the significance of controlled nuclear fusion, all research resources were prioritized for the Sandow Co-Nuclear Physics Laboratory. As soon as the application was submitted, the usage time for Tianhe 1 was allocated. Fong Su meticulously input each of Lu Yongchang's computed results into the computer, which was subsequently processed by Tianhe 1. At that moment, the true power of the supercomputer became evident. Within a mere half hour, the computation results appeared before Fong Su and Lu Yongchang. Success. The emergence of the superconducting wire layout plan signified that the transformation of the Mach Star project had entered its final stage. Specific angular coil supports were installed on the exterior of the Mach Star apparatus. These supports were designed to secure the coils in place. After all, for the Mach Star apparatus, even the slightest shift in the external superconducting coils could spell disaster. Should the internal toroidal magnetic cage be compromised, the plasma, at millions of degrees, would directly contact the inner surface. Surely, no one wished to witness such a catastrophic outcome. Therefore, as they completed the final modifications to the Mach Star apparatus, both Lu Yongchang and Fong Su remained exceptionally vigilant, fearing even the tiniest oversight. 3 days later, the transformation of the aged Mach Star apparatus was entirely completed. Yongchang, when shall we commence the first ignition experiment? Fong Su's voice resonated from beside him. Unconsciously, Fong Su had already regarded Lu Yongchang as his superior, seeking his opinion before every research decision. Now was no exception. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he diverted his gaze from the calculations on the A4 paper on his desk and spoke in a deep voice. Academician Fong, proceed with the report. This afternoon, we shall commence the first ignition experiment. As Fong Su submitted the application for the inaugural ignition experiment to Hong Chiming, a noticeable transformation unfolded within Sandow University. Dozens of Special Forces soldiers, clad in civilian attire, infiltrated the campus. and the primary access routes to the nuclear physics laboratory were completely sealed off. Furthermore, snipers had already set up their rifles and observation equipment on some high-rise buildings near the laboratory. It is no exaggeration to say that, at this moment, the nuclear physics laboratory resembled a bird unable to safely take flight. All these measures were implemented to ensure that the controlled nuclear fusion experiment remained undisturbed by any external, unknown factors. Chapter 19. Ignition. The transformations occurring at Sandow Co-University could hardly escape the notice of the observant. What is happening? Why are these roads all blocked? A few male students strolled through the university, their faces etched with confusion. Could it be that a significant figure has arrived at the school? One student, gazing at the obstructed pathways, ventured a hypothesis. Another student slowly shook his head, responding in a grave tone. It shouldn't be a prominent individual. I just checked the forum, and it seems all routes leading to the nuclear physics laboratory have been sealed off. What? The nuclear physics laboratory? Are they conducting nuclear tests there? The first student nodded solemnly. I wonder if you've heard the news. The nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow Co-University has been engaged in research related to controlled nuclear fusion, coupled with the recent news from ITER. Do you think it's possible that a laboratory is conducting controlled nuclear fusion experiments? This speculation was evidently far more plausible than the previous one. If that is indeed the case, then our country is on the verge of mastering controlled nuclear fusion. Hearing his classmates' words, the student who had proposed the hypothesis rolled his eyes in irritation. How could that be? This is controlled nuclear fusion we're talking about. I estimate this is merely an experiment. The last time I spoke with my advisor, he mentioned that it would take at least several more years for controlled nuclear fusion to mature. Meanwhile, within the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow Co-University, everyone, stay alert. Check the operational status of the components of the imitation star device. If everything is in order, prepare to energize for the first fusion test. With a commanding voice from Lu Yongchang, the researchers in the laboratory promptly took their positions and began the inspection process. Cooling system, normal. Laser generator, normal. Superconducting coils, in good condition. As the reports echoed through the room, the expressions on Lu Yongchang and Feng Su's faces grew increasingly serious. Upon the completion of the final inspection, a flicker of excitement sparkled in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he resolutely issued the command. Energize. A researcher beside him pulled the switch, and a deep humming sound gradually resonated as an incredibly powerful current surged through the superconducting coils surrounding the imitation star device. Magnetic field strength? Lu Yongchang inquired loudly. A researcher responsible for monitoring the magnetic field strength replied, "The current magnetic field strength is 50 teslas." Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. A magnetic field strength of 50 teslas is sufficient. After all, this is only a test, and not the actual commencement of controlled nuclear fusion. Now, let the first ignition experiment of controlled nuclear fusion begin. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang reached for the computer before him and pressed several keys. A mixture of deuterium and tritium gas was injected into the reactor. In the next moment, the heating apparatus began to activate. Under the operation of the heating device, the deuterium-tritium mixture would be heated to an extremely high temperature until it completely transformed into a plasma state. The deuterium-tritium mixture in a plasma state is firmly confined within the operational trajectory of the stellarator by the powerful magnetic fields within. Countless parameters flicker across the computer screen before him, a vibrant tapestry of curves and numbers dancing in Lu Yongchang's eyes, coalescing into a breathtaking tableau. Ready for ignition, El commanded in a deep voice. Beside him, Feng Su swallowed nervously and pressed a button on the control panel. In the next moment, an intensely powerful laser beam struck the plasma state deuterium-tritium mixture. Boom! The curve on the temperature sensor instantaneously traced an elegant line, ascending sharply at an angle nearing 90 degrees. Within mere seconds, the temperature of the plasma state deuterium-tritium mixture soared to over 100 million degrees Celsius. The flame of fusion was ignited. Nuclear fusion had commenced. At such extreme temperatures, a deuterium atom and a tritium atom reacted, producing a helium atom and a neutron. In this process, a tremendous amount of energy was released. The temperature reached a critical point. A substantial number of neutrons were detected. An excited researcher shouted urgently. The eyes of everyone present flickered with anticipation. As professionals, they understood the implications of his words. The nuclear fusion reaction had indeed transpired within the chamber of the stellarator before them. Observing the exceptionally stable data on the computer screen, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Fong Su's eyes. We did it. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, Fong's face flushed and his lips quivered slightly. In contrast, Lu Yongchang's reaction was notably subdued. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, a serene expression gracing his features. After all, this was merely an ignition experiment. As it was just an ignition experiment, the quantity of deuterium-tritium gas was not substantial. A few minutes later, the fusion fuel was nearly depleted, and the fusion reaction within the reactor gradually ceased. L's gaze shifted slightly, and he promptly commanded, "Quick, check the status of the stellarator. Now is not the time for celebration." Several researchers lowered their heads to examine the computer screen before them. The cooling system is functioning well. The external temperature of the stellarator is stable. The first report came from a distance. L asked in a deep voice, "What is the external temperature now?" 25 degrees Celsius. L nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the cooling equipment was operating efficiently. In the next moment, he turned to another researcher and inquired loudly, "What is the condition of the reactor?" "The reactor is in good condition. No radiation damage detected." Only then did a radiant smile illuminate Lu Yongchang's face. The first phase of controllable nuclear fusion had been successfully accomplished. The next considerations would revolve around the control system for controllable nuclear fusion and the selection of the power generation apparatus. Should humanity continue its glorious tradition of boiling water, or pursue a more advanced alternative? These questions swirled in Lu Yongchang's mind. Snap! A heavy hand came down upon his shoulder. Lu Yongchang shuddered slightly, awakening from his reverie. Turning his head, he found Fong Su gazing at him with a broad smile. "I said the ignition was a success, and yet you remain lost in thought? Come on, let us go. Tonight, I shall treat you. I'll take you out for a splendid meal to celebrate." That very evening, a piece of news quietly appeared on the official website of Sandow University. Warm congratulations to the Sandow Nuclear Physics Laboratory for the successful operation of controlled nuclear fusion. Simultaneously, the trending topics on Weibo underwent a subtle change. The first successful controlled nuclear fusion experiment in Xia country. In an instant, countless netizens, indulging in late-night gossip, flooded the comments section. "No way. Is this for real? They succeeded just like that? I thought Xia country had just withdrawn from ITER. Could it be that the rumors were true, and Xia country really stole relevant information? Come on, that is absurd. Isn't that akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? I refuse to believe Xia country would engage in such foolishness." Leaving aside such ominous thoughts, I am confident that even without ITER, we can develop our own controlled nuclear fusion device. Chapter 20. Across the ocean in the United States. Within the presidential office of the White House, a Chinese newspaper lay quietly upon the president's desk. The bold red characters stood out vividly against the monochrome backdrop. Exciting news. The controlled nuclear fusion ignition at Sandow University Laboratory has been successfully achieved. With a resounding thud, a hand struck the desk, causing the mahogany surface to tremble. "Damn it!" exclaimed a corpulent middle-aged man with golden hair, his face flushed with anger. "Anthony, can you explain this matter to me?" As the man referred to as Anthony stepped forward, he shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Your Excellency, I believe there is nothing to explain." "What? Nothing to explain? Is this your response as the Secretary of Defense?" The golden-haired man's facial muscles twitched, causing his golden bangs to quiver slightly. "Tell me, Anthony, how did you phrase it back then? You said that as long as we expel the Xi'an nation from the ITER program, we would maintain a perpetual lead in controlled nuclear fusion. If my memory serves me correctly, those were your exact words, were they not?" Anthony's expression darkened as he observed the unfolding scene. "And now," Albert continued, "tell me, what does this newspaper say?" He angrily seized the paper and flung it onto the floor before Anthony. Anthony's lips twitched slightly as he lowered his gaze to examine the newspaper. After a moment of contemplation, he replied solemnly, "Mr. President, I do not understand Chinese." This unexpected response took Albert completely by surprise. His mouth agape. He gazed incredulously at Anthony. "Anthony, you... All right, very well." Albert's anger turned to incredulous amusement. "You cannot read Chinese. So let me enlighten you on what it states." The newspaper declared that the Xi'an nation had successfully conducted a controlled nuclear fusion ignition experiment. "Do you comprehend that?" Anthony remained impassive, nodding gently. "Yes." "And so?" Albert sneered. "Is this your reply to me?" Taking a deep breath, Anthony responded, "Mr. President, I hope you will take the time to read this report thoroughly before expressing your grievances. As a member of the ITER program, the Xi'an nation naturally possesses a portion of controlled nuclear fusion technology. In my view, this so-called ignition experiment is not a cause for concern. They are still far from truly mastering controlled nuclear fusion." Albert's expression softened slightly. As he regained his composure, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, prompting him to inquire again, "Are you suggesting that?" Anthony gestured behind him. "Mr. President, I believe it would be best for professionals to elucidate these technical matters for you." As he spoke, Anthony turned slightly and addressed the individual behind him. "Professor Collins, the floor is now yours." An elderly gentleman with graying hair approached slowly, leaning on a cane, and respectfully bowed to Albert, saying, "Good day, Mr. President." Albert furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before softly inquiring, "If I recall correctly, you were the lead professor dispatched to ITER a few years ago, correct?" A flicker of excitement crossed Professor Collins' eyes. "Indeed, Mr. President, I am astonished that you remember me." Albert nodded gently, his demeanor somewhat haughty as he remarked, "So, do you have something to elucidate for me?" Professor Collins eagerly nodded, his expression turning somewhat urgent as he stated, "Mr. President, I believe you need not be concerned about the recent news from Xiagua." Albert's gaze shifted slightly, gesturing for him to continue while adjusting himself into a more comfortable position. "I have reviewed the reports from Xiagua. The controllable nuclear fusion device they employed is a stellarator, not the traditional tokamak." Upon hearing this, Albert's brow furrowed tightly. He had some recollection of the tokamak. After all, a significant portion of the funding for the tokamak involved in the ITER project came from the United States. However, he was perplexed by the mention of a stellarator. He looked at Professor Collins with a hint of confusion. "Professor, what exactly is this stellarator you mentioned?" Realizing the bewilderment in Albert's eyes, Professor Collins quickly responded, "Mr. President, you need not concern yourself with the specifics of the stellarator. You only need to know this. The stellarator is an obsolete device. The reason for its obsolescence is straightforward. Its production costs are exorbitant, and the manufacturing complexities often lead to failures in achieving nuclear fusion. The stellarator at Sandauco University in Xiagua, I can surmise, likely originated from a nearly defunct stellarator in D country from a few years ago." Albert gazed at Professor Collins in disbelief. "Are you certain? A decrepit stellarator could successfully ignite nuclear fusion?" Clearly, Albert was skeptical of Professor Collins' assertions. Professor Collins nodded emphatically, "Mr. President, you should be aware that the quality of D country's technology has always been commendable. I suspect this is also why Xiagua may have achieved some success. However, such an outdated device is undoubtedly unreliable. Thus, you may note that the duration of Xiagua's controllable nuclear fusion is a mere 2 minutes. Perhaps you are unaware that the tokamak at ITER has already extended the duration of controllable nuclear fusion to 26 minutes. Professor Collins' remarks considerably warmed Albert's previously rigid expression. "Then, in your opinion, regarding Xiagua's research on controllable nuclear fusion, impossible. Xiagua could never achieve significant advancements in controllable nuclear fusion with a stellarator." Without a trace of hesitation, Professor Collins declared firmly, "The stellarator has long been proven to be a futile endeavor." Upon hearing these words, a smile finally graced Albert's face. As long as the Summer Nation fails to master controllable nuclear fusion, the position of the United States shall remain unshaken. "However, Mr. President, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." A flicker of hesitation passed through Professor Collins' eyes. "Speak," perhaps buoyed by the recent good news. A subtle smile lingered on Albert's lips as he gently nodded. "Mr. President, The United States should also embark on the construction of its own controllable nuclear fusion device. Professor Collins spoke with a hint of apprehension. We cannot perpetually share experimental results with ITER. In the forthcoming experiment, ITER plans to extend the controllable nuclear fusion duration to over 30 minutes. If successful, perhaps the epic of humanity mastering controllable nuclear fusion is imminent, and we, the United States, ought to prepare in advance. Chapter 21. Meeting with Congressman Lee. Professor Collins' words caused President Albert to furrow his brow. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. This indeed poses a challenge. Similar to the Summer Nation, our country currently lacks a controllable nuclear fusion device of its own. President Albert's murmured thoughts ignited a spark of realization in Professor Collins. He quickly interjected, "You are absolutely correct, Your Excellency. We require a fusion reactor that truly belongs to us." After a moment of contemplation, Albert replied, "Grant me some time, Professor. The Congress will not approve without a precise timeline." Faced with Albert's penetrating gaze, Professor Collins hesitated momentarily before suggesting, "Perhaps, around 10 years?" Albert's brow instantly knitted in disbelief. 10 years? Professor, are you jesting? Not only I, but Congress would undoubtedly reject such a timeline. With a sheepish chuckle, Professor Collins quickly amended, 5 years. I firmly believe that within 5 years, a fusion reactor belonging to our nation will come to fruition. Albert nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the inner ring of the Summer Nation's capital, in a building that could not be located on any map, Hong Chiming, with a serious expression, knocked once more on the office door. "Come in." Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he gently pushed open the somewhat heavy wooden door. "Congressman Lee." Hong Chiming slightly bowed, paying his respects to the elderly man behind the desk. Upon seeing Hong Chiming, the elder's face broke into a broad smile. He rose slowly and approached Hong Chiming, nodding in approval. Good. You've executed this matter splendidly." A hint of a smile appeared on Hong Chiming's otherwise serious face as he softly replied, "I never anticipated that Lu Yongchang would be so formidable." Congressman Lee's eyes flickered with a trace of nostalgia. "Indeed. I have reviewed the report you sent over a couple of days ago." In the next moment, Congressman Lee shifted the conversation's tone to a serious one. "Chiming, what are your thoughts on Lu Yongchang?" Hong Chiming's pupil constricted sharply. Lee's inquiry ignited a vague speculation within him. Could it be that Congressman Lee is preparing to? He dared not withhold the truth and promptly recounted everything he had observed. After listening to Hong Chiming's account, Congressman Lee nodded thoughtfully. "It appears this young man suits your taste. I intend to cultivate him as the next generation's leader. What do you think?" Hong Chiming inhaled deeply before responding earnestly, "Congressman, I believe Lu Yongchang is indeed capable of shouldering this responsibility." A satisfied smile graced Congressman Lee's face. "In that case, in a couple of days, bring him to see me. I wish to meet him personally." "What? Congressman Lee wishes to meet me?" Even though Lu Yongchang had encountered numerous prominent figures in his previous life, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Congressman Lee would notice him so swiftly. But what could be the reason? It was merely an ignition experiment for controllable nuclear fusion, hardly enough to capture the attention of Congressman Lee. After pondering for a long time without arriving at an answer, a flattering smile emerged on Lu Yongchang's face as he approached Hong Chiming. "Minister Hong, do you know why Congressman Lee wishes to meet with me?" Hong Chiming glanced at the grinning Lu Yongchang with a hint of helplessness. He truly wondered how this young man could be so unperturbed in his presence. After all, he was a congressman of considerable rank. Despite his inner perplexity, he relayed all the information he possessed to Lu Yongchang. "Congressman Lee intends to cultivate you as a leading figure of the younger generation. You must be prepared." Upon hearing this, not only did Lu Yongchang's smile fade to a more serious demeanor, but even Fong Su beside him felt his pupils constrict in surprise. Lu Yongchang solemnly inquired, "Minister Hong, did Congressman Lee truly express this?" "Absolutely, without a doubt." Hong Chiming's emphatic response ignited a flicker of excitement in Lu Yongchang's eyes. If this were to come to fruition, he would have a greater assurance against the impending calamity. Originally, he had estimated that it would take him around 3 years to achieve his current accomplishments. Yet now, within the span of less than a month. He had completed all preliminary plans. Minister Hong, when do we set off? Hong Chiming smiled gently at the eager young man before him. Tomorrow, I will personally take you to meet Congressman Li. The following day, at the entrance of a mysterious building within the capital's first ring road, a black Audi A6 came to a slow halt. As the car door opened, a middle-aged man stepped out first, followed by a university student with a hint of youthful naivety still lingering on his face. Yongchang, when you meet Congressman Li, be sure not to speak out of turn and maintain a serious demeanor. Understood? Hong Chiming's eyes revealed a touch of apprehension. As Lu Yongchang asked guarantor, if anything were to go awry, he would likely find himself in a precarious position as well. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, remaining silent. Seeing this, a smile crept into Hong Chiming's eyes. He hadn't expected this young fellow would ever feel nervous. In all their previous encounters, he had never seen him display such a demeanor. Hong Chiming's teasing brought Lu Yongchang back to the present, and he felt a flicker of disbelief. Nervous? He was not nervous. He was merely contemplating how to emphasize the importance of aerospace technology development to Congressman Li. However, since Minister Hong had made such a remark, he chose to remain silent and acquiesce. It was hardly the moment to contradict him. After all, as a former chief scientist, he was not lacking in emotional intelligence. Rest assured, Congressman Li is quite amiable. Noticing Lu Yongchang's continued silence, Minister Hong's smile broadened, and he gently patted him on the shoulder. Let us proceed. We wouldn't want to keep Congressman Li waiting. Zap, zap, zap. The rhythmic knocking resonated through the tranquil corridor. Gumin, a voice belonging to an elder, echoed from within. The heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a familiar and unpretentious office that appeared before Lu Yongchang. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes. In his previous life, he was indeed a frequent visitor to this very office. Lu Yongchang, is it? Upon seeing a smile graced the elder's face, and he gradually rose from his chair, approaching him. Memberly scrutinized Lu Yongchang from head to toe, exclaiming in admiration, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. A person of great stature." He placed his hand on Lu Yongchang's shoulder and said, "On behalf of the Xiaogua, I thank you." To L's astonishment, Memberly even bent slightly in deference. Memberly observed Hong Chiming with a hint of urgency in his eyes, exclaiming, "You mustn't." Lu Yongchang quickly reacted, instinctively preparing to assist Memberly, but he found himself firmly anchored in place by the elder's left hand, forced to endure the gesture of respect. "Memberly, what is this?" Lu Yongchang managed a wry smile. "I have merely done what a researcher ought to do." Upon standing, Memberly was touched by these words. Responding, "What one ought to do?" "Splendid. Just the other day, I inquired about your standing from Minister Hong. Initially, I thought Minister Hong might have shown some bias towards you, but it appears he spoke nothing but the truth." With a knowing glance towards the awkwardly grinning Hong Chiming, Memberly continued affirmatively, "You, my boy. Splendid. If all the youth of Xiaogua were like you, how could our nation not thrive?" Chapter 22. The doubts of Congressman Li. In response to Congressman Li's affirmation, Lu Yongchang's face bore a faint smile. Observing the somewhat placid expression of Lu Yongchang before him, Congressman Li's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. In his experience, few could maintain such composure under his commendation. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly inquired, "Yongchang, what are your thoughts on the future trajectory of technological development in Xi'an Nation?" As soon as the words left his lips, a spark of excitement flickered in Hong Chiming's eyes. Here it comes. Based on Congressman Li's demeanor, he was certain that as long as Lu Yongchang responded appropriately to this question, the mantle of leadership for the new generation would undoubtedly fall upon him. Lu Yongchang's gaze shifted slightly. Like Hong Chiming, he too sensed the underlying implication of Congressman Li's statement. Before entering the office, Hong Chiming's admonitions echoed in his mind. Although he understood the subtext of Hong Chiming's words, he could not afford to respond conventionally to this inquiry. The image of helium flashes occurring on the sun continued to flicker in his mind. How could he dare to slow his pace? Taking a deep breath, Lu Yongchang began. "Congressman Li, I believe that Xi'an Nation should set its sights on the cosmos." Hong Chiming was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flashing with urgency. This lad, He had clearly advised him against speaking recklessly. Lu Yongchang continued unabated. At present, we have successfully ignited the spark of nuclear fusion. It can be asserted that Xia Nation is merely a half step away from fully mastering controllable nuclear fusion. Congressman Li, as a researcher and scholar, it is my duty to remind you that controllable nuclear fusion technology is of paramount importance. It is pivotal to the nation's fortunes. Xia Nation now stands at a crucial juncture in history. The door to a new world lies before us. Whether we push it open or retreat depends entirely on our forthcoming actions. Congressman Li furrowed his brow slightly, gazing thoughtfully at the articulate Lu Yongchang before him. Yongchang. However, Hong Qiming could no longer contain himself and whispered urgently to Lu Yongchang, attempting to interrupt his discourse. Congressman Li abruptly raised his left hand, gesturing to halt Hong Qiming's actions. He cast a meaningful glance at Hong Qiming and slowly said, "Let him finish." Then, turning once more to Lu Yongchang, Congressman Li inquired with significance, "Are you suggesting that Xia Nation needs to expedite the development of controllable nuclear fusion?" Lu Yongchang nodded gently. "Not only that, but Xia Nation must also extend its vision beyond Earth." Beyond Earth? Indeed. Lu Yongchang's gaze was resolute, undeterred by the confusion evident in Congressman Li and Hong Qiming's expressions. He continued, "The moon, Mars, or even beyond the solar system." Cough, cough. Yongchang. Hong Qiming cleared his throat, reminding him that he was straying a bit far. Congressman Li slowly shook his head, a smile creeping into his eyes. "No matter. Young people are entitled to have dreams, after all." Upon hearing the remarks from Congressman Li, Hong Qiming let out a subtle sigh of relief. He cast a furtive glare at Lu Yongchang. This impudent youth. He truly dares to utter anything in front of Congressman Li. Once we return, I shall impart a thorough lesson to him. Meanwhile, a hint of regret flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Indeed, it is still premature to speak of such matters. Only when the signs of the sun's decline become evident a year hence can he formally present his plans. For now, he must focus on accumulating the necessary technologies for the grand initiative of the stars and oceans that lies ahead. Congressman Li remained silent for a moment before speaking again. "Yongchang, rest assured, the controllable nuclear fusion project will be the focal point of Xia Nation's development in the coming years. What you need to do now is to refine the controllable nuclear fusion technology in the laboratory, and when the time is ripe, Xia Nation will naturally establish a controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor." Lu Yongchang nodded in silence. "All right, you may leave now. Minister Hong and I have some matters to discuss." As soon as the office door closed, Hong Qiming spoke urgently. "Congressman Li, that boy Lu Yongchang. He is merely too young." All right. Congressman Li's face was alight with a smile. "I understand your sentiment. I am well aware that Lu Yongchang is a talent with great potential. I retained you for another matter." As he spoke, Congressman Li handed a document to Hong Qiming. Hong Qiming breathed a sigh of relief and reached for the document. However, upon glimpsing its contents, his brow furrowed tightly. This is the investigation result from the Second Bureau of National Security," Congressman Li stated nonchalantly. Hong Qiming's pupils constricted sharply, and his hands trembled slightly as he grasped the document. It was indeed intelligence from the Second Bureau of National Security. This agency is on par with the CIA of the United States, MI5 of Y Nation, and the KGB of the Soviet Union. Congressman Li's gaze was profound as he spoke quietly. According to the investigation, although Lu Yongchang has previously exhibited outstanding achievements, he seems to lack any exceptional qualities. Hong Qiming swallowed hard. "Are you implying that there are issues with Lu Yongchang?" Congressman Li slowly shook his head. "There are no issues per se. I've reviewed his parents' information, and it is entirely clean. Otherwise, he would not have gained access to this office." His tone was remarkably calm. Yet, a chill ran down Hong Qiming's spine. He hastily inquired, "Then what do you mean?" Congressman Li did not respond immediately, but pressed a button beside his desk. "Is the result ready?" he inquired in a mild tone. "Moments latte." A steady male voice resonated in the office. From the time he entered the office until his departure, a total of 11 minutes and 25 seconds elapsed. During this period, Lu Yongchang's heart rate exhibited two fluctuations, accompanied by pupil dilation and a series of other symptoms. When did this occur? For the first time? It was in response to your inquiry. The second time was before leaving the office. Memberly nodded thoughtfully and inquired once more. What did the psychological assessment conclude? According to the evaluation, Lu Yongchang harbored no malevolent intentions. Everything he said seemed to stem from genuine conviction. However, he has concealed certain matters. Memberly slowly nodded in agreement. This aligns perfectly. Ever since he encountered Lu Yongchang, an inexplicable feeling had welled up within him, as if Lu Yongchang harbored a monumental secret deep within. Hong Qiming swallowed hard and quietly asked, Memberly, should we perhaps revoke Lu Yongchang's title of Chief Engineer of Controlled Nuclear Fusion? A subtle smile graced the corners of Memberly's mouth, a knowing expression emerging on his wrinkled visage. There is no rush. Having secrets is not an issue. Everyone possesses secrets, including myself and you as well. With that, Memberly's gaze lingered momentarily on Hong Qiming's face. Hong Qiming's heart skipped a beat. After a brief pause, Memberly continued, I only need to ascertain that he harbors no ill will toward Xiagua. Moreover, given his substantial contributions to controlled nuclear fusion, Xiagua is certainly not a nation that betrays its benefactors. Hong Qiming looked at Member Li with a hint of confusion. Then Memberly pondered for a moment and replied slowly, let him continue in his role as chief engineer. Furthermore, we must expedite the initiation of the second experiment. I hope that within a year, the light of fusion can shine upon the land of Xiagua. Chapter 23. The rise of public opinion the following day, as the world remained blissfully unaware. A significant piece of news quietly graced the front page of the newspaper. The Xi'an Nation's Controlled Nuclear Fusion Experimentation Initiative officially commences today. Unsurprisingly, this announcement also ascended to the top of trending topics on social media. In an instant, it sparked a flurry of comments from netizens. Wait, has the controlled nuclear fusion experiment officially begun? I recall that just a couple of days ago, ignition was successfully achieved. This progress seems rather rapid, doesn't it? Could someone elaborate on what this news truly signifies? An explanation soon surfaced. The successful ignition merely indicates that the Xi'an nation can ignite nuclear fusion within a controlled apparatus. But the true mastery of controlled nuclear fusion remains a distant goal. The current experimental reactor is where the genuine research into controlled nuclear fusion begins. Now it makes sense. Nonetheless, that is still quite rapid. One can only hope that the Xi'an nation can outpace ITER and be the first to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. I have my doubts. I've heard that ITER's technology is nearing maturity, and at this juncture, excluding the Xi'an nation would seem quite apparent to all. Simultaneously, an article emerged on a popular QA platform titled Futile Endeavor. The Stellarator cannot possibly achieve controlled nuclear fusion. As time progressed, the article's influence began to gain momentum. Shares, likes, and comments proliferated. The power of the internet is profoundly immense. Within a mere span of hours, this article surged to the pinnacle of trending topics on social media. Upon returning from a meeting with Councilman Li, Lu Yongchang wasted no time and promptly entered the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandao University. He needed to expedite the initiation of the second controlled nuclear fusion experiment. Only by genuinely achieving prolonged, controlled nuclear fusion within the Stellarator could he propose the construction of a fusion demonstration reactor to Councilman Li. What is this nonsense? It infuriates me. Just as Lu Yongchang was immersed in analyzing the data collected from the initial ignition, the office door was flung open, and the furious voice of Fong Su echoed from the threshold. Observing Fong Su's flushed countenance, Lu Yongchang momentarily paused, setting aside his pen to inquire, what has happened? Which researcher has miscalculated the data this time? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Fong Su shook his head vigorously, then retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocking the screen and placing it before Lu Yongchang. Take a look at what they're saying online. It truly enrages me. Even the most absurd clowns are able to voice their opinions. A hint of confusion flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes as curiosity drew him toward the screen of the phone on his desk. Recognizing the familiar interface, he couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, academician Fong. I see you're browsing on that platform. Fong Su shot a glare at Lu Yongchang, exasperated. What are you talking about? I don't browse that nonsense. A friend sent me this link. Lu Yongchang chuckled and shook his head, swiping the screen to reveal the article. Futile endeavor. The stellarator cannot possibly achieve controlled nuclear fusion. Upon catching sight of the title, he raised an eyebrow slightly, and his expression turned markedly serious. The article was not particularly lengthy, merely a few hundred words. However, its content proved somewhat glaring. The initial half of the piece objectively delineated the distinctions between the stellarator and the tokamak device, emphasizing that the stellarator is an apparatus discarded by Western nations. At this juncture, Lu Yongchang looked up at Fong Su with a bewildered expression. What? What is the matter? Isn't it well written? These are indeed facts. Fong Su let out a deep sigh, urging him to continue reading. With a look of skepticism, Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su before scrolling further down the screen. Gradually, he began to sense the underlying issues. The first half of the article appeared to be a legitimate scientific exposition. However, the latter half took a decidedly skewed turn. Initially, the article claimed that the ITER tokamak could sustain a fusion reaction for as long as 26 minutes, thereby highlighting the deficiencies of the stellarator. After all, during the first ignition experiment, the stellarator had only managed approximately 2 minutes of fusion. Furthermore, the article explicitly stated that Sandow Co-University had secured a staggering $10 billion in research funding through this stellarator project. At the conclusion, the author vehemently criticized the nuclear physics laboratory at Sandow Co-University, accusing it of exploiting funds, being overly ambitious, and squandering public resources of the nation, rendering both the university and the laboratory utterly contemptible. Do you see? I wonder who this author is. If I find out, I shall surely. Fong Su's voice, filled with indignation, trailed off. In stark contrast to Fong Su's reaction, Lu Yongchang nonchalantly closed the webpage and returned the phone to him. Observing Lu Yongchang's demeanor, Fong Su felt somewhat disoriented. He reached out to take back his phone with a puzzled expression. Yongchang, are you not angry? To him, this article was tantamount to a direct insult aimed at them. As an academician of the Academy of Sciences, he reflected that he could hardly swallow such an affront. He assumed that Lu Yongchang, as the chief engineer of the controlled nuclear fusion project, would be even more incensed. Yet, reality delivered a resounding slap to Fong Su's expectations. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly, shaking his head slowly. It is merely the opinions of a social media influencer, designed to confuse public perception. There is no need to be irate. Should we abandon our work to pen a rebuttal online? Fong Su was momentarily rendered speechless. As Lu Yongchang glanced at the data laid out on the table, he continued with a casual air. We are scientists. We need not concern ourselves with fleeting slights. I firmly believe that once we successfully achieve controlled nuclear fusion with the stellarator, these so-called rumors will dissipate. Let us not forget what controlled nuclear fusion signifies for our nation. With that, Lu Yongchang immersed himself entirely in the materials before him. As for Fong Su, he stood there, a myriad of emotions etched upon his face, utterly stunned. Little did he expect that after living for over 40 years, he would be outdone in perception by a mere youth in his early 20s. Controlled nuclear fusion is not merely a matter of personal honor or disgrace. It represents a monumental struggle for national fortune that has not been witnessed in a century. Although Lu Yongchang had chosen to set the matter aside, the dean of the School of Nuclear Physics at Sandow University, Jiang Yongxing, could not let it go. After all, it was an affront to the reputation of Sandow University. He promptly reported the entire incident to Minister Hong Qiming. Hiss. Very well, I understand. I will ensure that a thorough investigation is conducted, came the grave voice of Hong Qiming through the receiver. Chapter 24. The second nuclear fusion experiment begins in the capital city of the Xi'an nation, within a modest villa. A man clad in high-end designer attire, with a pair of plain glasses perched on his nose, was intently fixated on the computer screen before him. The display showcased an Author-S backend interface, with a homepage revealed an article that had garnered countless likes and comments. As the camera zoomed in, the title of the article became increasingly discernible. It was none other than the piece published on a certain platform, lambasting Sandow University, observing the swiftly accumulating likes and comments. A cold smirk crept across the man's lips. This article was bound to yield significant profits for him. Lost in thought, he pressed the F5 key on his keyboard to refresh the page. However, the article that should have appeared on the homepage was now shrouded in a gray hue. What was happening? The man abruptly sprang from his chair, his expression shifting between uncertainty and anger. A dreadful suspicion slowly materialized in his mind. Moving the mouse, he positioned the cursor over the now gray article title and gently clicked the left button. Hello, Deng Haochu, your article has been flagged for. In simpler terms, it was a 404 error. Gazing at the line of deep red characters on the screen, Deng Haochu's face paled instantly. Damn it. He hastily maneuvered the mouse to navigate to the revenue interface. A glaring zero met his eyes. Bang! Deng Haochu slapped his hand down on the computer desk, causing the screen to tremble. Damn Sandow University. Deng Haochu was well aware that this was the handiwork of someone from Sandow University. This matter was far from over. A glint of cold fury flashed in Deng Haochu's eyes. The thought of the millions in revenue that had mysteriously vanished caused a pang of anguish to flicker across his face. A week later, following the deletion and banning of the article across the internet, the negative public sentiment gradually dissipated. At this moment, Sandow University had once again entered a state of heightened alert. The reason was straightforward. The second controllable nuclear fusion experiment was set to commence within the university's nuclear physics laboratory. Within the library of Sandow University, Su Yutong furrowed her brow as she lifted her gaze from the exercise book before her, instinctively glancing towards the seat beside her. As usual, it was empty. She closed her eyes momentarily and let out a deep sigh. Ever since her encounter with Lu Yongchang, she had become somewhat enchanted, visiting the library at the same time each day in hopes of another chance meeting. Yet, after more than 10 days of fruitless attempts, her slightly restless heart began to settle. Perhaps that graduate student only frequented the library on rare occasions. Yutong. Just as Su Yutong fell into contemplation, a crisp voice rang out from beside her. Su Yutong's body jolted slightly as she turned around abruptly. Upon recognizing the newcomer, her tense demeanor relaxed a bit. Chenyin, what brings you here? Chenyin cast a sideways glance at Su Yutong, her voice tinged with irritation as she exclaimed, What? Am I not allowed to come here? She continued, I wonder what has possessed you to linger in this little corner of the library every day. Are you perhaps waiting for someone? Caught off guard by the revelation of her secret, Su Yutong's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Why, you shouldn't say such things. This is a library. Keep your voice down. Chenyin shot another sidelong glance at Su Yutong. Keep my voice down? You might want to check if there's anyone around. Su Yutong paused, quickly rising to survey her surroundings. The vast library was utterly deserted. What is going on? With a deep sigh, Chenyin revealed a look of helplessness. My dear young lady, did you not see yesterday's announcement on campus? Su Yutong shook her head in bewilderment. Taking a step closer, Chenyin grasped Su Yutong's right hand. Come on, we must return to the dormitory immediately. The school issued an announcement last night, instructing all students to remain in their dormitories unless absolutely necessary. I can't fathom how you managed to come out today. If I hadn't known you frequent the library, I wouldn't have known where to find you. Su Yutong's confusion deepened. Why is that? Chenyin tugged at Su Yutong as they headed toward the dormitory. Why? Are you feigning ignorance, or are you truly unaware? Our school's nuclear physics laboratory is conducting its second controllable nuclear fusion experiment today. Meanwhile, inside the nuclear physics laboratory, Lu Yongchang wore a grave expression as he observed the chaotic apparatus before him, resembling a tangled ball of yarn. Let us commence, he declared, foregoing any unnecessary chatter to address Fong Su. Fong Su nodded slightly and turned to issue orders to the nearby researchers. The familiar procedure unfolded. As the power switch was activated, a resonant hum filled the air as an immense current surged through the superconducting coils, forming a closed, distorted ring of magnetic confinement within the apparatus. In the brief interval while the heating device initiated its preheating phase, Fong Su, with an anxious demeanor, inquired of Lu Yongchang. Yongchang, How long do you think we can sustain the controllable nuclear fusion this time? Upon hearing the question, Lu Yongchang shot Fang Su a peculiar glance. What did he mean by how long? To Lu Yongchang, the apparatus now resembled a large-scale fusion reactor from the future, with all the essential components already in place, save for the connection to a generator. Brother Su, I believe the duration depends on how long you wish to maintain it. Fang Su's pupils constricted sharply. The implication of those words. Before he could ponder further, a researcher shouted, "Professor Lu, the preheating is complete." Without the luxury of elaborating to Fang Su, Lu Yongchang spoke in a serious tone. "Inject the deuterium-tritium gas. Prepare for ignition." At the moment when the deuterium-tritium gas transformed into a high-temperature plasma within the apparatus, a laser beam instantaneously struck the surface of the plasma. In mere seconds, the flame of fusion ignited once more, and a surge of neutrons was detected. Nuclear fusion reactions are proceeding normally. Reports echo through the air. Lu Yongchang's expression bears a hint of gravity. Closely monitor the deuterium-tritium material reserves. Should they dwindle, replenish immediately. Unlike the previous experiment, Lu Yongchang's objective this time is to sustain controlled nuclear fusion for an extended duration. Thus, it is imperative that they do not encounter a repeat of the last experiment, where the fusion reaction ceased prematurely due to exhausted fuel. What is the status of heat dissipation? Lu Yongchang inquired in a low voice. The researcher responsible for temperature monitoring promptly replied, "The heat dissipation system is functioning optimally. The surface temperature of the Mockstar device is 25 degrees Celsius. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 27 minutes." Upon witnessing the nuclear fusion reaction surpass the ITER record of 26 minutes, Fang Su's face radiated a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. The exhilaration stemmed from their achievement of a new record, while the trepidation arose from recalling Lu Yongchang's previous mention of the 30-minute threshold for the tokamak device. Seconds ticked by. The 30-minute threshold passed unnoticed beneath Lu Yongchang's unremarkable expression. He glanced at the time, a slight smile gracing his lips. 35 minutes, that should suffice. Prepare to halt. Under the meticulous guidance of the researchers, the heating system gradually ceased, and the current through the superconducting coils diminished. Ultimately, the flames of fusion within the Mockstar device gently extinguished. Chapter 25. Unveiling the Veil. In the heart of the capital, within an exceedingly inconspicuous small bungalow, Deng Haochu sat with a somewhat grim expression on a rather worn sofa. This was a modest studio for a minor program, visible only on a few obscure channels. Yet, it served as his sole means of counterattack at present. With a sudden click, the studio lights flickered to life. Deng surveyed his surroundings, his lips twitching slightly in discontent. To put it bluntly, the studio was undeniably shabby. Apart from a green screen behind him, there were merely 2 tattered sofas. Directly in front stood a camera, while a group of extras sat on small stools, posing as the audience. Observing the motionless faces of the extras, Deng let out a deep sigh. The sole comfort he found was in the presence of the charming female host. "Mr. Deng, the program is about to commence. Since we are live, there are certain matters you need to be mindful of," the host said, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she gently addressed Deng. He nodded repeatedly, yet a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Could such a shabby studio truly broadcast live? What kind of television station would permit such a program to air? The host, naturally, noticed the contempt in Deng's gaze, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. Wasn't he merely a prominent figure on a certain platform? Being invited to this show was already a favor. How could he dare to express dissatisfaction with the production team? With a silent scoff, she thought to herself, she would watch closely to see what this so-called influencer might proclaim. As she entertained such thoughts, her smile grew ever more radiant. The next moment, she turned towards the camera, and once the red light illuminated, she spoke in a lively and articulate manner. "Greetings, dear viewers. I am your host, E. The theme of today's program revolves around the increasingly relevant topic of controllable nuclear fusion engineering. We are honored to have with us an expert in the field, Mr. Deng Haochu. Mr. Deng, could you enlighten us on the knowledge pertaining to controllable nuclear fusion? With that, The host E turned her gaze towards Deng. Perhaps due to the nerves of his first television appearance, Deng's expression appeared somewhat stiff as he awkwardly greeted the camera. Hello everyone, I am Deng Haochu. Recently, the Xia country announced its withdrawal from the ITER program, a news that took me by surprise. What exactly is the ITER program? E inquired at the perfect moment. Deng hastily explained the details of the ITER initiative before continuing. I anticipate that this withdrawal will have a profound impact on Xia's controllable nuclear fusion endeavors. If nothing changes, we are likely to fall further behind Western powers once again. The host, E, looked at Deng Haochu with a face full of surprise and said, But, just recently, Sandow University announced the successful ignition of its controllable nuclear fusion project. How do you explain that? A glint of brilliance flashed in Deng Haochu's eyes. Here it was. This was the question he had been waiting for. A sardonic smile crept onto his somewhat rigid face. As a professional who has long studied controllable nuclear fusion, I can unequivocally inform you that the news of Sandow University's success is laden with exaggeration. Firstly, the controllable nuclear fusion device employed by Sandow University is a relic, a replica of the outdated apparatus discarded by Country D, which has since been forsaken by major Western powers. Secondly, the duration of their controllable nuclear fusion is a mere 2 minutes. He nodded thoughtfully. So, you mean 2 minutes of controllable nuclear fusion? What significance does that hold? A hint of derision flickered in Deng Haochu's eyes. Even Ultraman needs 3 minutes to defeat a small monster, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of laughter erupted from the audience. Seeing the crowd's reaction, which had transformed from a lifeless demeanor to one of engagement, Deng Haochu felt invigorated. I can also share another statistic. ITER's controllable nuclear fusion duration has reached 26 minutes. The disparity between the two is nothing short of astronomical. He interrupted him once more. So, Mr. Deng, according to your assertion, the controllable nuclear fusion duration of Sandow University absolutely cannot surpass the current record held by ITER. Correct? Irritated by the repeated interruptions, Deng Haochu cast a displeased glance at the host. No wonder she remained a mere host of a small program. However, considering they were still recording, Deng Haochu suppressed his frustration. Indeed, if my memory serves me right, Sandow University will conduct its second controllable nuclear fusion experiment today. If all goes as expected, they will soon experience the pitfalls of the replica apparatus. Deng Haochu looked at the host meaningfully. Oh, Mr. Deng, are you implying that the design of the replica apparatus has fatal flaws? At the host's inquiry, Deng Haochu nodded with a knowing smile. Absolutely. Controllable nuclear fusion requires extremely high temperatures. The plasma within the fusion reactor must reach at least hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The primary issue with the replica apparatus lies in its intricate mechanisms. Should any error occur, the plasma at such extreme temperatures could directly contact the inner chamber of the apparatus. Just imagine that scene. As he spoke, Deng Haochu's expression grew increasingly audacious. I can also disclose a little-known fact. Sandow University secured a staggering $1 billion in research funding from the Summer Country Parliament, all thanks to this antiquated replica apparatus. In my opinion, this is sheer folly. This is not research. It is nothing short of a money grab. In an instant, a murmur arose from the audience seated below. As Deng Haochu felt the fervent gazes of those around him, he experienced an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the host beside him wore a rather peculiar expression. Ahem. Mr. Deng, our program is live. Please be mindful of your words. Seemingly caught up in the excitement, Deng Haochu disregarded the host's gentle reminder and continued to speak loudly. What's wrong with going live? Recently, I exposed the dark secrets of Sandow University on a certain platform, only to have my post deleted. This clearly indicates the underhanded dealings taking place within Sandow University. Today, I shall unveil the truth about Sandow University before our vast audience. The host, E, watched in bewilderment as Deng Haochu appeared almost frenzied, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After all, she was merely a junior host, entirely unprepared for such an unexpected situation. Just as chaos enveloped the stage, a staff member suddenly rushed up, leaning in to whisper something in E's ear. What? He looked at the staff member in shock. Are you serious? Upon receiving a nod in confirmation, she instinctively glanced at Deng Haochu, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Chapter 26. News from the Summer Nation Ahem. The female host, gently cleared her throat, interrupting Deng Haochu's impassioned speech. Mr. Deng, there's a piece of news I believe you should hear. Once again interrupted. Deng Haochu resembled a sorcerer disrupted mid-spell, his face flushed with indignation as he glared at the host. Can you not let me finish my words? The host wore an apologetic smile, then softly replied, according to reports, the second nuclear fusion experiment at Sandow University has achieved resounding success. The modified stellarator has maintained controlled nuclear fusion for a remarkable 35 minutes, surpassing the previous record of 26 minutes set by ITER. Deng Haochu's pupils widened slightly, standing frozen in place. Mr. Deng? The host, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, gently reminded him. Did you hear what I just said? Deng Haochu suddenly snapped back to reality, his complexion paling dramatically as he muttered, No, it's impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Mr. Deng, this is the announcement released by Sandow University, the host kindly prompted. Deng Haochu's lips twitched as he suddenly bellowed, Impossible. This is undoubtedly a cover-up. The stellarator cannot possibly operate stably for 35 minutes. Bang! Just as Deng Haochu was raising his voice in the studio, a loud noise erupted from the entrance. All eyes turned towards the studio door, where several stern-faced men in police uniforms entered, striding directly toward Deng Haochu. Are you Deng Haochu? Please accompany us. As he spoke, the lead officer flashed his credentials before Deng Haochu. Evening. In a villa in the capital. As usual, Lu Yongchang sat on the sofa after dinner, reaching for the remote control beside him to turn on the television and tune into the news channel, anticipating the daily news program. As the clock on the wall struck 7, a familiar melody emanated from the television. Good evening, dear viewers. Welcome to today's news from the Summer Nation. Our latest update. The Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Sandow University conducted its second controlled nuclear fusion experiment this afternoon. The experiment has been a resounding success, extending the duration of controlled nuclear fusion to 35 minutes, thus breaking the previous 26-minute record set by ITER. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang's pupils dilated slightly, and he clapped his hands in excitement. Impressive. The nuclear physics program at Sandow University truly deserves its reputation as a top-tier discipline. From the kitchen, a slightly disdainful voice of Zhou Qingru could be heard. I say, why are you shouting over there? You want to even help me with the dishes. Hearing his wife's complaints, Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly and quickly fell silent. The latest news from our station reveals that the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project is a sophomore undergraduate from Sandow Co. Before Lu Yongchang could fully grasp the situation, the television screen shifted. The image displayed a young man clad in a white short-sleeve shirt, wielding a whiteboard marker to inscribe the final line of letters on the blackboard. Under the guidance of Lu Yongchang, the Sandow Co. Nuclear Physics Laboratory has triumphantly overcome numerous technical obstacles, successfully achieving controllable nuclear fusion technology within the lab. Concurrently, the television showcased various clips of Lu Yongchang conducting research in the laboratory. At this moment, Lu Yongchang was somewhat taken aback. He slowly stood up, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at the television, exclaiming, Qingru, come quickly and take a look. Zhou Qingru's impatient voice echoed from the kitchen. What is it? Don't you see I'm washing the dishes? Our son is on the news. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted from the kitchen. In the next instant, Zhou Qingru, apron fastened around her waist, dashed into the living room with a hint of panic in her expression. What? What is going on? What happened to our son? Lu Yongchang opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He felt that, at this moment, no words could convey the tumult of emotions within him. He could only weakly point at the television screen before him. This is our son, right? Zhou Qingru stared blankly at the television screen, her eyes gradually filling with astonishment. Perhaps due to the significance of the controllable nuclear fusion project, the national news devoted a full 5 minutes to this story, with 2 of those minutes dedicated to introducing Lu Yongchang. The television flickered slightly, returning to the news anchor's face. The subsequent content of the news was lost on Lu Yongchang and Zhou Qingru. They stood there, entranced, gazing at the screen. After a long pause, Lu Yongchang swallowed hard and regained his composure. This rascal silently accomplished such a monumental feat. I must call him and give him a piece of my mind. With that, he turned to grab the phone from the coffee table. In an instant, Zhou Qingru shot her husband a fierce glare. What do you think you're doing? Lu Yongchang halted mid-motion, offering an awkward smile to his wife. I was just going to call our son and inquire about what is happening. Zhou Qingru rolled her eyes, retorting, is that something you can just ask? What if it involves confidentiality? Do you want to put Yongchang in jeopardy? Lu Yongchang's expression stiffened, and he slowly retracted his hand. So, are we just going to wait here? Just as the couple grappled with their dilemma, Zhou Qingru's phone rang. The slight change in her demeanor prompted her to swiftly lean down and grab her phone from the coffee table. The moment she saw the incoming number, a look of excitement spread across her face. It's a call from Yongchang. Guoqing's eyes flickered, and he promptly urged in a hushed tone, answer it. Do pick up the call. Zhou Qingru nodded repeatedly, hastily connecting the call. Mom? As she activated the speakerphone, Yongchang's voice reverberated from the device. Yongchang, what is the situation with the news from Xiaogua? What are you working on with nuclear fusion? Before Zhou Qingru could respond, Guoqing impatiently interjected. Yongchang's voice carried a hint of hesitation. Zhou Qingru shot a glare at Guoqing and quickly added, Yongchang, don't mind what your father says. If it's related to any confidentiality protocols, you need to disclose anything to us. A light chuckle resonated from the other end of the line. It's not about confidentiality. Rather, I didn't expect this to make it to Xiaogua News. Yes, I am indeed researching controllable nuclear fusion technology. So, you are now the chief engineer of Xiaogua's controllable nuclear fusion project. Guoqing's question left Yongchang momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this matter would be revealed by Xiaogua News. However, it was not something to be ashamed of, and Yongchang readily acknowledged it. Guoqing and Zhou Qingru exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, Zhou Qingru gently remarked, Yongchang, remember to take care of yourself. Upon hearing this, Yongchang felt a slight pang in his heart, and for a moment, he was speechless. Chapter 27. When do you plan to graduate? As news from his summer nation aired, the trending topics on social media rapidly updated. Shocking. A sophomore from Sandow University, actually. The controlled nuclear fusion experiment has been a resounding success, and the chief engineer is none other than him. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, when most ordinary people were surfing the internet, such captivating headlines naturally drew considerable attention. Within mere minutes of a news being released, the comment section was overwhelmed. Wait, did I read that correctly? A sophomore, the chief engineer of the controlled nuclear fusion project? Is today April Fool's Day? Come on, this is from Summer Nation News. It must be true. Oh my gosh, what is happening? Alas, lacking formal education, exclamations of disbelief echoed throughout. Looking at the accomplishments of others in their second year, then reflecting on his own journey. Oh my gosh, isn't that my classmate? At this very moment, the Sandow Nuclear Physics Laboratory was brightly lit. In the office, Lu Yongchang set down his phone, a complex expression in his eyes. He had just concluded a call with his parents. The lingering words of his mother stirred an indescribable feeling within him. Though his parents had lived comfortably under the protection of the United Nations in the Summer Nation in his previous life, as the chief scientist, he was destined to have little time to spend with them. Should he take some time to visit them? A thought slowly surfaced in the depths of his mind. Yet, in the next moment, he shook his head, casting aside the notion. The sword of Damocles still hung over humanity. He could not afford to halt his progress. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking interrupted his reverie. Lu Yongchang composed himself and softly said, "Come in, the door is unlocked." The office door creaked open, revealing Fong Su standing at the threshold, a broad smile on his face. "Congratulations, Chief Engineer LV, you are now famous." Lu Yongchang rolled his eyes in exasperation, closing the cap of his pen. "Brother Su, you're not here to bother me about this trivial matter, are you?" Fong Su quickly shook his head in denial. "Of course not. Dean Jiang asked me to convey a message to you." Dean Jiang? Lu Yongchang's interest peaked. What does Dean Jiang want with me? Fong Su regarded Lu Yongchang with a somewhat peculiar expression and softly said, Dean Jiang asked when you plan to graduate? Lu Yongchang. Huh? Graduate? Lu Yongchang's expression gradually became strange. It suddenly dawned on him that he was still merely a freshman in his second year. Can I even graduate? Speaking of which, I haven't even written my thesis yet. Feeling somewhat guilty, Lu Yongchang reached up to touch the tip of his nose, let alone the thesis. How long had it been since he last attended class? It was likely that his professors had nearly forgotten him by now. Fong Su regarded Lu Yongchang with a peculiar expression. To be frank, he had never encountered such an extraordinary undergraduate. Despite having failed to complete his undergraduate thesis, he was capable of leading the research and development of controllable nuclear fusion. Fong Su furrowed his brow momentarily, murmuring this issue was not mentioned by Director Jiang. Beads of sweat adorned Lu Yongchang's forehead as he looked at Fong Su, exclaiming, What should I do? Am I supposed to return to class now? Can I still salvage my GPA? Fong Su shook his head vehemently. No. That is absolutely out of the question. Returning to class? What a jest. The project of controllable nuclear fusion is merely one step away from completion, and the chief engineer is off attending sophomore classes? Just listen to yourself. Does that make any sense? After a moment of contemplation, Fong Su's eyes suddenly brightened as he declared, I have a solution. You need not worry about your GPA. I trust that the leadership in our institute will not hinder your graduation process over this matter. The current priority lies with your thesis. Upon saying this, a hint of anxiety flickered in Fong Su's gaze. He believed that the institute's leaders would not, and could not, obstruct Lu Yongchang's graduation because of a mere thesis. After all, he was the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project. If word got out that a scientist of academic stature had not even graduated from university, it would undoubtedly cast a shadow on the faces of the institute's leaders. However, Fong Su also contemplated another issue. The absence of a formal thesis would ultimately leave a blemish on Lu Yongchang's credentials. How about this? You consolidate our laboratory data and publish a paper in Science. We can consider it your thesis. He proposed. Lu Yongchang's lips twitched slightly, and with a resigned nod, he replied, Well, I suppose that is the only way. Excellent. An undergraduate thesis as a paper in Science. Wouldn't he be submitting to extraterrestrials when it came time for him to be nominated as an academician in the future? Lu Yongchang silently scoffed. Shall I begin organizing the data now? Fong Su shook his head repeatedly. No rush. Such a straightforward task does not require your involvement. Let me have one of my doctoral students assist you with this paper. You may continue with your work. Once again, Lu Yongchang's lips twitched in disbelief. This was quite astonishing. Having a doctoral student assist him with his undergraduate thesis seemed a bit excessive, didn't it? By the way, Fong Su casually remarked, Director Hong may come looking for you in a couple of days. Lu Yongchang's expression hardened slightly, his thoughts of the thesis momentarily cast aside. Director Hong? What is the matter? Fong Su pondered for a moment before continuing. I suspect he intends to take you to meet with Director Li. After all, the laboratory has already achieved prolonged controllable nuclear fusion. It is high time for the Summer Nation to start preparing for the construction of a demonstration reactor. Don't you think? A flicker of excitement stirred within Lu Yongchang. A demonstration reactor. This was no mere small-scale simulator from the laboratory. This would be a large-scale apparatus intended for the electrical grid of the Summer Nation. However, this brings us to a significant issue. The demonstration reactor is not merely about igniting nuclear fusion. It must, at the very least, generate electricity, right? We cannot possibly invest a substantial amount of resources only to create an entity that ignites nuclear fusion without the capacity to produce power. Thus, should we not contemplate the selection of a generator? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Fong Su paused momentarily, instinctively retorting, A generator? What other options do we have besides boiling water? Lu Yongchang smiled wryly and shook his head. This indeed reflects the reality. Throughout the annals of human development, from the steam age to the information era, it seems we have never escaped the fate of boiling water. Even the most advanced controlled nuclear fission power plants currently rely on boiling water to generate electricity. In the previous lifetime, all nuclear fusion power plants on Earth employed this rudimentary and straightforward method. As he pondered this, a flicker of realization crossed his gaze, and a fragment of memory surfaced in his mind. Perhaps we could experiment with a magnetohydrodynamic generator? Chapter 28. Magnetohydrodynamic generator. The concept of the magnetohydrodynamic generator has been around for quite some time. It operates on the principle of the Hall effect, generating electricity through the relative motion between a conductive fluid, such as air or liquid, and a magnetic field. By eliminating the step of mechanical energy conversion, its efficiency in power generation has significantly improved. In a previous life, he had contemplated utilizing this technology for electricity generation. However, due to the constraints of time, he was unable to conduct thorough research and reluctantly opted for the relatively simpler method of boiling water for power generation. But this time, he had an abundance of time. Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached for a blank sheet of paper, smoothing it out on his desk. "Suga, take a look at this proposal," he exclaimed, picking up a nearby pen, uncapping it, and beginning to sketch on the paper. Seeing Lu Yongchang's actions, Fang Su displayed a hint of confusion. Was there really a need for a proposal regarding such a straightforward method of boiling water for power generation? With so many controllable nuclear fission power stations in Xia country, couldn't they simply replicate an existing plan? Lost in thought, he stepped forward to closely examine the white A4 paper before Lu Yongchang. As he observed the neat and precise lines on the page, admiration flickered in Fang Su's eyes. "Your drawing skills are impressive." Lu Yongchang abruptly paused, then chuckled as he explained, I learn on my own. Otherwise, how would I have drawn those simple diagrams on the blackboard back then?" Fang Su nodded in admiration. This was not a skill one could easily acquire. At the very least, he could not. Not to mention, even among the academicians of the Academy of Sciences, few could reach such a level of drawing proficiency. The office gradually fell into silence. Aside from the sound of their breathing, the only noise was the gentle scratching of Lu Yongchang's pen on the paper. Suddenly, Fang Su's brows arched in surprise. As the lines of the drawing became more refined, he discerned what Lu Yongchang was illustrating: a magnetohydrodynamic generator. Without pausing, Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and affirmed, "Indeed, it is a magnetohydrodynamic generator. In my view, it is the most suitable device for controllable nuclear fusion, bar none." Fang Su's brows furrowed instantly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a weighty tone, "Yongchang, I understand that the efficiency of a magnetohydrodynamic generator is high. However, it has several critical flaws, and this technology is not yet sufficiently mature. To recklessly apply it to controllable nuclear fusion might be rather rash. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Yongchang's pen came to a sudden halt. He slowly lifted his gaze to Fang Su and shook his head with a smile. "Difficulties? Currently, the limitations of magnetohydrodynamic power generation technology boil down to two main challenges. First, it requires inert gases containing trace alkali metals such as potassium and cesium as the working fluid. Second, the high-temperature environment in which the magnetohydrodynamic generator operates normally. Am I mistaken?" Fang Su's gaze sharpened slightly, and he nodded gently, acknowledging the first issue remains somewhat challenging to resolve. We currently lack the technology for large-scale production of inert gases. Utilizing a magnetohydrodynamic generator, even if the working fluid can be recycled, the expenses would far exceed our expectations. Lu Yongchang regarded Fang Su with a meaningful look, a subtle smile gracing his features. "Brother Su, are you quite certain that we do not possess the technology to manufacture inert gases?" Fang Su furrowed his brow, reflecting intently before slowly shaking his head. "I am certain. At least as of last week, I have not encountered relevant technology in any domestic or international journals." Lu Yongchang remained silent, merely casting a deep glance at Fang Su, before once again lifting his pen to scribble on paper. Observing this, Fang Su's frown deepened, an inexplicable sense of agitation welling up within him. He sensed that he had overlooked something of utmost importance, yet he could not quite discern what it was. "Yongchang?" Fang Su's eyes displayed a hint of urgency as he lowered his voice to inquire, "What precisely is this technology?" "Doing leading me." Lu Yongchang continued in silence, tapping the tip of his pen gently against the desk. Captivated by Lu Yongchang's action, Fang Su glanced down at the blank sheet before him. A line of elegant penmanship materialized on the paper. 12H1, 3H2, 4E01, N17. 6MeV this is. The reaction equation for deuterium-tritium fusion. Staring at the familiar equation, Fang Su found himself momentarily stunned. His lips quivered, and a smile gradually spread across his cheeks. So that was it. No wonder he had felt he was overlooking something significant. In considering all external factors, he had inadvertently neglected the most crucial internal aspect. Unlike conventional thermal power generation and nuclear fission plants, deuterium-tritium fusion inherently produces helium. The fusion of hydrogen-2 and hydrogen-3 under high-temperature conditions yields helium-4 and neutrons. This was elementary knowledge from high school physics, yet he, an academician, had overlooked it. Fang Su shook his head with a wry smile. In that case, the first difficulty has been surmounted. Lu Yongchang's smile grew more pronounced. Is the second difficulty still a challenge for us now? Fang Su was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh dear, what is wrong with my mind lately? The new materials within the stellar reactor can withstand the high temperatures of controlled nuclear fusion. Surely they can endure the lower temperatures of 2000 to 3000 K produced by the magnetohydrodynamic generator? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. As he paced back and forth in Lu Yongchang's office. Yes, yes, yes. The deuterium-tritium fusion reactor can indeed produce helium. Once again, we are confronted with gas at temperatures exceeding 100 million degrees Celsius. Remarkably, we need not expend energy to heat it. This is quite simply the epitome of an ideal power generation solution. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly as he handed the sketch on the table to Fang Su. Brother Su, could you please check if our university, Sandow Co-University, has any talents in this field? If so, let us expedite the creation of a prototype. We aim to complete the first controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor within 6 months. Fang Su, filled with excitement, took the sketch from Lu Yongchang's hand and nodded vigorously. Excellent. Rest assured, I shall take charge of this matter. I guarantee that within 2 months, you will witness the prototype of the magnetohydrodynamic generator. Chapter 29. Project approval 2 days later in the capital's first ring. As he gazed upon the somewhat antiquated architecture before him, Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a trace of wistfulness. Come on, Congressman Li is waiting for you. Upon noticing Lu Yongchang's pause, Hong Qiming hastily urged, by the way, have you prepared the materials I asked for? Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded, shaking the briefcase in his hand. It's just the budget report. It's been ready for some time. Hearing this, Hong Qiming let out a subtle sigh of relief. That's good. I won't accompany you inside this time. You must handle everything on your own. Remember, maintain your composure. And do not utter any impractical remarks, as you did last time. Lu Yongchang nodded in resignation. Knock, knock, knock. Standing before the heavy wooden door, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and gently rapped on the door. Come in, came a brief and authoritative voice from within. Creak. As he pushed the door open, Lu Yongchang saw Congressman Li seated behind his desk, a smile gracing his face as he looked at him. Yongchang, you have truly surprised me. Congressman Li beamed as he rose and approached Lu Yongchang. Please have a seat. Congressman Li took his place on a nearby sofa first. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yongchang accepted the invitation and confidently settled across from him. What are your plans moving forward? Without any pleasantries, Congressman Li inquired directly. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Yongchang replied, I propose we immediately initiate the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project. Congressman Li furrowed his brow slightly. A demonstration reactor? So soon? Lu Yongchang nodded lightly. We currently possess relatively mature technology for controlled nuclear fusion, and I believe this presents an opportunity. An opportunity? Congressman Li raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he regarded Lu Yongchang. Indeed, an opportunity to surpass the United States. An opportunity for our nation to soar once more. Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled as he articulated each word with conviction. Congressman Li's pupils naruba sharply. He gazed intently at Lu Yongchang, softly stating, "The last time we met, you expressed similar sentiments. Did not Minister Hong advise you to maintain your composure? Some impractical remarks are best left unspoken." Lu Yongchang's expression turned serious as he slowly shook his head. "Minister Hong did remind me. However, in my view, if we do not dare to entertain such thoughts, our nation will never surpass the United States. Perhaps to you, controlled nuclear fusion merely represents a more advanced power generation device, one that could provide our nation with inexhaustible low-cost energy. Am I correct?" Congressman Li fell into silence. After a prolonged moment, he countered with a question. "Is that not the case?" "Certainly not." Lu Yongchang's emotions surged. Controlled nuclear fusion signifies the key to unlocking a new era. This new era heralds the age of interstellar travel. With controllable nuclear fusion as our energy source, we can set our sights even further toward the moon, Mars, and indeed the entire solar system. The nation of Xia, armed with the power of nuclear fusion, could undoubtedly lead the charge into space. Observing the impassive demeanor of Congressman Li, Lu Yongchang summoned his resolve and delivered a compelling revelation. "I have made significant progress on the project for miniaturizing fusion reactors. If successful, Congressman Li, just imagine our aircraft carriers, submarines, or fighter jets powered by nuclear fusion." At this, even Congressman Li could no longer maintain his composure. With a sudden movement, he sprang from a sofa, his gaze intensely fixed upon Lu Yongchang. "Are you telling the truth?" Faced with Congressman Li's piercing stare, Lu Yongchang's heart raced. Originally, such words were not part of his plan. After all, the nation of Xia has advanced several years ahead compared to the past. Logically, at the current rate of development, in 20 years, Xia would surely escape the solar system. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of unease lingered within him. Perhaps it was due to the helplessness experienced during the helium flash eruption, making Lu Yongchang feel akin to a soldier suffering from a fear of insufficient firepower. However, his affliction was the fear of technological inadequacy. Particularly after witnessing the cutting-edge technologies in his mind's eye, he had come to deeply appreciate one undeniable truth. In the vastness of the universe, humanity is indeed minuscule. "Certainly," Lu Yongchang nodded affirmatively, a look of steadfast determination on his face. Taking a deep breath, Congressman Li exhaled a heavy sigh. "How confident are you?" At that moment, a spark of unprecedented brilliance ignited in his eyes. He could not deny that he was moved by Lu Yongchang's words. Upon hearing this question, a smile graced at Yongchang's face. He knew he had made another fortunate gamble, 90%, with unwavering resolve. Lu Yongchang fixed his gaze upon Congressman Li. "I can make a military pledge that within 6 months, the miniaturized fusion reactor project will undoubtedly achieve breakthroughs." "Excellent." A flicker of excitement passed through Congressman Li's eyes. "If that is the case, then I shall trust you this once." The current Xia can still afford the gamble. Seizing the moment, Lu Yongchang quickly opened his briefcase, retrieving a document and presenting it to Congressman Li. "Congressman Li, this is the budget proposal following discussions in the laboratory concerning the demonstration fusion reactor." Congressman Li's breath caught for a moment. In the next instant, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yongchang. "You, my friend, have you been preparing to persuade me all along? What would you have done if I had disagreed?" Lu Yongchang's expression faltered, and with a wry smile, he replied, "Congressman Li, surely you wouldn't do such a thing? Don't you wish to see the nation of Xia prosper even more?" Congressman Li paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "Well said. I never expected that at my age. I would be outwitted by a young whippersnapper like you." As he spoke, Congressman Li extended his hand to take the document from Lu Yongchang, examining it with great care. Upon glimpsing the final figures on the budget sheet, his expression shifted dramatically. "Ahem, Congressman Li, considering this is a fusion power plant, it is only natural for the expenses to be somewhat elevated." Lu Yongchang hurriedly interjected, sensing the sudden change in Li's demeanor. "However, I assure you, once the fusion power plant is completed, the profits it will yield will be extraordinarily remarkable." Congressman Li looked at Lu Yongchang with a resigned expression. "Rest assured, I'm not want to go back on my word. 500 billion is indeed within the capability of Xia country. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang let out a sigh of relief. That's good to hear. Congressman Li returned to his desk with the budget sheet in hand and then picked up a fountain pen, elegantly inscribing 4 grand characters. Approved for project initiation. Chapter 30. This is an undergraduate thesis from the editorial department of science in the United States. Adam sat in the editorial chair, yawning as he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 5 in the evening. Time to leave. He stretched lazily and dragged his mouse to close the documents on his desktop. As a science editor, he was tasked daily with reviewing a plethora of manuscripts submitted from around the globe. Out of these submissions, it is conservatively estimated that only 10% possess any genuine merit. The reason is quite simple. Science is one of the foremost journals worldwide. Countless researchers aspire to have their work published within its pages. It is not merely validation, but a symbol of status. This has led to a rather exasperating situation. In addition to legitimate researchers, a multitude of amateur scientists also submit their work to science. These individuals are referred to as citizen scientists. To say that Adam receives an overwhelming majority of emails, at least half, each day from these citizen scientists would not be an exaggeration. The conclusions presented are often nothing short of astonishing. Atomic cutting techniques, anti-gravity devices, perpetual motion machines. In Adam's inbox, there exists a plethora of papers that range from the implausible to the outright absurd. As Adam dragged yet another document into the trash, he let out a deep sigh. This paper epitomized the typical citizen science submission. The author boldly claimed to have solved the Goldbach conjecture. However, as he opened the file to examine it closely, he was horrified to discover that the author did not even grasp what the Goldbach conjecture entailed. My God, Michelle, you truly must take a look at this paper. While deleting the submission, Adam murmured to himself. As his words hung in the air, a beautiful blonde editor seated beside him smirked and turned to him. What is this? Have you stumbled upon yet another bizarre manuscript? Adam ceased his actions, swiveling in his chair to face Michelle, lamenting, the author believes the Goldbach conjecture proves that 112. Michelle paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Good heavens! Adam, I truly cannot comprehend how you consistently manage to encounter these peculiar papers. Adam shrugged helplessly. Who knows? Ding! Just as Adam was about to rise from his seat, a sharp notification chimed from his computer. Damn it! Another submission. Adam glared at the idle Michelle, indignation brewing within him. This is so unfair. Throughout the day, I reviewed 15 papers, of which 14 were utterly worthless. With a chuckle, Michelle shut down her own computer. Shrugging, is that so? Every payday, I feel quite similarly. Perhaps we should switch places? Adam sighed. Never mind, and returned to his seat with a sheepish grin. The moment he caught sight of the paper's title, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. This is a paper on controllable nuclear fusion, he exclaimed. Michelle, let us place a bet. I wager this paper is a rejected manuscript. Upon hearing Adam's words, Michelle raised an eyebrow and wheeled her chair closer to him. What's the stake? A dinner? As Adam spoke, he clicked the mouse to open the document. If it's at a Michelin restaurant, I'm in. Michelle glanced at the email subject, pondering for a moment before responding. Adam paused momentarily in his actions. Michelin, that could be quite costly. However, recalling the experience of 14 consecutive rejected papers earlier that day, a strange confidence began to swell within him. All right, a Michelin restaurant it is. I refuse to believe that, with the day nearing its end, I'll encounter a normal paper. As he spoke, the document in his inbox opened. Adam swiftly maneuvered the mouse, dragging the paper to the authorship section. Gasp! The moment he glimpsed the authorship, Adam inhaled sharply. The second author of this paper was none other than a nuclear physics laboratory of Sandow Co-University from Xia Country. Adam's lips twitched slightly. You owe me a Michelin dinner, don't forget. Michelle's eyes sparkled with amusement. Adam shook his head in exasperation. Fine. Michelin it is, but my primary concern is the first author of this paper. This Lu Yongchang, I don't believe I've heard this name in the nuclear physics community. Michelle's expression grew more solemn. She furrowed her brow, deep in thought for a moment before slowly shaking her head. I haven't heard that name either. Could it be a newcomer? Adam, with a serious demeanor, shook his head. He jotted down the name in a notebook nearby. That seems unlikely. Do you think a newcomer could secure the first authorship on such a paper? The second author is from a nuclear physics laboratory of San Daoco University. Michelle shook her head slowly. I'm not sure. Let us examine the content of the paper. Adam nodded grave. Upon learning that this paper originated from San Daoco University in Xia country, his expression turned considerably more serious. According to the experiments, the stellarator device can effectively extend the maintenance time of controllable nuclear fusion. 35 minutes. What the? Adam quickly scrolled down to the experimental data section. As he surveyed the dense array of experimental data, his pupils dilated slightly. My God, wasn't Xia country just expelled from ITER? He could vividly imagine the expressions of those involved in ITER once this paper was published in Science. Wait, Michelle suddenly exclaimed in a hushed tone. Adam, did you notice? Adam looked at Michelle, who was seated beside him, with a puzzled expression. What is the matter? Michelle, incredulous, pointed to the last page of the thesis. Adam, don't you find the format of this thesis somewhat familiar? Adam furrowed his brow and scrutinized the final page of the paper. At the conclusion of this undergraduate thesis, I would like to first express my gratitude to Adam's pupils dilated in shock. This is an undergraduate thesis. The following day, at Stanford University in the United States, Professor Collins arrived at his office as early as usual. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed through the room. Just as he settled into his chair, Collins frowned slightly. Who is it? He called out, his tone tinged with irritation. Professor, it's me, came a somewhat flustered male voice from the doorway. It was his student, Eden. With a deepening frown, Collins muttered, Come in. In the next moment, the office door swung open. A young man in his 30s rushed in, his expression fraught with anxiety. What is going on? Collins snapped. Eden, I need an explanation. Eden, visibly anxious, approached Collins and placed a document on his desk. Professor, this is a newly published paper in Science. I believe you should take a look. Collins's frown deepened further. He cast a disapproving glance at Eden. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me before 9 in the morning? Upon hearing this, Eden's eyes filled with urgency. Professor, this time it's different. They might soon achieve controllable nuclear fusion technology in Xia country. Collins's expression changed dramatically. What did you say? He quickly grabbed the paper from his desk and began to read it intently. Professor, is this true? Eden asked, his face reflecting his unease. Collins, his countenance darkening, did not respond to his student's question immediately. How is it possible that the star imitation device can achieve 35 minutes of controllable nuclear fusion? This is inconceivable. It was well known that he had initiated the proposal to eliminate the star imitation device, although he was reluctant to admit it. The detailed data presented in the paper delivered blow after blow to his skepticism. Chapter 31. The Technological Competition as Anticipated. This edition of Science has stirred quite a commotion within the academic circles of the United States and indeed the entire world. The uproar intensified when it was revealed that the paper published in the prestigious journal was, in fact, an undergraduate thesis. This revelation ignited fervent discussions across various platforms. The paper even transcended the boundaries of academia. Countless users on Twitter expressed their astonishment. Goodness, how can the disparity between individuals be so pronounced? What on earth? An undergraduate thesis in science. What does that imply for the future? Are undergraduates in Xia Nation truly this exceptional? Yet, why is the focus so peculiar? Shouldn't the content of the paper be the primary concern? Ever since being ousted from ITER, Xia Nation's advancements in controllable nuclear fusion technology have surpassed those of the United States. This raises questions. I recall that during the ITER discussions, it was alleged that Xia Nation had pilfered experimental data. Did Xia Nation genuinely covet the data from ITER? Albert, Mr. President, could you elucidate this matter? Is the United States on the verge of being eclipsed by Xia Nation? Albert, pray tell, where is our taxpayer money going? Unlike the spectators reveling in the unfolding drama online, the atmosphere within the president's office was laden with tension. Bang! Albert, with his golden locks, slammed his palm onto the desk, his countenance dark as he gazed at the man before him. Anthony, I demand an explanation. Why has Xia Nation suddenly acquired such advanced controllable nuclear fusion technology? And what exactly is happening at ITER? How can a cadre of elite scientists be outperformed by an undergraduate from Xia Nation? Are you jesting with me? Do you comprehend what my followers are saying about me on Twitter? Anthony's expression was grim. He opened his mouth, yet uttered not a word. Stepping forward, Professor Collins, his hair as white as snow, spoke in a raspy voice. Mr. President, this matter is my oversight. Xia Nation's pace in the research of controllable nuclear fusion has exceeded my expectations. Upon hearing Collins speak, Albert's expression softened slightly. Then, Professor, what do you believe the United States should do next? At the President's inquiry, a flicker of contemplation crossed Collins's eyes. After a moment of reflection, he spoke slowly. Mr. President, the United States must accelerate its efforts. In the realm of controllable nuclear fusion, we cannot afford to lag behind Xia Nation. Albert nodded thoughtfully. Then his gaze shifted slightly as he retrieved a document from the desk and handed it to Professor Collins. Professor, Congress has approved your proposal and even allocated an additional 10 funding. A glimmer of delight appeared in Collins's eyes as he extended his hand to accept the document. However, Albert's voice resounded once more. Nevertheless, there is one condition. The Congress has mandated that the first controllable nuclear fusion experimental device must be completed within 3 years. Collins's expression changed drastically. Mr. President, this is impossible. 3 years is far too short. Collins shook his head vehemently, as if dismissing a joke. To build a large tokamak device in just 3 years? The ITER project took over a decade to complete. 3 years? I doubt the foundation will even be laid by then. I cannot concern myself with that. Congress has spoken. Albert shrugged, his demeanor indifferent. If you cannot achieve this, there are others who will gladly take your place. Professor Collins's face darkened. This statement held a ring of truth. This was a lucrative opportunity. Countless individuals within the academic realm of the United States were eyeing this prospect eagerly. With this thought, a bittersweet smile crept onto Collins's face. In that case, I shall do my utmost. Albert nodded in satisfaction, reiterating with a meaningful tone. Remember, you have only 3 years. Collins nodded, his smile tinged with bitterness. That very evening, Albert's Twitter account shared a video. In the video, Albert sat behind the presidential desk, his expression grave, stating earnestly, firstly, on behalf of the United States, I congratulate the Xia Nation on successfully achieving controllable nuclear fusion in the laboratory. I have seen many inquiries on Twitter over the past few days. Is the United States at risk of being surpassed by Xia? Or how is the development of controllable nuclear fusion technology in the United States progressing? Here, I will respond uniformly to your questions. The United States has been diligently researching controllable nuclear fusion technology. Effective immediately, ITER will resume its controllable nuclear fusion experiments, and the United States will construct a large controllable nuclear fusion experimental device within 3 years. Trust me, in 3 years, you will be able to utilize electricity generated from nuclear fusion. Simultaneously, the official Twitter account of Xia Nation News released an announcement. Xia Nation News. As of today, the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Pile project has officially commenced. Due to the time difference, it was precisely 6 a.m. in the capital at that moment. Nonetheless, within mere minutes, a multitude of curious netizens flooded the comment section. Goodness, is this really the demonstration pile? Does this mean the controllable nuclear fusion technology has matured? What? I feel as though I woke up to a changed world. This is intriguing. At the same time, the United States also released a message, with Albert sharing a video about controllable nuclear fusion on Twitter. Those interested should take a look. Please, I beseech the experts to share it. 1 for sharing. 10,086. One cannot deny that the efficiency of netizens is extraordinarily powerful, especially when it comes to gossip. They always seem to unleash unprecedented potential. Within 10 minutes, a high-definition subtitled video was uploaded to Twitter. Some individuals have succinctly condensed the video content, transforming it into text and comparing it with the information released by the Summer Kingdom's news outlet. When the two sets of information were juxtaposed by discerning individuals, Public opinion erupted with fervor. One cannot help but exclaim, could it be that the Summer Kingdom is indeed poised in opposition to the United States? Remarkably, this sentiment appears to resonate. It evokes memories of the arms race once orchestrated by the United States. Amidst the discussions, a novel term swiftly ascended to the trending topics on Weibo, technological competition. Under the directive of the higher echelons of the Summer Kingdom, the official Weibo account discreetly updated a post. We shall never forget the humiliation endured by our scientific personnel during the ITER project. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is the key to unlocking the doors to an interstellar future. The Summer Kingdom shall not relinquish this technology lightly. In mere moments, the already vibrant atmosphere on Weibo ignited into a blaze of enthusiasm. Countless netizens were moved to tears. After so many years, the Summer Kingdom has finally exhibited its resilience. In this lifetime, I have no regrets in choosing the Summer Kingdom. In my next life, I wish to dwell in the land of flourishing flowers. A stream of orderly comments cascaded beneath the Summer Kingdom's news post on Weibo. Chapter 32. The site selection of Shanghai Bay following the approval of the demonstration pile project. Chief Engineer Lu Yongchang once again found himself enveloped in a long-awaited sense of busyness. The foremost issue that required resolution was the selection of the site for the demonstration pile. Much like the construction of a nuclear fission reactor, the environment for building a nuclear fusion reactor necessitates meticulous consideration. The first, and indeed the most crucial point, is the proximity to abundant water resources, whether freshwater or seawater. After all, the power generation process in a nuclear fusion reactor generates a substantial amount of heat, and the most economical and practical method for cooling is through nearby water sources. The second consideration is the flatness of the terrain. A nuclear fusion reactor requires the establishment of numerous ancillary facilities. It would be impractical to situate these facilities in a valley. After all, the third point, which poses the greatest challenge during the site selection process, is the stability of geological conditions. While a nuclear fusion reactor is not as perilous as its fission counterpart, the deuterium-tritium fusion process could still entail a minor risk of radiation in the event of a leak. Considering safety factors, it is preferable for controlled nuclear fusion reactors to be constructed in geologically stable areas. Therefore, sites near seismic zones are unequivocally unsuitable for such reactors. After rigorous screening, Lu Yongchang's gaze fell upon a prime location, Shanghai Bay. The initial decision against establishing a nuclear fission power plant at Shanghai Bay was primarily due to geographical considerations. Should an accident occur at the nuclear fission plant, radioactive wastewater would accumulate into Shanghai Bay for an extended period, posing a significant safety hazard to Xia country. However, the risks associated with a nuclear fusion power plant are fundamentally different. In the event of an incident, should the magnetic confinement system of the stellarator cease operation, the nuclear fusion reactions would swiftly come to a halt. As for radioactive hazards, this elucidates the most profound distinction between nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. Nuclear fission, regardless of its raw materials or fission products, is characterized by exceedingly high levels of radioactivity. Even nuclear wastewater contains a considerable amount of radioactive substances. In contrast, nuclear fusion is dissimilar. Even with the current focus on deuterium-tritium fusion, the fusion materials and products contain only trace amounts of radioactivity, primarily within the tritium atoms, which can be effectively managed. Moreover, in Lu Yongchang's vision, deuterium-tritium fusion is merely a transitional phase, with the ultimate objective being the pursuit of the so-called clean energy, helium-3 fusion. With the site for the pile firmly established, the detailed construction plan for the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration pile was subsequently unveiled. A document titled Construction Plan for the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Pile quietly emerged. The most striking feature of this plan is the total man-hours required for construction, 3 months. From the completion of site selection to the finalization of the pile, everything in Xia country's blueprint is projected to take merely 3 months. When this document was uncovered by interested parties, it sent ripples throughout Xia country. On the trending list of Weibo, Wang Feng, who was about to embark on a series of 16 concerts, was abruptly displaced from the top spot. Total man-hours, 3 months. The infrastructure titan returns. The speed of Xia country. This series of trending topics not only startled Wang Feng, but also left the netizens, who were engrossed in the discussions, taken aback. 3 months? Could there be an error? It takes me 3 months just to lay a foundation for my house. Manual side-eye smile to the commenter above. Do you really believe the nation would make a mistake on such crucial documents? Ha. Clearly, the previous commentator is unaware of the international reputation of the Xia nation. Do you understand what it means to be a construction behemoth? The United States. Do not believe rumors. Do not spread rumors. Within hours, propelled by some enthusiastic netizens, a storm of astonishment erupted on Twitter. WTF? 3 months? Jesus. The Xia nation is utterly insane. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Can such a monumental project be completed in 3 months? In our country, 3 months wouldn't even suffice for the workers to mix the concrete. This comment undoubtedly came from a spectator in Western Europe, where even repairing a road takes a decade. For them, the construction speed of Huaxia is akin to a myth. Naturally, these comments from Twitter were swiftly transported back to the Xia nation's Weibo. In no time, the platform was filled with laughter and joy. However, amidst the countless citizens of the Xia nation who were astonished and cheering, there were always a few naysayers eager to find faults. Impossible. I don't believe it. Seeing is believing. Hearing is deceiving. Do you mean to say that whatever is written in the document is absolute? After the 3-month deadline, will they just snap a photo to placate the netizens, then proceed to build at a leisurely pace? Such things have certainly happened before. One must admit, this current official account is truly impressive. To address the doubts of this batch of netizens, the official Xia Nation news account released a Weibo post that very day. Starting tomorrow, the official Xia Nation news Douyin account will activate its live streaming feature. The construction site of the Zhonghai Bay Controllable Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Pile will be broadcast live. All netizens are welcome to supervise the work. Once the Weibo was released, the comments exploded. Incredible. This official account knows how to engage. They truly confront their critics. Enough said, everyone. I'm setting my alarm for tomorrow. I should at least attend the carnival to celebrate. Wow, the big shot is incredible. The big shot gave me 50. I haven't eaten for 3 days. The next morning, at precisely 8 a.m., countless netizens gathered in the official Xia Nation news Douyin livestream. The dark screen was flooded with rapidly scrolling comments. Where is everyone? Open the door. If you can live stream, why can't you open the door? It's 8 o'clock. Open up. The next moment, the pitch-black screen suddenly brightened. As the camera's brightness gradually balanced, the scene of the Zhonghai Bay fusion pile construction site came into view. Thousands of excavators were neatly arranged on the left side of the frame. On the right side were thousands of construction vehicles responsible for various tasks. At the center of the frame stood several enormous impact compactors. After a brief intermission, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged exponentially. Oh my goodness, is this truly the prowess of a great nation's heavy industry? I am utterly captivated. In the next moment, a somewhat sweet voice resonated through the air. Greetings to all our esteemed viewers. This is the construction site of the Zhonghai Bay Fusion Demonstration Reactor. Today marks the inaugural day of construction, and before your eyes stands the first construction team. To ensure the efficiency of the project, there are a total of 3 teams assigned to this demonstration reactor task. Over the course of the next 3 months, these 3 teams will take turns working around the clock to construct the Zhonghai Bay Fusion Demonstration Reactor. As the announcement concluded, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged once more. 3 construction teams. Would the lovely lady please show her face? Don't just speak. Under the watchful eyes of numerous online observers, the impact hammer of the Fusion Demonstration Reactor project struck its inaugural blow. Chapter 33. Recruitment. With the commencement of the Fusion Demonstration Reactor, the burden on Lu Yongchang has shifted to the task of recruitment. After all, there are only a handful of researchers, just over 10, at the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandao University. To accomplish the research objectives of the Fusion Demonstration Reactor, relying solely on this small group is undoubtedly insufficient. The transition of any technology from the laboratory to commercial application entails a multitude of challenges. This is particularly true for large-scale technologies such as controlled nuclear fusion. Although Lu Yongchang has successfully addressed the most critical issue of sustaining controlled nuclear fusion, countless other challenges remain before they can realize its commercial viability. For instance, the main control program for the fusion demonstration reactor. It would be impractical to establish the reactor and then have a few researchers monitor the reactor's data around the clock as they did in the laboratory. Furthermore, there is the matter of the reactor's capacity. While Lu Yongchang has finalized the method of power generation for the fusion reactor, a concrete plan has yet to be devised. Consequently, to truly achieve controlled nuclear fusion, it is imperative that Lu Yongchang significantly expands the number of researchers under his command. At Capital University of Science and Technology, Lu Yongchang returned to his office, his expression one of profound despondency. As a professor in the Department of Nuclear Physics, he had previously been primarily responsible for research on the tokamak device. After all, just 2 months prior, the tokamak was the mainstream apparatus for achieving controlled nuclear fusion. However, everything changed after Lu Yongchang presented his findings, especially following the successful operation of controlled nuclear fusion at the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandow University. Nearly all laboratories in Xia country engaged in fusion research halted their projects. The inevitable consequence was layoffs. Unfortunately, Lu Yongchang found himself among the dismissed researchers. This led to a rather embarrassing predicament. He currently had no research tasks assigned. It was almost laughable to admit that a professor at Capital University of Science and Technology had no research responsibilities whatsoever. Reflecting on the responses he received from various nuclear physics laboratories in Xia country a few days prior, Lu Yongchang sighed deeply. With the commencement of the Shanghai Bay-controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project, the majority of nuclear physics laboratories across Xia country are essentially inoperative. Sigh. Lu Yongchang gazed out at the unchanging scenery outside, letting out another sigh. Suddenly, a piercing phone ring shattered the silence. Startled from his reverie, Lu Yongchang turned sharply to look at the desk phone beside him, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. Who could possibly be calling him at this time? Apart from a few teaching obligations, he had become a complete, idle individual. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yongchang approached the desk phone and leaned closer to read the unfamiliar number displayed on the LCD screen. His frown deepened. Could it be a telemarketing call? Yet, that seemed unlikely, as telemarketing calls typically wouldn't reach this number. Lost in thought, Lu Yongchang reached for the phone as it rang. Hello? A calm male voice resonated from the other end. Good day. Is this Professor Lu Yongchang from Jingcheng University of Science and Technology? Lu Yongchang paused momentarily, quickly nodding in affirmation. Yes, that is me. May I ask who is calling? Greetings, Professor Lu. I am Lu Yongchang from the Nuclear Physics Laboratory at Sandow University. I would like to inquire, were you recently a researcher at the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Jingcheng University? At that instant, Lu Yongchang's heart skipped a beat. Lu Yongchang. As a professor in the nuclear physics department, how could he not recognize the significance of that name? He is the chief engineer of the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. Swallowing hard, Lu Yongchang felt a surge of excitement. Yes, indeed, I was recently a researcher there. Before he could finish, the voice on the other end continued with another inquiry. Professor Lu, we are currently in need of additional researchers for the Shanghai Bay fusion demonstration reactor. Would you be interested? A spark ignited in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He eagerly nodded yes. I'm very much interested. How could I not be? This is an opportunity to work on the controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project. Excellent, Professor Lu. Please arrive at Jingcheng train station by 9:30 tomorrow morning. Your high-speed train ticket to Shanghai City has already been purchased for you. Once you arrive, someone will escort you to the temporary research facility. Lu Yongchang quickly interjected. But, Professor L, do you need me to provide any identification for the ticket purchase? There was a moment of silence on the line. After a pause, a gentle voice replied, Rest assured, Professor Lu, the ticket has been secured. You may check your text messages. Before Lu Yongchang could respond, the call was abruptly ended. Ding! A text message notification chimed. Hastily, Lu Yongchang retrieved his phone from his pocket, unlocking the screen to read the message. Dear Mr. Lu Yongchang, the high-speed train from Jingcheng to Shanghai City will depart tomorrow morning at 9:30 sharp. Please ensure you have the necessary documents and arrive early at the waiting area. The following afternoon, Lu Yongchang emerged from the Shanghai City train station, dragging his suitcase. As he surveyed the bustling station, he found himself momentarily lost in a sea of confusion. Where was he supposed to go to find someone? Just as Lu Yongchang grappled with this dilemma, a man in military attire approached him. "Good day, Professor." The man saluted with a perfectly executed military gesture. "I am Du Zhan, sent to escort you to the temporary research facility." In an instant, Lu Yongchang felt the weight of numerous astonished gazes upon him. Clearing his throat, he said, "No need for salutes, please. I am Lu Yongchang. Let us be on our way." Du Zhan chuckled lightly, taking the suitcase from Lu Yongchang's hands, and they proceeded forward. During the brief journey of just over an hour, Lu Yongchang passed through 3 security checkpoints. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Are the control measures at the demonstration site this stringent?" The driver, Du Zhan, chuckled and nodded. "Professor Lu, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. The entire Shanghai Bay is now under strict martial law. I estimate that there are at least a brigade of troops stationed here." Furthermore, as he spoke, a mysterious smile crept across Du Zhan's face. "I have heard that the Summer Nation has even stationed its aircraft carrier fleet near Shanghai Bay." Lu Yongchang's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed, "An aircraft carrier fleet? Is that really necessary?" Du Zhan shrugged while driving. "I'm not entirely sure, but the orders I received are to ensure your safe transport to the temporary research facility at all costs. Of course, it's not just you. We are tasked with transporting over 100 researchers in total." Chapter 34, Completion of the Demonstration Reactor. A sudden screech of brakes interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. "Professor Lu, we've arrived," came Du Zhan's voice from the driver's seat. Coming back to his senses, Lu Yongchang glanced out the window, where a temporary structure emerged before him, standing atop a gravel-strewn ground. "Is this the Temporary Research Institute?" Lu Yongchang's eyes widened slightly, disbelief etched on his face. To be frank, this was undoubtedly the most rudimentary laboratory he had ever encountered, bar none. Du Zhan scratched the back of his head sheepishly and remarked, "Professor Lu, time is of the essence, and this laboratory is the best we can manage. But enough of that. Let me take you to meet Professor LV." Lu Yongchang followed Du Zhan to the entrance of a makeshift metal shed. "Professor Lu, Professor LV is inside. I want to be joining you," Du Zhan said with a smile before turning to leave. As Lu Yongchang gazed at the starkly simple metallic structure, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. Upon entering, he spotted a young man in his 20s, sitting solemnly behind a desk, a pen in hand, engrossed in writing or drawing something. Though the youth's features appeared somewhat youthful, Lu Yongchang sensed an unsettling aura emanating from him, an aura he had only encountered in those hailed as national scholars, the pinnacle of scientific achievement. Though he had never met Lu Yongchang in person, at that moment, Lu Yongchang was unequivocally certain that the young man before him was none other than Professor Lu Yongchang, the driving force behind advancements in nuclear fusion. Perhaps sensing some commotion, Lu Yongchang slowly lifted his head. Upon spotting Lu Yongchang, a flicker of recognition brightened his eyes, and he quickly set down his pen, rising to greet him. "Professor Lu, please have a seat." Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback. "Professor LV, you know me?" Lu Yongchang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Please, don't call me that. I haven't graduated yet." Lu Yongchang. Noticing the bewildered expression on Lu Yongchang's face, Lu Yongchang's smile widened. "Just joking. Professor Lu, I've gone through your profile. You're in charge of the temperature control for the tokamak device at the Capital University of Science and Technology, correct?" A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He had not anticipated that Lu Yongchang, as the chief engineer of the nuclear fusion demonstration reactor, would remember his credentials so distinctly. Meeting Lu Yongchang's gaze, Lu Yongchang quickly nodded. "Indeed, you're also responsible for research in this area regarding the demonstration reactor, correct?" Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's suggestion, a flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Yongchang's face. "Professor LV, my previous research was focused on a tokamak device, and I do not possess deep knowledge regarding stellarators. Is it truly acceptable? Throughout the journey, Lu Yongchang had genuinely recognized the significance that Xia Nation placed on the fusion demonstration reactor, which instilled a tinge of apprehension within him. If it were indeed due to his personal oversight that the fusion demonstration reactor encountered grave issues, the consequences for him would be dire. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and shook his head, his tone softening once more. Professor Lu, I believe you need not worry about this matter. The temperature control module on the fusion device is certainly less complex than that of the tokamak apparatus. Furthermore, aside from you, 95 of the researchers at the Temporary Institute have primarily worked on tokamak devices. Lu Yongchang's words significantly eased Lu Yongchang's anxiety. After all, since they were all studying tokamaks, the differences were negligible. So it's settled then. Regarding the remuneration, we can offer you the highest standard, but there is one condition. At this point, Lu Yongchang's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Lu Yongchang, feeling somewhat apprehensive, gazed at Lu Yongchang and inquired softly, what is the requirement? As long as it is not too excessive, I can comply. In the presence of such a formidable individual advancing nuclear fusion, Lu Yongchang adopted a humble stance. Lu Yongchang paused momentarily, then smiled and waved his hand, saying, it is not an unreasonable request. During the research period, you will need to sever all communication with the outside world, continuing until the demonstration reactor is fully operational. Lu Yongchang exhaled a sigh of relief. It was merely this request. Having seen numerous patrolling troops on his way here, he had mentally prepared himself for this. He nodded repeatedly, of course. Professor, rest assured, I will certainly cooperate on this matter. Satisfied, Lu Yongchang nodded. In that case, you may take a rest. Starting tomorrow, we shall commence the research task. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had quietly elapsed. As the fervor waned, the audience numbers in the official Xia Country News Douyin livestream plummeted by 90. Just when everyone had nearly forgotten about the project, the Xia Country News Weibo account discreetly released a news piece. Warm congratulations on the completion of the Xia Country Shanghai Bay Fusion Demonstration Reactor Project. Boom! With the publication of this news, the entire Xia Country erupted in astonishment. What? I had completely forgotten about this. Can someone verify the timeline to see if it has indeed been 3 months? I just calculated, and it's precisely 90 days. If we account for the 2 months with 31 days, the construction task was even completed 2 days ahead of schedule. How can I believe this? Such a colossal task was truly accomplished in just 90 days. There won't be any quality issues, will there? I don't know what the naysayers are grumbling about. The Xia Country News Douyin has streamed the construction process 24/7 for these 3 months, and you still don't believe it? This comment swiftly reminded those following the news on Weibo. Within mere minutes, the Douyin livestream of Xia Country News was flooded with hundreds of thousands of viewers. The camera captured 4 massive hemispherical structures gleaming with a silvery brilliance under the sun. After a brief silence, countless comments flooded the screen. Wow, so impressive. What can you even see from so far away? Could you possibly bring the camera a little closer? I strongly suggest a thorough investigation into the individual above. I suspect he may be one among the hidden multitude of 500,000. By the way, is this fusion reactor simply named the Shanghai Bay Fusion Reactor? Shouldn't it bear a name of greater significance? Indeed, I fervently advocate for a nationwide naming campaign for the fusion reactor. Naming Campaign 1. In an instant, the comments in the live stream veered off course. Observing the screen filled with suggestions for names for the fusion demonstration reactor, the official account of the Xia Nation News, after seeking higher approval, issued a tweet. Nationwide naming campaign for the Xia Nation Shanghai Bay Fusion Demonstration Reactor. Perhaps due to an underestimation of the enthusiasm of the Xia Nation's populace, the tweet experienced a brief outage within mere minutes. Once the servers were restored to normal functioning, a plethora of bizarre names flooded the comments section of the naming tweet. Names such as Ho, Ian Phoenix were relatively conventional. However, SpongeBob and Patrick emerged as the most favored, unsurprisingly garnering the highest praises. Chapter 35. Panga 1. The 3-day public naming campaign has concluded, and the results now lay before the project's chief engineer. Lu Yongchang. Upon gazing at the name presented, a faint twitch appeared at the corners of his mouth. He looked at the perspiring staff member before him, his expression one of incredulity. This name, can we not reconsider? Starfish, do you truly believe this is a fitting name for a nuclear fusion demonstration reactor? By the way, may I suggest a name? The staff member, his face flushed, hurriedly nodded, of course, you can change it. You are the chief engineer. You have the authority to name it. Lu Yongchang studied the A4 sheet filled with peculiar names, stroking his chin as he fell into contemplation. The staff member watched him anxiously, secretly fearing that Lu Yongchang might propose another bizarre name, fully aware of the engineer's age. Let's call it Pangu. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered with inspiration as he decisively proclaimed, Pangu 1 fusion reactor. How does that sound? Pangu, who opened the heavens and the earth, perfectly aligns with our mastery of controllable nuclear fusion in the Xia Nation. The staff member's eyes brightened, a hint of excitement surfacing on his face. This name is splendid. It's settled then. At this moment, within the Pangu 1 fusion reactor, all hardware installations had been completed. In addition to the 4 reactors, it was equipped with 20 sets of large-scale magneto-hydrodynamic generator units. Each unit housed 10 magneto-hydrodynamic generators, with each generator boasting a rated output of 2,000 megawatts. Thus, the total rated output of the Pangu 1 fusion reactor reached an astonishing 400,000 megawatts. For context, a 3 gorgeous hydropower station produces only 500 megawatts, a staggering difference of 17 times. This is the formidable power of nuclear fusion. However, at present, no reactions were occurring within the Pangu 1 fusion reactor. The reason for this lay within the main control program. In the dead of night, a heavy sigh echoed in the control room of Pangu 1. What are we to do now? The camera zooms in. A man in his 60s, with graying hair, furrowed his brow as he stared at the luminous green code on the computer screen, shaking his head intermittently, followed by deep sighs. The elder's name was Yuan Hongwei, an academician of the Xi'an National Academy of Sciences. In his youth, he had led a team to develop the control program for controllable nuclear fission, earning him a place among the academicians of the academy. As one of the few individuals with relevant experience in the Xi'an nation, he was naturally invited to spearhead the development of the controllable nuclear fusion main control program. Beside Yuan Hongwei stood a young man in his 30s, his devoted disciple, who had learned the vast majority of his mentor's skills. Yet, at this moment, both men wore expressions of dismay as they gazed at the computer screen before them. Old Yuan, this matter cannot be rushed. The main control program for nuclear fission took over a year to develop, and this is nuclear fusion. The young man spoke softly in an attempt to console him. Hearing these words, old Yuan's expression stiffened, and the white whiskers at the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. How can this not be urgent? The Pangu 1 fusion reactor is currently stalled here. Right now, everyone in the entire research institute is anxiously watching us. Old Yuan's words plunged the young man into silence as well. After a moment, the young man sighed deeply. Old Yuan, it is not my intention to speak pessimistically, but to control the high-temperature plasma within the stellarator reactor, we must resolve the turbulence problem that has plagued the physics community for countless years. In my view, this is nearly impossible. A hint of bitterness appeared in old Yuan's eyes. He understood this principle all too well. However, he also recognized the utmost importance that the Xia country placed on controllable nuclear fusion technology at this moment. As an academician of the Xia Academy of Sciences, he was unwilling to give up. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking echoed. Old Yuan paused momentarily before quickly rising to walk towards the control room door. Who could possibly come at such a late hour? A look of confusion crossed old Yuan's face, and he cleared his throat, calling out loudly, ahem. Who is it? Old Yuan, it is I, Lu Yongchang. Old Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and hurriedly opened the door. Outside stood Lu Yongchang, his eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue, yet a faint smile graced his face. Professor LV, what brings you here this late hour? Old Yuan stepped aside to welcome Lu Yongchang inside. Upon entering the main control room, Lu Yongchang surveyed the surroundings. He spotted several computers on the desk glowing with a soft green light, He let out a deep sigh. Old Yuan, has the main control program for the fusion reactor still not been completed? At Lu Yongchang's sigh, a trace of bitterness flickered in Old Yuan's eyes as he slowly shook his head. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before asking again, have you encountered any difficulties? Of course there are challenges. Before Old Yuan could respond, a young man in his 30s standing nearby interjected. Old Yuan frowned slightly and gently reprimanded, Su Cheng, what are you saying? Then, regaining his composure, Old Yuan turned to Lu Yongchang. Professor LV, please allow us some more time. The fusion reactor is different from the fission reactor. It involves more complex considerations. Lu Yongchang raised an eyebrow and looked at the young man beside Old Yuan. Old Yuan, is this your student? Old Yuan nodded, introducing him, Su Cheng. He possesses considerable talent. Lu Yongchang smiled kindly at Su Cheng and inquired, the difficulties you mentioned earlier, could you elaborate on them? Perhaps I can assist you in resolving them. Su Cheng instinctively glanced at Old Yuan. Upon seeing Old Yuan frowning but not opposing, Su Cheng swallowed slightly and began to explain. Professor LV, I shall not elaborate on the distinctions between fusion reactors and fission reactors, as I trust you possess a deeper understanding of this subject than I. Lu Yongchang gently nodded in acknowledgement. Su Cheng continued, in fission reactors, we merely need to manipulate the control rods to compensate for fuel consumption and regulate the reaction rate. However, the situation is markedly different in fusion reactors. Within the reactor, the movement of high-temperature plasma is exceedingly complex. This complexity brings forth a conundrum that has perplexed the scientific community for decades, the issue of turbulence. To put it another way, this pertains to the Navier-Stokes equations. To achieve flawless control over the high-temperature plasma within the reactor, we must fully comprehend the Navier-Stokes equations. This, indeed, is the reason why the master control program for nuclear fusion has yet to be realized. Chapter 36. The existence and smoothness of the NS equations. Upon hearing Su Cheng's remarks, Lu Yongchang experienced a moment of enlightenment. No wonder the main control program had yet to be completed. He distinctly remembered that in his previous life, while conquering controllable nuclear fusion, the research team encountered no difficulties with the main control program at all. Consequently, he had never taken the time to delve into the intricacies of the nuclear fusion control program. It was only now that he truly comprehended the situation. If all went as expected, the existence and smoothness of the NS equations would likely be resolved by an American mathematician in 5 years. And at present, without theoretical support, the development of the main control program was naturally arduous. Fortunately, Lu Yongchang had conducted some research on the NS equations in the past, and he retained some recollection of the proof process. With a light chuckle, Lu Yongchang nodded and said, I see. Is there any paper around here? This sudden shift left Yuan Hongwei and Su Cheng momentarily bewildered. Huh? What? Su Cheng looked at Lu Yongchang, puzzled. Why do you need paper all of a sudden? As for Yuan Hongwei, after a brief hesitation, he gently pointed to a napkin on the desk. Is Professor LV referring to that? Lu Yongchang replied, ahem. I meant paper for writing. Just some blank A4 printing paper will suffice. As he spoke, he pulled out a pen he always carried with him. Noticing Lu Yongchang's action, Yuan Lao furrowed his brow. Looking at him quizzically, Professor LV, you're not intending to solve the NS equations here, are you? With a light laugh, Lu Yongchang drew out a chair. I sat down, of course. So, do you have A4 paper? Yuan Lao exchanged a glance with Su Cheng as he hesitated. Professor LV, the NS equations are no trivial matter. They are one of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. Lu Yongchang accepted a stack of blank A4 paper from Su Cheng, nodding nonchalantly. I am well aware. As he spoke, he lowered his gaze, and his pen danced swiftly across the A4 paper, inscribing a line of equations. What should we do now, Yuan Lao? Su Cheng inquired softly, standing beside Yuan Lao. Yuan Hongwei remained silent. His brow furrowed as he observed the series of equations being written by Lu Yongchang. Time passed steadily. The blank pages in front of Lu Yongchang diminished, replaced by dense, cryptic equations. The skepticism in Yuan Hongwei's eyes gradually faded away. When he witnessed Lu Yongchang jot down a crucial equation, a flicker of surprise illuminated his gaze. Incredible, he murmured, careful not to disturb Lu Yongchang. Lowering his voice, I never realized this step could be derived in such a manner. Meanwhile, Su Chang was entirely befuddled, unable to keep pace with Lu Yongchang's rapid writing. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. The sound of the pen scratching against paper in the control room abruptly ceased. Exhaling deeply, Lu Yongchang stood and stretched his limbs. Has it been proven? A trembling voice inquired from the side. Yuan Hongwei? Lu Yongchang smiled as he organized the A4 paper filled with writing before handing it to Yuan Hongwei. Of course. What is the outcome? Upon hearing Yuan Hongwei's question, Lu Yongchang replied with a grin. It exists, and it is smooth. Yuan Hongwei's complexion instantly flushed crimson. Professor Lu, are you truly? For a moment, Yuan Hongwei found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Lu Yongchang before him. Now, the main control program for nuclear fusion should be resolved, right? Lu Yongchang inquired with a smile. Yuan Hongwei nodded vigorously, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. Absolutely. Professor Lu, rest assured. If I cannot resolve the controllable nuclear fusion main control program within half a month, you may question me. In the White House, a roar erupted from the president's office. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fake news. Albert's face turned red as he pounded his desk with his golden hair tousled. There is no way that Xia country could complete such a colossal project in 3 months. Everything is a fabrication. Fake news. Breathing heavily, perhaps due to his earlier agitation. Albert's face flushed like a monkey's rear. Mr. President, I regret to inform you that this is indeed true, replied William Blair, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, shrugging as he stepped forward, opening his laptop and placing it before Albert. What is this? Albert questioned, gazing at the accelerated construction video displayed on the screen, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. This is the official live broadcast from Xia country over the past 3 months, William Blair explained expressionlessly. The video revealed that within a mere 3 months, Xia country had erected a complete nuclear fusion demonstration reactor on a barren patch of land littered with gravel. Upon finishing the video, Albert's complexion turned a ghastly green. Where did this video come from? William Blair paused for a moment before responding, Mr. President, this is a video that appeared on Twitter this morning. Upon verification, it contains no false elements. Hearing that the video's source was Twitter, Albert's face grew even greener. Where's my phone? Let me see what Twitter is saying. As he spoke, Albert hurriedly grabbed his phone, his large fingers struggling to navigate the screen. Oh my God! Xia country is indeed insane, accomplishing such a construction task in just 3 months. Jesus! Now I believe in the title of infrastructure maniac for Xia country. Not to mention Xia country. Where's our fusion reactor in the United States? Albert, haha. The U.S. fusion reactor? It's probably still lingering on the drawing board. Albert, Mr. President, we need an explanation. As he scanned the comments on Twitter, Albert's expression darkened. Professor Collins. Is Professor Collins here? As Albert's call faded, a gray-haired elder, leaning on his cane, stepped forward with a visage marked by trepidation. He bent slightly towards Albert and uttered, Your Excellency, I am here. Oomph. Albert scoffed dismissively and demanded, Pray tell, at what stage is our fusion reactor construction plan? A flicker of apprehension crossed the elder's eyes. Currently, we have yet to commence construction. Cough, cough. Albert expelled the cola he had been sipping, and after a fit of furious coughing, glared at Professor Collins. Professor, are you jesting with me? Over 3 months have elapsed, and our fusion reactor remains merely a concept on paper. Listen, from this moment forth, initiate the construction of the fusion demonstration reactor immediately. Collins's countenance shifted slightly. Mr. President, our plan pertains to a nuclear fusion experimental facility. The plan has changed. Albert interjected emphatically, waving his hand as he raised his voice. What Xia Nation can accomplish, we too shall achieve. Henceforth, commence the construction of the demonstration reactor. Chapter 37. Unexpected circumstances a month later. In the Shanghai Bay of Xia country, the sea lay tranquil, with an aircraft carrier quietly stationed over 10 kilometers offshore for maintenance. As the camera zoomed in, the ship's deck revealed its artillery and missile ports, all in an open state. Within the vessel, the all-weather radar operated at maximum power. To the casual observer, this formidable war fortress appeared merely to be docked for repairs. However, it was poised to launch an offensive at a moment's notice. On the shore, countless stationed soldiers patrolled in an orderly fashion within designated areas. Each soldier had their weapons safely disengaged. Since 2 days prior, the Songhai Bay region had been under strict military control. It is no exaggeration to assert that, at this moment, even a dog passing through would receive a couple of slaps. The reason for this heightened alert was the imminent ignition test of the Pangu 1 fusion reactor located along the bay's edge. In the main control center of the Pangu 1 fusion demonstration reactor, Lu Yongchang stood solemnly at the central console, his gaze fixed intently on the various data displayed on the large screen. The time had come to initiate the first ignition. Lu exhaled slowly, steeling himself as he commanded. All departments, please commence checks on the operational status of all equipment. Upon receiving his orders, all researchers in the main control center adopted serious expressions and diligently set to work. In the preceding days, each researcher had meticulously reviewed the ignition procedures for the fusion reactor, driven by the singular goal of ensuring flawless execution at the moment of ignition. The cooling system is functioning normally. The reactor is in a stable state. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and declared, "Commence power supply." As his words resonated, a low, resonating hum gradually emanated from outside the control room. The current reached a critical threshold, confirming that the magnetic field strength met the established standards. One researcher, with unwavering focus, reported loudly, "Neutron levels are significantly rising. The fusion reaction has been successfully initiated." A flicker of excitement flashed in Lu's eyes. Could it be that, in less than half a year, the light of fusion would illuminate the land of Xia? In a corner of the central control room, Lu observed the fluctuating temperature curve with a grave expression. He rubbed his right eye gently, for reasons unknown, ever since the ignition procedure commenced. His right eyelid had been twitching uncontrollably. As a native of Xia country, Lu couldn't help but recall an ancient saying. The left eye twitches with fortune, while the right eye heralds disaster. Although Lu Yongchang held a certain skepticism towards such superstitions, he found himself increasingly anxious. Suddenly, he observed the temperature curve on the screen make a sharp upward leap. Though merely a fleeting moment, it sent a shiver down his spine. Hastily, he adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, scrutinizing the temperature curve intently. At that moment, the curve appeared calm, returning to its normal fluctuations as if the earlier alarming spike had been an illusion. Lu Yongchang swallowed nervously, his hands trembling as he grasped a nearby ballpoint pen and a sheet of draft paper. Lines of hasty calculations emerged on the paper. No, no, no. A hint of crimson appeared in the depths of Lu Yongchang's eyes. The previous abnormal temperature fluctuation could not possibly have been a mere coincidence. In such precise instruments, any data deviation from the norm should warrant serious concern. But what exactly had gone awry? Lu Yongchang substituted the momentary data into his equations. Upon observing the results, his pupils instantaneously constricted to the size of pinpricks. This, quickly, halt the fusion reaction. Something has gone awry. Lu Yongchang sprang to his feet, his voice ringing out loudly. In the serene central control room, his frantic shout pierced the air. The smile on Lu Yongchang's lips vanished in an instant. Without a moment to ponder, upon hearing Lu Yongchang's voice, he swiftly pressed the emergency shutdown button before him. A deep humming resonated through the room. The current through the superconducting coils gradually diminished, and the magnetic field within the reactor began to dissipate. The fusion reaction likewise weakened until it ceased entirely. As he watched the dosage on the large screen decrease rapidly, a chorus of murmurs erupted in the central control room. What was happening? Wasn't he that Lu Yongchang, who was responsible for the temperature module? What transpired? The temperature now seemed quite normal. At that moment, Lu Yongchang fixed his gaze on the large screen, and only after confirming that the fusion reaction had completely stopped did he turn to Lu Yongchang, frowning. Upon seeing Lu Yongchang, a jolt of alarm surged within him. Lu Yongchang's complexion was pale, his hands trembling slightly, and his pupils constricted to mere pinpoints. presenting a visage of sheer fright. Silence, Lu Yongchang commanded in a subdued tone. The cacophony within the central control room gradually subsided. Professor Lu, what on earth is happening? Lu Yongchang inquired, his brow furrowed. At the sound of Lu Yongchang's question, Lu Yongchang flinched slightly, then hurriedly grasped several sheets of draft paper from his desk and rushed to Lu Yongchang's side. Professor, LV, please look. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang handed over the hastily scrawled papers filled with his calculations. This is the anomalous temperature data that just appeared, and this is the temperature data I calculated for 10 minutes from now. Lu Yongchang furrowed his brow, studying the sheets in front of him. The handwriting on the draft paper was exceedingly hasty, clearly indicating that Lu Yongchang had been in a state of urgency and confusion while calculating the data moments ago. He scrutinized the figures on the paper with great care. When he glimpsed the forecast data for 10 minutes hence, his countenance changed dramatically. How could this be possible? Lu Yongchang's exclamation deepened the oppressive atmosphere in the central control room. Countless researchers exchanged glances, and even Fong Su, standing nearby, could no longer contain his curiosity. He swiftly approached Lu Yongchang, furrowing his brow as he softly inquired, Yongchang, what has transpired? Is there an issue with the temperature module? Lu Yongchang's expression was grim as he handed the draft paper to Fong Su, saying, take a look at this data. Everyone, cease your work immediately and prepare for a comprehensive investigation of the malfunction. Chapter 38. The sudden surge of the temperature curve, a shiver ran through the hearts of all researchers in the central control room. A malfunction had occurred. Just as the researchers were engulfed in confusion, Lu Yongchang deftly manipulated the computer before him. In the next moment, a temperature curve appeared on the large screen in the control room. Upon witnessing the anomalous curve that lasted only a few seconds, a collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. Lu Yongchang's expression darkened as he entered the curve data into the computer. Within moments, the calculated results materialized on the screen. Observing the temperature curve, which exhibited a steep incline of 90 degrees after 10 minutes, rendered every individual present into a profound silence. Such a temperature escalation curve. Had it not been for Lu Yongchang's earlier discovery, the Pangu 1 fusion reactor would undoubtedly have been compromised. Professor Lu, if I am not mistaken, this temperature curve signifies the temperature of the magneto-hydrodynamic generator, does it not? Lu Yongchang inquired, his brow furrowing deeply. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang's heartbeat began to steady following the preceding tension. He gazed at the temperature curve displayed on the screen. A flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Snapped back to reality by Lu Yongchang's question, Lu Yongchang nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, is the temperature of the magneto-hydrodynamic generator. Lu Yongchang's brow furrowed even more deeply. What could be the cause of the abnormal temperature in the magneto-hydrodynamic generator? Yongchang, come take a look. The generator's power seems off. Just as Lu Yongchang was lost in thought, Fong Su's voice broke through. A flicker of awareness crossed Lu Yongchang's eyes as he hurried to Fong Su's location. At that moment, Fong Su had pulled up the power variation curve of the generator during the fusion reaction. The power curve appeared remarkably stable, consistently hovering around 10 of the generation capacity. At first glance, it seemed devoid of issues. After all, this was merely an ignition test, and the amount of fusion fuel introduced was not considerable. Based on projections, the operational power of the generator was estimated to be between 10 and 15 of its rated capacity. It was precisely this seemingly normal curve that concealed a monumental problem. Upon witnessing the steady curve, Lu Yongchang comprehended Fong Su's implication instantly. I see. The generator is malfunctioning. The researcher tasked with monitoring the generator's power gazed at the stable curve on the computer screen, bewildered. But, Professor Ella, this curve appears quite stable. There should be no issues, right? Hearing the researcher's inquiry, Lu Yongchang, with a grave expression, began to elucidate. On the contrary, such a stable curve signifies the presence of a problem. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang dragged the mouse, shifting the curve graph to the far left. Look here. The curve amplitude is normal. At 9:18 a.m., the fusion reaction commenced, and the reactor began to output energy. Simultaneously, The magneto-hydrodynamic generator initiated its operation, and the power output began to rise gradually. Subsequently, Lu Yongchang once more manipulated the mouse, adjusting the time to 9:23 a.m. At precisely 9:23, for a full 5 minutes, the generator maintained its output at a mere 10 of its rated capacity. During this interval, the fusion reactions within the reactor were at their most intense. According to calculations, the generator's power should have reached 15, yet it remained steadfastly at 10. Upon hearing this, the researcher comprehended the implication. His face turned ashen, and his lips quivered slightly as he glanced at Professor Lu Yongchang, stammering, Professor Lu, I wasn't paying attention." Lu Yongchang's lips curled into a faint, reassuring smile, and he placed a comforting hand on the researcher's shoulder. "It's all right. Relax. In a contraption of this magnitude, encountering some issues is entirely normal. You ought to be grateful to Professor Lu, for were it not for him, we would likely be in dire straits in another 10 minutes. With that, Lu Yongchang turned his gaze to the side, where Lu Yongchang stood. Lu Yongchang, momentarily taken aback, hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, No, this is simply my duty." Lu Yongchang shook his head earnestly, replying, "Professor Lu, please don't downplay it. Your ability to promptly identify the issue deserves our heartfelt gratitude. After all, it takes a remarkable amount of courage to halt the fusion reactor at such a critical moment." In the control room of the Pangu 1 magnetic fluid generator, Lu Yongchang and the team of researchers were furrowing their brows. After several days of investigation, they had arrived at a singular conclusion. The magnetic fluid generator was functioning normally. At least, in a physical sense, all magnetic fluid generators exhibited no faults. This presented a significant dilemma. Lu Yongchang continued to frown deeply, murmuring, "This is troubling." The worst-case scenario had materialized. While encountering faults in such large apparatuses is not inherently alarming. Indeed, every large machine experiences some degree of malfunction. Failing to identify the source of the issue was truly daunting. At this moment, the research team was enveloped in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Each researcher bore a solemn expression. Suddenly, the stillness of the generator room was shattered by the ringing of a mobile phone. Lu Yongchang hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was an encrypted number. His eyes flickered with curiosity as he answered the call. "Hello, may I ask who is this?" Before Lu Yongchang could finish his sentence, an elderly voice emanated from the receiver. "Ahem, Yongchang, this is Counselor Li." Lu Yongchang's demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness as he exclaimed in disbelief, "Counselor Li." In an instant, all the researchers turned their attention to Lu Yongchang. Beside him, Fang Su looked at him in astonishment, his eyes reflecting surprise and envy. It was indeed a call from Counselor Li. "Yongchang, I've heard that there's been a minor issue with the Pangu 1 fusion reactor." Upon hearing Counselor Li's words, a bitter smile crossed Lu Yongchang's face. Well then, the generator's problem had escalated to the point of reaching Counselor Li. "I have encountered a bit of trouble. However, rest assured, I will resolve it promptly." There was a brief silence on the microphone, followed by the voice of Congressman Li once again. "Yongchang, this matter cannot be rushed. We must proceed with caution. The safety of Xiagua is not something to be hurried. It is imperative to conduct the investigation while ensuring your own safety. Do you understand?" Although Congressman Li's words were quite serious, they brought a sense of warmth to LV Yongchang's heart. Rest assured, Congressman Li. Upon hearing LV Yongchang's assurance, Congressman Li let out a slight sigh. It is of no consequence if the progress of Pangu No. 1 is somewhat delayed. What truly matters is the lives of you and the researchers around you. I am aware that every nuclear project carries its own risks to some extent. However, I wish for you to remember this. The future of Xiagua relies on scientists like you to uphold it, so please prioritize your safety. LV Yongchang felt a stirring within him. He had never anticipated that his standing in Congressman Li's mind held such significance at this moment. Rest assured, Congressman Li, if any danger arises, I will certainly arrange for everyone to evacuate at the first opportunity. He spoke earnestly, I assure you. There will be absolutely no accidents with the Pangu No. 1 fusion reactor. Chapter 39. Error in the Master Control Program. Moments later, the call was abruptly terminated. Lu Yongchang, with a complex expression, set down his phone and exhaled a long, heavy sigh. What was said? What did Chairman Li convey? Fong Su hurriedly approached Lu Yongchang, his face betraying a hint of anxiety as he inquired repeatedly, "Does Chairman Li know about the situation with Panga number 1? Lu Yongchang nodded gently and turned towards the group of researchers, raising his voice to address them. "The call I just received was from Chairman Li. I trust that you all have surmised that he is indeed aware of the circumstances surrounding Panga number 1. As for what Chairman Li expressed, I shall convey it in its entirety." As Lu Yongchang spoke, every researcher present was visibly moved. They could hardly believe that Chairman Li bore no ire towards them. Not only did he refrain from approaching them, but he also urged them to prioritize their safety. Observing the murmurs among the researchers, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, at this juncture in our development process, we are faced with an unprecedentedly challenging dilemma. Yet, I am confident that we will uncover the underlying cause. The light of fusion will ultimately flourish upon the soil of our great nation. Now, let us start from the beginning and meticulously review the details to see if we can unearth any clues." In just a few minutes, the atmosphere within the magnetic fluid generator room underwent a complete transformation. Witnessing the excitement and enthusiasm reflected in the eyes of his fellow researchers, Lu Yongchang felt a sense of relief wash over him. One must admit, the timing of Chairman Li's call was indeed impeccable. "Yongchang, do you think it could be an issue with the control program?" Just as Lu Yongchang and the researchers fervently debated the potential causes of the malfunction, Fong Su's voice suddenly cut through the air. Lu Yongchang's expression froze for a moment. In the next instant, he sprang to his feet, his gaze intensely fixed on the contemplative Fong Su. "What did you just say?" Fong Su, startled by Lu Yongchang's reaction, hesitated before reiterating, could it possibly be a problem with the master control system?" Lu Yongchang clapped his hands together excitedly, exclaiming, "Yes, it's possible. To this point, the only area we have yet to investigate is the master control system of the fusion reactor. Where is old Yuan?" A researcher quietly reminded them. "Old Yuan is quite advanced in age and is currently resting in the central control room." Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. "All right, I shall go find old Yuan." "Professor Lu, old Yuan is quite elderly. Please wait." Fong Su, his eyes betraying a flicker of concern, grasped Lu Yongchang's arm and gently cautioned him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression shifted slightly. He began to comprehend Fong Su's intention. On one hand, old Yuan was indeed an elder. On the other hand, given his age, he might not withstand undue stress. Thus, it was imperative that Lu Yongchang exercise caution in his choice of words when addressing him. Upon careful contemplation, he gently nodded and smiled, assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Su, I possess the discretion." Hearing these words, Fong Su felt a measure of relief wash over him. In the central control room of Panga 1, LV Yongchang quietly approached the elder Yuan, who was resting with his head on the table. Perhaps due to age and shallow sleep, the moment LV Yongchang settled into his chair, Yuan lifted his head. "Yongchang, what brings you here? Have the inspections yielded any results?" Even in his drowsy state, Yuan's first concern was the status of Panga 1. LV Yongchang pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Observing this, Yuan's expression dimmed, and he let out a deep sigh. Taking a deep breath, LV Yongchang softened his tone as much as possible. "Elder Yuan, after conducting various inspections, no issues were found with Panga 1's fusion pile. I suspect, could there have been an unexpected occurrence in the main control system?" At this utterance, Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically. "What?" Noticing the sudden change in Yuan's expression, LV Yongchang felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly added, "Elder Yuan, this is merely a conjecture, perhaps." "Indeed, how could I have overlooked this?" Yuan exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he rose from his chair. LV Yongchang was taken aback. "Yongchang, you are absolutely correct. If there are no issues externally, then the problem must lie within the main control program." Yuan continued, "Wait. I shall check the source code of the main control program immediately." With urgency, he settled back into his chair and prepared to examine the source code on his computer. Witnessing Yuan's reaction, LV Yongchang was left with a multitude of questions. "Elder Yuan, are you not upset?" Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback, and instinctively replied, "Upset? Why would I be upset?" Lu Yongchang, with a hint of awkwardness, remarked, "Isn't this tantamount to questioning your expertise?" At Lu Yongchang's words, Yuan's expression grew peculiar. "Yongchang, why would you think that? To uncover a problem brings me joy. Do you perceive me as an obstinate old fool, incapable of distinguishing right from wrong?" A touch of embarrassment flickered across Lu Yongchang's face, prompting him to hastily shift the topic. "Ahem. Elder Yuan, please expedite your examination of the source code." Seeing Lu Yongchang's awkward demeanor, Yuan chuckled and shook his head, patting his shoulder before redirecting his focus back to the computer. Half an hour swiftly passed. "Found it." Yuan's voice brimmed with excitement. "So that's why this malfunction occurred. It turns out that the code written by that rascal Su Cheng was flawed. I spent quite some time reviewing it. Alas, I never anticipated I would overlook such a minor error." Yuan's tone was filled with reflection. "Indeed, age brings a different experience. My vigor is no longer what it once was." Lu Yongchang hastily rose to his feet and approached the computer, his expression grave as he inquired, "Elder Yuan, what exactly is happening? Is the issue severe?" Elder Yuan chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively, and replied with an air of resignation, "Not severe, not severe. It is merely a minor issue." "A minor issue?" Observing Lu Yongchang's perplexed demeanor, Elder Yuan offered a wry smile and elucidated. "The inefficiency of the generator is attributed to the existence of this bug. Consequently, as the generator's efficiency dwindles, an excessive amount of heat accumulates within the conduits of the magneto-hydrodynamic generator. Thus, after a certain period, the temperature of the generator begins to escalate dramatically." Lu Yongchang's understanding dawned upon him. "So, is the repair complicated?" A flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. If it were troublesome, the launch plan for Panga 1 would be delayed once again. "Not complicated at all." Elder Yuan's eyes sparkled with mirth. "Now that we have identified the source of the problem, the repair will be straightforward. Grant me 2 days, and I assure you, the magneto-hydrodynamic generator will operate seamlessly." Chapter 40. Witnessing history, it must be said that Mr. Yuan is indeed quite reliable. When he promises to revise something in 2 days, he will never delay it to the 3rd day. On the evening of the following day, Lu Yongchang received the news that the main control program had been successfully modified. In the subsequent days, Panga number 1 underwent several ignition tests to ensure that everything was in order. After confirming there were no unexpected issues, Lu Yongchang submitted an application to the esteemed counselor in the capital. Within Counselor Li's office. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed through the office. Counselor Li, his head bowed as he reviewed documents on his desk, did not lift his gaze and simply called out, "Come in." Creak. The office door swung open. Upon hearing the door open, Counselor Li instinctively glanced up. Upon seeing the visitor, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Minister Hong, what brings you here?" Hong Chiming chuckled lightly, his tone respectful as he replied, "Counselor, I bring you some wonderful news." Counselor Li raised an eyebrow slightly, hastily setting down his pen, his gaze now fixed intently on Hong Chiming. "Oh, I am most eager to hear what this good news entails. Could it be the issue with the Panga number 1 fusion reactor has been resolved?" Hong Chiming paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. As expected of the counselor, such matters cannot be concealed from you. A fain smila kurba consilo lis lips. And with a hint of astonishment, he inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Hong Chiming nodded vigorously. "Not only that, but I also bring an application from that young lad." Lu Yongchang. An application? Counselor Li's brow furrowed slightly as he instinctively questioned. With a smile, Hong Chiming retrieved an envelope from his pocket and placed it upon the counselor's desk. "This letter is something Lu Yongchang insisted I deliver personally to you." Observing Hong Chiming's earnest demeanor, Counselor Li felt a surge of interest. This young man, he chuckled softly, shaking his head slowly, and then reached for the envelope. The envelope was meticulously sealed. Counselor Li opened it and extracted a sheet of letterhead. As he read the neatly penned lines, the astonishment in his eyes deepened. "After several tests, we can confirm that the Panga number 1 reactor is fully prepared for ignition." Counselor Li, I hereby apply to officially commence the Pangano 1 fusion reactor at noon tomorrow, completing the grid connection task. The counselor's complexion flushed slightly. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes, and in the next moment, he slammed his right hand heavily on the desk. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lu Yongchang is indeed the hope of our nation's new generation. Qiming tomorrow. Accompany me to the Panga number 1 fusion reactor. Let us witness history firsthand. Later that evening, at precisely 7 p.m., the host of the Summer Nation News channel announced gravely, "We have breaking news. The first commercially viable, controllable nuclear fusion reactor in our nation, Panga number 1, will officially commence at noon tomorrow. The entire launch process will be broadcast live by the news of Xia Country." Shortly after the news report, the internet of Xia Country was completely inundated. The social media platforms, once filled with various celebrity gossip, were instantly dominated by this announcement. Panga 1 completed. At noon tomorrow, Panga 1's fusion reactor will be activated. The world's first commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Countless netizens expressed their exhilaration in the comment section. Xia Country is amazing. I can't believe this is done already. I recall that the United States and ITER haven't even commenced their second ignition experiment yet. Not to mention the second ignition. The fusion reactor in the U.S. is still merely a concept on paper. Why wasn't this announced a day earlier? How am I supposed to sleep tonight? Perhaps I should just stay up all night to watch the live broadcast. The number of insomniacs in Xia Country surged dramatically that night. As anticipation grew, the clock slowly approached 10 a.m. the next day. Under the escort of military vehicles, a red flag sedan with a license plate 00001 gracefully entered Shanghai Bay. Before the Panga 1 demonstration reactor, the red flag vehicle came to a halt. Observing the gleaming silver hemispherical structures before him, the head of the committee was momentarily taken aback. Qiming, I never imagined that controlled nuclear fusion would manifest on the soil of Xia Country in such a short span of months. Hong Qiming nodded in agreement with a smile. Indeed, I too was astonished. When I first saw the news about ITER, I felt a shiver of fear that Xia Country might lag behind the Western nations once again. The head of the committee chuckled. It seems that ITER must be regretting their decision now. Of course, if they hadn't pushed us away, we would have been obliged to share this technology with them for free, according to the agreement. Hong Qiming laughed heartily. I can only imagine that in a few hours, someone will be regretting their choices. Hearing Hong Qiming's words, the head of the committee joined in the laughter. What a relief. Let us go. We must see how well Lu Yongchang has prepared. With that, Councilman Li took the lead, striding toward the interior of Panga 1. Upon entering the central control room of the Panga 1 demonstration reactor, Councilman Li and Hong Qiming were greeted by a scene of bustling activity. Xu Yi, has the reactor been inspected? Lu Yongchang called out loudly from the command platform to Fong Su nearby. Fong Su nodded vigorously in response. The reactor status is all normal. What about the superconducting coils and the Xia Country power grid? Are they ready? Councilman Li stood at the entrance of the central control room, a smile on his face as he silently observed the scene. Immersed in his work, Lu Yongchang remained unaware of the presence of Hong Qiming and the head of the committee at the door. It was Fong Su who first noticed the two figures. Gunsilo Li, what brings you here? Fong Su exclaimed in astonishment, his voice drawing the attention of all the researchers present. Upon recognizing Counselor Li in person, every researcher promptly set aside their tasks to nod in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang swiftly descended from the command platform and approached the counselor with quick strides. What's this? Am I not welcome? Counselor Li inquired with a smile, casting a glance at Fong Su and Lu Yongchang. Fong Su's lips twitched slightly as he replied, of course. You're welcome. It's just, this is nuclear fusion, and in the event of any danger, I have complete faith in you. Counselor Li asserted without a moment's hesitation, his tone resolute. Yongchang, tell me, can I trust you? In response to this query, Lu Yongchang did not waver for an instant. Replying confidently, rest assured, Counselor. Chapter 41. The radiance of fusion shines upon the land of Xia as time inexorably flows. The hands of the clock on the wall swiftly glide to 11. Zhao Zijia, burdened with heavy dark circles under his eyes, had risen early to switch on the television in the living room. Reaching for the remote control upon the sofa, he tuned in to the Xia National News Channel. As he gazed at the interminable advertisements flashing across the screen, a flicker of urgency crossed his eyes. Why had the live broadcast of the controlled nuclear fusion ignition yet to commence? His gaze repeatedly darted toward the clock hanging in the living room. It was already 11 o'clock. The ignition of the fusion reactor was promised for noon, leaving but an hour remaining. Why was the broadcast still absent? Instinctively, Zhao Zijie retrieved his phone and opened the Penguin Group chat. What was going on? Where was the promised live stream? I don't know, has anyone seen it? Noticing that everyone shared the same perplexity, the tension in Zhao Zijie's furrowed brow eased slightly. He deftly typed a message on his phone. Enough chatter. I've been waiting since last night. If this live stream doesn't start soon, I feel I might faint from anticipation. Moments later, several replies materialized before his eyes. Ha ha ha. I told you, Lao Zhao. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Honestly, it's quite possible. Lao Zhao truly is that kind of person. A bittersweet smile flickered across Zhao Zijie's face, just as he contemplated responding to the banter. A highlighted message appeared at the top of the chat. Stop flooding the group. Quickly turn on the TV. The live broadcast has begun. In an instant, the once bustling Penguin Group fell silent. Zhao Zijie hastily set down his phone and turned his gaze toward the television. Behold, the magnificent visage of the Pangu, one demonstration reactor, graced the screen before him. A hint of confusion clouded his expression as he murmured, "Is this merely a view of the exterior? What is the significance of this?" Disappointment visibly crept across Zhao Zijie's face. Although he understood the rationale behind Xia National News' approach, it was impossible not to feel let down by the monotonous exterior footage. He grasped the remote and switched off the television with a weary sigh, listlessly tapping on his phone screen to express a sighing emoji in the Penguin Group. Let us disperse. It seems we can only see the exterior. What can one glean from that? Lao Zhao, why not take another look? The television footage has switched. Upon reading this line, Zhao Zijie's pupils constricted in surprise as he swiftly seized the remote and turned the television back on. Indeed, the central control room appeared before him. A young man in a white lab coat, appearing to be in his 20s, stood gravely at the central command podium. This must be the chief engineer of controlled nuclear fusion, Lu Yongchang, he surmised. However, in the next moment, a figure behind the podium captured Zhao Zijie's attention. This was the speaker. Due to the angle, the speaker stood at the far corner of the frame. Zhao Zijie rubbed his eyes vigorously and, after confirming several times, picked up his phone, his hands trembling as he sent a message in the group chat. Everyone, quickly check the bottom right corner of the television. The congressman is also on site. This announcement evidently jolted all the lurking members awake. Oh my goodness, I really see it. Where is it? Why can't I find it? Ha ha ha, daily interstellar activities. If you can't see, you might as well donate your eyes to those in need. Inside the Pangu 1 demonstration reactor, Lu Yongchang gazed solemnly at the large screen displaying various data. The clock on the wall ticked steadily towards 12. He took a deep breath, his serious gaze sweeping over the crowd. Then he spoke softly, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to witness this moment together. Each of us has poured countless efforts into Pangu 1, regardless of success or failure. I believe our names will forever be etched in the annals of human history." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pressed the ignition button on the control panel. A familiar hum resonated through the room. In an incredibly short time, the deuterium-tritium plasma was heated to over 100 million degrees Celsius. An inexhaustible surge of energy erupted within the reactor of Pangu 1. At this very moment, the most powerful energy in the stellar system was born. Watching the neutron dosage meter's values soar, excitement illuminated every face, yet no one dared to cheer. This was merely the beginning. The cooling system was functioning normally. The fusion reaction intensity was stable. The magneto-hydrodynamic generator was operational. The current output was at 35% of its rated power. As the reports came in, Lu Yongchang remained vigilant, knowing that the next step was crucial. Prepare for grid connection. The energy produced by the magneto-hydrodynamic system must be integrated into the national grid of Xia, for this fusion reactor to be deemed truly successful. Minutes later, an exuberant researcher shouted, "Grid connection successful. Current output is 200,000 megawatts." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. At this juncture, it could be said that the Pangu 1 fusion reactor had achieved 90% of its success. The next task was to continue fueling and push the output to its maximum. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's command, every researcher suddenly appeared tense. This meant that the Pangu 1 fusion reactor would soon enter full load operation. In the ensuing minutes, each researcher fixated intently on the large screen in the central control room, anxious about any potential mishaps. 80%, 90%, 99%. As the deuterium-tritium fuel was gradually added, the fusion reaction within the reactor intensified dramatically. Even within the control room, the subtle tremors beneath their feet were palpable. Professor LV, the generator's output is at 400,000 megawatts. The reactor shows no anomalies, and the generator is functioning normally. A faint smile gradually appeared at the corners of Lu Yongchang's lips. A hint of dazedness flickered in his eyes, and he solemnly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have succeeded." In the next moment, a thunderous applause erupted. Every researcher rose from their seats, gazing with deep reverence at the young man on the podium. They understood that the greatest contributor to the success of Pangu No. 1 was this 21-year-old youth. "We have succeeded." Upon hearing the words emanating from the television, Zhao Zijia felt a surge of emotion, his eyes reddening instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed his phone, opened the group chat, and, filled with excitement, typed a single sentence: "The light of fusion shines upon the land of Xia." In the following instant, everyone in the group chat instinctively formed a line. Observing the screen filled with repetition, Zhao Zijia took a deep breath. At last, the day had come when Xia truly stood at the forefront of the world. Chapter 42. The task of miniaturizing the fusion reactor. The moon waxes and wanes, and so do the joys and sorrows of humanity. The emotions of individuals do not resonate with one another. While the nation of Xia rejoices in celebration, far across the ocean in the United States, a wave of panic and regret engulfs the populace. On the streets of Washington, countless citizens brandish banners and flags, marching resolutely towards the White House. The chaotic scenes from outside draw the attention of those Americans who remain at home. As more citizens join the procession, the throng swells, gradually filling the vicinity of the White House to capacity. "We demand an explanation. Why was Xia expelled from the ITER program? We need nuclear fusion." Bold letters emblazon the vibrant banners. In the face of this multitude, the security personnel at the White House appear woefully inadequate. Meanwhile, within the White House, President Albert gazes through the window, his tousled golden hair framing a visage marked by concern as he observes the unfolding events outside. With a heavy sigh, he withdraws his gaze from the window. "Do not pay heed to these foolish masses. They silence Anthony." Albert snaps fiercely at Defense Secretary Anthony, his eyes ablaze with ire. "If it weren't for you, Xia would be sharing nuclear fusion technology with us freely right now. Look at the mess you've created." Anthony, taken aback by the president's rebuke, responds with a troubled countenance. "Mr. President, with all due respect, even if Xia had not withdrawn from the ITER program, they would never share their nuclear fusion technology with us." Albert scoffs. "How can you be so sure they would not?" "I assure you, Anthony, no one understands Xia better than I do. I believe they will honor this contract." At that moment, Albert abruptly turns to Professor Collins. "Professor, how is our controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project progressing?" "Don't tell me it's still languishing on the drawing board." Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, Professor Collins stiffens, anxiety etched on his face. "Mr. President, currently it has just begun construction." A wave of relief washes over Albert. "Finally, some good news." "Oh." A glimmer of joy lights up Albert's eyes. "To what stage have we progressed?" Professor Collins's lips twitch slightly as he bows his head, murmuring, "The foundation." "WDF? Professor, are you jesting with me?" Albert's complexion reddens visibly. "Mr. President, the construction team has already pressed for updates multiple times." Collins sighs deeply. "I have no control over it." Albert eyes twitch in agitation. I do not care. Tell those damn contractors that I want to see the demonstration reactor within a month. I don't care how you accomplish it. You have 1 month. Do you understand? Professor Collins, on the third day of the successful operation of Panga 1, despite the triumph of the controlled nuclear fusion project, the research team remained intact. At the behest of Lu Yongchang, all researchers convened at a clandestine nuclear laboratory in Xia Country, outside the Dashuk Bay Nuclear Physics Laboratory. Hundreds of researchers gazed at Lu Yongchang with expressions of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Su decided to directly inquire, "What are your intentions?" And Yongchang shook softly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly of researchers. "I trust you all are quite perplexed?" As he observed the nodding heads, his smile broadened. "Esteemed colleagues, we have successfully completed the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion. However, do you not wish to advance further?" Fong Su furrowed his brow. Being the person who had spent the most time with Lu Yongchang, a vague thought began to surface in his mind. He had a hunch about Lu Yongchang's ambitions. "I have submitted a project proposal to the council leader." Lu Yongchang continued with a light chuckle. "As for the nature of the project, it pertains to the miniaturization of fusion reactors. I wonder if any of you might be interested?" He added, "Of course, if you prefer not to partake in this research endeavor, I will not insist. After signing a confidentiality agreement, arrangements will be made for your departure." As his words fell, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. "What? Miniaturization of fusion reactor technology? Isn't that a bit too avant-garde? Is it truly feasible?" Unlike the astonished reactions of others, Fong Su calmly interjected, "Yongchang, how confident are you in this technology?" Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before responding. "Compared to controlled nuclear fusion, I only have a preliminary understanding of the miniaturization technology. The difficulty is undoubtedly greater. I would estimate an 80% chance of success." Fong Su's pupils dilated in shock. Even with his composure, he could not help but exclaim, "80? Are you certain your Haven team has spoken?" In research, achieving even a 20% success rate is often considered remarkable. He even wondered if Lu Yongchang had perhaps reversed the success and failure rates. After all, in Fong Su's estimation, a 20% success rate would make the project worth pursuing. In response to Fong Su's astonishment, Lu Yongchang shot him an incredulous glance, muttering to himself, "Such dramatics. An 80% success rate is already quite low. When we developed Panga 1, I had a 99% assurance." Fong Su could only respond with a pained smile and a shake of his head, uncertain whether Lu Yongchang was overly confident or if he simply underestimated Lu Yongchang's capabilities. I wish to participate. I too wish to join. How could I possibly miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? I want to be involved. Indeed, when the time comes, I shall proudly declare myself a researcher who has participated in 2 world-class scientific endeavors." Just as Fong Su found himself questioning his life choices, the surrounding researchers began to voice their thoughts. "Brother Su, what do you think?" Lu Yongchang inquired with a smile, casting a glance towards Fong Su. "Have you made your decision?" A flicker of determination crossed Fong Su's face, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "Of course, such an opportunity cannot exclude my involvement." Just as Lu Yongchang was about to lead the group into the Dashuk Bay Nuclear Physics Laboratory, a paper quietly surfaced in the latest issue of Nature. Titled on the recent anomalous behavior of the Sun, the publication prompted the Hubble Space Telescope in orbit to gradually redirect its gaze toward the Sun. Chapter 43. The Astronomical Observatory of the Summer Kingdom, 3 days later. "Yongchang, have you seen the latest issue of Nature?" As Lu Yongchang sat in his office, grappling with the profound implications of the phenomenon of luminescence, Fong Su's voice interrupted his thoughts. Startled, he looked up at Fong Su. "No, I haven't. What's the matter?" Noticing the mysterious expression on Fong Su's face, a flicker of unease crossed Lu Yongchang's mind. In his recollection, there should not have been any significant developments in the academic world during this time. "You really ought to take a look." Fong Su's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "I've never witnessed anything so fantastical in my life." A wave of anxiety washed over Lu Yongchang as he furrowed his brow and asked softly, "Su Ge, what exactly is going on?" Fong Su chuckled and shook his head. "You're simply too impatient. All right, I won't tease you any longer. An astronomical laboratory in America has published a paper in Nature revealing numerous anomalous data regarding the sun over the past month. Based on these observations, the laboratory has drawn a remarkable conclusion. Ha ha ha. Yongchang, you'll never guess what their conclusion is. Just as Fong Su began to elaborate, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly shifted drastically. Upon hearing Fong Su's inquiry, he murmured, "The sun has entered its aging phase." Fong Su, who was about to voice this absurd conclusion, paused momentarily, then looked at Lu Yongchang with a peculiar expression. Didn't you say you hadn't read the latest issue of Nature? Ignoring Fong Su's words, Lu Yongchang was now in a state of turmoil. How could this have happened so swiftly? He recalled that in his previous life, this paper had emerged 2 months later. Could it be that the sun's fluctuations had accelerated? The horrifying scene of helium flashes reappeared vividly in his mind. Yongchang? Yongchang, what is wrong? Perhaps due to Lu Yongchang's pallor, Fong Su grew anxious. He called out loudly for Lu Yongchang while turning to a nearby researcher, exclaiming, "What are you standing there for?" Quickly summoned medical personnel. Lu Yongchang slowly raised his hand, halting the researcher's actions. "I'm fine. No need to call for medical personnel." Fong Su's brow furrowed even deeper as he murmured, "How can you be fine? Do you realize how pale you are?" Lu Yongchang swallowed hard and said softly, "Suge, I need a telescope." "What?" Suddenly, Lu Yongchang grasped Fong Su's arm tightly. "Suge, trust me. Regardless of the reason, I require an astronomical laboratory capable of analyzing solar data." Observing the profound fear within Lu Yongchang's gaze, Fong Su swallowed nervously. Although unsure of what was amiss, he nodded gravely. "All right, I understand. Also, let me see the latest issue of Nature." Lu Yongchang gritted his teeth and softly added, as he gazed at the eerily familiar data in the journal Nature, the last flicker of hope in his heart was utterly extinguished. The changes in the sun had indeed arrived prematurely. This was utterly illogical. Could it be that the solar fluctuations in the previous life were not a natural phenomenon? A chilling thought surged within Lu Yongchang's mind. He hurriedly shook his head, casting aside the despairing notion that lingered in his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the room. Without lifting his gaze, Lu Yongchang merely stared blankly at the Nature magazine on his desk. "Come in. The door is unlocked." Click. The sound of the spring lock resonated, and the door swung open. "Yongchang, I have spoken with Minister Hong," came the voice of Fong Su. Hearing this message, a glimmer of hope sparked in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he looked up at Fong Su standing at the doorway. "Have you managed to contact a reliable astronomical laboratory?" Fong Su note that can Li. Minister Hong attaches great importance to your words and has directly reached out to the Summer National Observatory. Now it depends on you. When shall we depart? Lu Yongchang abruptly rose from his chair, his gaze intense as he fixed it upon Fong Su. "Certainly now. We must act swiftly. We may not have time to waste." At this point, a hint of bitterness flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Observing this, the perplexity in Fong Su's expression deepened. But he nodded gently. "Understood. There is a helicopter waiting outside the laboratory." Before Fong Su could finish his sentence, Lu Yongchang seized the pen from his desk and resolutely strode out of the office. 2 hours later, an armed helicopter gradually descended onto the helipad in front of the Summer National Observatory. Before the helicopter had even come to a complete stop, Lu Yongchang leaped down. The whirring of the rotor blades above evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. "Professor L, welcome." As the helicopter blades slowly stilled, an elderly man with graying temples approached Lu Yongchang with a warm smile. "You are." A hint of confusion flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. "Ha! I forgot to introduce myself." The elder chuckled, his face beaming with joy. "I am Yi Nange, the director of the Summer National Observatory." Lu Yongchang was taken aback. Quickly bowing respectfully to the elder, "Director Yi, I am unworthy of your presence. My apologies." Yi Nange waved his hand nonchalantly, replying, "Do not mention it. Compared to controlled nuclear fusion, my position as the observatory director is hardly noteworthy." Suddenly, Yi Nange shifted the conversation. "By the way, I heard from Minister Hong that you are here to study the solar data." Lu Yongchang nodded earnestly. "Indeed. What is the reason?" Yenanjis bro furovit. Could it be concerning that article in Nature? Upon witnessing the change in Lu Yongchang's expression, Yinange instantly realized he had guessed correctly. As he walked towards the observatory with Professor Lu Yongchang, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Professor Lu, I must say, the paper published in Nature is greatly inflated. It is an undeniable conclusion that the sun is currently in its middle-aged prime. While we have observed some anomalous data alongside the publication of this paper, it certainly does not indicate that the sun has entered a phase of decline." Listening to Yi Nangying's words, a hint of bitterness flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. In his previous life, it was precisely this way. Everyone believed that the minor fluctuations in the sun's data were merely coincidental. Consequently, humanity lost a crucial 2 years of potential escape time. Chapter 44. Are you a graduate of the astronomy department? A bitter expression clouded Lu Yongchang's eyes as he slowly shook his head, replying, "Old Yi, I have examined the data presented in the papers. I hold a rather pessimistic view regarding the future of the sun. It seems imperative that we contemplate the survival of human civilization." Yi Nangying, who had been walking ahead, abruptly halted his steps. He turned around, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Lu Yongchang. "Professor Lu, is this statement perhaps a bit too?" Yi Nangying left his thought unfinished, but Lu Yongchang grasped his implication. It was merely a suggestion that he was being overly alarmist, exaggerating the facts. He felt no anger. Instead, a sense of sorrow and helplessness enveloped him. The technological prowess of humanity was, indeed, woefully inadequate. However, at that moment, Lu Yongchang chose not to engage in a debate with Old Yi. Without concrete evidence, his assertions would find little credence. Thus, he spoke in a measured tone, "Old Yi, whether it is true or not, let us await my observational data and subsequent calculations. I sincerely hope that I am mistaken." Yin Nanjing's burul tiktinit, and he cast a significant glance at Lu Yongchang. "Very well, I shall take you to the observation station." At the Summer National Observatory, within the observation station, a colossal telescope stood prominently in the center. "Greetings, Old Yi." Upon entering the observation station, a researcher respectfully greeted Yi Nangying. Old Yi smiled and nodded, saying, "Xiao Wang, direct the telescope towards the sun. Also, please show Professor Lu the observational data from the past few days." The researcher, referred to as Xiao Wang, momentarily paused and turned to look at Lu Yongchang. Gradually, his eyes widened in astonishment. You're Professor Lu Yongchang?" "Professor Lu, I am your idol." No, I'm your fan." Xiao Wang, his face alight with excitement, stammered, "Professor Lu, could you possibly grant me an autograph?" Lu Yongchang. Yin Nanjing. Clearly, Old Yi had not anticipated this situation either and shot an embarrassed glare at the researcher. "Ahem, Xiao Wang, we shall attend to the autograph matter later. Let's first complete our research tasks." A hint of disappointment flickered across Xiao Wang's face as he trudged towards the control panel. Witnessing this exchange, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but chuckle. "Rest assured, I shall not forget about the autograph." At this, a spark of excitement ignited in Xiao Wang's eyes, and his steps became noticeably lighter. Old Yi observed Lu Yongchang with a hint of envy, remarking, "Professor Lu, your popularity is truly remarkable. Look at Xiao Wang. He appears as though he is one of your own researchers. I even suspect that if you were to call out to him, he would switch his allegiance to your team." In response to Old Yi's jealousy, Lu Yongchang could only smile and shrug his shoulders, conveying his own sense of helplessness. Before long, Xiao Wang returned, carrying a stack of documents, and approached Lu Yongchang. "Professor, these are the solar observation data from the past month. Do you need anything more?" After a month's worth of data retrieval, it might take some time, but Xiao Wang's enthusiasm exceeded Lu Yongchang's expectations. He chuckled wryly and waved his hand, saying, "Cough, cough. No need. A month's data is already sufficient." A flicker of evident disappointment crossed Xiao Wang's eyes. "All right then, Professor LV, call me if you need anything." Lu Yongchang nodded with a bitter smile. He never anticipated that he would enjoy such star-like treatment. Once Xiao Wang departed, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and turned his serious gaze towards the documents before him. Observing this scene, Old Yi raised an eyebrow in mild skepticism, questioning whether Lu Yongchang could truly comprehend the highly specialized data. "There's an issue with this data," Lu Yongchang murmured with a grave expression. "Oh, what issue?" Old Yi inquired, leaning closer to him with an unperturbed demeanor. "Look, the magnetic field intensity has noticeably increased since half a month ago," he continued. "Moreover, these few data points have also encountered problems." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pointed at the documents before him. "If I'm not mistaken, solar flare activity during this period should have become more frequent, right?" A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Old Ye's eyes. Within mere minutes, amidst such an overwhelming amount of data, Lu Yongchang not only identified the problematic data points, but also made an accurate assessment of the sun's current state. "Professor LV, you graduated from the astronomy department?" Yi Nanking gazed at him incredulously, instinctively posing the question. Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. "Old Yi, I graduated from the physics department at Sandow University. I suppose I haven't technically graduated yet, as my diploma has not been issued." This was indeed true. Recently, due to his preoccupation with the Panga No. 1 project, he had completely neglected to collect his graduation certificate. Old Yi swallowed hard, staring at Lu Yongchang with disbelief. "So I self-studied everything." Lu Yongchang laughed it off. "Incredible." Yi Nanking's eyes widened like saucers, muttering, "I have never encountered anyone like you." Coughing lightly to prevent Old Yi from continuing his astonishment, Lu Yongchang inquired, "Old Yi, do you have any draft paper around? I need to verify some calculations." Old Yi, still in a state of amazement, nodded and fetched several blank A4 sheets from his side. "Are these enough?" Lu Yongchang accepted the A4 paper while pulling out his pen from his pocket. Nodding, "This will suffice." He then sat down, swiftly inscribing a series of calculations on the A4 paper. Yi Nanking leaned closer, his eyes fixed on Lu Yongchang's handwriting. Initially, Yi Nanking could keep pace with Lu Yongchang's thought process, but just a few minutes later, Yi Nanjin, with a look of confusion, raised his head and glanced uncertainly at the industrious Lu Yongchang, who was fervently scribbling away. Was it truly a reflection of his own inadequate abilities? That seemed implausible. He harbored a modicum of confidence in his mathematical prowess. While he might not tackle the formidable enigmas of mathematical history, he could effortlessly resolve various issues within the realm of astronomy. Yet at this moment, he found himself utterly bewildered by the intricate transformations of the equations before him, penned by Lu Yongchang. This moment prompted memories of his university days, a time overshadowed by the dread of higher mathematics. Half an hour later, Lu Yongchang let out a deep sigh, his expression grave as he set down his pen. "What do you think?" Unbeknownst to him, Yi Nanjin's attitude towards Lu Yongchang had undergone a significant transformation. "Is there any outcome?" Chapter 45. Prophecy, Global Aurora. Upon hearing the inquiries around him, Lu Yongchang let out a deep sigh. The worst outcome had indeed come to pass. The sun's anomalous activity had advanced by 2 months. Furthermore, the rate of the sun's aging was evidently accelerating compared to the previous timeline. According to Lu Yongchang's calculations, in approximately 15 years, the sun would once again erupt in a helium flash. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. The timeline had been shortened by a full 5 years. "Professor Lu?" A voice called out, urging him from beside him. With great effort, Lu Yongchang forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. "There's a problem with the sun." Half an hour later, Yi Nanjin stared in disbelief at Lu Yongchang. "Impossible. How can this be? Up until now, the sun has existed for 4.6 billion years, and according to models, it should last at least another 10 billion years. How can it possibly be entering its aging phase now?" Yi Nanjin's face flushed red, the grayish-white beard at his lips quivering slightly as he shouted, "This is absolutely impossible. Your calculations must be flawed. The sun cannot transition to the red giant phase in just over a decade." In the face of Yi Nanjin's agitation, a hint of pity flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. In the previous timeline, upon receiving such an unfathomable revelation, countless scientists had succumbed to despair. Every educated individual had rejected this conclusion. Yet, the truth lay bare before humanity. The edifice of astrophysics, painstakingly constructed over countless hours, had been so easily dismantled. Calm down, Mr. Yi, Lu Yongchang said softly. The entire calculation process is laid out here. All the steps you find incomprehensible, I have just explained in detail. Do you perceive any flaws? Mr. Ye's expression froze abruptly. It was precisely because he understood that Lu Yongchang's calculations bore no discrepancies that he found it so difficult to accept. Mathematics is infallible. In the mathematical model, the sun aged at a visibly alarming rate. Indeed, in the near future, it would enter the red giant stage. He tremulously raised his wrinkled hand and forcefully plucked a strand of his beard. Hiss! Yi Nanjun gasped, murmuring to himself, This is real. In the next moment, Yi Nanjun abruptly turned to Lu Yongchang, grasping his arm with his frail right hand. Professor Lu, what? What should we do now? Lu Yongchang's expression turned grave as he enunciated each word carefully. We must seek out the chairman. In the capital, within the first ring road. In the office of the chairman. Yongchang? Upon seeing Lu Yongchang, Councilman Li's face broke into a faint smile. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be diligently working on your fusion reactor miniaturization project? Lu Yongchang's face was etched with bitterness as he slowly shook his head. Speaking in a solemn tone, Chairman, I have something of utmost importance to report to you. Upon observing the grave expression on Lu Yongchang's face, Congressman Li's demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness. He set down his pen with a solemn countenance and addressed Lu Yongchang, urging him to speak. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yongchang began, Mr. Congressman, the sun has entered a phase of rapid decline. Predictions indicate that it will transition into the red giant phase within a decade and experience a helium flash within 15 years. At that point, human civilization will cease to exist. As Lu Yongchang's words echoed in the room, a profound silence enveloped the congressman's office. After a prolonged pause, the congressman inhaled deeply, his brow furrowed, and his right hand absent-mindedly tapped the desk. Yongchang, are you certain of what you just stated? Noting the congressman's intense skepticism, Lu Yongchang nodded with resignation. Mr. Congressman, if you harbor doubts, you may consult some astronomy experts to validate my hypotheses. Congressman Li shook his head with a wry smile. Yongchang, it is not that I do not believe you. Rather, your claims are somewhat preposterous. Lu Yongchang fell into silence, acknowledging the congressman's perspective. Truth be told, had he not been reborn and witnessed the cataclysmic event of the helium flash firsthand, he too would struggle to accept the gravity of his own assertions. The sun, in its prime, transforming into a red giant within a decade and experiencing a helium flash in 15 years? Frankly, the congressman had shown remarkable restraint by not dismissing him outright. Mr. Congressman, Elder Yi from the Summer National Observatory is just outside. Shall I summon him to seek his opinion? Seeing the congressman nod, Lu Yongchang swiftly opened the door and ushered in Yi Nange. The congressman, frowning, turned to Yi Nange, who stood beside Lu Yongchang. Elder Yi, what do you think of Yongchang's calculations? Are they plausible? In response to the congressman's inquiry, Yi Nange, with a pained expression, nodded. Mr. Congressman, I have found no flaws in his reasoning. Although the congressman had anticipated this response, hearing it caused his pupils to constrict momentarily. The sound of knuckles tapping against the solid wooden desk filled the office, as Lu Yongchang, despite his growing anxiety, patiently awaited the congressman's decision. After all, in the face of such an immense catastrophe, he could hardly hope to turn the tide without the support of the Summer Nation. Since both of you assert this, I shall place my trust in you, the congressman stated gravely. I will convene a meeting immediately to verify this situation. If the claims hold true, we may need to contemplate our contingency plans. Leaning back in his chair, he sighed once more. Lu Yongchang's gaze flickered. Mr. Congressman, based on my projections, there will be an extraordinarily intense aurora illuminating the skies worldwide tonight. This will signify the sun's definitive entry into its aging phase. The congressman's expression shifted subtly at this revelation. As the chairman of the parliament, he was naturally aware of some fundamental knowledge. Auroras typically manifest only in the skies above the poles, either the Antarctic or the Arctic. As for a global outbreak of auroras, the last occurrence was in 1958, coinciding with a period of intense solar activity. Presently, the solar activity is evidently insufficient to support such a grand spectacle. Thus, he gently nodded and remarked, "Very well, I understand. If a global aurora were truly to erupt, I believe your hypothesis would carry greater weight." With that, the chairman cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yongchang. That very evening, an urgent meeting convened in the Great Hall of the Summer Country, attended by a majority of the nation's astronomers and physicists. Chapter 46. The Foundations of the Astronomical Edifice Shaken. In the Grand Assembly Hall of Xia Country, a distinguished gathering of the nation's foremost physicists and astronomers took their seats. The speaker, his countenance grave, occupied the foremost position, his eyes betraying a profound concern. Clearing his throat and adjusting the microphone, the speaker, Mr. Li, paused momentarily, feeling the weight of the audience's gaze upon him. "Esteemed professors and academicians," he began, "I have summoned you here in haste due to the revelation of alarming information." As he spoke, Mr. Li activated the projector, and a paper appeared on the expansive screen. Upon seeing it, furrows of worry etched the brows of the assembled scholars, leading to a murmur of hushed discussions. "Is this the paper from Nature a few days ago?" One voice questioned. "Indeed, it is rather memorable," another replied. "What does Mr. Li intend to convey with this paper?" "Uncertain. Perhaps it indicates that the sun is truly entering its twilight years?" "Preposterous. How could that be?" Observing the rising tide of speculation, Mr. Li's expression grew more solemn. Silence. Based on the data presented in the paper and the observations from the Xia National Observatory over the past month, Professor Lu Yongchang has reached a staggering conclusion. The sun is aging at an unprecedented rate. According to predictive models, it is projected that the sun will become a red giant within 10 years and will experience a helium flash within 15 years. After a brief pause to let the weight of his words sink in, Mr. Li added, "This calculation has been validated by the esteemed Professor Yi Nanging of the Xia National Observatory." At this pronouncement, an eerie silence enveloped the grand hall, as the pupils of every attendee shrank to pinpoints. "Moments late, akakuponi erupta." What? How is this possible? Professor LV? Isn't he a researcher in controlled nuclear fusion? Why has he suddenly turned to astronomy? I heard he is merely a sophomore. This must be a jest. Yet, if Professor Yi has endorsed Professor LV's findings, does that not imply? Let us refrain from hasty conjectures and await further clarification from the speaker. Minutes passed, and the tumult of discussion gradually waned. Mr. Li surveyed the assembly once more before continuing. "To be candid, I too find this conclusion hard to accept. The purpose of gathering you all here is to verify this matter." As he spoke, the images on the projection screen shifted, revealing a series of meticulously arranged equations. Each professor's brow furrowed deeper as they examined the latest solar model established by Professor Lu Yongchang. Let us see if we can identify any flaws within this model. Additionally, according to these projections, it is anticipated that at approximately 10:50 p.m. tonight, a spectacular auroral display will manifest globally. At the mention of this, all eyes turned toward the windows, anticipation mingling with trepidation. The sky outside was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of auroras. The chairman raised his wrist to glance at his watch. 21:56, with less than an hour remaining until the predicted time. "Academicien Yang Jinjuan. What is your perspective on this assertion?" Li, the parliamentarian, inquired calmly. The addressed academician Yang furrowed his brow and muttered, "It's impossible." While there was an exceptionally intense auroral event in 1958, it occurred during a period of heightened solar activity. According to recent observational data, solar activity falls far short of that threshold. Li nodded gently. "So, you're implying that the likelihood of a global aurora occurring at present is exceedingly low, correct?" Upon seeing academician Yang nod, Li took a deep breath. This means that if a global aurora were indeed to manifest in an hour. Li hesitated, leaving his statement unfinished. The assembled audience, not lacking in intellect, grasped the underlying implication of his words. After a moment of silence, Li, with a grave expression, spoke again. "Esteemed professors, it is still early. Let us first examine Professor L's model." At 22:35, All the professors and academicians frowned as they scrutinized the projection on the screen depicting the simulation process. Yang Lao, have you discerned any issues? One academician asked with a hint of concern. Yang Jinchuan slowly shook his head. I cannot identify any problems. In fact, after reviewing this model, I believe the stellar models we previously established may have flaws. What? The academicians gasped in disbelief, with one exclaiming, Yang Lao, this is no jest. As a luminary in the field of astronomy, Yang's judgments were rarely erroneous, and thus, his opinions would significantly sway the consensus of his peers. With a solemn expression, Yang sighed deeply. I wish it were not so. Humanity's history is far too brief, and our technological capabilities remain rudimentary. The only star we can truly study is the sun. Hence, it is not uncommon for our models to be flawed. Observing the incredulous expressions on the faces of the surrounding professors, Yang moderated his tone slightly. Of course, it is possible that our model is accurate, but perhaps the sun is exhibiting phenomena we do not yet comprehend, leading to this peculiar occurrence. Hearing this, the professor's expressions softened somewhat. After all, if the foundational model of stars were to be erroneous, it would signify a profound destabilization of the entire edifice of human astronomy, an outcome that no researcher could accept. Ahem. The chairman's voice resonated as he cleared his throat. Esteemed colleagues, have any discrepancies been uncovered? Or does anyone harbor dissent regarding this simulation result? Time trickled by slowly. The vast hall of the summer country was enveloped in silence. Hundreds of professors and academicians bowed their heads, hesitant to meet the gaze of the esteemed legislator on the stage. A few seasoned members of the Academy of Astronomy and Physics sighed deeply, shaking their heads in resignation. Witnessing this scene, Legislator Li's eyes flickered with disappointment. He slowly closed his eyes and exhaled a deep sigh. In that moment, before he could articulate his thoughts, a gasp erupted from the audience below. The aurora, it had truly manifested. Legislator Li abruptly opened his eyes and turned to gaze out the window. A magnificent crimson light appeared in the sky above the Capitol. The red glow gradually spread across the expanse of the heavens, bathed in the radiance of the aurora. The once pristine full moon was tinged with a blood-red hue, as if foretelling the fate of humanity. Chapter 47. Precise prophecy, gazing out at the resplendent crimson aurora. Congressman Li swallowed hard. The breathtaking scene before him evoked a profound sense of suffocation. The aurora predicted by Lu Yongchang had materialized, heralding the phase of the red giant a decade hence, and the helium flash 15 years later. Li shook his head, reluctant to ponder the future any further. In the summer nation, in the magical metropolis, Zhao Zijia sat on the balcony, quietly admiring the luminous full moon in the sky. The early summer evening breeze brushed against him, bringing a hint of coolness. He took out his phone from his pocket, opened the group chat on QQ, and deftly navigated to the conversation with his friends. How boring. Zhao Zijia's fingers trembled slightly as he typed a message. Subsequently, he lifted his phone to record a video of his surroundings. I am all alone on this open balcony, sigh. So boring. His ostentatious remarks instantly drew the scorn of all. What the hell? If I recall correctly, old Zhao should be in the magical metropolis. Such a vast open balcony. I feel envious. I can even imagine the expression on old Zhao's face as he uttered those words. How infuriating. Is this the world of the wealthy? I do not envy it at all. Big shot. How do you like my trinket? As he watched the barrage of sarcastic comments flood in, a faint smile graced Zhao Zijia's face. Just as he was about to type a few words to his friends, a particular comment caught his attention. Old Zhao, there's an issue with your video. Zhao Zijia's expression stiffened slightly, a chill suddenly enveloping him from behind. He hurriedly typed, exclaiming, What the hell? Don't scare me like that at this hour. Once this was said, the individuals who had previously commented in the group chat erupted into a frenzy of banter. Old Zhao, check your front camera and look behind you. I think I just saw a face. What face? It was clearly a white figure. Zhao Zijia swallowed hard. Though an atheist, the late hour and these comments sent a shiver down his spine. Just as he contemplated retreating from the balcony back to his room, the individual who had initially commented spoke up again. What nonsense are you all spouting? I just scrutinized the video. At 28 seconds, the moon you filmed has a hint of red. You can check for yourself. The QQ group fell silent for a few seconds before a torrent of messages surged forth. A blood moon descends. Chaos reigns. It's over. It's over. I'm done talking. I'm going to stockpile provisions for several years. Amidst the uproar, some individuals, driven by curiosity, clicked on the video again. Wait. The moon in the video does indeed appear a bit red. I saw it too. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Zijia stared at his phone and instinctively tapped on the video he had just recorded. As the playback reached the 28-second mark, his pupils constricted slightly. He too had seen it. The surface of the moon appeared to be bathed in a faint crimson glow. In the next moment, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the sky. No, it was not the moon that emitted the red light. Rather, the entire expanse of the sky radiated a subtle red hue. Trembling, he grasped his phone and recorded another video. Look outside. Why is the sky over the Magic City beginning to glow red? Mere seconds after the message was sent, responses flooded in. Goodness, it's the same here. I'm in Hangzhou. The mountain city is experiencing it too. Even the skies over cherry blossom country are glowing red. As time passed, the red light in the sky intensified. Gradually, an extraordinarily brilliant red ribbon materialized before Zhao Zijia's eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous bang resonated through the air. The once luminous Magic City was plunged into darkness. Simultaneously, piercing screams echoed from all directions. In a panic, Zhao Zijia fumbled for his phone. It was 22:50. There was not a hint of signal. That night, engulfed in fear and unease, Zhao Zijia slipped into a restless slumber. The following morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, he snatched up his phone from the bedside. Thank heavens, there was signal. Tentatively, he pressed the switch for the bedside lamp. It lit up. While turning on the television, he attempted to search online for what had transpired the previous night. According to the latest report from the Summer Country Astronomical Observatory, around 22:42 the previous evening, a solar flare had erupted, unleashing an immensely powerful solar wind. Consequently, at 22:50, auroras of varying magnitudes appeared across the globe. The solar flare's eruption caused significant damage to the summer country, particularly to the electrical system. The host's voice resonated in Zhao Zijia's ears. He instinctively opened his messaging app. Over 999 unread messages awaited him. Goodness, it's the aurora. This is unscientific. Aren't auroras supposed to only occur at the poles? See, you should have studied instead of herding cattle. Now you understand the error of your ways, don't you? There was a major red aurora event in 1958, but according to descriptions, it wasn't as exaggerated as this. Logically, this year should not be a period of solar activity. How could such a phenomenon occur? How would I know? You should ask the astronomers at the observatory. As he perused the flurry of chat messages, Zhao Zijia felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. It was simply a solar storm. However, as he observed the serious demeanor of the expert on the television explaining the cause of the aurora, a twinge of concern grew within him. Was it truly just a solar storm? In comparison to the summer country, the losses experienced by the United States were undoubtedly more severe. At that time, the U.S. was in daylight, facing the sun. The powerful solar wind not only devastated a significant portion of the American electrical system, but also led to the disappearance of several aircraft. Furthermore, the majority of the nation's civilian satellites were obliterated by the solar wind. In the absence of electricity and communication devices, the United States at this moment resembles a return to the age of steam. Within the first ring of the Capitol, in the office of the senior legislator, the scene from yesterday's meeting continually flickers in the mind of Legislator Li. Following the appearance of the aurora, he initiated a vote concerning the prophecy about the sun proposed by Lu Yongchang. Unsurprisingly, all attending professors of astronomy and physics cast their votes in favor. Legislator Li furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his knuckles against the solid wooden desk. How could he ensure the survival of the Summer Kingdom amidst such calamity? A series of knocks echoed through the room. Legislator Li's expression momentarily shifted, and he softly uttered, "Come in." The office door slowly creaked open, revealing the figure of Lu Yongchang at the threshold. Chapter 48. NASA member Li greeted Lu Yongchang with utmost respect. Yongchang, you have finally arrived. At the moment he saw Lu Yongchang, Memberly let out a slight sigh of relief. You must be aware of the outcome of yesterday's meeting? Upon hearing Member Li's inquiry, Lu Yongchang nodded gently. It was passed with unanimous approval. To be honest, he was not the least bit surprised by this result. Given the meticulousness of the extrapolation process and the precision of the prophecy, Lu Yongchang had little doubt that anyone would question his assertions. What should our nation do next? The member fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes as he responded deliberately. In my view, the universe is our only true escape. Only by leaving the solar system can we genuinely safeguard our nation. Memberly fell into contemplation. Leaving the solar system? Could humanity's technology truly achieve such a feat? His voice grew hoarse as he asked, isn't colonizing Mars a viable option? The proposal for Martian colonization had, in fact, been presented to him by academician Yang Jianchuan in person after the conclusion of the meeting the previous evening. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head, rejecting Member Li's suggestion. I fear that is not feasible. The moment the helium flash erupts from the sun, even Mars will be unsafe. The only truly secure area may lie beyond the solar system. Member Li painfully closed his eyes. After a long pause, he spoke again, his voice increasingly hoarse. According to your plan, how many of our people will survive? Lu Yongchang momentarily lost his train of thought. How many would survive? This was indeed a pressing question. He fell into deep contemplation, considering the current population growth rate of our nation. Seeing Lu Yongchang's silence, Memberly revealed a bitter smile. Will there be at least 10,000? Lu Yongchang. Truly, not even 10,000? Observing the peculiar look on Lu Yongchang's face, Memberly's expression grew more pained. How could it be that out of 5 billion people, not even 10,000 could be saved? Cough, cough. Memberly, you may have misunderstood. Lu Yongchang spoke with an unusual expression. According to my calculations, after excluding those elderly and ill unsuitable for interstellar travel, and considering the natural growth rate over the next 15 years, approximately 1 billion of our people should be able to escape successfully. A silence enveloped the office. Yongchang, do you truly comprehend what you are saying? Memberly regarded Lu Yongchang with a peculiar expression. 1 billion embarking on interstellar travel? Are you recounting a science fiction tale? Lu Yongchang met Member Li's gaze earnestly, his demeanor serious. Member Li, in the realm of controlled nuclear fusion research, you must understand that I have accomplished every claim I have made. Member Li's expression softened, and he gently nodded in acknowledgement of Lu Yongchang's words. Mr. Speaker, perhaps my proposal may seem somewhat audacious, yet for the future of the people of Xia, I implore you to place your complete trust in me. The speaker's penetrating gaze fixed intently upon Lu Yongchang's eyes. After a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath. Very well, I believe you. According to our report, effective immediately, the Xia nation will establish a space administration with the esteemed father of controlled nuclear fusion, Lu Yongchang, appointed as its inaugural director. The primary mission of the space administration is, as evening descended, the Xia Nation News Channel broadcast a momentous announcement. Within a mere half hour, the term space administration surged to the top of the trending topics on Weibo. What? The space administration? Is Xia Nation embarking on a venture into outer space? I believe now is an opportune moment for such an endeavor, especially since the United States is grappling with the ravages of solar storms and is unable to manage its own affairs. That makes sense. Am I the only one who noticed that the first director is Lu Yongchang? If I recall correctly, he should be merely 20 years old, right? If we consider his age in lunar years, he should now be 21. How astonishing. At 21, he is the director of the space administration, while I at the same age am merely a college dropout. So, might any esteemed individual elucidate the powers of this space administration? Surely it is not just a mere verbal commitment. Let us not dismiss it so lightly. If what the Xia Nation News reports is accurate, the authority of this space administration can be succinctly described in 8 characters. 1 beneath, thousands above. What on earth? The following day, at noon, the Xia National Assembly Hall was filled to capacity. Every individual present was among the foremost scientists in Xia: physics, chemistry, material science, biology. At this moment, the assembly hall was a confluence of the nation's finest intellects. Dressed in an impeccable high-end suit, Lu Yongchang composed himself and ascended the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lu Yongchang, the first director of the Space Administration. I shall now outline the plans for the Space Administration over the next 3 years. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang gently clicked his mouse. A PowerPoint presentation was projected onto the screen before all. Lunar Palace Project. In an instant, a murmur swept through the assembly hall. Unperturbed by the audience's whispers, Lu Yongchang cleared his throat and proceeded to explain. The Lunar Palace Project, officially titled the Automated Mining Program for the Lunar Surface, is slated to commence production by the end of this year, primarily tasked with extracting the abundant helium-3 resources from the moon. Furthermore, we shall also harvest substantial quantities of titanium, iron, ore, and various rare earth minerals from the lunar surface. Before the audience could fully absorb this information, Lu Yongchang clicked the mouse once more. The PowerPoint transitioned. Southern Gate Project. The Southern Gate Project is expected to be completed by the end of next year. The main components of this endeavor include the Xian NV series of aerospace fighters and the Luanyao series of aerospace carrier platforms. The primary objective of the project is to address the threats posed by extraterrestrial and silicon-based life forms. Simultaneously, this marks the first step for the Summer Nation towards becoming a civilization in the cosmos. Boom! As Lu Yongchang's words echoed through the hall, chaos ensued within the grand assembly of the Summer Nation. The flash of cameras in the hands of journalists in the back row flickered wildly. Every esteemed scholar turned to discuss the unfolding scene with their companions. This is sheer nonsense. How could the esteemed Counselor Li entrust such a significant responsibility to a mere child? An elderly academic with a head of white hair rose in anger, muttering incessantly. What merit is there in attending such a nonsensical meeting? Xiao Lao, please be patient. Yang Jianxuan, with a wry smile, stood and gently patted the frail back of the elder. I understand that these projects may appear dubious. The crowd is restless, and Professor Lu has yet to make his announcement. Once the journalists depart, trust me, the truth will eventually come to light. The words of Yang Jianxuan, heavy with foreboding, fell upon Xiao Lao's ears. The elder shivered slightly, casting a complex glance at Yang Jianxuan beside him before slowly returning to his seat. If that is the case, I shall observe closely what Lu Yongchang is truly up to, and why, oh why, has the Summer Nation found itself at a dead end. Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the Summer Nation's Grand Assembly Hall to prevent information leaks that could incite societal unrest. The news of the sun entering its twilight years remained largely unknown to outsiders, save for the scientists who originally attended the meeting. Silence. Lu Yongchang gently tapped the table, preparing to unveil the next PowerPoint presentation. The Heavenly Court Project. Chapter 49. The Human Deep Space Fleet Initiative. The projection screen glimmered with 4 shallow golden characters, causing all present to gasp in astonishment. Heaven. In the lore of the Xia Kingdom, heaven represents the apex of mythological governance. In the hearts of every Xia citizen, heaven holds an irreplaceable significance. The Heaven Initiative, formerly known as the Human Deep Space Fleet Initiative, is projected to reach its preliminary construction phase within 15 years. The first target planet of the Heaven Initiative is Proxima Centauri, located a staggering 422 light-years away. Lu Yongchang's calm voice resonated throughout the Grand Assembly Hall of the Xia Kingdom. Meanwhile, the PPT presentation on the screen transitioned continuously, unveiling the core components of the Heaven Initiative before the audience's eyes. The assembly of academicians and professors sat in stunned silence, their astonishment rendering them speechless. Each individual found themselves grappling with a singular thought. How could Lu Yongchang dare to propose this? Colonizing exoplanets within the solar system in 15 years? Surely, even science fiction would not venture such a claim. At the rear of the hall, the frequency of flashing cameras escalated, coalescing into a blinding white light. A throng of journalists was relentlessly pressing their shutter buttons. Moments later, Lu Yongchang stood on the platform, exhaling slowly. He had finally provided a succinct overview of the three major initiatives. He scanned the faces of the audience below, and indeed, he observed that nearly every academician and professor wore expressions rife with disdain and skepticism. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, allowing a faint smile to emerge, before addressing the microphone once more. This meeting is now concluded. I kindly ask the journalist to exit first. His words incited a subtle commotion within the assembly hall. Journalists leaving first? Such protocol had never been established. Confusion deepened in the eyes of everyone present. Lu Yongchang clearly had no intention of offering any explanations. He merely stood resolutely on stage, his gaze sternly fixed on the last row of journalists. However, in such a meeting, no one dared to provoke Lu Yongchang's ire. After all, as the inaugural director of the Space Administration, he wielded significant authority. 5 minutes later, once all journalists had vacated the Grand Hall, Lu Yongchang exchanged a knowing glance with several soldiers stationed by the entrance. Bang! The 4 grand doors of the assembly hall closed simultaneously, resonating with a synchronized, somber sound. Witnessing this scene, the academicians and professors felt their pupils constrict in alarm. Was this a portent of something significant? Ladies and gentlemen, what I am about to disclose pertains to national security. Lu Yongchang intoned gravely. Therefore, I kindly request that you sign a confidentiality agreement. As he spoke, several soldiers began distributing the confidentiality agreements to the esteemed academicians and professors one by one. What? They were to sign a confidentiality agreement. What could be of such grave importance to national security? As Lu Yongchang's words fell, a wave of restlessness swept through the gathering of young professors, who murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, seasoned academicians seated in the front row exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. Academician Yang, this must be the truth you referred to earlier, thought Xiao Lao as he inscribed his name on the confidentiality agreement, casting a meaningful look towards Yang Jianchuan. With a grave expression, Yang Jianchuan followed suit, whispering, Xiao Lao, I can now speak candidly with you. If I were to tell you that humanity has less than 15 years left to exist, would you believe me? The elderly academician Xiao Tianzhong's pupils dilated in shock. Even he could hardly contain his astonishment, exclaiming softly, What did you say? Noticing the curious gazes from those around him, he quickly forced a strained smile, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing, nothing at all. Once the attention shifted, he seized Yang Jianchuan's sleeve, urgently asking, What do you mean by that? What do you mean humanity has 15 years left? Just as Yang Jianchuan was about to respond, Lu Yongchang interjected from the stage. Now that everyone has signed the confidentiality agreement, I shall speak plainly. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity has merely 15 years left to escape. To be precise, all life on Earth has a final 15 years to flee. Lu Yongchang's declaration detonated like an atomic bomb within the serene conference hall. In an instant, the previously tranquil Summer Nation assembly hall erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Standing poised on the stage, Lu Yongchang observed the audience in silence, recognizing that such a staggering revelation warranted time for the crowd to absorb. Gradually, the din subsided, and all eyes were riveted on him. Only then did he gently click the mouse, transitioning the projector to display the PowerPoint presentation. I trust that everyone is aware of the recent paper published in Nature. The recent activities of the sun have undoubtedly caused considerable concern, particularly last night's global auroras, which defied all previously established patterns. Through meticulous calculations and simulations, we have discovered that the sun has prematurely entered its aging phase, and its decline is accelerating far beyond our expectations. According to our models, the sun will transition into the red giant phase within the next decade, during which it will engulf Mercury and Venus. Within 15 years, it will unleash a helium flash. At that point, as the planet closest to the sun, Earth will be utterly incinerated by the brilliance of the helium flash. A profound silence enveloped the Summer Nation assembly hall. Xiao Tianzhong sat in a stupor, his frail hands gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. This is inconceivable. This defies logic. Xiao Tianzhong murmured in a frenzy, his voice barely a whisper. As a distinguished physicist in the realm of the Xia nation, Qiu Tianzhong found himself grappling with an unsettling reality. In a mere span of a decade and a half, the sun was poised to deplete the majority of its internal energy in an unremarkable manner. According to established principles, such energy should suffice to sustain the sun's combustion for billions of years. Where has this energy vanished? This defies the law of conservation of energy. Qiu Tianzhong abruptly rose to his feet, his withered hands trembling slightly as he vehemently exclaimed, "If such an event were to transpire, it would spell disaster, not only for Earth civilization, but also for the entirety of human knowledge." Observing the elderly man swaying precariously on his feet, Lu Yongchang felt a fleeting pang of compassion. He had witnessed such scenes all too frequently in his past life. The greater one's knowledge, the more intolerable such an anomaly concerning the sun became, for it contradicted the fundamental principles of human understanding. Chapter 50. Analyzing the phenomenon of sonoluminescence, Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. If the sun were affected by some unknown force wielded by humanity, it would indeed align with all established laws. Qiu Tianzhong paused, standing in place, his gaze vacant as he looked at Lu Yongchang. What kind of entity could possibly influence the sun? Lu Yongchang shook his head once more. I am uncertain. He spoke the truth. Even in the previous life, humanity had not discerned the cause of the sun's anomalies. Of course, this was also tied to the limited time frame in which humanity discovered these aberrations. In the past, there had been scarcely any time to investigate the reasons behind the sun's changes, as all resources have been allocated to the underground city and starship initiatives. Even now, with the timeline of the sun's anomalies altered, Lu Yongchang harbored a vague suspicion. Perhaps the sun's transformation was orchestrated by human hands. However, this so-called human intervention was certainly not the doing of Earth-esque civilization. Yet, lacking evidence, he refrained from voicing his conjecture. Perhaps Lu Yongchang's words had instilled a glimmer of hope in academician Qiu Tianzhong, as his expression gradually softened. So what should we do now? Qiu Tianzhong was no fool. The fact that this matter could be openly discussed at the National Assembly of Xia indicated its reliability. The leaders of Xia would never commit such a fundamental error. Qiu Tianzhong's inquiry also served as a wake-up call for those present. Since the situation was beyond redemption, it was the solutions that warranted genuine consideration. As the gaze of the assembly returned to him, Lu Yongchang's previously tense demeanor relaxed slightly. He gently maneuvered the mouse and reopened a PowerPoint presentation. As I mentioned earlier, the foremost task for Xia is the Moon Palace project. Naturally, given the current technological capabilities of Xia, or humanity at large, realizing the Moon Palace project was an impossibility. With a resigned shrug, Lu Yongchang acknowledged the reality. The assembled academicians and professors exchanged glances, their expressions growing somber. His statement bore truth. To date, only a handful of astronauts from decades past, who participated in the American Apollo program, had set foot on the moon. Although Xia had initiated a lunar exploration program, it was still quite distant from achieving manned lunar landings. Thus, the pressing task at hand was to ascend the technological ladder. As Lu Yongchang spoke, he clicked the mouse again. The projector flickered momentarily, and the names of 3 technologies gradually appeared on the screen. 1. Miniaturization technology for fusion reactors. 2. Electric propulsion technology. 3. Aerospace plane technology. After the meeting concluded, Lu Yongchang wasted no time and proceeded directly to the Daxiuan Nuclear Physics Laboratory. Construction had already commenced around the laboratory. According to the plans laid out by Counselor Li, the Daxiuan Nuclear Physics Laboratory would be expanded to 10 times its original size. Once completed, the laboratory would be renamed the First Laboratory of Xia. The primary mission of the First Laboratory of Xia would be to lead the entire populace of Xia into the cosmos. In the Daxiabei Nuclear Physics Laboratory, or rather, the foremost laboratory of Xia Nation, Lu Yongchang gazed solemnly at the transparent container filled with water, positioned squarely upon the experimental platform. This vessel had been meticulously crafted over several days, designated for conducting experiments on sonoluminescence. Yongchang, are you certain that sonoluminescence is related to nuclear fusion? Fang Su Inguit An Xiu Li, casting a furtive glance at Lu Yongchang. To be candid, he harbored doubts about the reliability of this endeavor. Lu Yongchang nodded affirmatively. I am convinced. Fang Su's eyes brightened momentarily. Oh, what leads you to such conviction? Have you come across relevant research papers? With a sidelong glance at Fang Su, Lu Yongchang retorted, by my intuition. Well then, let us commence the experiment. Without further elaboration, Lu Yongchang turned to the researcher responsible for the operations. In the next instant, the ultrasonic generator beneath the transparent container sprang to life. The surface of the water within the container erupted in a flurry of delicate ripples. Lu Yongchang's gaze remained fixed on the monitoring data. Upon witnessing the ultrasonic oscillation frequency reach the desired value on the computer screen, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Quickly, inject the gas. The researcher beside him swallowed nervously, hastily pressing the buttons on the control panel. A multitude of fine bubbles materialized at the bottom of the transparent container. Under the influence of buoyancy, the bubbles ascended slowly. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded. Under the ultrasonic waves, the bubbles quivered within the liquid. In the next heartbeat, as the bubbles collapsed to their minimal volume, a faint glow emanated from within. We've succeeded. A spark of exhilaration flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He abruptly turned to the researcher. Have all the data been recorded? The researcher typed furiously on the keyboard and then exhaled with relief. Professor, all data has been successfully recorded. Excellent. Lu Yongchang's expression brightened further. Transfer all the experimental data to my computer. I shall need to seclude myself for a while. Please do not disturb me. By the way, Sugo, continue experimenting with different solutions and ultrasonic frequencies. I require more data. With that, Lu Yongchang strode purposefully toward his office. Inside the office, Lu Yongchang scrutinized the myriad of chaotic data on his computer, his brow furrowing deeply. The temperature at which the sonoluminescence phenomenon occurred during that last experiment was not particularly high, only around 100,000 degrees Celsius. In stark contrast to the billions of degrees Celsius typical of controllable nuclear fusion, 100,000 degrees was hardly even worthy of mention. To achieve controllable nuclear fusion through sonoluminescence, he must first address the upper limit of the temperature during bubble collapse. After all, it is essential to elevate the internal temperature of the bubbles to the threshold necessary for initiating nuclear fusion. The most straightforward approach to tackle this issue lies in the establishment of a mathematical model. As for the factors influencing the temperature of bubble collapse, it is no exaggeration to say that Lu Yongchang could derive the most fundamental conclusions with merely the tips of his toes. The variables in question are simply the frequency of the ultrasonic waves, the type of solution, or perhaps the shape of the container. This was precisely why he had explicitly cautioned Fang Su before entering seclusion. Any mathematical model necessitates a substantial foundation of experimental data. Observing the continuous stream of diverse data populating his computer screen, Lu Yongchang inhaled deeply. Subsequently, he reached for the pen resting beside him. The crisp sound of the pen cap being removed echoed in the quiet office. In the next instant, his expression transformed dramatically. The moment of intense focus had commenced. The serene office was instantly filled with the soft rustle of the pen tip gliding across the draft paper. Chapter 51: The Lies of the Strategic Deception Bureau. That evening, as major media outlets meticulously prepared their press releases, the social media landscape of Xia Nation erupted in an instant. The trending topics on Weibo displayed a striking array of 10 red and black search terms. Lunar Palace Initiative, Southern Gate Project, Celestial Court Scheme, Professor L is incredible. These 10 trending topics caused the Weibo servers to crash. Countless netizens flocked to the comment section, expressing their exhilaration. What on earth happened? What transpired? What occurred? Only by embracing one's own frailty can one become invincible. Ahem. Pardon me, I've wandered into the wrong scene. The editors of today are increasingly outrageous. Are they truly extracting content from science fiction novels to publish as news? Those upstairs need to pay closer attention. This is the recent meeting convened by the Xia Nation Space Administration, and all these matters were proposed by the inaugural director, Professor L. Can someone enlighten me on the current year? I suspect I've time traveled. Why do I sense the aroma of rivalry reminiscent of the era of competition between the United States and the Soviet Union? A well-known military forum in Xi'an Nation was no exception, as this news set it ablaze. After dinner, Zhao Zijia, as was his custom, sat before his computer, opening the browser. With practiced ease, he entered a domain name into the address bar, gently striking the enter key. The web page swiftly transitioned to a military forum. Unlike previous visits, the homepage now boasted a line of bold red text. Major disclosure of Space Administration meeting content. Zhao Zijia furrowed his brow slightly. Recently, the name of the Space Administration had resonated throughout the land. It is no exaggeration to say that wherever there is internet and signal, nearly no one is unaware of this newly established department. However, how does the Space Administration's meeting relate to a military forum? A hint of confusion flickered in Zhao Zijia's eyes as he instinctively clicked on the highlighted title. Lunar Palace Initiative. A lunar automated mining project? Huh? Operational by the end of this year. What the actual? Zhao Zijia released the mouse, rubbing his eyes incredulously. He even questioned whether he had misread the information. How could it be that Xi'an Nation suddenly proposed a lunar mining initiative? Leaving aside other considerations, Xi'an Nation has yet to achieve a manned moon landing, right? To assert that the lunar mining project would commence by year-end seems utterly fantastical. Has Professor L lost his mind? Zhao Zijia muttered to himself, then opened his QQ group, capturing a screenshot of the news and sending it out. Has everyone seen this news? Today cannot possibly be April Fool's Day, can it? Beep, beep, beep. Soon, a flurry of urgent message alerts sounded. Zhao Zijia hurriedly reopened the QQ group to check. Lao Zhao, you can't possibly just be finding out about this, right? A friendly reminder. The Moon Palace project is the most feasible among the three major plans. Lao Zhao, perhaps you should finish reading the news before speaking. As he glanced at the messages in the group chat, Zhao Zijia felt his pupils constrict slightly. Three major plans? And this is the simplest one? Hastily, he closed the chat window and began to scrutinize the details. Gradually, an expression of incredulity crept across his face. The South Heaven Gate project, featuring the Xian Nu series of aerospace fighters and the Luan Bird series of aerospace carriers, aimed, astonishingly, at repelling extraterrestrial invasions? What on earth? And it is slated for completion by the end of next year? As he scrolled down, the specifics of the South Heaven Gate project materialized before his eyes. The Xian Nu series of aerospace fighters boasts a length of 30 to 50 meters, a maximum takeoff weight of 80 to 100 tons, an atmospheric cruising speed of 11.2 kilometers per second, the second cosmic velocity, and an outer atmosphere maximum speed of 16.7 kilometers per second, the third cosmic velocity. It employs dual fusion engines with an electropropulsion system. Its primary armaments include small-scale laser rapid-fire cannons and ultra-high-speed medium to long-range air-to-air missiles, capable of being equipped with nuclear warheads. The subsequent Luan Bird series is even more outrageous. With an overall length of 500 meters, a wingspan of 300 meters, and a maximum takeoff weight of 300,000 tons. It boasts an atmospheric cruising speed of Mach 2 and can reach third cosmic velocity in space. As for its weaponry, high-energy pulse laser cannons, high-power particle diffusion cannons, and large missile silos at this point, Zhao Zijia swallowed hard. Could this truly be technology achievable by next year? Realizing this was merely the second plan, he quickly scrolled down further. The Heavenly Court plan. Good heavens. Just the name alone made Zhao Zijia envision how absurd this could be. First, he glanced at the projected completion timeline. Within 15 years, he suddenly exhaled in relief. After the stimulation of the first two projects, the 15-year deadline for the Heavenly Court plan seemed, at least, the most plausible. But soon, he decided to retract his earlier naive statement. The Human Deep Space Exploration Fleet Plan. The entire Heavenly Court fleet is composed of 1000 survival-class starships, 500 supply-class starships, and 1000 combat-class starships. Among them, the 1000 survival-class starships could accommodate nearly 1 billion citizens of Xia, with an average of 1 million inhabitants per starship. The entire Heavenly Court fleet is expected to reach a maximum speed of 1/10 the speed of light. As for the fleet's destination, it lies 422 light-years away at Proxima Centauri. Zhao Zijia took a deep breath. Trembling, he reopened the group chat and typed 3 exclamation marks. Ha ha ha. Another child has been left speechless. Seeing the replies from his friends, Zhao Zijia let out a wry smile and began typing. Seriously, what in the world is this? This stuff is clearly straight out of a science fiction novel, isn't it? How could this possibly be addressed in the Great Hall of the Summer Nation? As Zhao Zijia's words of sarcasm echoed, a response swiftly followed. Old Zhao, you are still too young. Do you recall the Star Wars initiative proposed by the United States? Zhao Zijia's pupils narrowed sharply, and his fingers began to tap with increased intensity. Are you implying that this is merely a contrivance of the Strategic Deception Bureau? In the next moment, a screenshot was disseminated within the chat group, revealing the trending topics on social media. Congratulations to Professor Lu Yongchang on succeeding as the director of the Strategic Deception Bureau. Zhao Zijia sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, any reasonably intelligent individual should find such matters implausible. Yet, a vivid image of the spectacular auroras from a few days prior flickered through his mind. Considering that both events transpired in less than a day, Zhao Zijia felt a slight stir within. Could there be a connection? However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing his wandering thoughts. It must be impossible. Likely, as netizens have suggested, it is merely a fabrication of the Strategic Deception Bureau. Chapter 52. The American Response to the Pathfinder Program. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, within the confines of the White House, President Albert's complexion flushed with anger as his beady eyes fixated intensely on Secretary of Defense Anthony and CIA Director William Blair. William Blair, do you no longer desire the mantle of CIA Director? Albert's furious roar sent shivers down the spines of both men. William Blair's eyes twitched slightly at the corners. Mr. President, silence. Albert interjected, seizing the documents on his desk and flinging them before William. I'm not interested in your excuses. Just tell me what our Central Intelligence Agency is doing. Damn it, the nation across the strait, Xia country, is preparing to break free from the solar system. And what are we doing? We are still repairing electrical equipment nationwide. Fuck. William lowered his gaze to the document lying by his feet. The words Lunar Palace Project pierced his vision. After a moment of silence, he spoke cautiously, Mr. President. Our operatives in Xia country failed to acquire any intelligence regarding this plan before the conference began. I suspect this is merely a smokescreen thrown by Xia. Do you remember the Star Wars program we proposed decades ago? As soon as Williams' words fell, Anthony chimed in, Sir, my viewpoint aligns with Director Williams. The 3 plans from Xia country, in my estimation, are utterly unfeasible. Their statements eased Albert's expression slightly. Are you implying that Xia country's 3 so-called space plans are merely a ruse? What about the newly established space agency? Is that department also a deception? According to intelligence, Professor Lu Yongchang wields considerable power. William chuckled softly and retorted, Mr. President, would you appoint a 21-year-old to lead NASA? Without a moment's hesitation, Albert shook his head. What nonsense! A 21-year-old should be busy courting at university. William shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of mockery towards the president. Albert paused for a moment, then gradually understood. He nodded gently. I believe I grasp your meaning now. How do you suggest we respond to the smoke screens released by Xia country? The reactions on Twitter have not been favorable. We must formulate a strategy swiftly. A faint smile of resignation flickered in William's eyes. Twitter. Yet again, how did America end up with such a president? He sighed inwardly, then turned a pleading gaze towards Anthony. This matter had nothing to do with the CIA. Anthony pondered for a moment, a flash of brilliance illuminating his eyes, and solemnly declared, Your Excellency, I believe it is imperative that we initiate the Mars landing program. Albert's pupils constricted slightly, and his expression grew markedly grave. A landing on Mars? Are you certain? Anthony nodded slowly, yet resolutely. Although the authenticity of the 3 plans from Xia country is questionable, we can derive a straightforward conclusion. Xia country's focus on space has intensified significantly. To secure the future position of our nation, we must be the pioneers in establishing dominance over space. Later that afternoon, the White House convened an urgent press conference. Albert stood at the podium, cleared his throat, and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the White House press conference. In a recent solar storm, our nation suffered severe losses. However, thanks to our formidable national strength, we have transitioned from the steam age back to modernity in just a few days. As he spoke, Albert made a comical gesture, eliciting laughter from the audience. All right, let us return to the matter at hand, lest my secretary give me another disapproving glare. The laughter grew louder, and after successfully garnering a scornful glance from his secretary, Albert composed himself and continued. Everyone, in a quest for humanity's future, our nation has never slowed its pace. I hereby announce that, effective immediately, we will commence the manned Mars landing program, codename Pathfinder. As Albert's words resonated, a profound silence enveloped the press conference. After a span of 10 seconds, a cacophony of discussions erupted. Mr. President, is this decision by our nation a response to the recent 3 plans announced by Xia country? Mr. President, does this decision signify a renewed arms race? Observing the fervent expressions of the reporters below, Albert furrowed his brow slightly. He raised his hand, gesturing for calm. The noise gradually subsided, and soon the venue fell silent once more. Yet, the expressions on the faces of the journalists contrasted sharply with those just moments ago. Each reporter resembled a shark that had sensed blood, their eyes alight with excitement. Albert surveyed the audience, his voice steady as he stated, "The purpose of initiating the Pathfinder program is to seek a second Earth for humanity. Everything our nation undertakes is for the future of mankind. As for Xia country's Lunar Palace and Southern Gateway projects, I sincerely wish them success in transforming the realms of science fiction into reality." Having finished his remarks, Albert did not linger nor allow for any questions. He turned and departed from the press conference. As the president exited, a mild commotion stirred within the room. Editor-in-chief, we have breaking news. Major news. Believe me, this is undoubtedly worthy of the front page of our newspaper. Just as a multitude of journalists stood in bewilderment, a voice resonated from a corner. A man clad in a suit, his demeanor animated, raised his phone triumphantly while eagerly proclaiming his excitement, striding briskly towards the exit. It was none other than a reporter from the Walton Post. Many journalists recognized his identity, and his actions served as a wake-up call for the others. A flurry of reporters quickly grasped their phones, reporting the developments of the press conference to their editors. In a mere 2 to 3 hours, the Walton Post was the first to unveil today's latest edition, emblazoned with the headline, "Moon versus Mars. Who will prevail in this cosmic contest?" Following the Walton Post's lead, other newspapers hastily emulated their example, with headlines that grew increasingly sensational. The second arms race? Cosmic showdown. The ambitions of Xia country laid bare. Chapter 53. Solution selection. Liquid lithium in the information age. The velocity of news dissemination is astonishingly rapid. Within mere hours, every event occurring in the United States finds its way onto the internet. Even the official Weibo account of the Summer Nation has joined the fray, posting a message that echoes the sentiments of the United States. Everything we do is for the advancement of humanity. This post garnered countless likes and comments within minutes. Good heavens! It is indeed reasonable to assert that all our efforts are directed towards combating extraterrestrial threats. As for who qualifies as the extraterrestrial, ahem, those in the know understand. Goodness, a remarkable talent upstairs. To speak candidly, the current situation could be deemed a military arms race too. 0. If we dare to remove the word could. To be precise, this is more accurately described as a space race. Enough said. I wager that the Summer Nation will emerge victorious. As for the rationale, it rests solely upon our possession of Professor L, while they do not. In the capital city, within the confines of the First Ring Road, Counselor Lee sat quietly in his office, a document lying on his desk. The contents of this document detailed the United States Pathfinder program. He chuckled lightly, casually tossing aside the file that recorded the intricate details of the American initiative. Minister He, We shall commence the gradual reduction of irrelevant industrial scales. All resources of the summer nation will be prioritized for the space administration. Minister of Finance Hejia's pupils dilated in shock, and he could not help but exclaim, "Counselor, this may have a tremendous impact on the economy of the summer nation." Counselor Li, with an air of indifference, cast a glance at Hejia and calmly stated, "This is an order. In addition to reducing unnecessary industrial scales, effective immediately, the export of any resources is strictly prohibited. Furthermore, we must procure steel and various mineral resources from abroad at all costs. Remember, this is an order." Hejia's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom the ramifications these directives would impose on the summer nation. These measures must be executed gradually so as not to arouse public suspicion. Counselor Li contemplated for a moment before adding, "The current summer nation cannot withstand much upheaval. Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished." Hejia swallowed hard, his expression resolute as he proclaimed loudly. Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang, who had been secluded in his office for several days, remained oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. Even if he were to learn of them, he would likely only scoff in disdain. What time is it for such competitions? Not to mention, his mind was currently preoccupied with intricate calculations. The expansive desk was covered with an array of draft papers, each inscribed with various notations. With a sigh of relief, Lu Yongchang slammed his pen onto the solid wooden desk. Success. He gazed blankly at the draft papers before him, murmuring to himself. The pages displayed a series of aesthetically pleasing equations. He rubbed his reddened eyes and took a deep breath. 3 days had passed. During this time, except for the necessary moments for eating and sleeping, his pen had not ceased its dance upon the paper. Hard work pays off, as he successfully established a mathematical model for the phenomenon of sonoluminescence. Gazing at the model he had painstakingly crafted, Lu Yongchang anxiously input the various parameters. Soon, the calculations were completed. As he looked at the data on the draft paper, his pupils constricted in astonishment. He had never anticipated that achieving controlled nuclear fusion would require such a material. Metallic lithium. The various properties of lithium flashed through his mind. Lithium, a metallic element, is a soft, silvery white metal and the lightest of all metals. Its melting point is 180. 54. In this regard, metallic lithium could indeed serve as a solution. After all, it can transform into a liquid state when heated above 180. 54. Lu Yongchang pondered the calculation results before him. To be honest, using liquid lithium as a reaction solvent, though somewhat unexpected, was ultimately logical. After all, metallic lithium possesses unique applications in atomic reactors. As he contemplated the feasibility of utilizing liquid lithium as a reaction solvent, he rose from his chair and ambled toward the office door. Click! The sound of the office door opening immediately drew the attention of everyone in the laboratory. "Yongchang, you've finally figured it out." Fang Suet Galim, his eyes lighting up as he hurried toward Lu Yongchang. "So, did you solve it?" Lu Yongchang raised his head, waved the draft paper in his hand, and nodded gently. "Wow, those dark circles under your eyes." Upon seeing Lu Yongchang's face, Fang Su was taken aback. "Have you really not slept at all in the past 3 days?" Fang Su's reaction startled Lu Yongchang. He halted his movements, instinctively raising his hand to touch the area around his eyes. "It can't be that exaggerated. I've totaled about 10 hours of sleep over these 3 days." Fang Su's expression turned peculiar. 10 hours? All right. You should really go get some rest first. If you collapse from exhaustion, the Counselor Li would surely have my skin for it. Lu Yongchang waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Let us conduct the experiment. We don't have time to waste." Seeing Lu Yongchang's demeanor, Fang Su could only helplessly signal to the researchers nearby and sighed softly. "Fine, you're the leader of the laboratory. It's your call. So, what do you want us to do?" Upon hearing Fang Su's inquiry, Lu Yongchang instinctively turned to the reaction vessel set aside. He frowned slightly and shook his head slowly. "No, we need to change the vessel. Contact the factory. We require a custom-made container." Fang Su's brows furrowed at this statement. "A custom-made container? This will undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. What solution do you intend to employ?" I shall inform the factory in advance." As he spoke, Fong Su picked up a piece of paper and a pen, preparing to record Lu Yongchang's specifications for the container. Liquid lithium, Lu Yongchang's casual words echoed throughout the laboratory. Fong Su's movements came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his head, his expression one of shock as he stared incredulously at Lu Yongchang, exclaiming, "What? Liquid lithium? This is far too perilous. One must understand that lithium is the most reactive metal among known elements. Consequently, the dangers associated with elemental lithium are exceedingly high. A moment's carelessness could lead to combustion, subsequently resulting in an explosion." Chapter 54: The Emergence of the Experimental Machine. Fong Su gazed at Lu Yongchang with an expression of profound complexity, his hand trembling slightly around the ballpoint pen. Solid lithium was perilous enough. The notion of utilizing liquid lithium heated to a staggering 154 C was utterly alarming. Yet, here was Lu Yongchang proposing to employ liquid lithium as the reaction medium for controlled nuclear fusion. This was nuclear fusion, the most intense reaction known in the entire stellar system. Not only Fong Su, but every researcher and professor present displayed a peculiar countenance upon hearing the suggestion of using liquid lithium as a solution. "Ahem, Professor LV, perhaps we should reconsider?" Lu He, standing nearby, cleared his throat and gently urged. Lu Yongchang surveyed the room, noting the expressions of concern reflected on the faces around him. An awry smile broke across his own. Admittedly, he too harbored reservations about the safety of this proposition. However, when it came to experiments intertwined with nuclear physics, which endeavor could genuinely claim to be devoid of risk? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yongchang stepped toward the demonstration whiteboard positioned at the side of the laboratory. He reached for a black marker nearby and inscribed a series of intricate and aesthetically pleasing equations. "Ladies and gentlemen, this represents the mathematical model of sonoluminescence. To ignite nuclear fusion within the solution, we must elevate the temperature during bubble collapse to over 100 million degrees Celsius. This is a feat only achievable with liquid lithium." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang's right hand moved swiftly, detailing the calculative process on the whiteboard. Fong Su attentively observed the equations, nodding thoughtfully. As one of the foremost academicians, he rapidly aligned his understanding with Lu Yongchang's explanation and arrived at a conclusion. He sighed softly, a look of resignation crossing his face. If the mathematical model is sound, then liquid lithium may indeed be our sole option. Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. "In my view, liquid lithium is not merely a last resort. Quite the contrary, it is the optimal choice for a compact fusion reactor." As he spoke, he emphatically inscribed a symbol on the whiteboard Li6. At the sight of this symbol, Fong Su's pupils dilated in sudden realization. He comprehended everything. "Yongchang, you intend to leverage the physical properties of lithium-6, don't you?" A spark of excitement flickered in Fong Su's eyes as he instinctively rubbed his nose. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Liquid lithium is indeed the best choice for a compact fusion reactor." Observing Fong Su's exuberance, a glimmer of amusement danced in Lu Yongchang's gaze. Indeed, Fong Su had grasped the crux of the matter at once. In stark contrast, the surrounding researchers and professors wore expressions of bewilderment as they looked at Lu Yongchang. Sensing their confusion, he wasted no time in expounding further. The lithium-6 atom possesses a rather easily overlooked physical property. When bombarded by neutrons, it releases tritium atoms. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's elucidation, the expressions of the gathered crowd abruptly shifted to comprehension. So that was the crux of it. Once initiated, the deuterium-tritium fusion reaction naturally releases a significant amount of neutrons outward. These neutrons, upon bombarding the surrounding liquid Li6, subsequently yield a substantial quantity of tritium atoms. Consequently, in comparison to the Pangu 1 fusion reactor, the compact fusion reactor may not even require the addition of tritium gas. It merely necessitates the periodic supplementation of the most economical deuterium gas to sustain its operation for an extended period. "Yongchang, I shall contact the factory immediately." Fong Su expressed his excitement, stating, I had not realized it earlier, but it now seems that this is indeed the optimal solution for miniaturizing the fusion reactor. 3 days later, in an open space 1,000 meters from the Summer Nation's primary laboratory, a massive ironclad factory building materialized seemingly out of thin air. At the heart of this structure resided a deep black cylindrical container, approximately 2 meters in height and 1 meter in diameter. At the base of this container lay an enormous ultrasonic generating device. This seemingly simple container serves as the experimental apparatus for the compact fusion reactor. Observing the device before him, Lu Yongchang felt a twinge of nostalgia. It must be acknowledged that, after consolidating the majority of Summer Nation's resources, the progress of the experiment has accelerated exponentially. Just 3 days prior, Fong Su had finalized communication with the factory, and within a mere hour, the blueprints for the compact fusion reactor's experimental apparatus were laid before Lu Yongchang. Following this, Summer Nation not only completed the manufacturing of the experimental apparatus within 3 days, but also, for safety reasons, erected a temporary ironclad factory in the open space to serve as the experimental site. Yongchang, when shall we commence the experiment? Fong Su turned towards the experimental apparatus at the center of the factory, his eyes alight with fervor. This is the compact fusion reactor. As a leading academician in the field of nuclear fusion, Fong Su understood better than anyone the immense potential of this endeavor. Unlike large-scale fusion reactors, compact fusion reactors are not intended for civilian applications. They will shine brilliantly in military contexts. Contemplating the future of Summer Nation's aircraft carriers, submarines, and fighter jets powered by nuclear fusion, Fong Su's heart began to race with excitement. No rush. Let us wait for others. Lu Yongchang's calm voice interjected. Wait for whom? Fong Su abali pauset instinquito questioning. Lu Yongchang's gaze drifted beyond Fong Su, peering into the distance. Look, they're arriving. Fong Su hastily turned to follow Lu Yongchang's line of sight and saw a black Hongqi sedan slowly approaching the ironclad factory. The license plate bore that familiar sequence of numbers. The senior counselor is here. Fong Su gasped in astonishment, whispering, Let's go. Lu Yongchang straightened his attire. We should go greet them. So small. Yongchang, are you certain this apparatus can achieve controllable nuclear fusion? Upon seeing the experimental apparatus, Counselor Li immediately questioned Lu Yongchang. In response to the skepticism, Lu Yongchang smiled and replied, Counselor, size is not the determining factor. This is merely a prototype. If successful, its dimensions can be further minimized. At that moment, it posed no issue to be installed in your vehicle. Councilman Li smacked his lips, evidently not entirely convinced by LV Yongchang's assertion. Surely, the power output of this device cannot exceed that of Panga No. 1. Can it? LV Yongchang's expression abruptly faltered. Wasn't this an obvious statement? What exactly was Panga No. 1? Its footprint alone spanned an impressive 20 square kilometers. And how minuscule was this compact fusion reactor in comparison? Observing LV Yongchang's discomfiture, Fong Su could not help but display a knowing smile. However, despite the amusement, it was the duty of a subordinate to assist in clarifying and upholding the reputation of their superior. Ahem, councilman, given the difference in size, it is natural for the power outputs to vary, Fong Su interjected. Based on estimations, this compact fusion reactor before you should achieve a power output of approximately 1,000 megawatts. The councilman's eyebrows shot up in surprise. 1,000 megawatts. That is a considerable amount of power. Chapter 55. Preliminary Mastery of Fusion Reactor Miniaturization Technology. Is it truly possible for such a diminutive apparatus to possess such immense power output? The chairman of the council gazed in astonishment at the small fusion reactor prototype situated at the heart of the facility. With a staggering output of 1,000 megawatts, this represented an extraordinarily formidable capacity for electricity generation. To put it into perspective, a household diesel generator typically operates at a mere 3 to 10 kilowatts. Even the illustrious Nimitz-class aircraft carriers of the United States boast a total power output of only around 280 megawatts. In other words, the black cylindrical device before them, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall, could effortlessly propel an aircraft carrier. As this realization dawned upon him, A fervent gleam ignited in the chairman's eyes. Should this technology reach maturity, given time, the Summer Kingdom would wield unparalleled influence on Earth. When do we commence the experiments? The chairman inquired with an urgent tone. Beside him, Fong Su exhibited a hint of hesitation. After all, this was a nuclear experiment. After a moment of inner conflict, he softly suggested, "Chairman, perhaps you should stand back a bit. Do not underestimate this black cylinder. It contains liquid lithium. Should an unforeseen incident occur?" A trace of alarm flickered in the chairman's eyes. Liquid lithium combined with nuclear fusion. Even he, as an outsider, understood the peril involved. Nevertheless, he slowly shook his head. "No need for that." "Chairman," Fong Su exclaimed, growing anxious. "Your safety." The chairman cast a nonchalant glance at Fong Su, his expression resolute, effectively silencing the words that had yet to escape Fong Su's lips. "Worry not for me. If Professor Lu Yongchang shows no hesitation, how could I, as chairman, allow myself to be a timid turtle? Yongchang, let the experiment commence." Professor Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, then turned to the team of researchers in charge of the operation, calling out assertively, "Initiate the experiment. Activate the heating apparatus." As soon as Professor Lv's command was issued, one of the researchers hurriedly lowered his head and pressed several buttons on the control panel. A deep, resonant hum began to resonate through the air. "What is that?" A flicker of confusion crossed the chairman's gaze. Professor Lv quickly clarified, "The melting point of metallic lithium is 154 C. Therefore, a preheating period is required before the fusion reactor can be activated." The chairman nodded thoughtfully. "Approximately how long will this take?" "About 10 minutes. Once the technology is refined, we should be able to expedite the process." "Excellent, excellent." The chairman nodded repeatedly, his eyes gleaming with increasing excitement. A 10-minute preheating period is entirely acceptable. After all, in typical circumstances, such fusion reactors would be installed on aircraft carriers or submarines. For these vessels, a startup time of merely 10 minutes is exceptionally brief. "Professor, the metallic lithium has completely melted," a researcher called out from the side. Upon hearing this, Professor Lv's expression grew markedly serious. "Activate the ultrasonic generation device. Inject the deuterium-tritium gas mixture." With the issuance of Lu Yongchang's command, a myriad of fine bubbles began to rise slowly from the bottom of the black container. Under the oscillation of ultrasound, the bubbles started to contract rhythmically. At the moment the bubbles reached the pinnacle of their contraction, a brilliant light erupted from the core of the bubbles. In that fleeting instant, the temperature within the bubbles soared to an astonishing 150 million degrees Celsius. The deuterium-tritium fusion reaction was ignited. A significant surge of neutrons was detected. An exuberant researcher exclaimed loudly. Simultaneously, the neutron dose detector emitted a series of alarm sounds. Observing the steadily operating curves on the computer screen, Lu Yongchang exhaled slowly. Was this a success? The head of the assembly leaned closer to the computer screen, scrutinizing the dense array of curves and figures, swallowing hard as he quietly inquired. "It worked." A hint of joy appeared on Lu Yongchang's face as he asserted decisively. In the depths of his consciousness, a flicker of emerald green light began to materialize. In the next moment, his awareness was once again transported to that enigmatic emerald green space. A point of crystalline white light gradually illuminated the tree-like structure. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology, preliminary mastery. The initial experiment lasted approximately 1 minute. Due to the absence of a compatible generator, the energy produced dissipated into the surrounding air through a heat dissipation device. As the experiment drew to a close, Lu Yongchang contemplated for a moment before turning to Counselor Li beside him, saying, "Counselor, I have something to discuss with you." Counselor Li raised an eyebrow slightly and then nodded gently. "Go ahead." Standing nearby, Fong Su prepared to leave, but was seized by Lu Yongchang's arm. "Brother Su, you should also hear about this." Witnessing this scene, the confusion in Counselor Li's eyes deepened. "Counselor, I need to convene all researchers in the aerospace field of Xia country. Consulolis pupils, constricta sharpuli. All researchers in the aerospace field. This is a significant undertaking. What do you intend to do?" After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang showed no hesitation, responding quietly, a spaceplane. The transportation efficiency of traditional rockets is far too low. Xia country requires a more advanced means of transport. After a brief pause, he added, Counselor, if possible, I need the engineers responsible for manufacturing the J-30 as well. Additionally, the engineers who constructed the Long March 10th carrier rocket. As soon as the words left his lips, Fang Su abruptly turned to Lu Yongchang, urgently whispering, Yongchang, these engineers are national treasures. We cannot treat this lightly. Having said that, Fang Su hastily apologized to Counselor Li. Counselor, Yongchang is unaware of the protocols. Counselor Li gently raised his hand, interrupting Fang Su's speech. In the next moment, he cast a meaningful glance at the resolute Lu Yongchang, nodding with a faint smile. Very well. Since you require these engineers, I shall allocate them to you. Fang Su stood motion utterly bewildered. Madness. Absolute madness. These engineers are treasures of the Xian nation. How could they be lent out so casually? What will happen to the research on the J-30 and the Long March 10th? Fang Su gazed incredulously at Congressman Li. As a member of the Academy of Sciences, he was acutely aware of secrets that eluded the common populace. The Xian nation had embarked on the J-30 and Long March 10th research projects 5 years ago. After such a lengthy endeavor, Fang Su surmised that both critical projects had reached a pivotal juncture. Congressman Li chuckled softly, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. It's halted. Halted? When did that happen? Fang Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Could such an essential research task truly be paused? Surely Congressman Li was not jesting. Observing Fang Su's astonishment, a subtle smile graced Li's face, and he resolutely declared, It has been stopped. I speak the truth. Chapter 56. The heart of the great Emperor Jingpu stirred. Let us momentarily set aside the profound shock that Councilman Li's words brought upon Fang Su. At the very least, Professor Lu Yongchang truly grasped the formidable resolve of the current chairman of the Xia National Assembly. When he decides to act, he does so with conviction. If need be, we can always start afresh. Chairman, I entrust the fate of the nation into your hands. The chairman cast a meaningful gaze towards Lu Yongchang and spoke slowly, urging him not to let him down. Lu Yongchang's expression turned serious as he nodded firmly. When you plan to commence research on the aerospace aircraft project? Upon hearing the chairman's inquiry, Lu Yongchang's brow furrowed slightly. Although there were several engineering teams working in proximity to the nuclear physics laboratory, the complete establishment of these laboratories would, conservatively speaking, require at least another month. A month-long hiatus was something Lu Yongchang could hardly accept. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Chairman, the highest specification aerospace laboratory in Xia. Before Lu Yongchang could finish his sentence, the chairman raised an eyebrow and interjected, Is a National Aerospace Research Institute of Xia, where the Long March 10th carrier rocket mission is underway. Not sufficient? Lu Yongchang momentarily paused, and a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes as he nodded vigorously. That will suffice. Then, Chairman, I shall report there tomorrow. Upon hearing this declaration, Fang Su immediately panicked. Overlooking the fact that Lu Yongchang was still conversing with the chairman, he grasped Lu Yongchang's arm and whispered urgently, Have you lost your mind? The miniaturization of the fusion reactor is not yet complete. Lu Yongchang was taken aback yet again, glancing at the experimental machine in the center of the venue that was currently shutting down. In the next moment, he took a deep breath, his expression grave as he turned to Fang Su. Brother Su, this arduous task is now entrusted to you. Fang Su. Aren't you the chief engineer? Fang Su felt as though 1,000 llamas were galloping through his mind. How did this monumental task of fusion reactor miniaturization suddenly fall upon him? However, it was evident that Lu Yongchang paid no heed to Fang Su's protests, casually waving his hand as he followed the chairman out. Faintly, Fang Su could still hear snippets of their conversation. Yongchang, perhaps you should complete the fusion reactor miniaturization task first? The chairman's voice carried a hint of unease. Is it all right on Fang Su's side? Oh, it's nothing. Rest assured, Chairman. Lu Yongchang replied nonchalantly. I am well aware of Fang Su's capabilities. The most critical components of the fusion reactor are already completed. The rest is merely about encasing it. Quite simple. I have faith in Brother Su. Fong Su. He slowly turned to glance at the experimental machine. The compatible generator had yet to be designed, and the cooling apparatus was still lacking. Is this what you call merely encasing it? Damn. Fong Su couldn't help but mutter an expletive in his mind. In the state of Su, Emperor Jingpu sat behind his desk, gazing at the documents before him, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The events transpiring internationally over the past 6 months have been nothing short of tumultuous. First, the neighboring Xia nation was ensnared in a conspiracy, leading to its withdrawal from the ITER project. Subsequently, within a mere few months, Xia nation astonishingly achieved a remarkable leap, seizing control of nuclear fusion technology ahead of all other countries. Observing the official data released by Xia regarding the Pangu 1 fusion reactor, Emperor Jingpu found himself increasingly agitated. Unlike Xia, while Su boasts a robust heavy industry, it lacks a sufficient population. A fusion reactor of the scale of Pangu 1, he estimated, could easily satisfy all of Su's energy needs with merely 2 units. This presented an immense opportunity for Su. Beyond the oil resources required for industrial production, a Su nation possessing controllable nuclear fusion could entirely forsake inferior energy sources, such as oil and natural gas. Given Su's already precarious economic conditions, considerable savings could be realized. The more he contemplated, the more intrigued Emperor Jingpu became, and he called out loudly towards the door of his office. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a burly figure who looked at Emperor Jingpu with utmost respect. Your Excellency, how may I assist you? Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that I require a visit to Xia in a couple of days. Emperor Jingpu declared with an undeniable authority. That evening, at the first laboratory of Xia, knock, 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 the door to Lu Yongchang's office was rapped upon. Engrossed in preparations for the aerospace plane project, Lu Yongchang paused at the sound. Instinctively, he glanced at the wall clock, 21:50. At such a late hour, who could possibly be visiting? The door is unlocked. Please come in. Creaking open, the door revealed a figure outside. Lu Yongchang quickly rose to greet him. Minister Hong? What brings you here in person? Hong Qiming, with an air of resignation, waved his hand and entered the office with a wry smile. Enough of that. Ever since that incident with the sun, I haven't made it to bed before midnight. At this remark, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Is Minister Hong here to share his grievances with me today? As he spoke, Lu Yongchang prepared a cup of tea for Hong Qiming. This is authentic Westlake Longjing, a gift from the researchers below. I rarely indulge in it. Hong Qiming lifted the teacup, inhaling its fragrance. Quite aromatic, he remarked with a smirk. You, young man, at such a tender age, already know how to be courteous? Minister Hong, one must not speak in such a manner. I purchased this at market price. If you choose not to drink it, please do not let my tea go to waste. Lu Yongchang replied, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. Hong Qiming chuckled softly, taking a sip of the tea before stating solemnly, very well, I shan't waste more time on idle chatter. I have come this time to inquire on behalf of the esteemed member of Parliament. Lu Yongchang hastily set down his teacup and composed himself. Minister Hong, please proceed. Hong Qiming spoke with significant gravity. In half a month's time, Emperor Jingpu of the Su country will visit Xia. The news is yet to spread. Can you guess the purpose of his visit? Lu Yongchang's brow furrowed deeply. Emperor Jingpu of Su country? Why would he suddenly wish to come to Xia? Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in Lu Yongchang's mind. Controlled nuclear fusion? He inquired softly. Clap. Minister Hong, with an approving expression, snapped his fingers. Precisely. According to intelligence from the Second Bureau of National Security of Xia, Emperor Jingpu is quite intrigued by the Pangu fusion reactor. Chapter 57. The need for allies in the Xia kingdom. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, for the Su kingdom, controllable nuclear fusion holds an irreplaceable allure. After all, since the last century, the Su kingdom has been diligently constructing numerous nuclear fission power plants. Chairman, what did you ask me? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's inquiry, Hong Qiming's eyes glimmered with an inscrutable light as he softly replied. The chairman wishes to know how the Xia Kingdom should address this matter. Lu Yongchang's expression subtly shifted, and he instinctively responded, Hong, I prefer not to involve myself in such political affairs. Hong Qiming paused for a moment, chuckling lightly as he waved his hand dismissively. I misspoke. The chairman's intent was to inquire about how the Xia Kingdom should handle controllable nuclear fusion technology. Lu Yongchang realized the intent of the question and responded without hesitation. Of course, it should be shared. In an instant, Hong Qiming's brow furrowed. Shared? What is the rationale behind that? It is known that the chairman and the assembly spent several hours deliberating this issue. Nearly every member advocated for the Xia Kingdom to retain control over the controllable nuclear fusion technology. The inquiry directed at Lu Yongchang was merely procedural, as he, being the inaugural director of the Space Administration, wields considerable influence in such matters. Originally, Hong Qiming believed that Lu Yongchang would be the least likely to consent to the outflow of fusion technology, given that it was his own painstaking creation. After serving as Minister of Science and Technology for so long, Hong Qiming had never encountered a scientist willing to relinquish the fruits of their labor to others. Perhaps due to the dim lighting, Lu Yongchang did not notice the change in Hong Qiming's expression. He continued, Minister Hong, in the face of impending calamities, it is impossible for the Xia Kingdom to survive in isolation. We must cultivate reliable allies. From every conceivable perspective, the Xu Kingdom is a target we must strive to secure. Hong Qiming's demeanor softened slightly. Lu Yongchang's assertion had been echoed by several members during the meeting. However, he queried, but why not wait a few more years? In a subdued tone, he added, Yongchang, the Xia Kingdom is currently in a phase of rapid development. If we retain control over nuclear fusion technology, in just 3 years, the Xia Kingdom could experience a complete turnaround. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. There is no time left. In a year or two, the changes in the sun will become evident to all. Hong Qiming's pupils dilated in shock. So soon? Lu Yongchang gently nodded. Let us not forget that the anomalies in the sun were first detected by a laboratory in the United States. This statement awakened Hong Qiming to the reality of their situation. A hint of bitterness crossed his face as he reflected in light of this. The Xia Kingdom's current measures do seem rather conservative. With that, Hong Qiming briefly recounted the resource embargoes issued by the chairman to Lu Yongchang. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, he slowly exhaled a breath of murky air. Hongbu, I have an idea. The next day, at the entrance of the National Space Research Institute of Xia Country, 3 military green armed helicopters descended gently. As the inaugural director of the Xia Country Space Administration and a beacon of hope for the nation's future, the personal safety of Lu Yongchang had become a matter of utmost importance at this moment. While the atmosphere within the laboratory might not reveal this concern, once outside, Lu Yongchang was acutely aware of the paramount emphasis the committee leader placed on his security. The presence of 3 fully armed helicopters was merely a modest display. According to Hong Qiming, if not for the helicopter's sluggish speed, the committee leader would have eagerly dispatched several J-20s for escort. This was still within the territory of Xia Country. Lu Yongchang had no doubt that should he ever need to venture abroad, the nation might even deploy an entire aircraft carrier fleet for his protection. Once the helicopters came to a halt, Lu Yongchang leaped from the deck of the central helicopter. As he gazed at the open doors of the National Space Research Institute, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Here, he would lead Xia Country in taking its first step towards the vast expanse of the stars and the sea. Upon entering the laboratory, Lu Yongchang immediately sensed the distinction between the National Space Laboratory and other research facilities. The space was bustling with scientists clad in white coats, each face etched with tension and seriousness. This was starkly different from the environment at Sandow University. Nevertheless, Lu Yongchang quickly reassured himself that such an atmosphere was entirely warranted. After all, this was the very place where Xia Country was developing the Long March 10th heavy lift rocket. Professor Lu, greetings. Just as Lu Yongchang stood at the entrance observing the busy researchers, a somewhat hoarse voice called out from the side. He quickly turned his head in the direction of the sound. A middle-aged man, with graying temples and thick golden-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Looked at him with an apologetic expression. "Professor Lu, I apologize. We just received orders from above yesterday, and we have been busy organizing the experimental equipment, so we couldn't find the time to greet you." Lu Yongchang's lips curled into a faint, benevolent smile. "No witties, no witties. If I recall correctly, you must be academician Chao Liangkai, am I right?" A flicker of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's eyes as he nodded gently. "Professor Lu, you know me?" Lu Yongchang's lips twitched slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, "I have seen your name in my university textbooks." Chao Liangkai suddenly realized that, in terms of rank, this young man before him, still a sophomore, was several tiers above him. Feeling awkward, Chao Liangkai wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, silently lamenting the inefficiency of Sandow University. He resolved to call Jiang Yongxing and ask why it was so difficult to issue a graduation certificate. Clearing his throat, Chao Liangkai coughed forcefully, attempting to divert the conversation and alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chao Liangkai, an academician of the Xia Academy of Sciences, currently serving as the director of the National Space Research Institute of Xia Country." As he spoke, Chao Liangkai extended his right hand towards Lu Yongchang. Observing this, Lu Yongchang promptly reciprocated, grasping Chao Liangcai's calloused hand with great vigor. "Akadisian Gao, could you kindly convene the researchers at the Institute?" Lu Yongchang stated with a solemn tone. "I need to hold a meeting to outline the forthcoming tasks." Chao Liangkai readily acquiesced, for he dared not refuse. Just the previous night, he had received an order from his superiors, a directive that was succinct yet clear, to unconditionally comply with any arrangements made by Professor Lu Yongchang. Chapter 58. The Hall Thruster Solution. More than 30 minutes later, within the conference room of the National Aerospace Research Institute of Xia Nation, under the urging of Chao Liangkai, all researchers swiftly took their seats. Standing at the head of the conference table, Lu Yongchang cast a solemn gaze over the assembly before activating the projector. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have all received the notification from upper management. The development of the Long March 10th heavy lift rocket project has been halted effective immediately." Although the attendees had received this news the previous evening, a palpable sense of sorrow and reluctance lingered on their faces. After 5 years of research, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the Long March 10th heavy lift rocket project as akin to a cherished child nurtured by these devoted scientists. "I too am a researcher. I can empathize with the discomfort you all feel," Lu continued. "However, the current predicament of Xia Nation is all too clear." Sensing the weighty atmosphere in the room, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and clicked the mouse. Xia Nation requires a more effective propulsion method. The shifting lights of the projector captured everyone's attention. "Electric propulsion technology? Electric propulsion? This is impossible." In an instant, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of voices. A wave of skepticism washed over Lu Yongchang, and Chao Liangkai, the director of the institute, regarded him with a look of perplexity. Ahem. As the murmurs grew louder, Chao Liangkai felt compelled to rise and clear his throat. "Professor Lu, are you referring to the Hall thruster?" Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "What is this? Does academician Chao have some expertise in this area?" The Hall thruster. Indeed, it was the Hall thruster. With a wry smile, he shook his head. "Professor Lu, if you intend to replace chemical fuel rockets with the Hall thruster, I would advise you to reconsider." A look of confusion crossed Lu Yongchang's face. "What do you mean by that?" "Professor Lu, I presume you are drawn to the specific impulse of the Hall thruster?" Lu Yongchang's expression tightened momentarily before he nodded in affirmation. Observing this exchange, the bitterness in Chao Liangkai's eyes deepened. The Hall thruster project has been a subject of study in our institute for quite some time. Initially, we were brimming with confidence. Many academicians believed that the Hall thruster represented the pinnacle of propulsion systems. Unfortunately, reality often proves to be far more unforgiving than our expectations. In the laboratory, the maximum thrust of the Hall thruster is approximately 200 millinewtons. At this point, Chao Liangkai sighed heavily once more. "Professor Lu, what can 200 millinewtons accomplish? It can barely propel a few sheets of A4 paper within the atmosphere. Given this, do you truly believe the Hall thruster can supplant traditional chemical rockets? In the face of Chao Liangsai's skepticism, Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly, his demeanor calm as he remarked, "Academician Chao, let us not rush to conclusions. Please allow me to finish my explanation before you pass judgment." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang gently clicked the mouse once more. "Academician Chao, may I inquire about the power output of the original Hall thruster at the Research Institute?" Chao Liangkai, gazing at the black cylindrical object displayed on the projection screen, found himself momentarily taken aback. What was this peculiar device? To his astonishment, he could not identify the object in the image. Responding instinctively to Lu Yongchang's question, he replied, "Approximately around 20 kilowatts." Understanding dawned on Lu Yongchang. In the next instant, a mysterious smile graced his face as he continued, "What if I told you that I could elevate the power output to over 1,000 megawatts? Gao liang ga gapet sapi." Even he, seasoned as he was, could scarcely contain his astonishment, leaping abruptly from his chair at the conference table. "What did you say? 1,000 megawatts?" A subtle smile played at the corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth as he nodded gently. Chao Liangsai's pupils quivered slightly. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Professor Lu, do you comprehend the magnitude of 1,000 megawatts? Are you suggesting that the Pangu 1 will supply the energy for it?" At this juncture, a flicker of realization stirred within Chao Liangkai. A wild thought began to take shape in his mind. Could it be? He suddenly turned to the projection screen. "Not quite for the Pangu 1, Lu Yongchang replied with a smile. "However, a miniaturized fusion reactor indeed exists." "What? No way." The room erupted in startled exclamations. Ignoring the commotion, Lu Yongchang composed his expression and gestured toward the projection screen. "Allow me to present to you the latest achievement from the first laboratory of the Summer Nation, the miniaturization technology of fusion reactors. What you see before you is the core component of a small fusion reactor akin to the reactor of Pangu 1, standing 2 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter. It currently boasts a rated power of 1,000 megawatts." As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the conference room. Chao Liangkai stood frozen beside the conference table, his hands trembling slightly from excitement. "Professor Lu, are you serious?" It was not that he doubted Lu Yongchang's words. Rather, the entire notion was simply too incredible. Just a short while ago, the Pangu 1 fusion reactor had been unveiled, and now, barely over a month later, the technology for miniaturized fusion reactors was being presented to him. Chao Liangkai even pinched his thigh hard to assure himself of reality. "Ouch, that hurts." Indeed, it is true. Lu Yongchang's expression turned serious. Yesterday, under the witness of Chairman Li, the first ignition experiment of the miniaturized fusion reactor was a resounding success. Although the accompanying power generation system has yet to be fully designed, I can guarantee that within a month, the technology for the miniaturized fusion reactor will reach complete maturity. Chao Liangkai took a deep breath. It must be said, he was captivated. A power of 1,000 megawatts, even with the most rudimentary calculations. The thrust generated by a small fusion reactor's Hall thruster could yield a staggering 1 ton of thrust. But what about the issues of heat generation and energy loss? A flicker of concern crossed Chao Liangsai's mind as he recalled a crucial question. Ordinary wires could not withstand the immense current produced by a small fusion reactor. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly and clicked the mouse once more. "What about room temperature superconducting coils?" "What?" Chao Liangsai's eyes widened in astonishment. Has Xia country already developed room temperature superconductor technology? Otherwise, academician Chao, how do you suppose we constructed Pangu number 1? Lu Yongchang chefudi kuntold. Due to confidentiality agreements, the vast majority of researchers were unaware of the cutting-edge technology embedded within Pangu number 1. Chapter 59, The State of Su. I am willing to pay any price. Chao Liangsai's breath quickened. The concept of room temperature superconductors, combined with a 1,000 megawatt compact fusion reactor. The synergy of these two elements was far more complex than a mere sum of 1 plus 1. He swallowed hard, casting his gaze towards the young man standing beside him. It was nearly inconceivable. Everything before him had been conjured by this mere 21-year-old prodigy. Half a month later, a flight from the state of Su gently descended upon the straight runway of the capital's airport. As the airplane's doors opened, the figure of Emperor Jingpu emerged onto the aircraft's stairway. "Your Excellency, welcome to the summer state." As Emperor Jingpu stepped down the stairs, a staff member from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs hurriedly approached to greet him. The emperor, in need of favors, was in a congenial mood. A benevolent smile graced his face as he nodded lightly to the staff member. "Hello, hello." Feeling a chill run down his spine at that kind smile, the staff member quickly stepped aside, gesturing, "Mr. Jingpu, Counselor Li is waiting for you at the Daitai State Guest House." The smile on Emperor Jingpu's face grew warmer as he nodded again and followed the staff member into a sleek black Hongqi sedan. In the reception room of the Daitai State Guest House, the emperor sat to the left of Counselor Li. "Counselor Li, congratulations on the summer state mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology." At the compliment from Emperor Jingpu, a faint smile appeared on Counselor Li's face. He nodded gently. "Thank you." Afterward, he lifted the teacup from the table and took a delicate sip of the tea within. Emperor Jingpu was taken aback. "Thank you? Is that all? Where's the rest?" With a glance at Counselor Li's serene demeanor, a hint of helplessness crossed his eyes. "Counselor Li, I have come to the summer state primarily to discuss a collaborative project." "Oh, what kind of collaboration?" A glimmer of amusement flashed in Counselor Li's eyes as he replied coolly, "Mr. Jingpu, feel free to speak boldly. Given the friendship between our two nations, I believe most projects would not pose a problem." The helplessness in Emperor Jingpu's gaze deepened. Faced with Counselor Li's feigned ignorance, he could only sigh deeply. "Counselor, let me be frank. How much for the summer state's controllable nuclear fusion technology?" As the emperor's words echoed in the room, an immediate silence enveloped them. He anxiously regarded Counselor Li, who, although maintaining an impassive expression, sensed a hint of unease in the emperor's eyes. Minutes passed. Sigh. Counselor Li exhaled softly. "Mr. Jingpu, controllable nuclear fusion is a newly developed technology in the summer state, and in principle, we are not prepared." A glimmer of disappointment crossed Emperor Jingpu's eyes. To be honest, this outcome was within his expectations. Yet he could not help but express his reluctance, stating, "What if I assert that the Sioux nation is willing to pay any price?" Councilman Li's voice momentarily faltered, though his expression remained unchanged. "However, considering the amicable relations between our countries, we are open to sharing this technology with you." Emperor Jingpu, observing Councilman Li's unwavering demeanor, sighed deeply within himself. It appeared that Councilman Li had long set his sights on this lucrative opportunity. "Name your price, Councilman," he said, leaning back in his chair, weariness etched upon his features. The councilman chuckled softly, recalling a recent conversation with Hong Chiming, who had suggested, "Councilman, Professor Lu recommends that we exchange nuclear fusion technology for essential resources." Councilman Li slowly shook his head. "No, I do not seek monetary compensation." A flicker of confusion crossed Emperor Jingpu's eyes, quickly followed by a hint of wariness. "Councilman, the territorial integrity of the Sioux nation is non-negotiable." The corners of Councilman Li's mouth twitched slightly. "Rest assured, I do not desire land. The Xian nation requires resources, substantial resources." After a series of amicable negotiations, Emperor Jingpu and Councilman Li formalized a cooperative agreement. Over the course of the next year, the Sioux nation would supply the Xian nation with vast quantities of iron ore, copper ore, and nickel ore. In addition, the Sioux nation was obliged to provide a significant amount of rare earth resources. In exchange, the Sioux nation successfully acquired controllable nuclear fusion technology. A few days later, the Xian nation's news channel broadcast this development. Recently, Emperor Jingpu of the Sioux nation visited the Xian nation, where Councilman Li engaged in cordial discussions, culminating in a consensus regarding controllable nuclear fusion technology. Upon the news airing, the entire Xian nation erupted in astonishment. The trending topics on social media rapidly updated. Is the Xian nation selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? What price did the Sioux nation truly pay for controllable nuclear fusion? The official news account of the Xia Nation's media was inundated with countless comments. What is this? Are they actually selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? What are the high-ranking officials in the Xia Nation thinking? This is controllable nuclear fusion. We are the only ones in the world with it. For just a handful of minerals, they're selling controllable nuclear fusion? Have they lost their minds? Those above, this is not merely a handful of minerals. According to the reported data, the resources the Sioux Nation has provided amount to over $20 billion. Even so, this seems unreasonable. The Xia Nation has finally taken the lead, and now it is about to relinquish its advantage. Amidst the cacophony of arguments, one comment emerged, garnering the most likes. Is it possible that the Xia Nation has already mastered more advanced fusion technology, which is why it is selling this relatively outdated technology to others? Goodness, you make a compelling point. It is widely known that the technology from our rabbit compatriots typically progresses through 3 generations. The first generation is sold, the second is utilized, and the third is experimented with, not only domestically, but even abroad. The cooperation agreement between the Soviet Union and the Summer Nation has taken many by surprise. A heated debate has erupted on Twitter. Is the Summer Nation truly selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? Can the Soviet Union purchase it? What a far-fetched notion. Are you not aware of the relationship between the Soviet Union and the Summer Nation? I believe it is worth a try. Albert, Your Excellency, it appears that since we cannot develop controllable nuclear fusion ourselves, why not simply procure an existing solution? I doubt Albert will entertain your suggestion. Surprisingly, President Albert was the first to like this tweet, subsequently responding, I am contemplating this matter. Trust me, no one understands the Summer Nation better than I do. Chapter 60. The sale of controlled nuclear fusion technology, while the international community was embroiled in heated debates over this matter. The Ministry of Science and Technology of Xia Country discreetly released a titled Draft Proposal for the Sale of Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology. The contents of the statement were remarkably succinct, consisting of only a few lines. Controlled nuclear fusion reactor technology, $10 billion. Controlled nuclear fusion magneto-hydrodynamic generator technology, $10 billion. Room temperature superconducting technology, $10 billion. Routine maintenance and installation work, $5 billion. Total package price for controlled nuclear fusion technology, $28 billion. Note, Xia Country only accepts equivalent mineral resources and does not accept cash or other forms of assets. This was essentially a pricing list rather than merely a proposal. In the bustling city of Magic Capital, Zhao Zijia stared in disbelief at the news on his phone. What on earth? A package sale of controlled nuclear fusion technology? Could those words truly coexist? Surely this must be a prank. He quickly checked the source of the news, the Ministry of Science and Technology of Xia Country. Zhao Zijia fell into silence, feeling a plethora of thoughts bubbling within him. Yet he was at a loss as to where to begin. With a gentle tap of his finger, he shared the news in his group chat. Wait, what? Am I seeing this correctly? A package sale of controlled nuclear fusion. Wow, there's even a discount for bulk purchases. Quite the enticing offer. Observing the reactions of his friends in the chat, Zhao Zijia typed a message for some reason. I am increasingly convinced that Xia Country has already mastered the second-generation nuclear fusion technology. His words were met with a chorus of agreement. That makes sense. Just typical antics from the rabbits. Nothing to be alarmed about. Amidst the banter, one reply caught Zhao Zijia's attention. Am I the only one who noticed the last point? Xia Country only accepts equivalent mineral resources for trade. Zhao Zijia's gaze sharpened, and he hurriedly reopened the news article to scrutinize the details. Indeed, this stipulation was explicitly mentioned. This was peculiar. Logically, Xia Country was not lacking in mineral resources. In fact, it was a significant exporter of such materials. Why, then, was it suddenly resorting to acquiring mineral resources through nuclear fusion technology? Instinctively, Zhao Zijia opened his computer and searched for the recent year's mineral export data from Xia Country. Much to his astonishment, the results revealed that in just 6 months, Xia Country's mineral export volume had plummeted to an unprecedented low. He licked his dry lips, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes as he swiftly located the import and export data for Xia country over the past 2 years. Gazing at the comparative data displayed on his computer screen, Zhao Zijia could not help but gasp in shock. In just a span of 6 months, the export volume of mineral resources from Xia country had plummeted by a staggering 90 year-on-year. Correspondingly, the import volume of mineral resources into Xia country had surged by 50. What calamity is about to unfold? Zhao Zijia swallowed hard, murmuring to himself. With the release of this draft, the entire international situation was thrown into disarray. In the White House of the United States, Albert seethed with frustration, staring at the document before him, his eyes twitching in agitation. Standing beside him, Professor Collins spoke hesitantly. "Mr. President, I believe we should consider purchasing this technology from Xia country." "What did you say, Professor Collins?" Albert exclaimed, lifting his head abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. "Since when has the United States considered procuring technology from Xia country?" Collins's expression was tinged with bitterness. "Mr. President, I understand this is difficult to accept. However, we have no other option. If other nations acquire controllable nuclear fusion technology from Xia country, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage." Albert's complexion turned crimson, and he slammed his palm onto the solid wooden desk with force. "Damn Xia country! Where is our controllable nuclear fusion technology? Professor Collins, tell me, how far have we progressed with our fusion technology?" After a moment of silence, Collins replied slowly, "Currently, we have completed a quarter of the construction plan." With a resounding smack, Albert brought his hand to his forehead, murmuring, "Oh God. So all our previous investments have gone to waste?" In response to Albert's inquiry, Collins nodded gravely. "I fear so, Mr. President. According to intelligence, Xia country's fusion reactor employs a stellarator design, which is entirely different from the experimental reactor we are constructing. Hence," Albert sighed deeply, wearily waving his right hand to interrupt Collins. Just then, he had an unsettling premonition. It seemed the United States was on the brink of decline under his watch. In stark contrast to the United States, the nations of Western Europe were in a frenzy. Controllable nuclear fusion technology. It was indeed controllable nuclear fusion technology. The Geely country was the first to take action, dialing Xia country's number. "Hello, I wish to purchase the complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. 28 billion in mineral resources. Grant me a moment, and Geely country will gather the funds." A smile crept onto the face of the staff member who answered the call. "May I assist you with any additional services? For instance, outsource construction projects? I assure you that Xia country's construction speed will meet your expectations." The Prime Minister of Geely country's eyes flickered with interest. Regarding the fees, it would only require an additional 500 million in mineral resources. The Prime Minister of Geely exhibited a hint of bitterness. Well, he is already troubled by the 28 billion in mineral resources. An additional 500 million? Is this a death sentence for him? Seemingly sensing the Prime Minister's predicament, a staff member smiled and remarked, "In truth, mineral resources are not the only option. Lithography technology or other advanced technologies could also be used for exchange." The Prime Minister of Geely paused, his breath catching slightly, and replied with difficulty, "I need to deliberate on this matter. Please do so promptly. After all, we have also received communication from Gallia," the staff member kindly reminded. All right. I will provide you with a response as soon as possible." The Prime Minister wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and hastily ended the call. Gazing at the quotation before him, a thought flickered through the Prime Minister's mind. Perhaps the nation of Xia, which had been suppressed for decades, is on the verge of a complete resurgence. Chapter 61. The Land of Cherry Blossoms? My apologies, but not for sale. The uproar surrounding the sale of controllable nuclear fusion technology by the Xia nation has intensified. Following the acquisition of nuclear fusion technology by various Western European countries, the United States across the ocean could no longer remain passive. Albert, unable to withstand the mounting pressure from all sides, finally dialed the dedicated hotline of the Xia nation. "Ahem, Congressman Lee, long time no see." In the Oval Office of the White House, Albert furrowed his brow and spoke with insincerity. "Mr. Congressman, it is a pleasure to engage in this dialogue with you." Upon hearing the voice from across the ocean, a subtle smile graced Congressman Lee's face. "President Albert, greetings. How have you been lately?" On the other side of the ocean, Albert grimaced slightly at the question emanating from the receiver. How have I been? Is this an appropriate inquiry for a national hotline? Yet, considering the purpose of this call, Albert begrudgingly replied, Thank you for your concern, Congressman. I've been quite well lately. Haha, that is wonderful. Good health is of utmost importance. Mr. Albert, at your age, you must take good care of yourself. The veiled implications in Lee's voice caused beads of sweat to form on Albert's forehead. What does that mean? What is wrong with my age? Were it not for the fact that he needed something from this man, Albert would have been tempted to unleash a tirade into the receiver. Ahem, Congressman, let us return to the matter at hand. Albert said stiffly, I have heard that your country is selling controllable nuclear fusion technology. The smile in Congressman Lee's eyes grew even more pronounced. Of course. What? Is President Albert interested in this technology? Hasn't the United States developed it yet? Albert's expression darkened immediately. Damn it. He could clearly detect the mockery in Lee's tone. Although he was tempted to hang up the phone, he knew he had to swallow his pride. Well, the United States certainly possesses controllable nuclear fusion technology. Albert's mind raced, and he fabricated an excuse. However, the technology is still in the laboratory stage and has yet to mature completely. You understand, those researchers can be rather sluggish. Li shuklad legally, effortlessly steering the conversation in another direction. Oh, so, Mr. Albert, your purpose in calling is not merely to complain about the inefficiency of your researchers? Albert, a cough escaped him as he awkwardly responded, Well, that is not entirely the reason. After a round of amicable negotiations, the United States ultimately procured the complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. When the Xi'an nation announced the sale of the entire controllable nuclear fusion technology package to the United States, all citizens of Xia, no, people from all nations, were left astounded. Ha ha ha, what a surprise. I must say, I thought the United States would be a bit more resilient. Who knew they couldn't resist the allure of controllable nuclear fusion? Has anyone conducted a thorough analysis of how many units of controllable nuclear fusion technology have been sold by our nation thus far? The official reports remain vague, yet I surmise that the prominent Western powers have indeed acquired it. This brings to mind our affluent ally, Saudi Arabia, which, I have heard, not only purchased the complete technology package, but also invested a substantial sum to acquire the construction team from our nation. Such affluent patrons, they are indeed our steadfast brothers. In stark contrast to the Western developed nations, the nation adjacent to us, known as the land of cherry blossoms, is enduring considerable discomfort. We truly require this technology. Within the reception hall of the Jiayutai State Guest House, the Prime Minister of the Cherry Blossom Nation wore a grave expression as he bowed towards Senior Counselor Lee. Unlike other countries, the Cherry Blossom Nation is entirely surrounded by the sea. As an island nation, it suffers from an acute scarcity of domestic resources. The energy generated by nuclear power plants constitutes the vast majority of their electricity supply, although nuclear fission power stations could barely meet their needs. Recent tremors and tsunami events have sounded alarm bells for the nation's leadership. Nuclear fission plants are perilous, yet they are dependent on nuclear energy. Thus, upon learning of our nation's sale of controllable nuclear fusion technology, the leadership of the Cherry Blossom Nation was the first to become agitated. To convey their sincerity, they dispatched their Prime Minister to engage in negotiations with us in person. Unfortunately, sincerity aside, the outcome appears to be rather unfavorable. As he observed the Cherry Blossom Prime Minister bowing before him, Senior Counselor Lee gently lifted a teacup from the table and took a sip. I regret to inform you that we will not be selling this technology. At that moment, the Cherry Blossom Prime Minister's complexion turned ashen. He hastily straightened up and bowed once more, this time with an even deeper inclination to the extent that his forehead nearly touched his knees. Please, you must sell it to the Cherry Blossom Nation. We are willing to negotiate any terms. The Cherry Blossom Nation is prepared to pay any price. Senior Counselor Lee set down his teacup, his expression growing solemn. He rose slowly, fixing a stern gaze upon the Cherry Blossom Prime Minister. Our nation's technology shall never be sold to a country that does not even dare to acknowledge its own history. Not now, and certainly not in the future. Do you understand me? The cherry blossom prime minister's face flushed crimson as he straightened up, his lips quivering as if he wished to utter something more. However, senior counselor Lee abruptly waved his hand, interrupting his gesture. Someone, escort our guest out. In just a few short hours, the failed attempt by the Cherry Blossom Nation to purchase controllable nuclear fusion technology ignited fervent discussions on social media. Well done. We must not sell this technology to those fortunate cherry blossom citizens. Do they not have nuclear fission plants? Let them continue to rely on their nuclear power stations. Is it only I who finds this predicament troubling? The actions of our nation's leadership compromise our nation's reputation. Reputation? What reputation? Have you ever witnessed the former credibility of the United States? In the past, the Summer Nation proclaimed, "Greetings, I am the Summer Nation, a paragon of civility and reason. Should you have any matters, feel free to approach me." Now, the Summer Nation asserts, "Greetings, I am the Summer Nation, and I embody reason." Congressman Lee sat in his office, observing the domestic reactions to the unfolding events, a flicker of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. After so many years, the Summer Nation has, for the first time, taken a bold stance on the international stage. Exhilarating. Indeed, it is truly exhilarating. Beside him, Minister of Finance, He Jia's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Congressman, it appears our mineral resources should suffice for the time being. Although a single fusion technology requires $28 billion worth of mineral resources, the sheer volume is advantageous." The congressman nodded gently, contemplating for a moment before responding. "There is no rush. Let us first arrange for the minerals to be processed at the factory. Once the smelting is complete, we shall store it properly. As for the specific utilization, we shall await news from Lu Yongchang." Chapter 62. Hardcore Refutation. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as the speaker concluded his remarks, a flurry of urgent knocks echoed through the room. "Enter." The speaker's brow furrowed slightly, his tone terse yet commanding. In the next instant, the office door swung open forcefully. Outside stood Hong Chiming, his complexion slightly flushed, eyes glimmering with excitement. "Minister Hong, what has transpired?" the speaker inquired, a hint of perplexity evident in his gaze. In his recollection, Hong Chiming had never exhibited such a lack of composure. "Speaker, excellent news. Wonderful news," Hong Chiming exclaimed, his voice elevated. "Just now, news has arrived from Fong Su's side that the small-scale fusion reactor project has achieved success." The speaker's body jolted in astonishment. Before he could fully process this revelation, Hong Chiming's next proclamation flowed forth without hesitation. "Moreover, Professor L has successfully developed the first-generation Hall thruster." At this, even the speaker could no longer contain his excitement. "What? So soon?" he exclaimed, rising abruptly from his chair, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he gazed at Hong Chiming. "When will the experiments commence?" Hong Chiming swallowed nervously. "Currently, the military is transporting the small-scale fusion reactor to the Aerospace Research Institute. It is estimated that, in about 2 hours, Professor L will initiate the first experiment at an entrance to a highway in Xia Country." "What is going on? Why is this highway closed?" A man in a Havel car frowned as he looked ahead. Could there have been an accident? Beside him sat a gentle woman with shoulder-length hair. She rolled down the window and peered out. "It doesn't appear to be an accident. There are no vehicles on the highway. It seems the entrance has simply been closed." Upon hearing this, a flicker of anxiety crossed the man's eyes. He unbuckled his seatbelt and abruptly opened the car door. "Hey, what are you doing?" The woman's expression shifted slightly as she hurriedly cautioned, "This is a highway. Please don't act recklessly." The man's movements paused momentarily. Then he turned to the woman, a look of resignation on his face. "I'm going to inquire at the toll booth. I'll be right back." A few minutes later, the man approached the toll booth. Glancing at the staff inside, he pondered briefly before engaging them. "Hey there, what is the situation with this highway? What's going on?" The staff member looked up at the man and then shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. "I'm not sure either. I was just given orders from above that this stretch of highway must be closed for half an hour." The man nodded thoughtfully. "Orders from above? Could it be that they are transporting some significant materials?" In the next moment, a cacophony of sirens and roaring engines captured the man's attention. He swiftly turned towards the source of sound. Instantly, his pupils dilated in shock. Above, 5 armed helicopters soared past with a thunderous rush. He could even see the air-to-ground missiles suspended beneath the armed helicopter. Meanwhile, 3 police cars, sirens blaring, came into his line of sight. The trio of police vehicles formed a V-shape, clearing the way ahead, followed closely by 6 military green painted trucks. Mounted atop the military vehicles were several heavy machine guns, glinting ominously in the light. At the heart of the convoy was a heavy-duty truck, with his vision sharpened by a 5.0 magnification. The man strained to discern the cargo loaded onto the truck, a cylindrical object of deep black hue. Seizing the moment when the toll booth staff were distracted, he deftly extracted his phone and snapped a photo of the truck. What is going on? Noticing the man's hurried demeanor, the gentle woman furrowed her brow and softly inquired, "Did the staff mention any reason?" A glint of excitement sparkled in the man's eyes as he placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The woman's expression faltered. Though unaware of what was transpiring, she instinctively sealed her lips. The man swiftly jumped into his vehicle. Once the door was shut, he exhaled sharply, easing the tension that had gripped him. With a mysterious air, he turned to the woman and said, "You would never guess what has happened. What is it?" The woman's brow furrowed even deeper. "The nation is transporting military supplies." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and displayed the photo he had captured. "See? The police are clearing the way, and the military vehicles are escorting. This is definitely a military operation." Observing the man's fervent conviction, the woman leaned in skeptically to glimpse the image on his phone. A dark cylindrical object. What is this?" The man frowned, shaking his head slowly. "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it's some new type of weapon?" As he continued speaking, he opened his social media app. "Hey, don't spread that photo recklessly." The woman's expression shifted, her voice growing sharp. Ignoring her plea, the man stared blankly at the screen. "No need for me to upload it. The authorities have already issued a clarification." He raised his phone to her eye level. The woman instinctively looked at the screen. The official account of the Xia Nation's news had just posted an urgent clarification. Today, several highways in the Xia Nation were closed, leading to online rumors of military supplies being transported. The Xia Nation news hereby clarifies that this is not military material. The dark cylindrical object circulating online is the latest prototype of a small fusion reactor developed by the Xia Nation, and not military supplies. The woman instinctively took the phone and scrolled down to the comments section. "What the heck? I would call this the most hardcore clarification in history. Seriously, you might as well say it's military supplies. Is this how you clarify? Didn't I tell you? The rabbit's traditional skills are indeed back. Haha. Sympathy for Western nations lasts but a fleeting moment. Having just acquired first-generation technology, they find themselves overshadowed as Summer Nation unveils its second-generation prototype. Are you certain it is merely a prototype? To my eyes, it resembles a finished product. I shall neither spread nor believe in rumors. The official statement declares a prototype, and thus it shall be regarded as such. Rabbit, care to guess if I possess a third-generation product? At the National Space Research Institute of Summer Nation, the fundamental principles and construction of the Hall thruster are not particularly complex. One might even characterize them as rather straightforward. The principal factors that limit its efficacy lie in power and loss issues. Hence, after Lu Yongchang resolved these 2 significant challenges, the progress of Hall thruster research surged forward dramatically, with the collaboration of Chao Liangkai and an array of top engineers. The initial form of the first-generation Hall thruster emerged before the public eye in a mere span of just over 10 days. Chapter 63, Trial Run. On the testing platform of the 100 Knots Research Institute, a circular engine, enveloped in a deep black hue, emanated an aura of mystery. This was the culmination of the collective efforts of many over the past 10 days, the improved Hall thruster. More precisely, it is the Hall propulsion unit. Beside it stood a cylindrical small-scale nuclear fusion device, now considerably larger due to the addition of various facilities. Nevertheless, among all large generators, it remained the most slender. The exhaust nozzle of the Hall propulsion unit faced a concrete wall constructed from special materials, serving a simple purpose: to obstruct the exhaust plume of the Hall propulsion unit. The working fluid utilized by the Hull propulsion unit was a high-temperature stream of helium ions produced by nuclear fusion. Consequently, the temperature of the exhaust plume could reach an astonishing 100 million degrees Celsius. Professor L, all inspections have been completed. The Hull propulsion unit is ready for trial operation. Upon hearing this report, Lu Yongchang's expression grew somber. He nodded gravely. Prepare to commence the trial run. Yes, with his command. The researchers in the institute became electrified with excitement. While this was not the first Hull thruster in human history, it was undoubtedly the first to achieve thrust in the kilonewton range. As the small fusion reactor gradually powered up, a deep, resonant hum filled the air. The small fusion reactor was functioning normally, and the power output was stable. Prepare to activate the Hull propulsion unit. Academician Lu Yongchang swallowed hard, his right hand trembling slightly as he pressed the button on the control panel before him. In the next moment, a blue plasma stream emerged from the exhaust nozzle of the Hull propulsion unit. As the operational power of the Hull propulsion unit continuously increased, the brilliance of the plasma stream intensified. The thrust data displayed on the screen before them began to rise steadily. 1 knot. Disitkan. Bidisitkan. Stotinukan. The thrust data gradually stabilized. Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the thrust figures before him, and in the next instant, exhilaration sparkled in his eyes. We did it! A thrust of 100 knots. That's a thrust of 10 tons. His lips trembled slightly as he gazed, enraptured, at the ethereal blue glow. It was beautiful, so beautiful. This azure flame symbolized the dawn of a new era in human aerospace technology. Chemical fuels had, at this moment, become a relic of the past. After a brief moment of joy, Lu Yongchang was the first to regain his composure. All right, let us pause the Hull propulsion unit for now. Pause. Why should we stop? Lu Yongchang instinctively furrowed his brow, eager to seize the moment and thoroughly test the various data of the Hull propulsion unit. Lu Yongchang chuckled wryly and shook his head. Academician Xiao, before that, perhaps you should take a look at that concrete wall? Lu Yongchang, momentarily taken aback, turned to gaze at the distant concrete barrier. To his astonishment, a deep pit had already been burned into the center of the 1-meter-thick wall. Realizing that the wall was on the verge of being breached, he hastily pressed the termination button. Faced with Lu Yongchang's teasing gaze, Lu Yongchang's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and anger. Damn it! Who is responsible for this wall? What kind of shoddy materials were used? It has barely been a few minutes, and it can't hold up. Were corners cut on my account? Director Chow, it was I who oversaw this. A researcher stepped forward with a bitter smile. The materials were the best quality from your approved batch. Lu Yongchang could only fall silent. An hour after the trial run concluded, Hong Qiming finally arrived at the Aerospace Research Institute from the capital. Originally, Congressman Li intended to come in person, but due to various trivial matters, the task ultimately fell to Hong Qiming. Director, what brings you here? Upon seeing Hong Qiming, Lu Yongchang was taken aback. Didn't you just return to the capital this morning? Hong Qiming cast a resentful glance at Lu Yongchang. What do you think? As the Minister of Science and Technology, I'm practically becoming your errand boy. Upon reflection, Lu Yongchang realized the truth in his words. Since Lu Yongchang's arrival, he had gradually morphed into a mere messenger between the congressman and himself. Aware of his own shortcomings, Lu Yongchang forced a smile and refrained from responding. Hong Qiming chose not to dwell on the topic further and, adjusting his expression, inquired, So, is the experiment about to commence? Lu Yongchang replied, Well, the experiment has already concluded. Hong Qiming was taken aback. What? It's over? So I came for nothing? His expression resembled one who had just consumed something distasteful. Ahem. However, I can share the results with you. Noticing the gradual shift in Hong Qiming's demeanor, Lu Yongchang hastily continued. The trial run was a resounding success. With a thrust of 100 knots per Hull thruster, Hong Qiming paused, murmuring to himself 100 knots. Well, 1 kilogram is approximately equal to 9.8 newtons. Lu Yongchang interjected. That's roughly 10 tons of thrust. 10 tons? Is that all? Hong Qiming is beau fureur d'instant. I recall that the maximum takeoff thrust of a Boeing 747 CF-6 engine can reach around 105 tons. Wouldn't 10 tons be insufficient for a spaceplane? Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. Minister Hong, you still haven't grasped my point. The thrust of a single Hall thruster is indeed 10 tons. I never claimed that a spaceplane could only accommodate one Hall thruster. Hong Qiming's pupils dilated in realization. He swallowed hard, hesitating before speaking. Are you suggesting that we can install multiple Hall thrusters on a single spaceplane? Lu Yongchang gently nodded, then swiftly shook his head. A flicker of confusion crossed Hong Qiming's eyes. Yongchang, what does your nodding and shaking of the head signify? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang replied slowly. It is thus. Although theoretically one could install an unlimited number of Hall propulsion units, the reality is far more complex. We must consider the dimensions and intended use of the aerospace vehicle, calculating a reasonable thrust capacity. Hong Qiming nodded in vague understanding, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, Why are you burdening me with such technical jargon? Just tell me succinctly, how many Hall propulsion units do you intend to install on the first aerospace vehicle? I need to report to the chairman. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly, shaking his head as he replied, 10. Chapter 64. Have you ever heard of the power to propel bricks? Upon hearing the words of Lu Yongchang, Hong Qiming initially exhibited no reaction, but beside him, Chao Liangkai could not contain his astonishment. 10 Hall propulsion units? Did we not previously agree that 5 units would suffice? Hong Qiming narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a peculiar glance at Lu Yongchang. Yongchang, such statements should not be made lightly. If the chairman of the committee holds me accountable later, I shall not be able to bear the consequences. Lu Yongchang sighed with a wry smile and quickly began to elucidate. At the outset, our plan indeed called for the installation of 5 Hall propulsion units. While 50 tons of thrust may not rival that of large aircraft like the Boeing 747, it is more than adequate for a smaller spaceplane. In fact, it could be deemed excessively sufficient. The look of confusion deepened in Hong Qiming's eyes. Then why? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang spoke again. In the original design, the first-generation spaceplane was intended to operate within a maximum altitude of 2,000 kilometers, which is within the Earth's low orbit. However, after further reflection, I pondered, if we were to construct a spaceplane, why not endeavor to create the best one possible? It would be prudent to double the number of Hall propulsion units and enlarge the aircraft's framework, although this may marginally increase the manufacturing difficulty. The performance of this first-generation spaceplane would experience a substantial enhancement. According to my calculations, this spaceplane could take off directly from the ground and reach the moon. The fuel it carries would be sufficient to support 2 round trips to the moon. Hong Qiming gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! What did I just hear? A direct flight to the moon? And it can make 2 round trips? Observing the widened eyes of academician Chao Liangkai beside him, Hong Qiming suddenly felt as though he were losing control of the situation. Wait. Professor L, are you certain that the data you speak of has been verified? Seeing Lu Yongchang nod in affirmation, Hong Qiming's pupils constricted slightly. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Please hold on. I need to report this situation to the chairman. A few minutes later, Hong Qiming hung up the phone, his expression a tapestry of complexity. What did the chairman say? Lu Yongchang inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. Faced with Lu Yongchang's question, Hong Qiming cast him a strange glance and slowly shook his head. I truly have no idea what kind of enchantment you have cast upon the chairman. He instructed me to fully support your research plan. Feel free to voice any needs. Lu Yongchang's expression momentarily shifted, as if a thought had struck him. His eyes glimmered with determination as he addressed Hong Qiming. Minister Hong, it seems I indeed have a challenge that requires your assistance. Hong Qiming's voice faltered suddenly, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Speak freely, but I must state in advance that we shall not engage in anything that violates principles. Lu Yongchang, with a wry smile, rubbed his nose and replied, Minister Hong, you overestimate me. I too would not dare to breach any principles. Returning to the matter at hand, Lu Yongchang's expression grew increasingly serious. The first-generation spacecraft was in need of 3 pilots. Pilots? Hong Qiming waved his hand dismissively. That's a minor issue. I'll take you directly to the Air Force unit to select candidates. To Hong Chiming's surprise, Lu Yongchang shook his head in refusal. Minister Hong, that may not suffice. The requirements for pilots of the spacecraft are considerably higher. I fear the Air Force unit may not meet those standards. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Hong Chiming's face. What do you mean? Are the pilots from the Air Force unit inadequate? He glanced at Lu Yongchang in disbelief. Pondering for a moment before responding, Yongchang, are you not familiar with the pilots from the Air Force unit? If ordinary pilots cannot meet the criteria, you can certainly select those ace pilots with golden helmets. Rest assured, their skills are absolutely impeccable. Lu Yongchang smiled wryly and shook his head. It is not a matter of flying skills. Hong Chiming's confusion deepened. In my estimation, this spacecraft will need to undertake multiple missions to the moon. To me, flying skills are a secondary option. Lu Yongchang spoke with profound significance. What is truly essential for the pilots of the spacecraft is ample experience in spaceflight. Unlike conventional aircraft within the atmosphere, the spacecraft possesses such formidable power that it can easily handle most unforeseen circumstances in the atmosphere. After all, there's an old saying, a strong force can send a brick flying. Aerodynamics are irrelevant, as long as the power is sufficient. Even a brick can launch you beyond the solar system. Furthermore, the spacecraft will spend the majority of its mission time outside the geostationary orbit. Thus, ample spaceflight experience becomes one of the indispensable qualifications for its pilots. After listening to Lu Yongchang's explanation, Hong Chiming gently nodded. I see. In that case, I will visit the astronaut training center in Xia country to assist you. I will find 3 astronauts who have been to space. That should suffice, right? Upon hearing Hong Chiming's proposal, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. That may still not be feasible. Minister Hong, do not forget, this spacecraft is not a rocket. The pilots must also manage tasks within the atmosphere. Hong Chiming let out a soft click of his tongue. This complicates matters. They must be proficient in atmospheric flight techniques, possess ample spaceflight experience, and meet a series of other age and physical fitness requirements. Although I have not conducted a survey, I can still assert that Xia country is unlikely to find individuals who meet such standards. Not to mention Xia country, it will be challenging to find such talents anywhere on Earth. Hong Chiming's gaze shifted slightly as he suggested softly, what if I select 3 astronauts and send them to the Air Force Base for training for a while? Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly brightened. Now that's an excellent idea. Yet a concern swiftly surged into his mind. How long would the training at this Air Force Base take? Hong Chiming furrowed his brow and slowly shook his head. I'm not entirely certain about this aspect. I estimate it will require at least 6 months to a year. No, that is far too slow. Lu Yongchang frowned and cast a glance at the calendar beside him. April 3rd. They can have at most 1 month for training. Lu Yongchang declared emphatically, I believe that in a month's time, the first aerospace aircraft of Xiagua will be ready for production. Chapter 65. The cancellation of the space station project? At the Summer Nation Astronaut Research and Training Base, Bai Yishuan stumbled out of the centrifuge chamber. As an astronaut of Summer Nation, the rigorous training for gravitational adaptation was a daily routine for him. Despite enduring countless days and nights of training, the torment inflicted by the centrifuge had not lessened in the slightest. He exhaled a breath of stale air, turning to cast a glance back at the machine. Uncertainty loomed over when the space station project of Summer Nation would ever be completed. Contemplating this, Bai Yishuan's expression dimmed slightly. Recently, he had overheard some troubling rumors. It appeared that the higher authorities were considering the cancellation of the long-anticipated space station project. Even some planned manned space missions were at risk of being abruptly abandoned. In such a scenario, what would become of their futures as astronauts? Bai Yishuan let out a deep sigh. Just as he was gathering his scattered thoughts to head toward the next training facility, an announcement crackled through the nearby speaker. Bai Yishuan, Hong Fan, Xiaowani. Today's training mission has been canceled. Please proceed immediately to the first-floor hall upon hearing this announcement. Bai Yishuan's eyes flickered with intrigue. Hong Fan and Xiaowani. He not only recognized them, but was also quite familiar with them. To be precise, the 3 of them were all reserve members of the Summer Nation Space Station project. Could it be that there was a glimmer of hope for the space station project? The thought ignited a spark of excitement in Bai Yishuan's eyes. At the elevator entrance, a bright voice called out, "Xiange." He turned to see the source of the voice, and, upon recognizing the newcomer, a subtle smile graced his features. "Wani, how has training been lately? It seems we haven't seen each other for several days." Xiao Wani nodded with a smile. "I took a few days off, so it's only natural that you haven't seen me." "Days off?" Bai Yishuan's expression shifted slightly as he quickly inquired, "What happened?" Xiao Wani fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, she sighed softly and replied in a low voice, "I may have to withdraw." "What? Withdraw?" Bai Yishuan's pupils dilated, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Just then, a hoarse male voice called out from a distance, "Wani, what did you say?" "You're withdrawing." Recognizing the distinct voice, Bai Yishuan turned swiftly to greet the approaching figure. "Xiange, what is going on? Why is Wani suddenly withdrawing?" Hong Fan hurriedly approached them, his tone laced with concern. Bai Yishuan shrugged, casting a bewildered look at the somber Xia Wani beside him. "Please, enlighten us. Why the sudden decision to withdraw? Have you forgotten that the three of us are a team?" Xiao Wani bit her lip gently, her eyes revealing a hint of distress. "Sonye, I'm sorry. A few days ago, I received definitive news from my family elders. The Xia Nation space station project has been definitively canceled." At that moment, as Xiao Wani's voice faded, Bai Yishuan and Hong Fan's breath caught in their throats. Though they had somewhat anticipated this outcome, the moment they heard the unequivocal news, Bai Yishuan found it difficult to contain his emotions. He extended his hand and struck the wall beside him with force. "Damn it! What has happened to the Xia Nation? Why has the space station plan been abruptly canceled?" Xiao Wani slowly shook her head, saying, "I'm not entirely sure of the specific reasons, but I have heard that the order was issued personally by the Speaker of the Assembly." This statement shattered the lingering glimmer of hope in the hearts of both men. Hong Fan's expression dimmed instantly, and after a long pause, he asked hoarsely then, "What should we do?" The three astronauts fell into silence. Bai Yishuan let out a deep sigh. Indeed, what were they to do? They had spent years preparing for the space station project. Not only had they undergone extensive training on the ground, but they had also executed multiple spaceflight missions. As an astronaut who had experienced the weightlessness of space, he constantly envisioned the day he could return to the cosmos. The recently proposed space station project by the Xia Nation was his best opportunity to do so. Yet now, a mere sentence had rendered all their efforts futile. Bai Yishuan deeply felt the collapse of his aspirations. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving shattered the silence among the three. "The elevator has arrived. Let's descend," Bai Yishuan said, forcing a bleak smile as he stepped toward the elevator. At that moment, a profound confusion flickered in his eyes. Was the announcement summoning them down meant to convey this news to them privately? The elevator moved swiftly. In mere seconds, accompanied by a crisp chime, the elevator doors opened slowly. The blinding sunlight illuminated the pristine white tiles, creating an intense glare. Bai Yishuan instinctively squinted his eyes. The strong light signal traveled through his retina, along the optic nerve, the optic chiasm, and the optic tract, reaching the visual cortex. Under the electrical impulses of the oculomotor nerve, the pupils began to constrict. In just a few moments, Bai Yishuan adapted to the bright light in the hall. In the well-lit hall stood two tall men. Bai Yishuan's gaze shifted slightly. He recognized the man facing them. It was Hong Qiming, the Minister of Science and Technology of the Xia Nation. "Minister Hong, what brings him here?" Xiao Wani whispered beside him. Bai Yishuan subtly moved his lips, replying, "I am not sure. Let's take it step by step." After all, they had already learned of the worst possible scenario. Upon hearing this, a trace of a bitter smile appeared in the eyes of Hong Fan and Xiao Wani. Indeed, this was the worst-case situation. They had arrived. Upon encountering Bai Yishuan and his companions, Hong Qiming's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm as he called out to them, "What are you standing there for? Come over quickly." Lu Yongchang slowly turned around, his profound gaze fixed upon the trio, instinctively furrowing his brow at the sight of the three so-called elite astronauts. He couldn't help but feel that something about their mental state seemed amiss. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Hong Qiming cheerfully began the introductions. "Everyone, allow me to present Professor Lu Yongchang, the inaugural director of the Summer Nation Space Agency." "Professor L.V." These three are the reserve team members from the original space station project. If I recall correctly, they each possess experience from 3 space flights. As Hong Qiming concluded his statement, the eyes of the 3 individuals instantly gleamed with excitement at the mention of the space agency. Chapter 66. Are you interested in participating in this project? The 3 of them exchanged glances, and Hong Fan, unable to contain his curiosity, was the first to speak. Professor Lu, may I inquire whether the Summer Nation space station project is indeed to be cancelled? Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback. The Summer Nation space station project is to be cancelled? He looked at Hong Qiming beside him with a puzzled expression. Minister Hong, the space station project. A wry smile crept across Hong Qiming's lips. Professor Lu, you are the director of the Summer Nation Space Agency. Surely, you cannot be unaware of such a significant matter? Lu Yongchang. Ahem. Seeing the look of guilt on Lu Yongchang's face, the sense of helplessness in Hong Qiming intensified. He let out a deep sigh and proceeded to explain, a few days ago, the speaker personally ordered the cessation of the ongoing Summer Nation space station project. Why? Came Hong Fan's indignant voice from the side. Is the speaker preparing to abandon space exploration? Hong Fan, by Yishuan admonished sternly, do not speak out of turn. Allow Minister Hong to finish. Hong Fan sulkily lowered his head. Hong Qiming waved his hand with a smile. It's quite all right. I can understand your feelings regarding the sudden cancellation of the space station project. As for the reasons behind it, you should direct your inquiries to Professor Lu. He is likely the most informed on the matter. As he spoke, Hong Qiming cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yongchang. In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes fixated intently on Lu Yongchang's face. Lu Yongchang. He shot a resentful glance at Hong Qiming beside him. Well, although I'm not entirely certain of the specific reasons, I can make an educated guess. Faced with the perplexed and somewhat resentful gazes of the 3 astronauts, Lu Yongchang instinctively rubbed the tip of his nose and awkwardly stated, to put it simply, the original Summer Nation space station has lost its value of existence. What? By Yishuan's eyes widened in astonishment, and he whispered in disbelief, that is a space station. There are only a handful of countries on Earth that possess an independent space station. Its scientific value is unimaginable. Indeed, Lu Yongchang nodded gently, speaking vaguely. In order to confront future crises, the Summer Nation must redirect its focus to more valuable endeavors. Due to confidentiality agreements, certain information could not be explicitly shared with the 3 before him, especially concerning the anomalies of the Sun. Only upon their confirmation to join the spaceplane project could he disclose the specifics. Meanwhile, Xiao Wani's expression dimmed upon hearing Lu Yongchang's statement. Once again, the same vague rhetoric. She sighed deeply and quietly asked, if Professor Lu believes the space station has lost its value, then what is the purpose of summoning the 3 of us today? If the Summer Nation deems space exploration to be without merit, what need is there for us astronauts? Perhaps it would be best to allow us to return home and rest. At this moment, even Bai Yishuan refrained from silencing Xiao Wani's words. As the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, LV Yongchang's lips curled into a slight smile, and he chuckled softly. Who told you that space lacks exploratory value? Just because a space station project was cancelled, do you wish to retire? Bai Yishuan's heart raced violently. He parted his lips slightly, but found himself at a loss for words. A hoarse voice emerged from the side. Professor LV, do you mean? Do I mean? LV Yongchang's smile broadened. I have a far superior project, and I wonder if the 3 of you would be interested in participating? Can we go to space? Xiao Wani's voice trembled with excitement. Of course, not only space, but you could also become the first astronauts from Xi'an Nation to land on the moon. LV Yongchang's words struck the 3 young astronauts like a clap of thunder, leaving them momentarily stunned. Entering space, landing on the moon. These 8 words echoed in Xiao Wani's ears, and gradually, her vision blurred. Tears of exhilaration filled her eyes. So, are you interested in participating? Of course we are. Bai Yishuan and Hong Fan responded in unison. What about you, Xiao Wani? LV Yongchang inquired. Overwhelmed with excitement, she found herself speechless, only able to nod vigorously. Seeing this, Bai Yishuan gently patted Xiao Wani on the shoulder. Well, it proves that our perseverance in training has indeed borne fruit. Observing the scene before him, A hint of sentimentality flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Since the first monkey gazed up at the stars, the yearning for the vast universe has been deeply etched into the human gene. As the emotions of the three gradually stabilized, Lu Yongchang's expression turned serious. Let me inform you in advance that you will be participating in Xia Nation's first aerospace plane project. Although you possess substantial spaceflight experience, it is far from sufficient to be pilots of an aerospace vehicle. Therefore, you will need to undergo a month's specialized training at the Air Force Pilot Training Base. This training will be arduous and challenging. Professor LV, rest assured, we will complete the training tasks. Bai Yishuan interjected, interrupting Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang paused in surprise, then nodded with a smile. Very well. I will await you at the National Space Research Institute. I hope you will not disappoint me. Meanwhile, in the United States, within the Central Intelligence Agency building, hurried footsteps echoed through the glaring corridors. A man in uniform clutched a document tightly in his hand as he hastened toward the office at the end of the corridor. Upon reaching the office door, he abruptly halted. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his somewhat erratic breathing. Knocking gently on the office door, he announced, "Come in." A deep male voice resonated from within the room. He took a deep breath once more and then reached out to push open the office door. "What is it?" Inside the office, a white man with a hawk-like nose and a severe countenance cast a shadowy gaze upon him. He swallowed slightly, extending the documents in his hand towards the man seated behind the desk. "Director William, we have received the latest intelligence from our operatives in Xia." William Blair's expression momentarily faltered, and then he abruptly rose from his chair. "Quick, bring me the documents." Upon hearing this command, the man hastily handed over the files. William Blair swiftly unfolded the documents, scrutinizing them intently. Gradually, his complexion began to pale. Chapter 67. The United States. With all due respect, electric propulsion is utter nonsense. This is impossible. William Blair's face turned ashen, and the veins on the back of his hands bulged as he clutched the documents. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his head and fixed a fierce gaze on the man who had delivered the papers, his voice a harsh command. "Quickly, prepare the vehicle." "Prepare the vehicle?" A flicker of confusion crossed the man's eyes as he instinctively inquired, "Where to?" "To the White House." William Blair snatched his coat from the side and flung open the office door. "In 10 minutes, I want to see the gates of the White House." At the White House, William Blair clutched the A4 sheet containing vital intelligence, rushing toward the president's office. However, as anticipated, he was halted in his tracks by two towering bodyguards. "Let me through. I have exceedingly crucial intelligence to report to the president," William exclaimed, shaking the documents in his hand. "I am sorry, sir, but it is currently Mr. Albert's nap time." The bodyguard replied impassively. William Blair's eyes widened in disbelief, and he was nearly driven to laughter by his indignation. "What the hell? Do you even know who I am?" "You are the director of the Central Intelligence Agency." "Sir," the bodyguard replied with an emotionless demeanor, "but I still cannot allow you to pass. Mr. Albert has specifically instructed that no one is to disturb his nap." "Sir, I kindly ask for your understanding. If we let you through, we would lose our jobs," another bodyguard added. "Oomph." William scoffed, casting a meaningful glance at the two bodyguards before responding. "Well, I hope you both remember this day. Pray tell, how much longer until the president's nap is over?" 5 minutes. You may wait in the adjacent lounge area." The bodyguard clearly dismissed William's threat, indifferently gesturing towards the chairs in the hallway. 5 minutes later, as the sound of an alarm resonated from the president's office, the two bodyguards softly reminded him, "Director Blair, the president's nap time has concluded. You may enter now." William Blair let out a deep sigh, rising from his seat and striding toward the office door. "Rap, rap, rap." William composed himself and gently rapped on the door of the president's office. "Who is it?" Just as William was about to respond, Albert's voice interrupted once more. "Never mind. Whoever it is, come in." "William." His lips twitched slightly as he forcefully pushed the office door open. "William Blair?" Albert rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretching and murmuring softly, "What brings you to my side?" Gazing at the still groggy president, William Blair's eyes twitched violently. His expression turned grave as he solemnly stated, "Mr. President, the intelligence personnel from Xia have relayed some critical information. Before he could finish his sentence, Albert raised his hand to interrupt him. In the next moment, Albert pressed a crimson button on the desk. Just as William Blair was still pondering, the office door suddenly swung open. A secretary dressed in formal attire entered, carrying a glass of brown beverage. Albert's gaze lingered on the secretary's legs, clad in black stockings, for a few seconds. He then reached out to take the glass from her hand, nodding gently at William. "Coke, would you care for a glass? By the way, what were you saying earlier?" William, at a loss for words, thought to himself that he had never felt so speechless in his life. Although he had heard rumors about the president's unreliability, he had not anticipated such absurdity. Suddenly, he dismissed the notion of reporting the president, as it seemed unlikely that the two bodyguards would face any repercussions for such trivial matters. He took a deep breath to calm the tumultuous emotions within him, and then gritted his teeth, stating, "Your Excellency, we have received significant intelligence from the Summer Nation's operatives." Upon hearing news from the Summer Nation, Albert's expression grew serious. He lifted the glass and took a sip of the chilled Coke, quietly inquiring, "What intelligence?" "The Summer Nation has mastered controllable nuclear fusion miniaturization technology." Cough, cough. Albert, sputtering, hastily grabbed a napkin to wipe the cola stains off the desk. "What did you say? Controllable nuclear fusion miniaturization technology? How is that possible? Is the information credible?" William Blair shrugged. "Of course it's credible. The Summer Nation's officials have already acknowledged it." The president's countenance darkened instantly. "Damn it. I just spent a fortune acquiring the complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. So I merely purchased someone else's obsolete product. Historically, it has always been the United States reaping the benefits from other nations." Albert could hardly fathom that during his tenure, the United States had been thoroughly taken advantage of by the Summer Nation, thousands of miles away. "Congressman Lee," Albert murmured ominously. William extended a file towards Albert. "In addition, our operatives have gathered another piece of information. The Summer Nation is developing an electric propulsion system and has canceled the Long March 10th Heavy Launch Vehicle project. In my opinion, this is where we should direct our attention." Albert was momentarily taken aback. "Electric propulsion system? What is that?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed William Blair's eyes as he replied, "It should be a new type of propulsion method. I suspect it is related to the Summer Nation's recent unusual activities. For further details, I believe you should consult our NASA director." Albert furrowed his brow and then picked up the black desk phone. "Have Director Morton come to see me, and also summon Anthony." Half an hour later, a diminutive man, slightly balding, gazed anxiously at Albert. "Mr. President, did you summon me for a particular reason?" "Morton, are you familiar with electric propulsion systems?" Furrowing his brow at the somewhat balding NASA director before him, Albert continued, "Intelligence reports indicate that the Summer Nation is currently investigating electric propulsion systems and has subsequently canceled the original Long March 10th carrier rocket project." Morton appeared momentarily taken aback. Incredulity etched across his face as he retorted, "Electric propulsion systems? Mr. President, are you certain it is electric propulsion systems?" Albert's brow knitted even tighter. "Indeed. I can assure you." A scoff escaped Morton, and the tension in his expression dissipated. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Mr. President, if I may be candid, electric propulsion systems are utterly worthless. Let the Summer Nation pursue their research. I hold little faith that they will achieve any significant breakthroughs." Chapter 68. The Hidden Area 51. Upon observing the puzzled expressions of Albert and those around him, Morton hastily began to elucidate. NASA had embarked on research regarding electric propulsion systems decades ago, specifically focusing on Hall thrusters. Albert raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh? Has NASA achieved success?" Morton's countenance stiffened. He slowly shook his head, an awkward expression crossing his face as he replied, "It cannot be classified as a failure. Yet it certainly does not merit the label of success. Currently, the thrust of Hall thrusters can only reach a few dozen or several hundred millimeters, predominantly utilized in deep space spacecraft. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with the implications of such figures. Allow me to rephrase. The maximum thrust of a Hall thruster hovers around a few tens of grams. Within the atmosphere, it could scarcely propel an egg." Realization dawned upon Albert. However, his brow soon furrowed once more. Then why did the Summer Nation choose to terminate the Long March 10th rocket research project? Faced with this inquiry, Morton fell into silence. It was indeed a perplexing matter. He was merely a director, not a researcher, and lacking scientific intuition was only to be expected. Perhaps I could find a time to consult with a professor at NASA? Albert gently shook his head. Since this Hall thruster proves ineffective within the atmosphere, there is no need to concern ourselves with it. Moreover, we cannot ascertain whether these two pieces of information were deliberately released as a smokescreen by the Summer Nation. Ever since learning of the Summer Nation's transition from selling first-generation fusion reactor technology to unveiling second-generation nuclear fusion technology, a shadow of doubt had crept into Albert's mind. The most pressing issue now was how to respond to the Summer Nation's series of maneuvers. Morton nodded respectfully and murmured, "In my view, we need not heed the information disseminated by the Summer Nation. After all, we have already suffered enough losses in the realm of nuclear fusion. If they wish to research Hall thrusters, let them proceed. I firmly believe that chemical fuel rockets remain humanity's optimal choice at present." Albert's gaze flickered, his profound eyes once again fixed on Morton. "How is the Pathfinder program progressing?" Morton's expression shifted slightly. "Preparations have commenced." "Too slow." Albert's brow furrowed instantly. "You have merely begun preparations?" Given the current pace of the Summer Nation's development, by the time they conclude their preparations, their flags may very well adorn the moon. Anthony, who had been silent until now, pressed his lips together and exchanged a glance with Morton. "Morton, I believe it is time to activate that project." Morton's expression changed subtly as he quietly retorted, "Anthony, are you certain?" Anthony gently closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. "I am certain. The United States can afford to lag behind, but we absolutely must not allow ourselves to be repeatedly outpaced by others." Albert, seated in the presidential chair, was left in stunned silence. He furrowed his brow and interrupted the conversation between the two. Wait. What are you talking about? What project?" Anthony abruptly turned to Albert, exclaiming, "Mr. President, I request the initiation of Project Area 51. Observing Anthony's intense gaze, Albert's expression became increasingly peculiar. "Huh? Area 51? Isn't that merely an Air Force base?" In the next moment, Morton's voice resonated. "Mr. President, on the surface, Area 51 is indeed just an Air Force base, but in reality, it is the core facility of the United States Advanced Technology Reserve Program." Albert's countenance grew even more bizarre. "Hey, gentlemen, this joke is not amusing. Advanced Technology Reserve Program? How come I have never heard of such a program in the United States?" The Secretary of Defense, Anthony, then replied, "The Advanced Technology Reserve Program commenced 50 years ago, aimed at accumulating various cutting-edge technologies to ensure the United States maintains its international leadership in the future. During this time, to safeguard the secrecy, only successive secretaries of defense and a NASA administrator were aware of it. Not only you, but even previous U.S. presidents were oblivious to the existence of this program." Albert's expression momentarily froze. Well, if even previous presidents were unaware, his mindset slightly calmed. Yet soon, he pondered a crucial question. What about the funding? Why have I never seen a budget line for the so-called Area 51 funding? Anthony awkwardly replied, "Well, the funding can indeed be fabricated. Over the past 50 years, approximately 10 of military expenditures have secretly flowed into Area 51. Albert gasped sharply. "Goodness, 10. That's a staggering 10 of the annual military budget for the United States. 50 years' worth of expenditure." Albert could scarcely fathom what kind of research was being conducted within. Taking a deep breath, he softly inquired, "May I ask what technologies are stored there?" Anthony and Morton exchanged glances. Then Anthony gently nodded. "Of course. The last Cold War profoundly taught us the significance of space dominance. Thus, the primary technologies stored in Area 51 pertain to aerospace. For instance, an enhanced version of the Saturn V, the Saturn VI launch vehicle." Albert's pupils constricted sharply. As an American, he was well aware of the world-renowned Saturn V heavy-lift launch vehicle as the heaviest launch vehicle ever utilized in human history. The Saturn V stood an impressive 110.6 meters tall, with a staggering launch weight of 3,038.5 tons and an incredible total thrust of 408 tons. Used for manned lunar missions, it was also dubbed the Moon Rocket. Albert swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, Saturn VI? What is it intended for? Morton took the floor and spoke softly, Mr. President, it has been developed for Mars. Currently, deep within Area 51, 3 completed Saturn VI heavy-lift rockets are concealed. Mr. President, should you command the unlocking of Area 51, even the mere summer nation pales in comparison to our great United States. Morton's words ignited a fervor within Albert, who longed to witness the moment when the stars and stripes would be planted on the surface of Mars. Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, he declared with unwavering conviction, prepare to sign the presidential order. Activate the Area 51 Initiative. Chapter 69. Completion of the Aerospace Plane. Xiannu No. 1, Summer Country. At a certain Air Force training base by Yishuan, his complexion pale, supported his waist as he gazed up at the scorching sun in the sky. At long last, it seems it is over. Beside him, Hong Fan's distinctive hoarse voice broke the silence, my heavens. I never wish to return to this training base for the rest of my life. Hearing Hong Fan's lament, by Yishuan forced a bitter smile, shaking his head in agreement. You're not alone. I too wish never to set eyes on this training base again. Hong Fan's eyes brightened slightly. Xinge, you're feeling the strain too? This is quite the rarity. It's the first time I've witnessed you concede. Bai Yishuan shot a sideways glance at Hong Fan, his tone slightly irritable. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm no machine. Such intense training is surely beyond my limits. A peal of melodious laughter chimed in from the side. I must say, Fan Ge has a point. Since our acquaintance, I have yet to see Xian Ge complain about the training regimen. Bai Yishuan turned his head, a look of helplessness on his face as he regarded the cheerful Xia Wani behind him. Look at you too, brimming with vitality. Should I contact the coach and take another flight? Instantly, the smiles vanished from Xia Wani and Hong Fan's faces, their heads shaking vigorously in unison. Are you joking? Another flight? Recalling their arrival at the training base a month prior, both shivered slightly under the blazing sun. The trio, lacking any theoretical foundation, had been thrust into 3 training aircraft. Dubbed practical experience is the best teacher, they endured a rigorous ordeal at the hands of their instructors. The Cobra Maneuver. The Nestorov Loop. Although the 3 astronauts possessed commendable physical fitness, they were still thoroughly exhausted by these flamboyant stunts. After the grueling first day, the daily lives of the 3 astronauts became fixed within their respective training aircraft. In just a month's time, their cumulative flight hours astonishingly reached 300. On average, each individual spent a full 10 hours aboard the aircraft every day. It can be said that during this month, aside from eating and sleeping, the 3 spent nearly all their time in training. At long last, it seems it is over. Xiaowani shook her head, casting aside those painful memories, then stretched languidly, softly reflecting, next, we should head to Professor L's place, right? I wonder if that so-called aerospace plane is complete. Bai Yishuan cast a glance at Xiaowani, noting her graceful posture as she stretched, retorting with a hint of exasperation, don't celebrate too soon. Professor L did mention that after our training at the Air Force Base, we would still need to undergo further training on the aerospace plane. Xiaowani smiled brightly, tossing her short hair with a flourish. No matter. After all, it's a chance to venture into space. Just the thought of it invigorates me. Gazing at the radiant smile of Xiaowani, Bai Yishuan found himself momentarily entranced. A sudden roar of an engine echoed from above. Bai Yishuan's gaze shifted slightly as he looked up at the armed helicopter gracefully descending from the sky, softly remarking to his companions, "It is time for us to depart." Within a factory outside the Summer Nation's National Aerospace Research Institute, a sleek, jet-black aircraft rested quietly. Its structure bore a resemblance to the American B-2 bomber, yet its wings were notably less exaggerated in size. Thanks to its powerful propulsion system, the aircraft measured 30 meters in total length, with wings extending a mere 25 meters. At the rear of this aerospace vehicle were 10 dark, circular hull thruster nozzles. Standing before the aerospace craft, Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with admiration. This was the first true aerospace vehicle of the Summer Nation. Undoubtedly, It represented the pinnacle of human technological achievement at this moment. Professor Lu, why not give a name? Came the voice of academician Chao Liansong, interrupting Lu Yongchang's reverie. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered, and without hesitation, he declared, "Let us name it Xian Envy Number 1. Chao Liansong paused momentarily, clearly recalling Lu Yongchang's earlier mention of the Summer Nation's 3 major projects. The Xian Envy series aerospace vehicles from the Southgate project? Chao Liansong raised an eyebrow, softly questioning, "Are you seriously considering bringing that Southgate project to fruition?" Lu Yongchang chuckled softly, his profound gaze returning to Xian Envy Number 1. Indeed, not only the Southgate project, but the Heavenly Palace project will also be realized in the future. Chao Liansong cast a peculiar glance at Lu Yongchang. The Heavenly Palace project? That colossal fleet of 500 starships? He chuckled lightly, slowly shaking his head. What a jest. Such things are likely only seen in science fiction films. Do you doubt it? Lu Yongchang noticed Chao Liansong's skepticism and turned to him with a smile. Chao Liansong momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Was it a matter of belief? Any rational person would find it hard to accept. How about a wager? Lu Yongchang proposed, invigorated by the completion of Xian Envy Number 1. Without hesitation, Chao Liansong nodded. What shall we wager? Lu Yongchang fell into contemplation. Professor Lu, if in 15 years our Summer Nation truly realizes the Heavenly Palace project, I shall eat this Xian Envy Number 1 on the spot, Chao Liansong said with a grin, observing Lu Yongchang's serious demeanor. Lu Yongchang looked at Chao Liansong with exasperation. My friend, this flag is already firmly planted. He shook his head lightly and replied with mild irritation. Never mind, for Xian Envy Number 1 will be a commemorative piece, and I fear you may not be able to afford it. Let us make a pact. Should this come to fruition, you shall treat me to a meal. I yearn for the delectable chicken leg rice from Sandaokou University. Chao Liangkai, equally astounded, asked, Professor L, are you serious? Upon witnessing Lu Yongchang's earnest nod, Chao Liangkai managed a wry smile and scratched his nose, replying, very well, it is settled. If it does not materialize, you shall also treat me to a meal. Just as Lu Yongchang and Chao Liangkai were engaged in their light-hearted banter, a researcher hurriedly approached Lu Yongchang, whispering, Professor L, the 3 pilots of the aerospace aircraft have arrived. Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The pilots had indeed come. Come, let's go greet the pilots. For their ability to ascend into the skies hinges upon these 3. With a wave to Chao Liangkai, Lu Yongchang turned and made his way towards the factory's entrance. Chapter 70. Do you not wish to ascend? Upon arriving at the entrance of the research institute, Lu Yongchang encountered the 3 pilots of Xian No, one beside the helicopter landing pad. Perhaps due to just coming from the Air Force training base, the astronauts bore expressions of bewilderment and fatigue. By Yishuan, Lu Yongchang called out, his voice resonating towards the trio. Upon hearing his name, the lead pilot, Bai Yishuan, instinctively turned to face Lu Yongchang. The moment he laid eyes on him, Bai Yishuan's countenance brightened, and he excitedly beckoned his companions. How'd it go? As the 3 astronauts jogged up to him, Lu Yongchang asked with a light-hearted smile, what are the results of your training over the past month? Enfant chiveur soudainly. The smile on his face replaced by a hint of melancholy. Professor LV, please don't say that. You have no idea how EV spent this month with a twinkle in his eye. Lu Yongchang raised an eyebrow and remarked, I did warn you. The training here would be even more grueling than at the Air Force Base. At that moment, Hong Fan's expression soured. What? Are you thinking of giving up? Lu Yongchang observed Hong Fan's forlorn visage with keen interest. No. Hong Fan shook his head vehemently. What kind of joke is that? We've come this far. There's no way I would give up. I still aspire to be the first astronaut from Xia country to set foot on the moon. Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded. Rest assured, you will have that opportunity. Now, let us go take a look at your future vehicle. Upon hearing this, the 3 astronauts' gazes ignited with fervor. When they beheld the striking and enigmatic exterior of Xian Number 1, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Wow! Hong Fan exclaimed in excitement. Is this truly a product of Xia country? Even the most composed among them, Bai Yishuan, could not suppress a flicker of awe in his eyes. Xiaowani's delicate hands trembled slightly as they brushed against the cold surface of Xian in number 1. The frigid sensation did nothing to extinguish the fervor within her heart. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she murmured. It's breathtaking. The reactions of the 3 astronauts did not escape Lu Yongchang's notice. A satisfied smile crept across his lips. This was indeed his pride and joy. Even in his previous life, he had never constructed a vehicle of such caliber. After all, most of his energy had been devoted to the construction and development of the underground city. "Come, let me show you the cockpit," he said with a smile, gesturing to the trio. Upon hearing this, Hong Fan instinctively swallowed hard and stammered, "See, can we really see the cockpit?" Lu Yongchang raised an eyebrow, his expression bemused. "What? Do you not wish to pilot this aerospace craft?" Bai Yishuan and Xiaowani exchanged incredulous glances with Hong Fan, as if he were a fool. "Fan." Lu Yongchang, perplexed, shook his head and turned to walk towards the boarding gate beneath the aircraft. Thanks to the utilization of a compact fusion reactor as its power source, combined with the fact that this aerospace aircraft primarily undertakes research and transportation missions, the interior space of Xiannu No. 1 has been significantly optimized. Directly in front of the cockpit is a triple-pane, specially crafted tempered glass viewport. This triad of glass not only withstands impacts from the majority of small meteoroids within the solar system, but also effectively filters out harmful cosmic rays and excessively intense visible light. Behind the viewport lies a control console adorned with an array of operational buttons and instruments. The console is quite expansive, necessitating the efforts of 3 pilots to manage all operational tasks, which is the principal reason for requiring 3 pilots aboard Xiannu No. 1. Behind the console, 3 spacious and tall pilot seats await. Considering the prolonged flight durations of the aerospace aircraft, these seats have been designed ergonomically. Xiaowani noticed 2 somewhat unadorned chairs positioned behind the pilot seats and quietly inquired of Lu Yongchang, "Professor, what are these chairs for?" "Passenger seats," Lu Yongchang promptly replied. "This is also a consideration for future research missions." Xiaowani nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the functions of Xiannu No. 1 far exceeded her initial expectations. "Heavens!" Bai Yishuan instinctively lightened his steps, approaching the intricate control console, his hand gently gliding over the buttons. His pupils quivered slightly as he murmured this. This is akin to a scene from a science fiction film. In the next moment, he turned his head, his gaze fervently fixed on Lu Yongchang. "Professor Lu, when can we pilot this aerospace aircraft?" Bai Yishuan's inquiry instantly captured the attention of the other 2. Hong Fan and Xiaowani eagerly directed their hopeful gazes towards Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "That is uncertain." Observing the immediate dimming of their expressions, he added with a smile, "It depends on your training performance. You will need to conduct piloting exercises in the simulator. After all, there is but one of these aircraft, and should anything go awry, I cannot bear the responsibility. What if the training performance is good?" Hong Fan's hoarse voice broke the silence. "Good training performance?" Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with amusement. "If you manage to master it in one night, I shall petition the chief counselor for a test flight tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Hong Fan's breathing noticeably quickened, observing the exhilarated expressions of the 3 aspiring astronauts. Lu Yongchang's eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning. This was precisely the effect he desired. He firmly believed that after such stimulation, the training efficiency of the 3 astronauts would undoubtedly double. After sending the 3 astronauts off for training, Lu Yongchang gazed at Xiannu No. 1, murmuring to himself, "Sometimes I truly envy them." What did you say?" Chao Yankai, standing nearby, looked at Lu Yongchang with a peculiar expression. "Envy? Who do you envy?" Bai Yishuan and the others. Lu Yongchang's face was filled with longing. "Do you not wish to ascend into the heavens aboard this magnificent contraption?" "Not at all," Chao Yankai retorted with a dismissive curl of his lip. "I have no desire to experience the sensation of my feet dangling above the ground. Moreover, you cannot possibly take this thing into the skies." Lu Yongchang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively questioning, "Why not? The counselor would never grant you permission for such an endeavor." Chao Yankai rolled his eyes. "Surely you are aware of your current significance." Lu Yongchang silently nodded, refraining from further comment. Beneath the surface of Chao Liang's unobservant demeanor, a flicker of contemplation gradually surfaced in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Chapter 71. Eagle Sauce. Do you find the pancakes I made to be fragrant? A fortnight has swiftly passed. The training program for the 3 astronauts has reached its conclusion. Glancing at the training progress reports, a smile crept upon Lu Yongchang's lips. It must be said that the individuals selected by Hong Qiming were truly commendable. The comprehensive qualities of these 3 astronauts are undoubtedly among the finest in the nation, coupled with the motivational visions that Lu Yongchang painted prior to the training. The resultant effect was so remarkable that it left him almost incredulous. The control of fusion reaction rates, the regulation of Hall thruster power, the ground takeoff and landing of the spaceplane, lunar landings. Originally a month-long training schedule was condensed into a mere 15 days. Setting aside the training report, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before picking up the telephone on his desk. Within the first ring of the capital city. Knock, knock, knock. A flurry of urgent knocks caused the elderly man, engrossed in paperwork, to furrow his brow. Come in, he commanded, placing down his pen and exhaling slowly. The heavy wooden door of the office creaked open. Upon seeing the visitor, a flicker of astonishment crossed the elder's eyes. Academician Chao, what brings you here? The elderly man's expression turned serious as he gazed at Academician Chao Liangkai, standing at the entrance, quietly inquiring, is there a problem with the Xian New Number 1 project? Chao Liangkai hastily shook his head, then with fervent excitement declared, Chairman, I have come to report on the progress of the Xian New Number 1 project. This morning, the Xian New Number 1 project has been successfully completed. The elder was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he sprang from his chair, his gaze intensely fixed on Chao Liangkai. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing the chairman's inquiry, Chao Liangkai stood tall, his expression grave as he replied loudly, Absolutely. The pilot of Xian New Number 1 has completed all training programs. The Xian New Number 1 is fully prepared and ready for test flight at any moment. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The chairman laughed heartily, continuing, without delay, let us schedule the test flight for. While speaking, he glanced at the calendar on his desk. Let be in 3 days. Furthermore, the chairman's eyes sparkled as he added in a hushed tone, this test flight will be broadcast live across the entire network. The nation must showcase its prowess to the world. That evening, the Summer Nation News Channel aired a startling announcement. On screen, the host, with a smile in his eyes, conveyed news that would astonish not only the nation but the world. Breaking news. The research project for the Summer Nation's first spaceplane, Xian New Number 1, has achieved resounding success. In 3 days, Xian New Number 1 will undertake its inaugural test flight, according to the latest directive from the Summer Nation Parliament. This test flight will be broadcast live across all frequencies. At the moment the news was aired, an uproar ensued. Did I see that correctly? Xian New Number 1? Isn't that part of the recently unveiled Southern Gate plan? Goodness, are they serious about this? Eagle sauce. Rabbit, do you think my pancake resembles anything? Rabbit, eagle sauce. Do you think my pancake is fragrant? No more chatter. I've already taken leave. See you in 3 days for the Shark Battle live stream. Shark Battle? Are you certain there is a live stream for that? News reports have stated it will be a full-spectrum broadcast. Surely, Shark Battle will be included. Unlike the reactions from netizens in Xia country, the responses on foreign Twitter were filled with skepticism. Haha, this is hilarious. They're dreaming about hypersonic aircraft. Is Xia country lost in delusion? This is undoubtedly just a smokescreen. I initially thought Xia country had already scammed dozens of nations with nuclear fusion. I never expected them to pull off something like this. The current state of Xia country reminds me of the United States from decades ago, all caught up in grandiose boasting. Enough said. If hypersonic aircraft really exist, I shall live stream swimming in a cesspool. Swimming? I'll be diving in a cesspool. For the 2 above, I've taken a screenshot. Remember to share a link when you go live. 3 days later, Shark Battle live stream. At noon, a live stream room appeared punctually on the homepage of Shark Battle. Xian New Number 1 Test Flight Live Stream. The title was unremarkable. Yet from the moment the stream room appeared, the viewer count began to surge wildly. Zhao Zijia sat at his computer desk, excitement radiating from him as he clicked into the Shark Battle livestream. Black screen. In the next moment, a flurry of comments flooded the dark background. Open the door. Open the door. If you can livestream the test flight, why can't you open the door? Is my phone broken? Why can't I see the picture? Indeed, your phone is malfunctioning. We can all see the footage. Watching the nonsensical comments, Zhao Zijia couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I must admit, the phrase "the joy of silly netizens" sometimes holds true. Just as he prepared to type a comment and engage with the audience, the live stream image suddenly changed. A blinding white light appeared before the camera. My eyes are blinded. Compensation. All right, provide your address, and the community personnel will come to offer warmth. Excuse me. Moments later, the camera image gradually became clearer. Upon seeing the footage, Zhao Zijia abruptly held his breath. The camera revealed an extensive aircraft runway. At the starting point of the runway stood a sleek, entirely black, sci-fi-inspired aircraft. The live stream room fell silent in an instant. But the next second, a torrent of comments erupted on the screen. What is this? Why does it look so much like the American B-2? No way. This is incredible. It merely resembles it. Although the exact dimensions are unclear, one can discern that the wingspan of Xiannu No. 1 is considerably smaller than that of the B-2. As the netizens fervently debated, a voice resonated from the live stream. Greetings, viewers. I am EE, your host for this test flight live stream. It is currently 12:15 in the capital, with a mere 30 minutes remaining until takeoff. Before the launch of the Xianen V1, allow me to provide a brief introduction to this remarkable aerospace vehicle. Meanwhile, in the United States, at the White House, Albert gazed grimly at the images displayed on the television. The screen showcased a live broadcast of the flight test of the Xianen V1 from the Summer Kingdom. This cutting-edge spacecraft employs the latest model of Hall thrusters, which astonishingly enables it to achieve a thrust power of 50 tons. Observing the translation at the bottom of the video, Albert's expression darkened even further. Morton, enlighten me. What is the meaning of this? I recall you mentioning that Hall thrusters are utterly ineffective within the atmosphere. Chapter 72. Trouble arises. Professor Lu has disappeared in response to President Albert's inquiry. Morton's complexion turned pale as he shook his head. No, I am unaware. The Hall thruster developed by NASA previously could not possibly generate such immense thrust. Perhaps I should consult Professor Austin, who was once in charge of the Hall thruster project. Albert glared at Morton with barely concealed fury, growling under his breath. Why are you not hurrying to ask? Morton's face contorted with discomfort, a hint of indignation flickering in his eyes. But initially, you said there was no need to consult that professor. What did you say? Albert's expression darkened instantly. Morton dared not retort. Instead, he quietly retrieved his phone and dialed Professor Austin. The call connected swiftly. Professor Austin, this is Morton. Once the connection was established, Morton activated the speakerphone and directly inquired, May I ask if the Hall thruster can achieve a thrust of 50 tons? Silence enveloped the line. Morton furrowed his brow and gently repeated, Professor Austin, are you listening? From the other end, Austin's voice emerged, laden with disbelief. Director Morton, are you jesting with me? This is not a matter for levity. Feeling the weight of embarrassment, Morton cast a furtive glance at the president beside him, clearing his throat softly before responding, Ahem. Professor Austin, the president is with me. I hope you will consider this seriously. After a moment's hesitation, Morton added, The Summer Nation has indeed developed a Hall thruster capable of 50 tons of thrust, and it has been installed on a spaceplane. What? This is impossible. The current generator's power could never sustain such a Hall thruster. Austin's astonished voice echoed back. Morton's eyes flickered with intrigue as he solemnly queried, What if, Professor Austin, if the Summer Nation has integrated small-scale nuclear fusion with the Hall thruster? Austin fell into silence. From this silence, both Morton and Albert gleaned the answer they sought. All right, Professor Austin, I understand now. That will be all. Morton wearily hung up the phone and turned to Albert, saying, Mr. President, perhaps in this competition we have unequivocally lost. No, a glimmer of defiance shone in Albert's eyes. We still have the Pathfinder program. As long as we are the first to occupy Mars, we have not yet lost. Inside, the Xiannu number 1, by Yishuan and his two companions donned their flight suits, seated quietly in their respective cockpits. Before them, a myriad of indicators on the control panel flickered with their unique luminescence. Huff, sitting in the left co-pilot's seat, Hong Fan exhaled deeply. "What's the matter? Are you nervous?" Bai Yishuan's voice broke the stillness. Hong Fan offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Xingu, are you not nervous? This is our first time piloting a real machine." Bai Yishuan shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "It's all right. I've never encountered an incident during simulation training." Hong Fan's expression suddenly stiffened. His experience with simulation training, though he had only crashed once, left him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness that cast a long psychological shadow. "Relax." Summer 1, seated in the co-pilot's seat to the right, chuckled lightly. "This is nothing like simulation training. We're flying together as a trio. Nothing will go awry. Indeed, even if you lack faith in yourself, you must trust my skills," Bai Yishuan said earnestly. "Once we return successfully this time, I shall." Silence. Before Bai Yishuan could finish his sentence, both Hong Fan and Summer 1 simultaneously interrupted him. Bai Yishuan, caught off guard, flashed an awkward smile at him. "I didn't mean to." Xiannu number 1, attention, 10 minutes countdown to takeoff. Just as the trio engaged in their light banter, the voice of Lu Yongchang resonated through the built-in headset. Bai Yishuan's demeanor turned serious as he promptly activated the radio switch, replying, "Xiannu number 1 received. Commencing the activation of the small fusion reactor now." As he spoke, Bai Yishuan began to manipulate several buttons on the control panel before him. The fusion reactor required a certain preheating time. Hence, it was imperative for Xiannu number 1 to initiate the small fusion reaction 10 minutes in advance. Upon completing the operation, Bai Yishuan suddenly realized a pressing question. Where was Professor LV? Why wasn't he in charge of the command? Hearing Bai Yishuan's inquiry, a hint of confusion crossed Hong Fan's face. "Now that you mention it, I also noticed that. Wasn't this always under Professor LV's purview? Why is he absent at such a crucial moment?" Meanwhile, within the temporary command center of the Research Institute, Lu Yongchang gently pressed his right eye. For reasons unknown, his right eyelid had been twitching for the past few minutes. "Left eye signifies fortune, right eye." Lu Yongchang shook his head, dismissing the thought. "Bah, such superstition. Is all data for Xiannu number 1 normal?" Lu Yongchang inquired restlessly of a nearby staff member. "Everything is normal. The fusion reactor is in the preheating phase, expected to be operational within 5 minutes. What about the ground crew?" Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before asking aloud. A voice responded promptly, "All is well. The Xiannu number 1's condition is perfect. The ground crew has conducted 2 thorough checks." Lu Yongchang's right eyelid twitched again. "We have a few minutes left. Check once more. Ensure there are no oversights." As he spoke, he raised his wrist to check the time. 8 minutes remaining. What on earth is Lu Yongchang doing? At such a critical moment, he has gone to the restroom. Lu Yongchang's brow furrowed deeply as he turned to a nearby researcher and commanded, "Go. Fetch Professor Lu." Even in his urgency, he must wait until the Xiannu number 1 ascends before tending to his needs. After all, he is the head of this project. To abandon his post at such a critical moment is utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing academician Lu Yongchang's rebuke, the researcher's countenance fell, and he hurriedly turned to dash towards the restroom of the Research Institute. 5 minutes later, the researcher returned in a state of disarray. "Academician Chao, something terrible has happened. What could possibly be so dire? Perhaps due to the impending launch of Xiannu number 1. Lu Yongchang's temper had soured. "The launch is imminent. Such morose talk is unwarranted. Now, speak plainly what has transpired." The researcher stammered, "Professor L. He is missing." Chapter 73, Takeoff What? The moment Lu Yongchang heard the researcher's words, a buzzing sensation enveloped his mind. How could such a large person simply vanish? Lu Yongchang glared intensely at the researcher, his tone laced with impatience as he shouted, "Have you searched all the restrooms in the institute?" The researcher was on the verge of tears. Faced with Lu Yongchang's relentless questioning, he shook his head despondently. I have searched everywhere, but I did not find Professor L. Not only is he missing, but there is hardly anyone in the restrooms of the institute." Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. then turned and bellowed, "Surveillance! Quickly, pull up the surveillance footage. Academician Chow, there's only 1 minute left until the scheduled takeoff," came a voice from the side as a reminder. Gritting his teeth, Chow Yongkai sighed heavily. "Forget it. Let us resolve the issue with Xian Nu 1 first. Since Professor L is not present, I will command the entire test flight of Xian Nu 1. As he spoke, Chow Yongkai reached for the wireless microphone on the control panel. "Xian Nu 1, attention. Countdown to takeoff. 30 seconds. Xian Nu 1. The three pilots stared intently at the instrument data displayed on the control panel. A figure clad in a white flight suit stealthily appeared in a corner at the back of the cabin. As the camera zoomed in, the face within the helmet was unmistakably that of Professor Lu Yongchang, who was supposed to be in the restroom. Lu Yongchang tiptoed to the passenger seat behind the main pilot's position. The elevated seats of the three pilots created a significant blind spot, causing them to remain oblivious to the additional presence behind them. He deftly grasped the safety belt on the seat and secured it around himself. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Indeed, all those secret training sessions had not been in vain. Click! The sound of the safety belt locking echoed starkly in the quiet cabin. Lu Yongchang's body stiffened, his gaze trembling as it fixed upon the three pilots. Gulp! He swallowed hard, realizing that if the aircraft had not yet taken off and he was discovered, he was absolutely certain he would be thrown off the plane. Moments later, observing the three pilots maintaining their composure, Lu Yongchang felt a slight relief wash over him. It seemed that the sound of the safety belt had been muffled by the helmet's earphones. Countdown, 30 seconds. Lu Yongchang's eyes shifted slightly. It was time for takeoff. A spark of excitement flashed within him. Xian Nu 1 received. The output power of the small fusion pile is normal. Preparing to activate the Hall thruster. The announcements resonated through the earphones in his helmet. Lu Yongchang could not help but feel a surge of nervousness. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, this was his first time aboard a spaceplane, his inaugural venture into the cosmos. 3, 2, 1, takeoff. With Chow Yongcai's authoritative command, Bai Yishuan in the pilot's seat resolutely pushed the joystick on the control panel. A subtle tremor surged from the soles of his feet as the Hall thruster roared to life. Just as the thought crossed Lu Yongchang's mind, he felt an immense force pinning him firmly against the back of his seat. In the Dosha live broadcast room, anxious viewers were wondering why they had not yet taken off. They felt as if they had waited long enough for the flowers to wither. Just at that moment of mounting anticipation, a steady voice of command echoed through, announcing a 30-second countdown to takeoff. Upon hearing this, the viewers at their computers perked up with renewed energy. In the live footage, a ghostly blue flame gradually emerged from the rear of the Xian N-1 spaceplane. "What on earth is that?" exclaimed one viewer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So many mock rings. Is it the exhaust of the Hall thruster? I love it. Someone, get me up there to roast under it for everyone's amusement. As the 30 seconds slipped by, with the command for takeoff issued, the ghostly blue flame at the rear of the Xian N-1 suddenly intensified several-fold. In the next instant, propelled by the Hall thruster, the Xian N-1 began to accelerate smoothly. In the blink of an eye, it reached the end of the runway. With the nose lifting upward, the Xian N-1 leapt into the azure sky. At that moment, as the scene was captured by the camera, the live room erupted in a cacophony of excitement. "It's taken off. It's taken off. Oh my goodness, that exhaust, that shape. No need to say more. I'm a decade-long fan of the Xian N-1. They say the Xian N-1 is a space plane, but where is it headed for this test flight? Surely, it cannot merely be for a jaunt in the sky." The live host, seemingly aware of this query in the comments, softly explained, "The destination of the Xian N-1 is the geostationary orbit, 36,000 kilometers from the Earth's surface." Gasp! Geostationary orbit. Zhao Zijia, sitting in front of his computer, inhaled sharply, taking off from the surface and heading directly to geostationary orbit. The power of the Xian N-1 is likely far more astonishing than anyone had imagined. Without even considering the multitude of satellites from other nations in geostationary orbit, or whether the Xian N-1 is equipped with weaponry, Simply dropping a tungsten rod from it would have consequences that most countries could not bear. Captured by high-speed cameras, the silhouette of the Xian in No. 1 appeared vividly in the live footage. After takeoff, the ghostly blue flame at the rear of the aircraft intensified even further. Unlike ordinary chemical fuel engines, the exhaust of the hull thruster consists of superheated plasma at billions of degrees Celsius. Thus, within the atmosphere, the tail flame of the Xian in No. 1 appeared particularly spectacular. Stretching 10 meters long, the eerie blue flame was densely populated with countless Mach rings. Before the viewers could even express their awe in the comments, the nose of the Xian in No. 1 sharply pulled upward. Driven by the hull thruster, the entire aircraft ascended at an almost 90-degree angle. A thunderous boom resonated from the sky. A stunning sonic boom cloud suddenly appeared around the aircraft. At the moment the cloud manifested, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged exponentially. "Oh my goodness! Mom, come quickly and witness the divine spectacle. Is this truly supersonic? Goodness! The agility of the Xian NV No. 1 is simply extraordinary." As the Xian NV No. 1 ascended straight into the heavens, a wave of cheers erupted within the research institute. Hearing the jubilant celebrations around him, academician Lu Yongchang discreetly removed his glasses and wiped his eyes. After so many years, in the realm of aerospace, the Summer Nation has finally, in a true sense, surpassed the formidable Western powers. Yet, before academician Chow could revel in his joy, an alarm unexpectedly blared. The speed of the Xian NV No. 1 has suddenly decelerated significantly. The trajectory of the Xian NV No. 1 has deviated from its predetermined course. Chapter 74, Slow down. Chow Liangcai's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment to ponder, he seized the radio on the control panel and shouted, "Calling Xian NV1, calling Xian NV1, please respond." Soon, Bai Yishuan's voice crackled through the radio. "Ground Command Center, Xian NV1 received." There was a response. It seemed there were no significant issues. Chow Yongchang let out a slight sigh of relief and hurriedly inquired, "What happened? Why did the plane's speed suddenly decrease and deviate from its intended course?" After a brief silence, Bai Yishuan's voice, tinged with a hint of bitterness, emerged. "Report, Professor Lu is on board the plane." Moments earlier, at the instant Xian NV1 took flight, Lu Yongchang in the rear was firmly pressed against his seat by the force of acceleration. After takeoff, the thrust lessened slightly. Just as he began to relax and prepare to greet the three pilots, a far more powerful thrust slammed him back into his seat. Unlike the takeoff, this acceleration was swift and abrupt. Moreover, Lu Yongchang felt his posture deviate by a full 90 degrees. With blood rushing to his brain due to the combined effects of thrust and gravity, Lu Yongchang's face turned a deep shade of crimson. The consequences of a sudden influx of blood into the cranial vessels. A chill slithered through his heart. This situation was perilous. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He extended his hand and struggled to press the radio switch. Managing to utter with great difficulty on the Xian NV1 internal channel, slow down, the pilots shuddered at the voice emanating from the helmet radio, exclaiming in unison with a resonant exclamation. Bai Yishuan's grip on the control stick trembled, causing the entire aircraft to shudder in response. Goodness! That exclamation came from Lu Yongchang. He suddenly regretted his impulsive decision to board this plane. Under the deft operations of the three pilots, Xian NV1's acceleration gradually diminished, and the aircraft began to stabilize. The inclination, once nearing 90 degrees, returned to a normal range. Phew, I feel alive again. Lu Yongchang tugged at the collar of his flight suit, exhaling a deep breath and softly reflecting. "Professor Lu, we should be the ones saying that," remarked Hong Fan, the co-pilot on the left, turning with a look of exasperation at Lu Yongchang in the rear. "So, Professor Lu, how did you end up here?" "Indeed, Professor Lu, do you realize how dangerous that was?" chimed in Xiao Wani, the co-pilot on the right, joining the chorus of reproach. She looked at Lu Yongchang with mock annoyance and said, "Fortunately, the power of the hull thruster wasn't too great. Had it been stronger, with higher acceleration, you likely wouldn't have even had the chance to speak." Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly and coughed lightly. Ahem. I am not merely venturing into space for the sake of exploration. This endeavor is also pivotal for my forthcoming research project. As for how I managed to ascend, this aircraft is of my own design. How could I possibly overlook the presence of a person aboard? As he spoke, Lu Yongchang proudly patted his flight suit and safety harness, assuring, "Rest assured, I have trained for this on numerous occasions." The three pilots were left speechless. Just as they were at a loss, a voice crackled through the radio, Chao Liangcai's voice. "What is happening? Why has the aircraft suddenly decelerated?" Bai Yishuan turned to glance at Lu Yongchang, a wry smile crossing his face. "Professor, how should I respond?" Unlike the three astronauts, Lu Yongchang remained composed and replied, "Of course, we must inform old Chao of the truth. Do not worry, all will be well." The wry smile on Bai Yishuan's face deepened as he turned back, pressed the radio switch, and honestly reported the internal situation of Xian NV number 1. "What on earth?" Within mere seconds, Chao Liangcai's voice erupted again over the radio. "How did that rascal Lu Yongchang end up with you? Where is he? Have him speak." Clearing his throat, Lu Yongchang felt a hint of embarrassment, rubbed his nose, and softly said, "Ahem, old Chao. Silence. Do not attempt familiarity with me." At the command center, upon hearing Lu Yongchang's voice, Chao Liangcai's composure faltered. "You, get down here immediately." Lu Yongchang shrugged, responding with an air of calmness, "Old Chao, take it easy. It's just a flight. Is there really a need for such urgency?" Chao Liangcai was nearly amused by the absurdity. "Just a flight? You dare to call this a mere flight? This is the inaugural test flight of Xian NV number 1. If anything goes awry, how will I explain this to Minister Hong or Congressman Li? Stay calm. Old Chao, you must trust in the quality of Xian NV No. 1, and more importantly, trust in the skills of the three pilots." Lu Yongchang replied cheerfully, "No, Bai Yishuan. I command you to return immediately and bring Professor Lu down at once." Chao Liangcai, no longer wishing to debate with Lu Yongchang, issued a direct order to Bai Yishuan. "That is out of the question. We cannot turn back." Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly grew serious. "My dear sir, will you allow me to address you as such? What on earth are you doing up there?" Chao Liangcai was both amused and exasperated. After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang spoke softly. "I have stated before that I intend to lead our nation toward the cosmos. It would be rather absurd for me, as the director of the Space Administration, to have never ventured into space myself, would it not? Furthermore, witnessing the universe firsthand will aid my upcoming research. Academician Chao, I pursue scientific research for the sake of this vast starry sky above. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's heartfelt words, Chao Liangcai fell silent. As a fellow researcher, he was well aware of the profound longing to pursue knowledge, even at the cost of one's life. After a long pause, he let out a soft sigh. "Very well, proceed as you wish. However, I must report this matter to Minister Hong and the chairman of the council." Lu Yongchang's expression immediately fell. "This may not be advisable, right? They are both so busy. It seems unnecessary to trouble them with such a trivial matter." "Absolutely not." Chao Liangcai snorted coldly and replied curtly, "Enough, I shall not elaborate further. Bai Yishuan, where are you?" "Academician Chao, I am here," Bai Yishuan promptly responded from the pilot's seat. "Remember, Professor L is the future of our nation. Regardless of the means, you must ensure Professor L's safe return. Do you understand? Otherwise, you will be eternal sinners of our country." Chao Liangcai's tone was grave. "Yes." Bai Yishuan's expression turned serious as he replied loudly, "Rest assured, esteemed leader." Chapter 75. Geostationary orbit. Following the conclusion of radio communication, a palpable weight descended upon the cabin atmosphere. Ahem. Lu Yongchang shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Everyone, let us not be so somber. We still have a considerable journey ahead." The chief pilot, Bai Yishuan, subtly shifted his expression and replied in a grave tone, "Professor L, I implore you to adhere strictly to our directives from this point onward. Hong Fan, please ensure Professor L's seatbelt is secure." "Understood." Hong Fan unfastened his own seatbelt and rose to assist Lu Yongchang. "I must say, is such seriousness truly necessary?" Lu Yongchang remarked with a hint of exasperation. Gazing at Hong Fan, I would never jest with my own life. I have simulated this many times and can assure you there will be no mishaps. Professor L. I am a soldier. Obeying orders is my solemn duty. Bai Yishuan's calm voice echoed from the front. Since academician Chao has issued us a command, we shall spare no effort to ensure your safety. He paused momentarily. Should any incident occur, you shall utilize my escape apparatus to ensure your survival. The Xian Nuno. One was originally equipped with 3 escape devices, each comprising a high-altitude parachute, protective suit, and oxygen tank. While these devices could not guarantee safety in the vacuum of space, they would suffice for a safe return within the atmosphere. As Bai Yishuan's words hung in the air, the cabin atmosphere grew even more somber. Lu Yongchang felt a flicker of emotion. Instinctively, he touched his nose and murmured, in truth, I secretly brought an escape device aboard, located at the rear of the cabin. Bai Yishuan and the others were taken aback. Ahem, Professor L., we have reached the designated altitude. The flight posture of Xian Nu No. 1 will now undergo some adjustments. If you feel any discomfort, please do not hesitate to inform us. Bai Yishuan, maintaining a stern demeanor, swiftly redirected the conversation. Awkwardness permeated the air. How embarrassing. He had even prepared himself for sacrifice, only to discover that Lu Yongchang had brought his own escape device. What was that supposed to signify? Contemplation? Certainly. Had Lu Yongchang been privy to Bai Yishuan's internal musings, he would have firmly declared, I beg your pardon, it is merely a fear of death. I have no intention of reliving my life only to perish in such a manner. As Bai Yishuan manipulated several buttons on the control panel before him, a cold white light gradually illuminated the cabin. Beep. With the system's self-check reminder echoing, Bai Yishuan's expression turned serious. Pressure stable. Oxygen levels normal. Oxygen generation equipment functioning properly. Air filtration system operational. Hall thruster power is normal. Prepare for acceleration. As a series of orderly and concise reports reached Lu Yongchang's ears, the flight posture of Xian Nu No. 1 began to shift. With the nose of the craft gradually tilting upwards, the vehicle formed a 60-degree angle with the ground. In the next moment, a more intense sensation of vibration surged from beneath their feet. The rate of deuterium-tritium bubble formation within the small fusion reactor escalated rapidly, unleashing astonishing energy from the very core of the deuterium and tritium atoms. Immediately thereafter, the ethereal blue flames at the tail of the Xian Nu 1 intensified once again. The immense recoil force pinned Professor Lu Yongchang firmly to his seat. Professor Lu, how are you holding up? Can you withstand this acceleration? Came the voice of Bai Yishuan from beside him. From the tone of his voice, it seemed that such acceleration posed little challenge to him. In contrast, Lu Yongchang's complexion turned slightly flushed as he nodded with some difficulty, reassuringly stating, Do not worry, I can endure this level of acceleration. To the right, Xiaowani cast a worried glance at Lu Yongchang and softly suggested, Shall we slow down a bit? Within the dense atmospheric layer, the maximum flight speed of Xian Nu No. 1 hovers around 5 Mach. However, as it ascends into the rarefied upper atmosphere, given ample acceleration time, its peak velocity can reach the first cosmic speed of 7.9 km/s, or approximately 23.2 Mach. Upon entering geostationary orbit, free from atmospheric interference, and after prolonged acceleration, Xian Nu No. 1's flight speed could even attain the astonishing second cosmic speed of 11.2 km/s. This velocity is the minimum required for Xian Nu No. 1 to embark on its journey to the moon. Nevertheless, due to Professor Lu Yongchang's physical condition, it took the craft a full 5 hours to barely reach the geostationary orbit at an altitude of 36,000 kilometers. While this may seem lengthy, it is remarkably swift in comparison to the orbital insertion times of previous satellites. Low Earth orbit satellites, positioned several hundred kilometers above the surface, typically complete their transition from launch to orbit in mere minutes. In contrast, a satellite destined for a geostationary orbit at 36,000 kilometers often endures nearly a month of arduous travel before achieving successful insertion. After all, Rockets only propel satellites into the near-Earth orbit, and the remainder of the journey must be navigated by the satellites themselves. As Xian Nu Number 1 ascended, the scenery outside the viewport gradually transformed. The distant horizon morphed into a shimmering arc of crystalline brilliance. Next, Lu Yongchang beheld the vast, pitch-black expanse of a universe, akin to a pure black curtain. Adorning this inky canvas were twinkling stars, resembling tiny, luminous gemstones. These faintly glowing jewels represented stars located tens, hundreds, or even thousands of light years away from Earth. Simultaneously, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Experiencing this feeling for the first time, Lu Yongchang furrowed his brow, as it was, to be honest, quite disconcerting. "Professor, we have arrived." Bai Yishuan's voice reached Lu Yongchang's ears. Thanks to the excellent airtightness of the Xian Nu Number 1 cabin, along with its various oxygen generation and air filtration systems, the crew did not need to wear cumbersome spacesuits as long as they remained inside the cabin. So beautiful. Lu Yongchang's profound gaze pierced through the porthole before him, fixated on the distant starry sky. A subtle stir welled up within him. That was the direction of Proxima Centauri, as a red dwarf star located a mere 4.22 light-years from Earth. Its apparent magnitude is 11, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. Yet despite this, an inexplicable thrill coursed through Lu Yongchang's heart. Perhaps the future of humanity lies in the vicinity of that remote red dwarf star. Calling ground control. Xian Nu 1 has reached synchronous orbit. Please advise. Bai Yishuan's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's reverie. Received, Xian Nu 1. Report your status. Chapter 76. How about I go up next time as well? In the capital, in the office of the chief counselor, a hint of satisfaction graced Counselor Li's face as he witnessed the Xian Nu Number 1 piercing the heavens. It was a success. Dinglingly, a jarring ring resounded from the side, causing Counselor Li to instinctively furrow his brow. He had postponed all matters for the test flight of the Xian Nu Number 1. How could there be a phone call at this moment? Lost in thought, he reached for the receiver of the office phone. "Chief Counselor, this is Chao Liangkai." Upon hearing the voice on the line, Counselor Li's expression eased somewhat, and he replied with a smile, "Academician Chao, I have already seen the footage of Xian Nu No 1's launch." "Chief Counselor, that is not what I wish to discuss." Chao Liangkai swallowed slightly. "You must prepare yourself." Counselor Li's brow furrowed again, his demeanor turning serious. "What is it? Is there a problem with Xian Nu Number 1? Xian Nu Number 1 itself is fine." Gao Liang Ga Mumut Sopti. "The issue lies with Professor Lu Yongchang." "Counselor Li, what do you mean? What has happened to Professor LV?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, Counselor Li was momentarily taken aback. Why did he say again? Professor LV went up with Xian Nu Number 1. The moment Chao Liangcai's voice echoed through the receiver, Counselor Li felt darkness encroach upon his vision. "What on earth? Say that again. What has happened to Professor LV?" Counselor Li slammed his hand on the desk, rising abruptly, his face etched with urgency as he interrogated the receiver. Chao Liangcai sighed deeply. "Chief Counselor, is my oversight. A few days ago, I heard him mention wanting to take a look at the sky. I didn't pay much attention at the time, and, as a result..." Counselor Li covered his forehead with his hand. No. This is not your fault. That rascal truly. What is Professor LV's current condition? How secure is Xian Nu Number 1? Never mind. I shall come over to your location." Chao Liangcai was momentarily stunned, and before he could respond, the call was disconnected. After a brief contemplation, Counselor Li picked up the phone once more and dialed another number. "Qiming, come over here at once. Be swift." Upon receiving the chief counselor's call, Hong Qiming was momentarily taken aback. Though uncertain of the circumstances, he promptly replied, "Understood. I'm nearby, and will arrive in approximately 5 minutes. 5 minutes later. What? Lu Yongchang went up with Xian Nu Number 1. A startled exclamation erupted from Hong Qiming in the office of the chief counselor. This reckless rascal. Has he lost his mind? Hong Qiming ground his back teeth, muttering, "This is a test flight. If anything goes awry." The chief counselor chuckled wryly and shook his head. "I heard from Chao Liangcai that this fool seems to have brought a survival kit with him. Not only that, but he can even don a flight suit and fasten his safety belt himself." Hong Chiming was left momentarily speechless. So it seems. This lad had been scheming all along? As the chairman of the committee reached for his coat draped over the chair, he declared, "Enough with the trivialities. Contact the helicopter. We are heading to the Aerospace Research Institute at once. Xiannu number 1, report your status." There was a hint of relaxation in Chao Liancai's voice. The arrival in synchronous orbit indicated that the quality of the spaceplane was satisfactory. Soon, Bai Yishuan's voice came through the radio, announcing, "Xiannu number 1 is operating well. The pilot is in good health." After a brief silence, Bai Yishuan added, "Professor Lu is also in good condition and ready for return." Chao Yongchang exhaled in relief and turned an inquiring gaze towards the chairman. "Li, what comes next?" Li frowned slightly, then calmly took the wireless phone from Chao Liancai's hands. "Ahem, Lu Yongchang, this is the chairman. Can you hear me?" In synchronous orbit, a sleek black aircraft, trailing a luminous blue flame, glided by. Lu Yongchang sat stiffly in the passenger seat of Xiannu number 1, his mouth twitching slightly. "Ahem. I can hear you. I can hear you. Chairman, what brings you to the Research Institute?" Hearing Lu Yongchang's cautious tone, Li couldn't help but snort in annoyance. Would I not come? If I didn't, would you be preparing for a trip to the moon?" Lu Yongchang chuckled awkwardly. "Well, that is not quite the case. The fuel in Xiannu number 1 isn't full. If we went to the moon, we probably wouldn't make it back." The people in the Research Institute were taken aback. "Hey, this brat." Hong Chiming glared at the radio equipment, incredulous. What? Is he really planning to go to the moon? In stark contrast to Hong Chiming's reaction, the chairman spoke in a cordial tone. "Yongchang, you cannot afford to be so reckless in your current position. As the director of the Space Administration of Xia, you have set developmental guidelines for the next few years, and you are accountable to the 1 billion people of Xia. Do you understand?" Lu Yongchang fell silent for a moment, his tone growing serious as he replied softly, "Chairman, I understand. My visit here primarily pertains to my forthcoming research project. Only by experiencing space can I truly comprehend the insignificance of humanity." Li chuckled lightly. "What? Is the view up there that breathtaking?" Without hesitation, Lu Yongchang responded, "Absolutely." After a moment's contemplation, Li jested, "How about, I join next time?" "Ahem, Professor Lu, do not speak so recklessly." Chao Liancai interjected, unable to contain himself. What a joke. Having one Lu Yongchang is enough. If the chairman were to venture into synchronous orbit as well, it would be a serious matter. Lu Yongchang replied, "Ahem, Chairman, let us return to the matter at hand. I believe that the pace of Xi'an Nation remains rather sluggish." The chief legislator's pupils narrowed slightly. Is it truly too slow? Before the chief legislator could utter a word, Lu Yongchang continued, stating, "Now that Xi'an Nation has developed the aerospace aircraft, the implementation of the Lunar Palace project can commence. Our subsequent objective is to establish a fully automated mining facility on the moon." The chief legislator pondered for a moment, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. As the chief legislator, he was acutely aware that once the Lunar Palace project was set in motion, the United States would undoubtedly deploy various countermeasures. He spoke little, merely nodding slowly as he remarked, "There is no rush on this matter. Let us discuss it thoroughly once you have safely returned." Upon hearing this, Chao Yang let out a slight sigh of relief and promptly commanded, "By Yishuan, you may begin your return journey. Exercise caution." Chapter 77, The United States. Have we lost air supremacy? Washington, D.C. The atmosphere within Albert's office had become suffocatingly silent since the moment the Xiannu number 1 took flight. "Morton, keep a close eye on that Xiannu number 1. Albert said sharply, his expression darkening as the aircraft vanished into the clouds. "If we lose track of it, you can consider your position as director over." Morton, his complexion paling slightly, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. In a flurry, he fumbled for his phone and dialed a number. "Ocasio, listen closely. This is urgent. I need all NASA surveillance satellites activated. I must obtain real-time information on the Xiannu number 1 that just took off from Xia country." A female voice responded on the line, "Director Morton, are you certain you want to mobilize all NASA surveillance satellites? The costs involved." Silence. Morton, glancing at Albert's somewhat menacing gaze, felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. "I will take full responsibility for any losses. Now, inform the staff to immediately relay the detailed flight data of Xian Nu number 1 to me. Ocasio hesitated. Mr. Morton, are you currently in? Fuck. The president's office. Morton cursed, hanging up the phone. He swiftly approached Albert and whispered, Mr. President, I need to use your computer. Albert, his demeanor grim, nodded without uttering a word. Minutes later, Morton exhaled a long sigh. Mr. President, the data has arrived. It must be said, NASA's surveillance satellites were indeed formidable. On the computer before Albert, the high-definition images and flight data of Xian Nu number 1 were laid bare. As he observed the incessantly refreshing, densely packed data, Albert's brow furrowed deeply. He gently closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Anthony, come look at this data. Anthony, not daring to disregard the president's command, stepped forward to gaze at the computer screen. Upon seeing the data, his pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed, What? This is impossible. Anthony's reaction sent a wave of unease through Albert. This was not an auspicious sign. What is going on? Albert inquired, his voice low and tense. Is there something wrong with the data? Anthony swallowed hard, his blue irises quivering slightly. Its speed has reached an astonishing 5 Mach. Albert, lacking a deep understanding of such data, replied, 5 Mach? What of it? Faced with Albert's somewhat naive question, Anthony forced a grim smile, his complexion wan. Mr. President, currently, American fighter jets have a maximum speed of around 3 Mach. In the event of an aerial engagement, we may not even glimpse the enemy's tail. Albert's breath caught in his throat, and he dismissively waved his hand. What about missiles? We can simply shoot it down with missiles. The bitterness in Anthony's eyes deepened. The issue lies here. Aside from a few specific advanced missiles, the majority of air-to-air missiles worldwide currently reach speeds of only around Mach 4. Our missiles cannot even catch up to this aircraft. As for air-to-air missiles with higher speeds, Your Excellency, I do not wish to be pessimistic, but missiles below Mach 6 are essentially ineffective against it. If the Xian nation is not lying, this aircraft, powered by nuclear fusion, boasts a range that far exceeds our imagination. The fuel carried by our missiles may not last against it. Albert's expression turned as dark as a large iron pot. What can we do? We cannot chase it. We cannot outlast it. Just as the two fell into silence, Morton's exclamation broke in from the side. It has accelerated again. The moment Anthony heard this, his heart lurched. Watching the rates and altitudes soaring on the computer screen, his complexion turned ashen. Your Excellency, I believe we need not discuss this further. This aircraft has now reached near-Earth orbit with a speed approximately around Mach 23, which is what we commonly refer to as the first cosmic velocity. I am uncertain of its limits, but at this moment, even our fastest intercontinental missiles would struggle to gain any advantage against it. Albert remained silent, fixated on the computer screen. Time passed slowly, and the speed of Xian NV number 1 continued to rise, as did its altitude, with the numbers climbing incessantly on the screen. The expressions of the three men grew increasingly grim. Albert, with a troubled face, did not speak. The figures of 36,000 kilometers and 30 Mach 10, 2 kilometers s, pierced his eyes painfully. Even he understood what these numbers signified. Upon seeing the flight data of Xian NV number 1 beginning to decline, Albert exhaled slowly. Anthony, where do you think the limits of this aerospace vehicle lie? Anthony took a deep breath and straightened up, quietly replying, Your Excellency, that is no longer important. You must understand one thing. From this point onward, in the presence of the Xian nation, the United States has lost air supremacy. Albert fell into silence. He was right. In this situation, the limit data of Xian NV number 1 had become irrelevant. Even if it could surpass the second cosmic velocity and travel to the moon, it would be of no concern to the United States. How should we defend against it? After a prolonged silence, Albert took a deep breath and softly inquired. Anthony's eyes were filled with bitterness as he slowly shook his head. Your Excellency, we cannot defend against it. Although it remains unclear whether Xian NV number 1 is armed, considering its flight altitude, speed, and endurance, I can assure you that there is no nation on Earth capable of resisting its assault, as long as the Summer Nation is willing. The White House could be reduced to ashes within mere minutes. At the moment those words were uttered, Albert's pupils dilated sharply. "Morton," Albert rasped, "from this moment forth, we shall advance the Pathfinder program at any cost." "Your Excellency?" Anthony gasped, quietly cautioning, "At this juncture, we should not continue to compete with the Summer Nation. We have already forfeited our eligibility in this race." Albert gently closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them wide, a flicker of madness crossing his gaze. "No, as long as we secure Mars first, the United States still has a chance for redemption. Henceforth, all unnecessary domestic expenditures shall be suspended. All funding must be directed towards scientific research projects. I refuse to believe that, with our years of foundation, we cannot contend with the Summer Nation." Chapter 78. The Biosphere 2 project. At 9:30 p.m. that evening, Lu Yongchang, recently disembarked from the Xiannu No. 1, remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the United States. Indeed, had he been aware of Albert and his compatriots' pessimistic sentiments, he would likely have found it amusing. This exemplifies the cognitive errors stemming from a typical information disparity. While the Xiannu No. 1 boasts formidable capabilities, its current design renders it entirely incapable of carrying weaponry. Not only is it unable to deploy missiles, but it cannot even release the simplest tungsten rod. Furthermore, the primary objective of the Xiannu No. 1 at present is not military engagement, but rather to undertake scientific endeavors on the moon. Thus, in the short term, Lu Yongchang has no intention of altering its structural design. In simple terms, aside from its exceptional ability to evade, the Xiannu No. 1 is essentially a non-combatant ornament. At 11:30 p.m., in the capital city, within the office of Counselor Li, the atmosphere was tense as Counselor Li solemnly handed a recently received document from the United States to Lu Yongchang. "Yongchang, take a look at this document." As Lu Yongchang accepted the still warm A4 printout, his eyebrows shot up upon reading the headline. The United States announces that NASA's budget for this year has increased to $500 billion US. Astonishment flickered across Lu Yongchang's face. Indeed, Albert was quite generous, as this represented a tenfold increase from previous years. Counselor Li nodded gravely. "This news has just arrived, and it seems that the Xiannu No. 1 has had quite the impact on them. This is precisely what I fear. Should we initiate the Lunar Palace project now? The response from the United States may be even more pronounced. What our nation desperately needs right now is a period of stable development." With a smile, Lu Yongchang waved his hand dismissively. "Counselor, in my view, this should not pose a problem. In fact, the faster we accelerate our progress, the more secure our position will become." "Oh," Counselor Li raised his eyebrows sharply. "What do you mean by that?" "Look, since we announced the Lunar Palace, Southern Sky Gate, and Heavenly Court projects, the United States has unwittingly shifted its focus. Following the introduction of the Mars Pathfinder initiative, they have increased NASA's research funding tenfold." At this point, Lu Yongchang's smile deepened. "I believe that the United States, with such a vast agenda, will hardly have the bandwidth to contend with our nation." "Counselor, are you familiar with the term often mentioned online, Strategic Deception Bureau?" Lu Yongchang chuckled. "It appears that the United States is utterly flustered. The objectives I had in mind when I announced those 3 plans have indeed been achieved. It is the same familiar formula, the same familiar flavor. Everything seems to be a reenactment of history from decades past. However, with the opponent having changed, the United States now finds itself in a position of disadvantage." "I understand now." Memberly slowly nodded, his expression easing slightly. "According to your perspective, should our nation now devote its full efforts to constructing automated mining facilities on the lunar surface?" Lu Yongchang nodded, then shook his head. "Not only that, there is an even more significant matter, the relaunch of the Biosphere 2 project." 3 days later, a crimson banner was displayed at the entrance of Sandow University, warmly welcoming esteemed academicians and professors to our institution for a conference. The large red banner attracted a throng of curious students. "What is happening? What kind of grand conference is our school hosting?" A girl with long, flowing hair furrowed her brow and turned to her companion. "Yutong, have you heard anything from your advisor?" Beside her, a girl in a flowing white chiffon dress with a high ponytail and a pure demeanor gazed up at the vibrant banner. Upon hearing the question, Su Yutong slightly frowned, instinctively adjusting her rimless glasses. Hesitantly, she shook her head. I haven't heard of any significant conference. Perhaps I should go ask. A flicker of disappointment crossed the long-haired girl's eyes. All right, I had hoped you might have some insider information. Su Yutong rolled her eyes, replying somewhat irritably. Where would I find such insider news? I'm merely an ordinary student and my advisor. Ordinary? The girl looked at Su Yutong in astonishment. You were recognized by Professor Guan Huayong as a student in your junior year. How's that ordinary? I heard that Professor Guan doesn't even regard average graduate students highly. That's an exaggeration, Su Yutong replied with a wry smile. Though it is true that Professor Guan has high expectations, it's all for our benefit. Research allows no room for error. The long-haired girl gazed at her in awe, exclaiming, I can't fathom what you experienced in your sophomore year that suddenly enlightened you. If I remember correctly, we were on the same level in advanced mathematics, weren't we? As she spoke, the girl held her book like a microphone, presenting it to Su Yutong. Allow me to interview our department's new academic star. What drives you to study so diligently? Feeling the curious gazes of those around her. Su Yutong's cheeks flushed slightly, her typically cool voice tinged with shyness. All right, Qin Yun, please don't exaggerate. I'm not an academic star. Let's not forget, we have a genuine academic prodigy among our peers. As she spoke, the image of her classmate from over half a year ago, solving problems beside her, surfaced in her mind. Are you referring to Professor Lu? He's not just a star. He's a genius. Qin Yun scoffed. Honestly, had I not seen it on the news, I wouldn't have believed that such an extraordinary individual is from our cohort. However, speaking of Professor Lu, it seems we haven't heard from him since the nuclear fusion project. I wonder where he has gone. Upon hearing those words, Su Yutong's gaze dimmed slightly. Since that day, she had not encountered him at the library again. She gently pressed her lips together and shook her head, saying, I am uncertain. Perhaps he is engaged in some clandestine research mission. The recent news from the Xia Nation regarding the compact fusion reactor might very well have been spearheaded by him. Sighing, she continued, all right, enough of this. We truly are. Qin Yun chuckled as she tugged at Su Yutong's sleeve. Does the matter concerning Professor Lu warrant our concern? Come on, let's go. I am nearly starving. If we don't hurry, we risk having the delightful dishes in the cafeteria snatched away by others. Su Yutong withdrew her gaze, gently shook her head, and dispelled the clutter of thoughts from her mind. As long as she continued to ascend, surely there would come a day when they would meet again. A fleeting thought flickered through Su Yutong's heart. Chapter 79. Are you interested in visiting a laboratory? In the cafeteria of Sandow University, Su Yutong carefully balanced her tray as she and Qin Yun found a relatively quiet corner. After setting down her tray, Qin Yun let out a sigh of relief and softly complained, We lingered too long at the school gate, and the cafeteria is exceedingly crowded today. Su Yutong paid no heed to Qin Yun's lamentations, merely taking a seat and staring blankly at the tray before her. Hey! Noticing Su Yutong's dazed expression, Qin Yun furrowed her brow and gently waved her hand in front of her. What are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought. Startled, Su Yutong snapped back to reality, slowly shaking her head with a smile. It's nothing. I just find that meeting rather peculiar. After all, I haven't heard any whispers about it. Qin Yun rolled her eyes and replied, Why dwell on such things? Hurry up and eat. Don't forget, you still need to head over to Professor Guan's office later. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Yun's gaze was drawn to a scene at the entrance of the cafeteria. Yutong, look, if I'm not mistaken, that should be academician Chao Liangkai, right? Shouldn't he be at the National Space Research Institute? What brings him to Sandow University? Su Yutong paused, instinctively turning her head towards the cafeteria entrance. There stood an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a white lab coat. It seems to be academician Chao, Su Yutong murmured. Perhaps he is here for that meeting. It appears that the conference hosted by Sandow University is of considerable significance. Qin Yun exclaimed in awe. Even someone as esteemed as academician Chao is attending. Just as Su Yutong was about to turn back and continue her meal, a figure caught her eye. A tall young man in a white lab coat approached the slightly hunched academician Chao with familiarity, playfully patting the academician's shoulder before they both exited the cafeteria, laughing together. At that moment, Su Yutong's heart skipped a beat. It was him. Although they had only truly met once, she recognized him instantly. Without thinking, Su Yutong abruptly stood up. Yutong, what is wrong with you? Xin Yun's voice was filled with confusion. In nothing, Su Yutong stammered, forcing a smile. I just remembered something. I need to hurry to Professor Guan's office. Chunyan hesitated for a moment and instinctively said, but you haven't eaten yet. You should at least finish your meal first. I'm full. I'll head out now. Take your time eating. Without waiting for Chunyun's response, Su Yutong hurriedly carried her tray and rushed away. One cannot deny that the cafeteria was indeed bustling during meal times. By the time Su Yutong squeezed her way through the crowd, the figure she sought had long vanished. Gazing at the somewhat empty sidewalk, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. What a pity I missed him. Yet amidst her regret, a sense of relief also emerged within her. Fortunately, she did not arrive in time. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss regarding how to greet Lu Yongchang. Su Yutong took a deep breath and turned towards Professor Guan Huayang's office. Knock, knock, knock. At the office door, Su Yutong raised her hand and gently tapped on it. Professor Guan, are you there? A moment later, the voice of Guan Huayang resonated from within. Yutong, come in. The door is unlocked. Upon hearing this, Su Yutong instinctively turned the doorknob, pushed the door open, and entered. Professor Guan, I have completed the task you assigned yesterday. Upon seeing the two individuals seated on the sofa, Su Yutong's pupils constricted sharply. Yutong, there's no rush regarding the assignment. Allow me to introduce you. Guan Huayang said with a cheerful demeanor, gesturing towards the elderly man on the sofa. This is academician Chao Liangkai from the Aerospace Research Institute. You should be familiar with him, correct? He then pointed to the young man beside him. This individual is from your cohort. Professor LV. Su Yutong's voice trembled as she softly uttered the name. You know this young man, Lu Yongchang? Guan Huayang inquired, slightly taken aback, casting an inquisitive glance towards Lu Yongchang. At that moment, Lu Yongchang's mind was in a state of confusion. Su Yutong, what are the odds? Initially, he and Chao Liangkai had come here primarily to collect his graduation certificate and to receive the honorary professorship from Sandalco University. Yet now, the situation seemed to exceed his expectations. Yongchang? Guan Huayang's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. He abruptly snapped back to reality, casting a complicated glance at Su Yutong before responding. I know her. Guan Huayang chuckled. Since you are acquainted, I shall refrain from further introductions. Hey, what do you mean by that, old man Guan? Chao Liangkai immediately expressed his discontent. You two may know each other, but I do not. Guan Huayang rolled his eyes at Chao Liangkai, retorting with exasperation. All right. You truly are a busybody, always wanting to insert yourself into everything. Su Yutong accepted her as a student not long ago. She is currently in her third year. Chao Liangkai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Third year? Since when did you, Guan Huayang, start taking undergraduate students? He added with a hint of sarcasm. What, have you no reliable graduate students left? Hey, don't underestimate undergraduates. Guan Huayang retorted, now somewhat agitated. What is wrong with undergraduates? If we're counting this young man, Lu Yongchang, is technically an undergraduate too. Chao Liangkai interjected. Ahem, that is not a fair comparison. Is Lu Yongchang an ordinary individual? From your tone, are you suggesting that this young lady is a promising talent? Chao Liangkai quickly shifted the topic. Guan Huayang's eyes sparkled with pride indeed. She has already completed all her undergraduate courses through self-study. Recently, she independently resolved a small research topic. While it may not have been particularly challenging, it surpasses the capabilities of most graduate students. Chao Liangkai nodded thoughtfully, scrutinizing Su Yutong closely. By your description, you indeed seem to be a promising candidate for scientific research. The moment he observed Su Yutong's gaze directed at Lu Yongchang, he was taken aback, swiftly turning to face Lu Yongchang beside him. Lu Yongchang, confused, met Chao Liangcai's gaze with a puzzled expression. Chao Liangcai's eyes darted back and forth, gradually adopting a peculiar demeanor. Clearing his throat softly, he felt a slight stir within. Su Yutong, is it? He said, noticing her glance towards him. What do you think? Would you be interested in visiting the laboratory to broaden your horizons? Chapter 80. The fruits of labor should not be wasted on others, as the words fell. Guan Huaoyang behind the desk widened his eyes in astonishment. Hey, old Chow, is this how you steal people? Chow Yangkai rolled his eyes in irritation. What do you understand? I merely. Forget it. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't comprehend. Yutong, trust me, I would not deceive you. A stroll through the laboratory will be far more beneficial than following this old fellow. Su Yutong's eyes twitched slightly as she turned to glance at Professor Guan. At that moment, Guan Huaoyang's face was flushed and the corners of his mouth twitched, evidently incensed by Chow Liancai's remarks. Seeing this, Su Yutong quickly shook her head. Academician Chow, I appreciate your invitation, but Guan Huaoyang's eyes suddenly brightened, and his breathing became noticeably easier. He looked triumphantly at Chow Liancai. Well, what do you think? She does not wish to accompany you. Surprising, isn't it? Chow Liancai gritted his teeth in frustration and shot a fierce glare at Guan Huaoyang. You, old Guan, really? Come here. Let's have a proper discussion. With that, Chow Liancai stood up and seized Guan Huaoyang's sleeve, dragging him out of the office. Hey, wait. What can you say here? You'll find out when you come with me. Chow Liancai muttered, clearly exasperated. You truly infuriate me. Observing the two elderly men tugging at each other as they exited the office, Su Yutong felt a flicker of shock and concern. Professor Guan, will he be all right? She murmured to herself. Rest assured, despite their earlier exchange, these two share a good rapport. Nothing will happen. Lu Yongchang's voice suddenly emerged. Su Yutong shivered slightly, realizing she was now alone with Lu Yongchang in the office. In an instant, her mind went blank. You hello. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Su Yutong wished to slap herself for her foolishness. What on earth was she saying? Lu Yongchang glanced at the now blushing Su Yutong with a bemused expression and nodded gently. Hello. Thank you for helping me with the problem last time. As soon as she uttered this, a hint of regret flashed in Su Yutong's eyes. Was there truly a need to say that? As for Lu Yongchang, his expression grew even more peculiar. It's nothing. That was over half a year ago. There's no need for thanks. The atmosphere in the office gradually became awkward. Outside the office, stop. Guan Huaoyang impatiently shook off Chow Liancai's hand. Now, how can we talk? What exactly are your intentions? I must tell you in advance. Su Yutong is a promising talent I have my eye on. Do not entertain any thoughts regarding her. Chow Liancai rolled his eyes again. Old Guan, do you really not see it all? Guan Huaoyang furrowed his brow. See what? Enough. Chow Liancai let out a deep sigh, glancing at Guan Huaoyang with an expression of exasperation. I've come to realize that you and that insufferable fellow, Lu Yongchang, are cut from the same cloth, both as thick-headed as a block of wood. At these words, Guan Huaoyang's brow furrowed even deeper. Suddenly, a flicker of understanding ignited within him. His pupils widened slightly as he lowered his voice. Wait a moment, I think I get it. Are you suggesting that Su Yutong has feelings for Lu Yongchang? Is there any other explanation? You must have noticed the look in Su Yutong's eyes just now. TSK. And so, is this your justification for trying to steal someone else's affections? Chow Liancai shot Guan Huaoyang a look filled with disappointment. You must realize that Lu Yongchang is quite the gem. You've seen the changes in Xia country over the past 6 months. Presently, there is no opportunity abroad, nor do they dare to act against him. But let us not forget, aside from some overt tactics, they could resort to other cunning schemes. What if they employ the strategy of seduction? Guan Huaoyang's expression grew grave in an instant. What you say does seem to hold some validity. Indeed, the more I speak, the more excited I become, Chow Liancai continued, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. As the saying goes, do not let the fertile waters flow into the fields of others. The genes of Lu Yongchang should not be squandered on those outsiders. I believe we should. Just then, as Su Yutong awkwardly shuffled her toes, the office door creaked open. She instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. Ahem, Yutong, after some contemplation, I've realized that you truly lack experience in the laboratory. At that moment, Guan Huaoyang transformed, his demeanor brightening as he cheerfully announced, from now on, you shall serve as an intern in the laboratory. Although your current skills may not suffice, Gaining exposure will undoubtedly benefit your future research career. Su Yutong's expression was one of utter confusion as she stared blankly at Professor Guan, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Meanwhile, Lu Yongchang's expression shifted slightly. Professor Guan, are you referring to the laboratory? Guan Huoyang cast a surprised glance at Lu Yongchang, his smile deepening. Did old Chao not inform you? It is the foremost laboratory in Xia country, the one for which you're responsible. Su Yutong, Lu Yongchang. With a bewildered expression, Lu Yongchang grasped 2 certificates as he exited Guan Huoyang's office. Congratulations, Professor LV. You are now a true professor in every sense of the word. Chao Yankai seemed in high spirits, radiating joy. Lu Yongchang glanced at the certificates in his hands with a hint of amusement. One was his undergraduate diploma from Sandow University, while the other was a lifetime honorary professor certificate from the same institution. These 2 certificates were not unexpected, given his contributions. Had the time for the academician selection not yet arrived, it would have been entirely reasonable for him to receive that title as well. It was Su Yutong's transformation that truly astonished him. He recalled that just over 6 months prior, she could hardly solve a calculus problem. One cannot help but wonder what has transpired over the past 6 months, reminiscent of events from a previous life. A flicker of emotion crossed Lu Yongchang's eyes. If memory serves him correctly, in his former existence, Su Yutong also distinguished herself among the ordinary within a mere year, ultimately becoming his assistant. The thought of Su Yutong frequently appearing in his line of sight stirred a myriad of complex emotions within Lu Yongchang. The intricacies of cause and effect, as well as fate, are indeed profoundly enigmatic. Despite their only having met once in this lifetime, their relationship has surprisingly evolved to this extent. He gently shook his head, casting aside these distracting thoughts. Regardless, he recognized that he was not yet entitled to ponder such matters of romance. Come, we must prepare to attend the meeting. Lu Yongchang inhaled deeply and spoke softly to Chao Yankai. Chapter 81. Helium. 3 in ilmenite within the grand auditorium of Sandow University, a sea of faces gathered. The foremost scholars and professors specializing in mining and mechanical engineering from across the nation took their seats. In a corner of the hall, a handful of unassuming biology professors also settled in. Do you know the purpose of this conference? Inquired a somewhat youthful professor, unable to contain his curiosity, as he addressed those around him. I am uncertain, don't look at me. I am equally in the dark. Not only do I lack knowledge of the conference's objective, but I am also unaware of who convened it, came the murmured response from a silver-haired professor, his brow furrowing slightly. I merely received a notification from higher authorities to attend. Me too. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the grand doors of the auditorium thunderously closed, and several soldiers clad in crisp military uniforms began distributing confidentiality agreements. Witnessing this scene, the attendees' pupils constricted slightly. This conference certainly has a significant presence. I just surveyed the room. The majority present are esteemed academicians and professors from the mining and mechanical engineering faculties. A fellow academic remarked softly, I suspect that our nation has discovered some formidable deposit. However, I have not heard of any recent mineral discoveries. At that moment, Lu Yongchang, dressed in formal attire, gradually ascended the podium. Adjusting his demeanor, he gazed at the audience and activated the projector. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Yongchang, the inaugural director of the space administration of our nation. Since you have all signed the confidentiality agreements, I shall speak candidly. The primary purpose of gathering you here is to advance the Lunar Palace project. As Lu Yongchang's words echoed, a striking title materialized on the projection screen: Fully Automated Lunar Mining Initiative. A palpable wave of astonishment swept through the auditorium. The previously speculating academic stared, dumbfounded, at the bold lettering on the screen. Goodness, this is indeed a monumental discovery. To begin, we must clarify the mineral resources present on the moon. With that, Lu Yongchang clicked the mouse, transitioning the presentation. A high-definition thumbnail of the moon appeared on the screen, revealing its composition: 40 oxygen, 20 silicon, 14 aluminum, calcium, along with trace amounts of titanium, manganese, magnesium, chromium, and Most importantly, helium-3. The principal aim of the Lunar Palace project is to extract the abundant helium-3 from lunar regolith. The estimated quantity of helium-3 in the Moon's soil exceeds 1 million tons. For every ton extracted, one can obtain 300 tons of hydrogen, 70 tons of nitrogen, and 600 tons of carbon. In addition to these fundamental resources, the ilmenite found in the basaltic lunar maria is also a focal point of the Lunar Palace project. To realize the ambitions of this initiative, we urgently require an integrated lunar mining apparatus that encompasses automated extraction, sorting, and refining capabilities. This will be the task at hand for all of you moving forward. As Lu Yongchang's voice faded, a profound silence enveloped the auditorium. Kong Xingbong, with a trembling gaze, looked at Lu Yongchang on the podium, swallowing hard. As a venerable academician of the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the Academy of Sciences of Xia, Kong found it hard to believe his own eyes. Could humanity, no, could Xia, truly possess the capability to undertake large-scale mining on the moon? Slowly, he raised his hand, signaling to Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang immediately noticed Kong Xingbong's elevated right hand, and upon seeing the elder's visage, his pupils widened in shock. It was him, the esteemed academician Kong Xingbong. Countless fragments of memories surged through his mind. In the previous life, Kong Xingbong's name was known far and wide. Although the concept of the underground city project was proposed by Lu Yongchang, it was Kong Xingbong who truly brought it to fruition. It is no exaggeration to say that Kong, through his tireless efforts, overcame the majority of the formidable challenges associated with the construction of these colossal underground cities. Hence, in that bygone era, Kong Xingbong was even heralded as the savior of human civilization. To think that in this very meeting, they had invited such a monumental figure as Kong Xingbong. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, his expression tinged with respect as he softly inquired, "Academician Kong, do you have any questions?" Kong Xingbong, momentarily taken aback, instinctively replied, "Professor L, do you know me?" With a light smile, Lu Yongchang nodded and said, "Who does not know the illustrious name of Academician Kong from the Department of Mechanical Engineering?" Flattered by Lu Yongchang's praise, Kong Xingbong's face reddened slightly as he waved his hands dismissively. "Oh, it's merely some modest achievements. Nothing to speak of, nothing to speak of." Returning to the matter at hand, he asked, "I wonder if Academician Kong has any doubts regarding this plan?" Kong Xingbong's expression grew solemn as he gently queried, "Professor L, at present, Xia should lack the capability to transport large quantities of materials into space, let alone construct such intricate machinery on the moon. I tend to speak rather bluntly at times. I hope you do not take offense." In response to Kong Xingbong's inquiry, Lu Yongchang waved his hand with a smile. "Not at all. You must be aware of the recent test flight of the Xian NV-1 spaceplane?" Upon seeing Kong Xingbong nod, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before continuing. Xian NV-1 can carry 10 tons of materials to the lunar surface in a single trip. Kong Xingbong's pupils contracted sharply. 10 tons of materials. So much. However, his brow soon furrowed again. While 10 tons seems substantial, it is still somewhat insufficient compared to the vast mining equipment required. "Do not rush, academician. Allow me to present some calculations," Lu Yongchang replied with a smile. Beyond the atmosphere, Xian NV-1 can reach a maximum speed equivalent to the second cosmic velocity, approximately 11.2 kilometers s, with the distance between the Earth and the Moon being roughly 400,000 kilometers. Considering the time for takeoff, landing, and unloading, it conservatively requires about 2 days for a round trip. In the span of just 2 days, transporting 10 tons of materials seems considerably more reliable, does it not? Furthermore, a subtle smile graced the lips of Lu Yongchang as a brilliant expression illuminated his face. The Xian NV No. 2 project is currently under development, with expectations of achieving a transportation capacity ranging from 50 to 80 tons. What do you think, Academician Kong? Is there any further concern? Academician Kong Xingbong, visibly astonished, shook his head and responded with a hesitant tone. "If what Professor LV says is indeed true, then I have no further issues." Lu Yongchang nodded gently. Turning back to the podium. The preliminary project proposal has already been placed in the drawers of your tables for your perusal. Please feel free to raise any questions you may have. No sooner had he finished speaking than the soft rustling of paper echoed from every corner of the auditorium. Chapter 82. How about you take charge of this project? Like everyone else, Kong Xingbang hastily retrieved a substantial project proposal from the drawer before him. As he opened the document and glimpsed its contents, his breath caught in his throat. The entire project is divided into 3 segments. The first segment pertains to mining equipment, which comprises various excavation devices. Once the mining apparatus extracts the ore, it is transported via conveyor belts to the second segment, the classification equipment. After undergoing meticulous subdivision processes, the ore is then conveyed to the third and most crucial segment, the smelting apparatus. All ore will be smelted on the lunar surface, alleviating the burdens of subsequent transportation. After all, the removal of considerable impurities significantly reduces the weight of the ore. Furthermore, this approach is economically advantageous. The absence of atmosphere on the lunar surface creates an ideal environment for ore smelting. The natural vacuum significantly diminishes unnecessary expenditures during the smelting process. As for the helium-3 contained within the lunar regolith, there exists a dedicated production line. Initially, the excavated lunar soil is heated to over 700 degrees Celsius, at which point the helium-3 separates from the rest. After successful separation, neutron-absorbing membranes are employed to extract the atomic form of helium-3. The final step involves utilizing the Xian-Nu series of aerospace vehicles to transport these helium-3 resources back to Earth, serving as fuel for third-generation controllable nuclear fusion devices. Upon completing the proposal, Kong Xingbang exhaled a deep sigh. The document was thoroughly detailed, with each step meticulously crafted. However, this did not imply it was devoid of flaws. On the contrary, the project bore a critical deficiency. It presented merely a framework without a comprehensive implementation plan. Upon realizing this, Kong Xingbang's brow furrowed in concern. Academician Kong, what are your thoughts on this plan? Lu Yongchang inquired. Noticing Kong Xingbang's expression, Kong Xingbang hesitated. Voicing such concerns directly could offend. Yet, considering the vast implications of the project, he steeled himself to articulate the issue he had discerned. To Kong Xingbang's surprise, Lu Yongchang not only displayed no sign of displeasure, but instead burst into hearty laughter. Ha! As expected of academician Kong, your insight is indeed sharp. Mechanical design has never been my forte. Haphazard designs would only serve to invite ridicule, so I intentionally left that section blank. Kong Xingbang's expression morphed into one of intrigue. The implication of his words suggested that this proposal was not solely the work of Lu Yongchang. Was it? Well, he inquired further. Lu Yongchang nodded with an air of certainty. Of course, I completed it by myself. Do you really believe anyone at the Aerospace Research Institute could assist me in this endeavor? Kong Xingbang. Oh no, he has outsmarted me. Setting aside everything else, based on this comprehensive proposal, Kong Xingbang was convinced that Lu Yongchang's expertise in mechanical engineering surpassed that of most professors present. In the words of Lu Yongchang, it is astonishing that he claims to lack proficiency in 3 particular areas. Academician Kong, I wonder whether you have conducted any research on lunar mining? Just as Kong Xingbang was reflecting on the relentless progression of the Yangtze River, where the new waves push forward while the old ones perish upon the shore, Lu Yongchang's inquiry interrupted his reverie. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Xingbang slowly remarked, lunar mining. The foremost challenge is to address the material issues. In the extreme vacuum and frigid temperatures of the lunar surface, seals and lubricants are prone to degradation. Furthermore, the equipment will encounter problems related to fatigue, malleability, and surface friction. The impacts of micrometeoroids and lunar dust are factors that cannot be overlooked. Additionally, the stability of mining equipment poses a significant concern, given that the moon's gravity is merely 1/6 that of Earth. As Lu Yongchang observed Kong Xingbang articulating his thoughts with such eloquence, his gaze grew increasingly bright. Academician Kong, would you consider taking charge of this project? Kong Xingbang could only exclaim in astonishment. What? After a delightful discussion, Kong Xingbong, with a beaming countenance, gladly accepted this responsibility. Well then, the meeting concerning the Lunar Palace project has concluded. Satisfied, Lu Yongchang nodded, casting his gaze towards a corner of the grand auditorium. Next, we shall address the second project, the Biosphere 2 plan. Several unassuming biology professors exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Once the professors specializing in mining and mechanical engineering vacated the grand hall, the biology professors hurriedly approached Lu Yongchang. Professor L, are you certain you wish to initiate the Biosphere 2 project? Is the Biosphere 2 plan, you mentioned the one from the United States? Faced with a barrage of questions, Lu Yongchang swiftly extracted several project proposals from a stack of documents before him, presenting them to the biology professors. As the professors delved into the proposals, Lu Yongchang reclined in his chair, gently closing his eyes. As his thoughts stirred, a glimmer of luminescence emerged from the depths of his mind, swiftly drawing his consciousness into that verdant world. The once dim technological tree now illuminated several white points of light. Nuclear energy mastery, miniaturization of fusion reactors, electric propulsion system, preliminary mastery of Hall thrusters. These previously subdued indicators now shone with white fluorescence. A slight movement of Lu Yongchang's eyes shifted his gaze to the side. Beside the Hall thruster technology, a faint white line appeared, connecting a series of dim indicators. Nuclear energy mastery, helium-3 fusion, biosphere, artificial ecosystem technology, hibernation technology, space elevator technology, spaceport technology. At the very end of his vision, an exceedingly dim indicator manifested before Lu Yongchang. Starship manufacturing. With another flicker of thought, he exited the mental system. He let out a soft sigh. According to the classification of technology on the technological tree, humanity remains exceedingly distant from the fabrication of starships. Through his recent explorations, he has come to a profound understanding of the function of the system within his mind. Firstly, and most crucially, it serves to guide him towards the most accurate research direction. Secondly, he can assess his grasp of any given technology by observing the luminosity of the cursor. Beyond this, all achievements must stem from his own diligent efforts. Chapter 83. Rest assured, funding is ample based on the luminosity of the cursor within the system. He discerned his current mastery over these advanced technologies. If one were to categorize the brightness of the cursor, the luminosity representing helium-3 fusion had already reached an impressive 90 of the normal brightness. This was consistent with Lu Yongchang's present circumstances. The primary impediment to the implementation of helium-3 fusion had been the issue of raw materials. Once the supply of helium-3 was resolved, helium-3 fusion could readily transition into the application phase. Setting aside the technology of helium-3 fusion, the second most luminous technology was the biosphere technology, which boasted approximately 50 brightness. This was to be expected. After all, the Biosphere 2 project was not originally conceived by Lu Yongchang. It was initially established by the United States as a miniature artificial ecological system. As for Biosphere 1, that naturally referred to Earth, the cradle of human existence. The project's objective was to demonstrate the feasibility of sustaining human life within a closed ecological system in outer space. In simpler terms, it sought to ascertain whether humanity could recreate a stable, self-contained ecosystem beyond the confines of our planet. This technology holds immense significance for interstellar exploration. Whether for starship navigation or extraterrestrial colonization, artificial ecosystem technology is an indispensable precursor. The United States Biosphere 2 project spans an area of 13,000 square meters and rises to about 8 stories in height, constructed as a sealed glass structure supported by a steel frame. To authentically replicate Earth's environment, Biosphere 2 emulates a majority of ecological settings found on our planet, including deserts, swamps, thorny thickets, rainforests, tropical savannas, and even oceans. Furthermore, to enhance the realism of the terrestrial ecological environment, approximately 4,000 species were introduced within the dome, comprising around 3,000 animals and plants, along with about 1,000 microorganisms. To ensure complete isolation from the external world, Decades ago, the United States poured a thick layer of concrete, measuring 2 meters, beneath the entire structure. In addition, all doors and windows of Biosphere 2 underwent stringent sealing treatments. These measures rendered the biosphere's airtightness exceedingly high, essentially creating a second world. Upon completion of the project, several scientists were dispatched by the United States to undertake years of research within its confines. According to the original design by the American scientists, once Biosphere 2 commenced operation, it would evolve into an independent entity, with all aspects of its functioning achieving perfect self-circulation, save for energy, which would be derived from sunlight. Oxygen and carbon dioxide would engage in a flawless cycle through the process of photosynthesis, while the scientists' sustenance would be cultivated from the crops within Biosphere 2. Everything appeared to be idyllic, akin to a utopian paradise. Regrettably, this was merely a figment of the American scientists' imagination. Upon the activation of Biosphere 2, the first issue that arose pertained to the internal oxygen levels. The proliferation of microorganisms within the soil led to a monthly decline of oxygen concentration by 0.5. As for the carbon dioxide generated from the substantial consumption of oxygen, it was predominantly absorbed by the concrete beneath the surface. This directly led to the collapse of the entire cyclical system. Moreover, changes in oxygen concentration resulted in uncontrollable alterations within the ecosystem. The extinction of pollinating insects, the rampant proliferation of ants and cockroaches, and the rapid growth of tropical rainforest flora ensued. Even the few researchers who ventured inside became alarmingly emaciated. Ultimately, the outcome was that external personnel pumped pure oxygen into the habitat. The moment pure oxygen was injected into Biosphere 2, the entire endeavor was deemed a failure. Consequently, humanity's inaugural artificial ecosystem project transformed into a mere tourist attraction, accessible to anyone with a ticket. Reflecting on this, Lu Yongchang could not help but let out a deep sigh, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. As a scientist, he felt a profound sorrow for such a scenario. Professor Lu? Professor Lu? A gentle voice calling from the side interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. He opened his eyes and turned towards the source of the sound. He noticed several biology professors gazing at him with eager anticipation. Professor Lu, we have finished reviewing the project proposal. Lu Yongchang chuckled softly. You must all be professors specializing in artificial ecosystems. What are your thoughts on the plan? Is there anything you wish to add? The leading professor's expression grew somewhat serious. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. If I am not mistaken, Professor Lu, you have drawn upon data from the United States, correct? Upon hearing this, Lu Yongchang could not help but smile. He waved his hand nonchalantly. Why speak so nicely? What borrowing? I merely addressed a few obvious issues. If you prefer to call it plagiarism, I will accept that. So, is there a significant problem with the project? With a ready template at hand, why would one be foolish enough to spend exorbitant amounts on original research? That would be sheer folly. At most, once successful, a verbal acknowledgement to the United States would suffice. The leading professor was taken aback, unable to fathom Lu Yongchang's nonchalant admission. He shook his head with a wry smile. There are no major problems with the project. After all, the research capabilities of the United States are well established. However, some minor details require refinement, particularly in the selection of biological species. Lu Yongchang nodded gently. Can you complete this project? The leading professor gasped, staring incredulously at Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu? He could scarcely believe that such a golden opportunity had fallen into his lap. This was a comprehensive and significant project. Following the failure of the Biosphere 2 project in the United States, research on ecosystems had gradually been neglected in the academic community. Consequently, these professors rarely secured funding, existing in a state of working for passion alone. How much funding are we talking about? His eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice quivering as he inquired softly. Lu Yongchang furrowed his brow slightly. Funding. This indeed posed a challenge. After all, he had never considered this aspect before. The senior counselors had never imposed any financial restrictions upon him. In any case, the funds were ample. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and finally said, Rest assured, if it's insufficient, I will personally approach the senior counselor to secure more for you. In the next instant, the eyes of the professors before him sparkled with excitement. "Professor L, please have faith in me," exclaimed the leading professor, his gaze glimmering with fervor as he spoke with a breathless urgency. Ever since he had chosen this exceedingly niche research direction, he had never received such a grand promise. Chapter 84, Objective, The Moon Combined Edition, Ahem. Lu Yongchang cast a peculiar glance at the professor before him, and, after clearing his throat softly twice, spoke. "The project is set to take place in the Taklamakan Desert. Once the project commences, you will be required to spend several years within the artificial ecosystem. Have you contemplated this thoroughly?" As soon as he finished speaking, several professors before him pounded their chests and assured him, "Rest assured, Professor L, we have thoroughly considered this aspect before our arrival. As long as we can conduct research within the artificial ecosystem project, we would be willing to reside there for a lifetime. Indeed, after so many years, we are finally on the verge of a breakthrough." Listening to the professor's enthusiastic exchanges, Lu Yongchang wore a bittersweet smile. With the meeting concluding successfully, the Summer Nation News promptly reported this momentous event destined to be etched in history. This station reports that this evening, the scientific discussion held at Sandow Co-University has officially concluded. During the meeting, Director L engaged in several hours of dialogue regarding the future research directions of the Summer Nation with various academicians and professors. During the meeting, Director L announced the immediate initiation of the Moon Palace project, alongside the recommencement of the BioCircle 2 project in the Taklamakan Desert. At the moment the Summer Nation News broadcasted this, the onlookers on social media erupted in frenzy. What? Today can't possibly be April Fool's Day, can it? So, Professor L's Moon Palace project was serious? Based on the current situation, let alone the Moon Palace project, the Southern Sky Gate project must also be genuine. Wow, this is no longer a matter of strategic deception. This is outright strategic intimidation. Enough of this. I'm off to enjoy some jelly. I too aspire to be an astronaut. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Pray tell, what must be the psychological shadow looming over the United States at this moment? It is indeed difficult to assess the psychological shadow of the United States. However, at this moment, Albert's psychological burden is undeniably substantial. WEF. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thuds resonated from the presidential office. William Blair. Albert's face flushed crimson, his golden hair swaying with the force of his table pounding, creating quite the spectacle. Holy shit. Did you not say that these 3 plans from the Summer Nation were mere bluffs? Albert extended his slightly portly finger, trembling as he pointed at a document before him. Explain this to me. Why has the Summer Nation launched the Moon Palace project? Faced with the president's furious outburst, William Blair and Anthony exchanged glances before responding with resigned expressions. "Mr. President, we too did not anticipate that the Summer Nation's plans were serious. However, according to NASA's forecasts, the Summer Nation will require at least 5 to 10 years to preliminarily realize the Moon Palace project." Upon hearing this, Albert's expression eased somewhat. However, having learned from previous lessons, he became considerably more cautious. He cast a doubtful glance at Morton beside him, inquiring, "Director Morton, is this truly the case?" Morton shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. "I cannot say for certain. This is merely the conclusion drawn by the scientists." Morton had also learned to deflect responsibility, shifting the blame onto the scientists under his command. Albert inhaled deeply. When can the Pathfinder program commence? I mean, when will those 3 rockets finally take flight? Upon hearing this, a more bitter expression crossed Morton's face. "Your Excellency, the most pressing issue at present is not the hardware." "What do you mean?" Morton sighed heavily. "As of now, the Saturn VI launch vehicle and the Mars lander are fully prepared, but we are facing some issues with our astronauts." "What? What issues could the astronauts possibly have?" Albert exclaimed dramatically, gesturing wildly. "Are they going to go home and bid farewell to their parents?" "Sir, I fear it is even worse," Morton replied after a moment of silence, his voice low. "Currently, no astronaut within NASA is willing to participate in this project. They believe that going to Mars at this juncture is tantamount to courting death." Albert's expression stiffened. "Can't we compel them to join the project?" Morton shrugged, looking at Albert, as if he were foolish. What do you think? Damn it, Albert cursed through gritted teeth. They are nothing but a bunch of cowards. Worthless. Why does NASA employ such rubbish? Morton seemed slightly offended, pondering for a moment before shrugging. Perhaps you could give it a try? Albert's tirade abruptly halted. Ahem. He cleared his throat forcefully. Is there truly no other solution? Of course there is. We could seek volunteers from the civilian sector. Albert looked at Morton in disbelief. Is this a viable solution? Since when could NASA astronauts be replaced by volunteers? In the early morning, in an obscure slum in Washington, Andrew was roused from sleep by a shrill alarm clock. Glancing out at the dim light of dawn, he sighed deeply. He needed to head to the construction site nearby for work. As an African American, Andrew had endured various injustices since childhood. Despite his diligence surpassing that of many Americans, he found himself confined to this filthy and chaotic slum due to the color of his skin. The only solace he found was that God did not harbor prejudice against him because of his complexion. At this moment, Andrew was blessed with an understanding wife and a quirky daughter. Thus, he held few grievances regarding his circumstances. At the very least, as long as he worked hard, he could manage to make ends meet. Given his current salary, if he continues to work for another 20 or 30 years, he might be able to provide his family with a more comfortable home. Andrew, our daughter will be of school age next year. A remark from his wife during breakfast jolted him from his reverie. Andrew's complexion instantly paled. How could he have forgotten this matter? His daughter was indeed approaching the age for education. Attending school in America is no trivial pursuit. At least for Andrew, it posed significant challenges. I will find a way. Andrew's pale lips parted slightly as he bitterly declared. It appeared he would need to seek a part-time job. With a heavy heart, he turned on the old television set nearby. An urgent news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. The U.S. authorities announced the initiation of the Mars landing project within a month, codenamed Pathfinder. This endeavor aims to create a second habitable home for all humanity. Consequently, NASA will launch 3 Saturn VI heavy-lift rockets to transport 3 astronauts along with the Mars landing module to the Red Planet. The astronauts will engage in a 3-month survival research mission on Mars. Currently, due to unexpected circumstances, there is a shortage of astronauts at NASA, prompting the agency to seek volunteers nationwide who are willing to venture to Mars and contribute to the expansion of the United States. Given the high-risk nature of the project, NASA will offer each selected volunteer a reward of $500,000, and their children will receive preferential admission to public schools in the U.S. With tuition fully waived, what was said behind the television no longer mattered. Andrew stared at the screen, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Was this not a project tailored for him? Preferential admission, tuition waivers, a reward of $500,000. He swallowed hard and turned to his wife. Amy, I wish to participate in this project. Amy's expression shifted dramatically, and she lowered her voice. Andrew, have you lost your mind? This seems utterly unreliable. Launching a rocket to Mars within a month? When has the U.S. possessed such advanced technology? Andrew clenched his jaw, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Amy, this is news released by NASA. The reward is surely substantial. Even if I fail, you and the child will. Amy attempted to voice her concerns, but Andrew raised a hand to silence her. He scrutinized the registration address on the television before retrieving his phone and dialing a number. Boss, I need to take a day off today. A cacophony of machine noises echoed from the other end. A gruff voice responded, What? A day off? Damn it, Andrew. There's no one else to cover for you today. Andrew remained silent. You can take the day off, but I'll deduct 3 days' wages. Before Andrew could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Staring at his phone, Andrew's determination intensified. He had grown weary of this life. Summer country. 3 days after the conclusion of the conference, at 7:30 p.m., the Summer Nation's National Aerospace Research Institute was ablaze with lights, each researcher's face etched with tension, and even the air within the institute felt unusually oppressive. Outside, the pitch-black Xian Nu No. 1 stood silently on the launch pad, its blinking signal lights seemingly heralding the momentous event to unfold that night. Inside Xian Nu No. 1, 3 pilots sat with solemn expressions in their respective seats. Are you all prepared? Bai Yishuan gazed intently ahead, softly murmuring, "We are about to become the first Summer Nation citizens to set foot on the moon." With a deep exhale, Hong Fan released a heavy sigh, then vigorously rubbed his stiff face. Observing this scene, Xiaowani gently tugged at the corners of her mouth, revealing a somewhat forced smile. "What's wrong? Can't handle the pressure already?" Hong Fan rolled his eyes in irritation, taking a few deep breaths before softly replying, "I'm just a bit taken aback. Who could have anticipated that Professor L would assign us a lunar mission the very next day after the meeting? We weren't given any time to prepare at all." Bai Yishuan couldn't help but smile wryly at Hong Fan's complaint. Not only Hong Fan, but he too had not expected such a rapid turn of events. Though he had long known that Xian Nu Number 1 would eventually land on the moon, he never imagined that the day would arrive so swiftly. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the radio. Moments later, a clear voice pierced through. "Xian Nu Number 1, please respond." Bai Yishuan's expression shifted slightly as he pressed the radio communication button. "Xian Nu Number 1 received. Please proceed." Professor Lu Yongchang's voice quickly followed. "Xian Nu Number 1. Be advised, there are 15 minutes remaining until takeoff." "Received." Bai Yishuan responded while adjusting several buttons on the control panel before him. A low humming resonated from beneath, and the readings on the instrument panel indicated that the fusion reactor had begun its operation. "Everyone, relax a bit," Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. "It's merely a trip to the moon." A flicker of a bitter smile crossed Bai Yishuan's eyes. Merely a trip to the moon? It sounded so effortless. "Professor L, may I ask you a question?" Xiaowani's voice echoed through the radio. Go ahead." As the launch approached, Lu Yongchang's demeanor softened considerably, striving to alleviate any psychological pressure on the pilots. Hearing his calming voice, Xiaowani gently bit her lip and quietly inquired, "Professor L, may I ask how high is the success rate for this lunar mission?" "Wani." Bai Yishuan's expression changed slightly as he softly reprimanded, "What are you saying? Is this the sort of question to ask before takeoff?" He turned his head and cast a stern glance at Xiaowani on his right before swiftly apologizing to Professor Lu Yongchang. "Professor Lu, I am truly sorry. Xiaowani is under considerable pressure in her earlier remarks." Before he could finish, Lu Yongchang interjected, "It's all right, I understand. After all, this marks the first manned lunar mission for Xia country. It is only natural to feel anxious." After a brief silence, Lu Yongchang's voice resonated once more, "Wani. In aerospace endeavors, there's never been a 100 success rate, a truth you are undoubtedly more aware of than I." At the sound of these words, Xiaowani's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He was indeed correct. Even for Xia country, the journey in aerospace development has been fraught with challenges. While it is difficult to ascertain the exact success rate, I can assure you of one thing. The Xian Nu Number 1, along with this lunar mission, has undergone rigorous validation by all of us. At least in theory, you should encounter no peril. Lu Yongchang's steady and authoritative voice flowed through the earpieces of the three pilots, bringing a modicum of calm to their somewhat restless hearts. Bai Yishuan glanced at the time displayed on the control panel, along with various readings, and took a deep breath. "Report. Juan Nono. 1 is in normal condition and ready for launch." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly grew serious, an aura of unspoken authority emanating from him. "Launch approved. Commencing 30-second countdown. 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Wishing everyone a safe journey." With Lu Yongchang's command, a cerulean flame erupted from the tail of Xian Nu No 1. After a brief acceleration, it traced a flawless arc across the night sky. Its destination, the moon. Chapter 85. It is above us, United States, NASA headquarters. A researcher, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, yawned as he pushed open the office door and ambled over to the coffee machine. While awaiting his brew, he turned a glance at the clock beside him. It was 8:30 in the morning. No wonder the office was devoid of life. A flicker of annoyance crossed the researcher's eyes. If that wretched alarm clock hadn't malfunctioned, he wouldn't have arrived at the office so early. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the researcher simmered in silent frustration, a piercing alarm blared from a nearby computer. He paused momentarily, hastily switched off the coffee machine, and hurried toward the source of the alarm. Upon seeing the vivid red alert flashing on the computer screen, his pupils dilated in shock. Jesus! What was the Xia country planning this time? There was no time for contemplation. He swiftly snatched the phone and dialed a number. Quick, connect me to Director Morton. A few minutes later, a somewhat bewildered voice emanated from the receiver, clearly indicating that Morton was still in the clutches of slumber. Hello, who is this? The researcher, eyes fixated on the increasingly vibrant alert, grew more anxious. Director Morton, we have a situation. The satellite has detected the launch of Xia Country as Xian Nu 1 once again. What? The moment those words reached his ears, Morton's drowsiness evaporated entirely. One hand grasped the phone, while the other fumbled for his clothes at the bedside. Damn it, where is it now? The researcher swallowed hard, his pupils quivering. It's above us. Morton's breath hitched, and his pupils constricted to pinpricks. Lawrence was an astronomy enthusiast, to better observe the night sky. He had transformed the rooftop of his villa into an astronomical dome. At 8:30 in the morning, as he savored his breakfast, he adjusted the costly telescope he had purchased. Suddenly, a dark shadow flitted across his computer screen. Lawrence paused, momentarily stunned. Could it be that he had just captured a UFO? A tantalizing thought flashed through his mind. It was well known that the United States was a hotspot for UFO sightings. A glimmer of excitement began to surface in his eyes. He set down his bread and swiftly manipulated the telescope beside him. Regardless of whether it was a UFO, capturing the full image of that flying object would be a tremendous windfall. At the very least, he could gain some local notoriety in the newspapers. As he worked on his computer, the telescope began to move slowly. WEF. As the image gradually sharpened, Lawrence stared, entranced, at the unidentified object on his computer screen. A sleek, jet-black aircraft glided silently through the azure sky. At the tail of the plane was a luminescent blue flame, nearly half the length of the aircraft itself. As the camera lens zoomed in, Lawrence could even discern the vivid red emblem emblazoned on the side of the aircraft. The Xia Country S. Xian Nu 1? Lawrence murmured to himself, swiftly capturing a high-definition photograph of the Xian Nu 1. Shortly thereafter, he delicately tapped his finger, accessing his Twitter account to upload the image. Little did he realize that this seemingly innocuous action would precipitate chaos across the United States. In the White House, Albert sat in his office, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the documents before him, occasionally sipping from a nearby Coca-Cola. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. Albert's brow furrowed deeper as he quietly inquired of his beautiful secretary, "What is happening? Why is it so loud outside?" Prompted by his words, the secretary swiftly glided to the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside. Jesus at the sight unfolding before her. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, murmuring, "Mr. President, I believe you may need to see this for yourself." Albert's expression darkened further. He let out a heavy sigh, setting down the documents, and with great effort, rose from his chair to approach the window. Outside the White House, crowds of Americans held aloft banners. "What the hell?" Albert yanked the curtains shut, his countenance grim as he peered through a gap at the throng below. What on earth was happening? Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent raps on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Mr. President, we have a situation," came the voice of Morton from outside. Albert's expression soured even more. "Come in." With a resounding crash, the door swung open, revealing a pale Morton, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Mr. President, the Xian Nu 1 from the Summer Nation is hovering directly above us." 10 minutes later, the presidential office had been transformed into a makeshift command center. On the large screen, the elegant flight of Xian Nu 1 was displayed in its entirety. Damn it, Albert slammed his fist on the table, his voice low with frustration. "Where are our military forces? Why haven't we dispatched fighter jets to drive it away?" Anthony, standing nearby, shrugged lightly. "Mr. President, it is currently in geostationary orbit. Our fighter jets cannot reach such altitudes. At that elevation, the only objects we can maneuver are satellites." Albert's expression faltered. "If you intend to deploy satellites to intercept this craft, I strongly advise against it." Anthony sighed softly. "Not only is there uncertainty regarding whether our satellites can catch it, but if provoked, it could easily take them down." Leaning heavily against the back of the presidential chair, an unprecedented sense of helplessness washed over Albert. Since assuming the presidency, He had never experienced such despair. For the first time, he felt the stark reality of technological disparity, akin to the plight of the Native Americans in the past. With a darkened expression, Albert retrieved his phone, his hefty fingers trembling as he opened Twitter. Viewing the barrage of vitriol directed at him, his lips twitched in irritation. "Give me the national hotline for the Summer Nation. Mr. Chairman, I would like to inquire why your country's Xiannu number 1 is within the borders of the United States." Albert's voice traversed the telephone line, reaching Congressman Lee from thousands of miles away. A flicker of amusement danced in Lee's eyes as he responded with feigned astonishment. "Mr. Albert, did you just assert that Xiannu number 1 is within your nation's territory? Since when has a geostationary orbit of 36,000 kilometers become part of your country?" Albert's face flushed crimson. "Mr. Chairman, this jest is in poor taste, and I vehemently condemn your nation's actions." The amusement in Lee's eyes only deepened. "Fear not, Mr. Albert. Xiannu number 1 is merely fulfilling a mission. You may regard it as a satellite." Albert nearly choked on his indignation. "A satellite? How can you even utter such a notion? Is there such a thing?" Yet soon, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes as he seized upon the crucial word in Lee's statement. "Mission? What mission?" Moments later, a calm voice emanated from the receiver. "Manned lunar landing. Chapter 86. Who will emerge from the capsule first?" According to the latest updates from the Summer Nation News Channel, at precisely 6 p.m. today, the Xiannu number 1 spacecraft took off from the National Aerospace Research Institute. This mission aims to conduct a series of scientific experiments on the lunar surface, and the entire lunar landing process will be broadcasted live across multiple platforms. Within the confines of Xiannu number 1, the 3 astronauts remain blissfully unaware of the considerable anxiety they have incited in the United States. At this moment, they find themselves ensnared in a state of ennui. Since the spacecraft attained a velocity of 11.2 kilometers s, they have embarked on their journey to the Moon, which is currently at apogee, approximately 400,000 kilometers from Earth. This implies that even at a constant speed of 11.2 kilometers s, their arrival at the lunar surface would require nearly 92 hours, not to mention the necessity for a gradual deceleration. As 9 hours swiftly pass, the exterior of the spacecraft is enveloped in darkness. Lacking a necessary frame of reference, and with Xiannu number 1 maintaining a uniform speed, the astronauts almost succumb to the illusion of remaining stationary. Were it not for the increasing size of the Moon visible through the forward window. Hong Fan gently lifted a specially designed water cup, took a sip through the straw, and exclaimed, "Refreshing. This is what space travel is all about. I cannot fathom how we previously endured the cramped confines of a landing module. What a pity that Professor L is not here. Otherwise, the atmosphere in this cabin would be much livelier." As soon as Hong Fan finished speaking, Bai Yishuan stiffened abruptly. He turned and shot an intense glare at Hong Fan, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting? If Professor L were to sneak aboard Xiannu number 1 this time, we would surely be in over our heads." With that, Bai Yishuan glanced back, and upon seeing the vacant passenger seats, he let out a slight sigh of relief. "Ding! Attention! We are 1,000 kilometers from the designated deceleration point." Upon seeing the alert displayed on the control panel, Bai Yishuan's expression shifted dramatically. "Everyone, we are approaching our destination. Stay alert. The most perilous moments lie ahead." He pressed the radio button and announced, "Xiannu number 1 calling Ground Command Center. We have reached the designated deceleration point. Please advise." After 9 hours of navigation, Xiannu number 1 is now situated 360,000 kilometers from Earth. Even with radio signals traveling at the speed of light, there is a communication delay of 2 seconds for a round trip. A few moments later, a voice infused with a crackling electric hum resonated in their headsets. "Ground Command Center acknowledges. All systems are functioning according to plan." Upon receiving the command, Bai Yishuan's demeanor subtly changed as he deftly adjusted several buttons on the control panel. "Everyone, please check your seatbelts. Xiannu number 1 is about to decelerate." With the final button pressed, the hull thrusters of Xiannu number 1 gradually powered down, while the engine nozzles located on its underside slowly reoriented. Subsequently, a beam of ethereal blue flame surged forth in the direction of the Xian Nu Number 1, gazing at the silvery planet that occupied the entire viewport. Bai Yishuan took a deep breath. The next moment marked the most perilous juncture of the entire operation. Calling Ground Command Center. Calling Ground Command Center. This is Xian Nu Number 1. We have reached the lunar synchronous orbit, requesting descent. Repeat, requesting descent. After a brief interval, the voice of Lu Yongchang crackled through the radio. Descent approved. All is proceeding according to plan. Received, Bai Yishuan softly replied, now preparing to release the satellites. In the next instant, a compartment in the belly of Xian Nu Number 1 quietly opened. 12 satellites, arrayed in a long line, slowly emerged. The lunar surface, devoid of an atmosphere, severely restricts communication via electromagnetic waves. For instance, individuals on the far side of the moon cannot establish radio contact with those on Earth or the moon's near side without relay satellites. After all, electromagnetic waves cannot penetrate the moon's diameter of 476 kilometers. This limitation poses a significant challenge to the impending Lunar Palace project. Thus, the primary objective of Xian Nu Number 1 is to establish a comprehensive communication network surrounding the moon. With solar panels and isotope batteries, these 12 multifunctional satellites, which are responsible for communication, mapping, and positioning, are sufficiently powered to operate until the end of the Earth, 15 years. The tranquil lunar surface is riddled with pockmarked craters, and the fine lunar dust glimmers with a silvery sheen under the sunlight, devoid of any signs of life. The entire planet is enveloped in an atmosphere of profound silence. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the shimmering lunar surface. In the next moment, a sleek, obsidian aircraft descended gracefully. A vertical beam of ethereal blue flame emanated from several nozzles beneath the aircraft, perpendicular to the lunar ground. As the aircraft touched down, countless particles of silvery lunar dust were kicked up into the air, slowly settling under the moon's feeble gravity. Xiaowani gazed dreamily through the viewport at the enchanting scenery outside. So, we must be among the first citizens of Xia to land on the moon, right? Hongfan nodded, of course. Xiaowani murmured, so, who will be the first to step out? No sooner had she spoken than the atmosphere inside Xian Nu knew. One grew tense. Who would be the first to disembark? This was a serious question, for only the champion would be immortalized in memory. Take, for instance, the world's highest peak, Mount Everest. Of course, if you claim to know that the second highest is K2, that does little to change the matter. How about we settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors? Agreed. I concur. 1 minute later. No, best of 5. Hong Fan exclaimed with a contorted expression. I refuse to believe I can't win at least one. Another minute passed. Best of 7. Another minute elapsed. Shall we proceed with a best of 5? Bai Yishuan cast a displeased glance at Hong Fan beside him, adjusting his expression as he declared, now that the results of the rock, paper, scissors have been determined, the order is set. The first is Wan Yi, the second is myself, and the third is Hong Fan. Is there any objection? Hong Fan gazed at Xiao Wan Yi with a bitter expression, remarking, so, Wan Yi, does this mean you'll be the first female human to set foot on the moon? Xiao Wan Yi's eyes brightened at this revelation. She had almost forgotten. Xian Nu 1, do you copy? An anxious voice crackled through the helmet's radio, belonging to Lu Yongchang. What is your status? Have you not landed yet? Thanks to the assistance of 12 communication satellites, Lu Yongchang's voice was notably clearer now. Bai Yishuan's expression stiffened as he activated the radio, casting a warning glare at the two beside him. Xian Nu 1, we read you. We have successfully landed. Chapter 87. The flagpole left by the United States. Ah, that is a relief. Standing on the command platform, Lu Yongchang exhaled slightly. Your report arrived 2 minutes later than anticipated. What is the reason for this delay? Bai Yishuan's eyes twitched imperceptibly. What would he possibly say? Was it due to the delay caused by a game of rock, paper, scissors? Clearing his throat softly, Bai Yishuan, his face flushed with embarrassment, replied, Professor LV, we were just discussing who would disembark the aircraft first. Lu Yongchang shifted the topic without probing into the details of their discussion. How is everyone's health? Bai Yishuan breathed a sigh of relief, his tone becoming serious. Report. The 3 astronauts are in excellent condition and ready to exit the module for the lunar mission. Excellent. Proceed as planned. Bai Yishuan took a deep breath and unfastened his safety belt. Everyone, it is time to prepare for the exit. Half an hour later, the 3 astronauts, clad in their space suits, slowly entered the pressurized chamber at the base of the Xian NV-1 spacecraft. As Bai Yishuan pressed the switch, a clear prompt echoed in their helmets. Pressure balancing. Pressure is equalized. At that moment, the pressurized chamber had attained a vacuum state. Bai Yishuan glanced at Xiao Wani, signaling her with his eyes, and softly said, "Wani, it is your turn." Upon hearing the captain's command, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Xiao Wani's eyes. The first citizen of Xia to set foot on the moon. The first human woman to walk on the lunar surface. These dual titles electrified her senses. She swallowed nervously and moistened her slightly parched lips with her tongue. Then, she stepped forward, gripping the circular handle of the hatch, connecting the pressurized chamber to the outside world. With a gentle exertion, the hatch began to budge. As the hatch slowly opened, a silver ladder descended gracefully. Simultaneously, a green operational indicator light illuminated on a camera positioned on the ladder. The camera lens began to move, faithfully capturing every action of Xiao Wani. Each frame, once processed, transformed into an electromagnetic signal, racing at the speed of light towards Earth, a distance of 400,000 kilometers. Ground Command Center. Observing the somewhat blurry transmission on the screen, the hearts of all researchers raced with anticipation. Lu Yongchang swallowed hard, his fists clenched tightly. Failure was not an option. Xiao Wani did not disappoint the hopes of many. Minutes later, her feet firmly landed on the moon's surface, strewn with gravel and dust, leaving behind a deep footprint. At the moment she raised a vibrant red flag before the camera, the entire command center, no, the whole nation of Xia, erupted in jubilation. We did it. We have succeeded. Beside him, Chao Yankai clapped Lu Yongchang on the back with enthusiasm. Well done, my friend. At last, we have finally caught up with the footsteps of the United States. A faint smile graced the lips of Lu Yongchang as he murmured to himself, catching up? Merely catching up is not enough. The news account of the Xia nation promptly released a pre-edited article, exclaiming, "Warm congratulations on the successful landing of Xia Nation's Xian, new number 1 on the moon." As the 3 astronauts set foot on the lunar surface, the cameras ceased their operation. The subsequent events were deemed unsuitable for live broadcasting. What shall we do with this red flag? Xiao Wani waved the flag in her hand and softly inquired through the radio. Upon hearing her question, Hong Fan instinctively turned his head to scan the desolate surroundings. The ground was strewn with gravel and fine dust. Suddenly, a peculiar sight caught his attention. "What is that pole?" Hong Fan inquired, pointing toward the distance. Bai Yishuan glanced over, furrowing his brow, and quietly remarked, "It must be something the Americans left behind. I recall this area is the landing site of Apollo 11. After all these years, I suspect the flag has long turned to dust under the ravages of cosmic rays and solar winds." Hong Fan suddenly understood. "So that means our flag." Bai Yishuan chuckled softly. "Fear not, Professor Lu has already anticipated this issue. Our red flag, provided it isn't struck by a meteorite, should be able to withstand the test of time for at least a few hundred years." As soon as he finished speaking, he shrugged and added, "Of course, I am speaking under the condition that the sun does not undergo any anomalies. As for where we shall plant our flag." A mischievous glint appeared in Bai Yishuan's eyes. Why not place it beside the American flagpole? It would make for a striking comparison. Hong Fan posed, retorting with a hint of annoyance. Why not simply uproot the American flagpole? It has likely been eroded by solar winds to a great extent. As he spoke, he quickened his pace towards the pole left by the Americans. "No." Bai Yishuan's tone suddenly turned serious as he grasped Hong Fan's arm and stated solemnly, "Regardless, this is a symbolic marker in the progression of human civilization, and we must maintain a fundamental respect for it." Hong Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen Bai Yishuan so earnest before. In the next moment, Bai Yishuan shrugged. This is all Professor Lu's perspective. He anticipated this scenario before launch. I find it somewhat reasonable. Let us plant our flag beside theirs. Hong Fan, gazing at the vivid red flag before him. Bai Xuan appeared momentarily lost in thought. One day, we shall plant this red flag throughout the entire solar system. Your aspirations are too modest. Enfant gisted. What is the solar system? According to Professor Lu's celestial ambitions, our red flag could fill the entire Milky Way. After a brief celebration, the team of researchers at the Ground Command Center returned to their stations, for the most critical phase of the lunar landing mission was yet to come. Bai Xuan, you are tasked with collecting lunar soil and rock specimens. Hong Fan, you will operate the lunar rover to the designated sampling site. Xiao Wani, accompany Hong Fan to ensure that no unforeseen circumstances arise. Lu Yongchang, with a grave expression, issued these commands. Upon hearing the directives through their headsets, the three astronauts instantly adopted serious expressions. The tasks they were about to undertake were all preparatory steps for the forthcoming Lunar Palace initiative. In addition to establishing a comprehensive communication environment on the moon, they needed to conduct preliminary sampling to reconfirm the resource abundance in the selected areas. Chapter 88. The mysterious black circle. After watching the two individuals depart in the lunar rover, Bai Xuan turned and secured himself with a hook lock. He then raised a specially crafted shovel in his hand and struck the nearby lunar rock. Due to the moon's gravity being merely 1/6 that of Earth, his movements appeared somewhat ethereal. However, at the moment the shovel met the lunar rock, an immense recoil surged through the tool. The recoil, which would be negligible on Earth, manifested on the moon as a nightmarish force. Before Bai Xuan could react, his body was flung away. The hook lock that secured him instantly snapped straight, yanking him back to his original position. Instinctively, he raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, only to feel the slightly frigid surface of his visor. That was close. It seemed he had exerted too much force. Cautiously, he adjusted the strength with which he wielded the shovel. After more than 10 minutes, he let out a slow breath, placing several fragments of lunar rock into the storage box beside him. Just as he prepared to inquire about Hong Fan and the other's status via radio, a piercing scream echoed through his helmet. What is happening? Bai Xuan's heart lurched. Without a moment to ponder, he activated the radio communication within his spacesuit. Wani, what's going on? After a brief silence, the trembling voice of Xiao Wani came through the helmet. We have discovered something strange. Upon hearing the description from Xiao Wani and Hong Fan, Bai Xuan's pupils constricted slightly, and he immediately said, "Do not move. I will come to you at once." After severing the internal communications, Bai Xuan clenched his jaw and swiftly connected to the Earth's communication channel, calling the Ground Command Center. Anomalous situation detected. I repeat, anomalous situation detected. 20 minutes later, Bai Xuan, out of breath, found Xiao Wani and Hong Fan standing by the crater. Seeing that both were unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness. Ground Command Center, I have located them. Bai Xuan exclaimed, relieved. They are fine, merely standing beside a crater. A few seconds later, a grave voice resonated in his earpiece. Understood. What is the specific situation? Please hold on. I am connecting the camera. As he spoke, he activated the camera mounted atop his helmet. Ding! A crisp notification sound echoed within his helmet. Observing the panel as the camera began transmitting signals, Bai Xuan leaped over to his teammates. What's going on? Hong Fan remained silent, merely pointing towards the interior of the crater. The crater was rather small, with a diameter of less than 1 kilometer. On the moon, it could be considered a diminutive crater. Furthermore, the crater was relatively shallow, allowing sunlight to pour unobstructed onto its floor. The moment Bai Xuan glimpsed the scene within the crater, his pupils dilated in shock. On the silvery surface of the moon, a black concentric circle abruptly emerged. The concentric circles consist of 9 distinct layers, with the outermost circle, as estimated by Bai Xuan, possessing a diameter of at least 20 meters. The command center on Earth fell into a profound silence the moment the black concentric circles appeared on the screen. After a brief interval of over 10 seconds, Lu Yongchang, standing nearby, hesitantly inquired, What is this? In contrast to Lu Yongchang's bewilderment, Lu Yongchang's response was markedly more composed, having long been mentally prepared for such an occurrence. He inhaled deeply and softly instructed, "Let the technical department analyze the image. I need to ascertain the diameters of these concentric circles and confirm whether their center points are standard." This approach was also intended to eliminate the possibility that the concentric circles were a natural formation. After all, the vast cosmos is filled with mysteries. What if these patterns were indeed created by a falling meteorite? Although the likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly slim, a scientific endeavor necessitates a degree of rigor. The analysis results were swiftly delivered. Professor LV, the center points of the 9 concentric circles are remarkably precise, and their curvature is equally standard. A researcher rushed to LV Yongchang's side, holding a report, his expression urgent. LV Yongchang's demeanor shifted slightly as he quickly accepted the report. Upon examining the data, his face darkened instantly. "Old Chow, take a look at this. These 9 concentric circles are so perfectly drawn, they could have been created with a compass." Chow Liangkai leaned in, and upon seeing the figures on the report, his expression also altered. It appears that these concentric circles are unlikely to be in natural formation. Could they possibly be remnants of the United States' last lunar landing? Chow Yangtsai's eyes flickered as he cautiously remarked, "Let's not forget, this area is also the landing site of Apollo 11. LV Yongchang pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "No, it cannot possibly be the traces left by Apollo 11. Observe, based on the diameter of this impact crater and the image's proportions. The largest concentric circle measures 20 meters in diameter. The Apollo 11 command module is conical with a base diameter of 3.9 meters, and the service module is a cylinder with the same diameter. The size discrepancy is simply too great." At this juncture, LV Yongchang paused slightly. "Have you noticed that this black concentric circle bears a resemblance to the nozzle of a Hall thruster?" Chow Yangtsai's pupils constricted sharply. He had not considered this until now. The nozzle of the Hall thruster on Xianan V1 is likewise composed of several neatly arranged concentric circles. He swallowed hard and murmured, "Are we to infer that, besides us, there are other nations on Earth that have mastered advanced Hall thruster technology?" LV Yongchang shook his head gravely. "No, before mastering small-scale fusion reactor technology. Hall thruster technology is essentially useless. Moreover, it is unlikely that there would be such a large spacecraft on Earth. The 20-meter diameter Hall thruster nozzle. In my perspective, this is undoubtedly an engine befitting a vessel capable of traversing stellar systems." A bead of perspiration slowly trickled down Chow Liangtsai's forehead. The current situation had entirely surpassed his control. He glanced anxiously at the side of Lu Yongchang, saying, "Professor Lu, we are now." Lu Yongchang's expression hardened as he turned to a nearby researcher, instructing, "Report this matter to the counselor immediately. Remember, speed is of the essence. Additionally, ensure stringent confidentiality measures are in place." As he watched the researcher depart, Lu Yongchang's gaze grew increasingly troubled. "Perhaps we must draw closer to that black circle to uncover the truth of the matter." Chapter 89. The traces left by the Hall thruster. L. Yongchang's words evidently startled Chow Liangkai, who stood nearby. "Professor L, are you certain you wish to expose the 3 astronauts to such peril? Perhaps we should recall them and deliberate further." L. Yongchang's expression wavered as he scrutinized the data on the report. The danger was undeniably present. After all, no one knew what that dark circle truly was. What if it were a highly radioactive substance? Even with the protection of space suits, those 3 astronauts could meet their demise on the moon. However, the current predicament facing Xia country left no room for prolonged contemplation. L. Yongchang clenched his jaw, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. He then delicately pressed the radio communication button. "This is the ground command center. Please respond if you receive this message." Bai Yishuan gazed at the black concentric circles within the crater, an involuntary shiver coursing down his spine. "Do you think this could be a remnant of extraterrestrial civilization?" Silence ensued, with no response from the team. After a long pause, Hong Fan's distinctive raspy voice crackled through the radio channel. "It is quite possible. Perhaps we are under surveillance by this alien civilization right now." Beside him, Xia Wani suddenly shivered, instinctively gazing up at the sky. It was pitch black. Apart from a scattered starlight, She saw nothing unusual. Just as Bai Yishuan was about to speak, a crackle of static erupted from the radio. "This is the ground command center. Please respond." Bai Yishuan's expression grew more serious. "Bai Yishuan here. Please proceed." After a brief delay, Lu Yongchang's voice, tinged with hesitation, emerged from the radio. "Captain Bai, after technical analysis, we have essentially confirmed that the black concentric circle pattern before you is an artificial object." Bai Yishuan's pupils dilated slightly, and his breath quickened. Then, "Professor L, what should we do?" The surge of adrenaline rendered his voice somewhat hoarse. A sigh escaped Lu Yongchang over the radio. "Captain Bai, we need to uncover the truth behind this black circle. Therefore, I hope you can investigate it. Of course, this is not a compulsory requirement. We are not certain of its dangers. If any threat arises, perhaps." At this point, Lu Yongchang's voice faltered. Thus, everything is based on voluntary principles. Bai Yishuan's breath quickened further. He understood the implication of Lu Yongchang's words. They were, after all, on the moon for 100,000 kilometers from Earth. Should an accident occur, their fate would be nearly sealed. "Professor L." Bai Yishuan's throat trembled slightly. "I am willing to investigate." "Good," Lu Yongchang replied, his tone laden with complexity. "Xia country will remember you. If anything were to happen, I assure you, in the name of the Space Administration, your family will receive the utmost care." Bai Yishuan took a deep breath and turned to his two teammates, forcing a light-hearted smile. "You two, just stay here and hold the safety rope for me. If anything happens, just pull me back." His words were transmitted through the radio to his teammates. Xiao Wani's eyes instantly glistened with moisture. "Captain, why don't we reconsider going?" Hong Fan hesitated for a moment before adding, "Captain, I should accompany you. In case of any trouble, I can assist you." In response to his teammates' concerns, Bai Yishuan chuckled softly and shook his head. "This already constitutes a second type of contact with a high degree of danger. As the captain, it's my responsibility. You two should remain here." Sensing the atmosphere was becoming overly tense, Bai Yishuan playfully patted Hong Fan's shoulder. "What? You aren't trying to steal my glory, are you? I assure you, that's not happening." With that, Bai Yishuan secured the safety rope from the lunar rover around his waist and turned to descend into the crater. The crater was modest in size, and the slope of its walls was gentle. Bai Yishuan leaped down to the bottom in 2 swift strides and carefully approached the dark circle at the center of the crater. "Professor LV, can you see me?" To ensure safety, Bai Yishuan paused and inquired softly. A few seconds later, Professor Lu Yongchang's voice came through. "I can see you. The camera is functioning normally. You may proceed." Bai Yishuan advanced slowly, taking half an hour to cover a distance of several hundred meters. As he neared the outermost dark circle, less than a meter away, he was momentarily taken aback. "Incredible. What is it?" Professor LV's inquiry echoed from 400,000 kilometers away. "This is a glass-like substance?" Bai Yishuan gradually lowered himself and reached out toward the dark circle. Watching from distance, Hong Fan tightened his grip on the safety rope, fully prepared. Should anything unusual occur, he would pull Bai Yishuan back immediately. Researchers back on Earth were also sweating with anxiety. Bai Yishuan's right hand finally made contact with the black material on the ground. Nothing happened. He gently brushed his fingers over it. Even with the thick barrier of his spacesuit, he could feel that the ground near the dark circle was noticeably smoother than the surrounding area. "Professor LV, it resembles moon dust that has solidified after being melted by high temperatures." Received came Professor LV's serious voice. "Captain Bai, please collect some samples for me. Additionally, I need detailed modeling data of this crater." 2 hours later, the detailed modeling data and sample photographs were transmitted back to Xia country. Gazing at the clear images on the computer screen, Professor Lu Yongchang sighed deeply. "Professor LV, the senator is here," came a reminder from Chao Liangkai beside him. Professor LV quickly stood and turned toward the door. Senator Li approached briskly, his expression grave. "Yongchang, what is happening?" "I have heard that traces of extraterrestrial civilization have been discovered." In response to the inquiry from the chairman of the committee, Lu Yongchang gently nodded, a hint of bitterness evident in his eyes. "Chairman, it is likely so." As he spoke, he turned slightly to present the image on his computer screen to Congressman Li. "Based on my analysis, This concentric circle pattern is most probably a remnant left by the high temperatures when the Hall thruster was activated. Considering the dimensions of the engine's nozzle, the possibility of it being attributed solely to extraterrestrial civilization is substantial. Congressman Lee's expression grew more solemn. Aside from this trace, have any other signs of extraterrestrial civilization been uncovered? Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. Then, is there a connection between the changes in the sun and this extraterrestrial civilization? Chapter 90. The Voyager. The inquiry posed by Congressman Lee captured the attention of all present. Every researcher in attendance cast anxious glances toward Lu Yongchang. After a moment of contemplation, Lu slowly shook his head. The fluctuations of the sun were unlikely to be the handiwork of this civilization. Before Congressman Lee could release a sigh of relief, Lu continued in a grave tone. I suspect that the sun has been tampered with by another advanced civilization. The congressman's pupils dilated suddenly, and he instinctively exclaimed, "What? There's another one." After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Congressman Lee regained his usual composure, though traces of unease and apprehension lingered in the depths of his eyes. Yongchang, could you elucidate the basis for this conclusion? Upon hearing the congressman's inquiry, Lu gradually lifted his head, his expression somber as he explained, "It is quite simple. The Hall thruster, as a source of propulsion, is not particularly advanced. In fact, within the realm of cosmic civilizations, the Hall thruster would be classified as one of the most rudimentary forms of propulsion. My judgment is based on the fact that we have at least gained a preliminary understanding of the Hall thruster." The expressions of those present shifted slightly. Though the sentiment was harsh, it bore undeniable truth. If even the humans, who are confined to their home planet, can master Hall propulsion technology, what level of sophistication might extraterrestrial civilizations, capable of interstellar travel, possess? Observing the congressman's fluctuating demeanor, Lu chuckled softly. There is no need for such pessimism, esteemed colleagues. There is at least a silver lining. The technological level of the extraterrestrial civilization discovered on the moon is not vastly different from our own. Congressman Lee appeared momentarily taken aback, a bittersweet smile surfacing in his eyes. I suppose we can think of it that way. However, if the sun has indeed drawn the attention of another advanced civilization, does that not imply? Lu's expression grew increasingly relaxed. Congressman, you need not worry so much. Though it may sound unpalatable in the eyes of higher civilizations, we are but mere insects. Would you pay heed to the movements of a colony of ants at your doorstep? The congressman gazed at Lu in astonishment, struggling to comprehend his implications. Are you suggesting that we humans are merely a colony of ants? Perhaps even less than that. Congressman Lee shook his head with a wry smile. If that is the case, I shall cease my futile worrying. After bidding farewell to Congressman Lee, Lu Yongchang returned to his office alone. As he closed the door, he let out a long sigh. Would advanced civilizations truly overlook the movements of humanity? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Humanity must have caught the attention of some advanced civilization. Otherwise, Lu could not fathom how to explain the temporal anomalies concerning the sun's fluctuations. Just as a colony of ants living quietly at one's doorstep may go unnoticed, the moment they begin to expand their territory and assert their strength, they will inevitably attract considerable attention, perhaps even the threat of annihilation. What, after all, could be the reason that humanity has garnered the attention of not just one civilization? Lu Yongchang found himself lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him as a fragment of history surfaced in his mind. On August 20th and September 5th, 1977, the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 spacecraft were launched from the United States. These two probes were tasked with exploring the outer planets. As early as 2012, studies indicated that Voyager had entered interstellar space beyond the confines of the solar system. The plutonium batteries within Voyager continued to function until 5 years ago, in 2025. Once the batteries were depleted, humanity ceased to receive any communications from Voyager. In essence, since 5 years prior, the existence of Voyager in interstellar space had become an enigma. Inside Voyager were 2 gold-plated phonograph records and a diamond stylus. The records contained a wealth of human information, including greetings in 55 different languages and selections of classical music from around the world. Additionally, The records held photographs of planets within the solar system, as well as precise coordinates of humanity and Earth. Should the two voyagers be intercepted, all information pertaining to human civilization would be laid bare before other civilizations. Contemplating this, Lu Yongchang's expression darkened in an instant. Given the timeline, it had become an undeniable certainty that the Voyager probes had encountered a mishap. The cataclysm facing Earth and humanity was a consequence of actions taken by the United States in 1977. Months ago, at the moment nuclear fusion first illuminated the land of the Summer Kingdom, within an artificial planetary fortress light years away from the solar system. It was the duty of Cleaner 9527 to sift through data transmitted by various probes from the Milky Way. Countless probes sent a constant stream of data to the primary civilization, much of which was trivial information. Supernova explosions, black hole annihilations, or celestial collisions. These were all inconsequential details. He needed to extract useful information from this cacophony of data. As for what constituted useful information, Commander, we have discovered a planet revealing its coordinates at the edge of the Orion arm of the galaxy. Upon hearing this report from his subordinate, Cleaner 9527's visual sensors flickered slightly. Oh, the Orion arm? Such a barren region could give rise to civilization? The tone of Cleaner 9527 was laced with astonishment. The Orion arm, not one of the four major spiral arms of the Milky Way, implied that its material resources were exceedingly sparse. The edge of the Orion arm could even be described as a remote wasteland. Cleaner 9527 could hardly fathom such a desolate environment. After all, he had never ventured to such a place. Indeed, this civilization had disclosed its precise location and information entirely. Upon hearing this, Cleaner 9527's visual sensors quivered once more. Ah, another nascent young civilization. How naive. He chuckled softly. In that case, let us proceed with the execution of the program. Shortly thereafter, an application was presented before him. The request was for a devourer, designated for cleansing purposes. The cleanser 9527 nonchalantly perused the application and casually tossed a sphere, emanating a dark luminescence, towards the arm of Orion. At the moment the devourer was released, his visual apparatus absently glanced at the observation instruments before him. Wait, they had mastered controllable nuclear fusion. Increased the power of the devourer. Upon witnessing the adjustment of the devourer's power, the visual apparatus of Cleanser 9527 trembled once more. That was a close call. He had almost made a critical error. Should this cleansing operation fail, his bonus for the year might very well be halved. Contemplating this, he made a notation on the observation panel before him. Cleansing successful. Chapter 91. The civilization of Proxima Centauri on the third day since the discovery of the mysterious black circles. The Xian Nu Number 1 re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, gently descending at the National Space Research Institute of Xia Country. A series of rock samples and black circle specimens excavated from the moon were promptly delivered to the Institute's laboratory. As Lu Yongchang gazed at the black substance laid before him on the laboratory table, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Under the illumination, the dark material shimmered with a subtle sheen. I must admit, this is rather aesthetically pleasing, Lu Yongchang murmured. Chao Yongkai leaned in to take a closer look at the black substance, nodding slightly. Indeed, it is quite attractive, but our Hall thrusters seem incapable of achieving such an effect, don't you think? Upon hearing this, a hint of resignation appeared in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Of course we cannot achieve it. If we could, the Xian Nu Number 1 might very well have ventured beyond the solar system by now. Old Chao, please assist me in determining when this substance was formed. Chao Yongkai was momentarily taken aback. When it was formed, why are you interested in that? Shouldn't we be focusing on analyzing the composition of this black substance? Lu Yongchang's profound gaze remained fixated on the glass-like material before him as he softly replied, I intend to model and reverse engineer where this spacecraft has traveled. The results came in. A hint of horror flickered in Chao Liangcai's eyes. You may find this hard to believe, but this substance was actually formed 5 years ago. The exact timing is difficult to ascertain, but it is approximately around December 2025. Upon hearing this pivotal time frame, Lu Yongchang felt a jolt of unease within him. 5 years ago. It coincided precisely with the time the Voyager probes exited the solar system. Could be that both probes were retrieved by two different civilizations? As this thought crossed his mind, a bitter expression emerged on Lu Yongchang's face. What is wrong? Noticing the pained look on Lu Yongchang's face, Chao Liangkai furrowed his brow and asked in a low voice, "Is there something significant about this time frame?" After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yongchang shared his conjecture with Chao Liangkai. Could it be that the TND solar crisis was orchestrated by the United States? Chao Liangkai's face flushed crimson in an instant. "No, we must hold them accountable." "Come now, this is merely my speculation," Lu Yongchang replied with a slight shrug, his tone tinged with irritation. "Moreover, how do you plan to hold them accountable? Given our current situation, even if Xia country stands as a technological leader, we cannot afford to act against other nations recklessly. We have a mere 15 years at our disposal. We cannot squander 1 or 2 years on internal strife. Furthermore, despite their shortcomings, we are all part of the human civilization on a cosmic scale." Chao Liangkai chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "I hadn't considered it that deeply. I just thought that as long as Xia country could extricate itself, the affairs of those other nations were of no concern to us." Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. "One cannot simply dismiss it in such a manner. Whether from a genetic perspective or an evolutionary standpoint, retaining them would only be advantageous for our Xia nation." As he spoke, a profound glimmer appeared in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Since the transition from primates to humans, our evolution has stagnated. To adapt to the cosmos, we must once again ignite the flames of evolution. The genes of diverse races will only benefit Xia nation. To journey far in this dark universe, stagnation is utterly unfeasible. Chao Liangkai nodded thoughtfully, finding a semblance of truth in the assertion. Indeed, a flicker of cold light danced in Lu Yongchang's gaze as he added, "All I have said is under the premise of Xia nation's dominance. Should there arise any short-sighted individuals seeking to disrupt this, I shall ensure they comprehend the meaning of despair." The corners of Chao Liangkai's eyes twitched sharply, prompting him to hastily shift the topic. "Ahem, we have digressed. The data has been compiled. We can commence modeling and reverse engineering." Lu Yongchang snapped back to reality, lowering his gaze to the data before him. After inputting the information into his devised model, the computer swiftly produced a conclusion. Gasped Lu Yongchang, inhaled sharply. How could this be? The simulation results pointed unmistakably towards Proxima Centauri. In other words, the extraterrestrial civilization utilizing Hall propulsion technology hails from a mere 4.22 light-years away from Earth. 4.22 light-years. In the grand scale of the universe, this distance is exceedingly minuscule, akin to neighboring dwellings separated by a mere wall. A cold sweat broke out across Lu Yongchang's back. Humanity has spent eons searching for extraterrestrial civilizations, unaware that the true otherworldly beings reside just next door. Chao Liangkai, upon witnessing this revelation, wore an expression of sheer horror. This result cannot be erroneous, can it? He swallowed nervously, whispering. Lu Yongchang remained silent, hastily verifying the data. After the second simulation yielded the same outcome, he let out a deep sigh. It should be accurate. They are right beside us. Lu Yongchang's countenance darkened significantly. Now, humanity not only faces the crisis posed by the sun, but must also contend with the invasion of a more advanced civilization. Even more frightening is the uncertainty of when this civilization will fully encroach upon the solar system. What shall we do? In response to Chao Liangkai's inquiry, Lu Yongchang descended into a prolonged silence. What to do? How could he possibly know? This is nothing short of a calamity compounded by human folly. It is a scenario of hellish difficulty. Hiding within the solar system is surely not a viable escape. Venturing beyond the solar system, the proximity of Proxima Centauri becomes an imperative choice. Interstellar navigation is not akin to travel within a stellar system. Beyond the confines of a stellar system lies an unbounded expanse of emptiness. In such interstellar spaces, humanity would receive no sustenance whatsoever. Therefore, the target for the inaugural interstellar journey must be none other than the nearest star, Proxima Centauri. As for Alpha Centauri, located a mere 3 light-years from Earth. Its stellar system is devoid of any known planets. For the sake of narrative progression, it is posited that a terrestrial planet may indeed exist within the habitable zone of Alpha Centauri. Until humanity acquires the technology to reverse the conversion of energy into matter, planets will remain an indispensable source of resources. Gaseous planets can furnish hydrogen and helium, serving as energy sources for future interstellar voyages, while solid planets can provide essential elements, such as carbon and oxygen, crucial for carbon-based life forms. His mind raced, meticulously sifting through all the information at his disposal. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Chapter 92. Why not attempt counter-invasion? Lu Yongchang suddenly struck his thigh with a resounding slap. He had been ensnared in a narrow line of thought. Why was he so fixated on the notion of merely escaping? Humanity could indeed pursue a counteroffensive, at least in his previous life, for the next 2 decades. No extraterrestrial civilization had emerged from Proxima Centauri within the solar system. Given this, as long as their technological advancement was sufficiently rapid, humanity could promptly venture to Proxima Centauri. Following that, interstellar warfare would naturally ensue. Should they triumph in this cosmic conflict, human civilization would secure a period of unparalleled growth. Professor L? Beside him, Lu Yongchang observed the sudden fervor that had overtaken Lu Yongchang, his expression growing peculiar. Could this lad have been rendered speechless by fear? Lu Yongchang abruptly regained his composure. Ignoring Lu Yongchang's odd gaze, he exclaimed with exhilaration, "I understand now. I truly understand." Lu Yongchang, bewildered, inquired, "What is it that you have come to know?" Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, calming the tumult within his heart. He pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words. After all, he could hardly convey to Lu Yongchang that there was no need to worry about an invasion from Proxima Centauri for the next 20 years, especially without any substantial evidence to support such a claim. Old Chow, consider this. What is the thrust power of our Hall thrusters? Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Although he was unaware of the technological level of the Proxima Centauri civilization, the use of Hall thrusters allowed for a rough estimation of their travel speed. At best, it would be a mere tenth of the speed of light. What does such a velocity imply? Lu Yongchang's eyes gradually brightened as he picked up on Lu Yongchang's train of thought. It means that the spacecraft on the moon would take at least 42 years to reach Proxima Centauri. Bingo! Lu Yongchang snapped his fingers lightly. Even if they had intentions of invading the solar system by the time their fleet arrived, assuming the Proxima Centauri civilization achieved a technological breakthrough at that moment, and further assuming they could travel at the speed of light, they would still require 2 years to reach the solar system. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether Hall thrusters could actually propel a spacecraft to even a tenth of the speed of light. Lu Yongchang chuckled. I estimate that achieving even 1% of the speed of light would be remarkable. Thus, we need not concern ourselves with the Proxima Centauri civilization at all. Lu Yongchang's eyes sparkled with excitement. This sensation was akin to emerging from a challenging dungeon back into a simpler one, refreshing and invigorating. Lu Yongchang continued, as for the Proxima Centauri civilization, since they are still employing Hall thrusters, it indicates that their civilization is not vastly dissimilar from ours. Provided our technological progress accelerates sufficiently, we could indeed contemplate a counter-invasion. Lu Yongchang's expression grew peculiar once more. Was he already considering the invasion of other civilizations? Truly, the vigor of youth is undeniable. Following a brief surge of excitement, Lu Yongchang gradually regained his composure. Thus, what should we do now? Shall we continue to advance aerospace technology? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yongchang nodded gently. The pursuit of aerospace technology must persist. It is time to initiate the Xian NV No. 2 project, and I shall entrust this portion of research to you. Lu Yongchang, taken aback, pointed incredulously at himself. You are entrusting this to me? What about you? I naturally have matters of greater significance to attend to. A hint of concern flickered in Lu Yongchang's gaze. The current manufacturing efficiency is alarmingly low. At this rate of progress, in 15 years, it would be commendable if a mere 10,000 people could escape Earth. By the way, the first laboratory in Xia country has been completed. You should prepare to relocate. As the experimental apparatus, there is far more advanced. Chao Yongkai was momentarily stunned. Manufacturing efficiency is too low. This was the first time he had heard such a statement on Xia country soil. Wait. How do you intend to enhance manufacturing efficiency? Noticing Lu Yongchang's intent to depart, Chao Yongkai hastily grasped his sleeve. I must remind you, the items used in space require high manufacturing precision. It is only natural for production to be somewhat slow. In the instant he turned away, a glimmer of fluorescent green flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He spoke softly. Artificial intelligence, true artificial intelligence. As he sat in the vehicle en route to the first laboratory in Xia country, Lu Yongchang fell into deep contemplation. According to the technological tree provided by the system, achieving high-efficiency precision manufacturing necessitates the integration of artificial intelligence. As a highly sought-after research project on Earth, the Artificial Intelligence Initiative has attracted countless funds and talents, yet the outcomes remain less than ideal. After expending vast amounts of time and effort, the current state of artificial intelligence, aside from excelling in certain specific domains, often resembles a level of mere artificial ignorance. As for how to realize true artificial intelligence, Lu Yongchang, to be frank, currently harbors no clear direction. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. With a mere thought, he once again entered that fluorescent green space. This time, he concentrated all his attention on the dim cursor. A twinge of apprehension coursed through him as he wondered whether the system would provide him with a hint, as it had previously. Gradually, a point of white light emerged from the bottom of the technological tree. The white point traced an elegant arc, slowly directing towards the artificial intelligence cursor. In the next moment, a hidden dim cursor materialized along the path traversed by the white point. Cradle of artificial intelligence. Preliminary mastery of quantum computing technology. Gazing at the dim cursor in his mind, Lu Yongchang inhaled deeply. It seems a new task awaits. Quantum computing. He had no prior knowledge of this in his past life. Contemplating the arduous study sessions ahead, a bittersweet smile graced his face. The first laboratory in Xia country. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lu Yongchang hurriedly made his way toward his office. Professor Lu, a familiar voice called out from his side. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Yongchang instinctively halted and turned a glance in that direction. At the sight of the approaching figure, a fleeting moment of bewilderment flickered in his eyes. Clad in a flowing white robe, complemented by a high ponytail and rimless glasses, Lu Yongchang found himself momentarily transported back to a previous existence. Su Yutong, what brings you here? Su Yutong's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as she spoke with her uniquely cool and resonant voice. Professor Lu, have you forgotten? Professor Guan asked me to come here to immerse myself in the atmosphere of the laboratory. Chapter 93. If you can accept it, then follow me. Confronted with that familiar yet strange voice, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. Very well. He had indeed pushed this matter to the back of his mind. So, what brings you to the laboratory now? Su Yutong's eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment. Academician Fong, Su asked me to assist you. But you have been absent from the lab, so I. Lu Yongchang mused silently. What a splendid deputy he has. He made a mental note to find an opportunity for Fong Su to undertake some arduous tasks. Professor Lu? Su Yutong's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's contemplation. After a moment of silence, he realized he was holding a hot potato. Ordinarily, he would keep his distance from such matters until the solar crisis was resolved. However, given that Professor Guan Huayang had been his mentor in a past life, he felt somewhat reluctant to defy his orders. On the other hand, Lu Yongchang was unsure what task to assign Su Yutong. She was far from the level she had reached in her previous life. After some deliberation, Lu Yongchang sighed softly. Very well. Since Fong Su has suggested it, you may learn under my guidance. He then proceeded to provide her with a general overview of the dire circumstances humanity faced. Before Su Yutong could fully recover from her shock, Lu Yongchang bluntly continued. Let me make it clear. The current situation for humanity is quite grim. Our responsibilities are heavy, and we will scarcely have time to attend to you. Furthermore, I expect you not to disturb other researchers, and laboratory work will be exhausting. If you can accept this, then follow me. With that, Lu Yongchang turned and walked toward his office. Watching his retreating figure, Su Yutong's expression grew increasingly complex. After a brief pause, she quickened her pace to catch up with him. Professor Lu. Hello, Professor Lu. As Lu Yongchang entered the laboratory, a chorus of greetings echoed around him. Su Yutong, following closely behind, was taken aback by the respect he commanded in the lab. Yongchang, you've finally returned. Fang Su suddenly sprang up from the side. Do you have any idea how little sleep I've had to complete that small fusion reactor? Enough of that. We can discuss it later. The situation is urgent. Lu Yongchang's hurried words left Fang Su momentarily stunned. What's wrong? There is a civilization present near Proxima Centauri, and humanity's coordinates have been exposed, Lu Yongchang stated succinctly. Our research progress is far too slow. The gravity of this single statement left Fang Su speechless. Hey, Lu Yongchang furrowed his brow. Can anyone still enter my office? Huh? Fang Su blinked in confusion. After all this time, my office can't possibly be covered in dust, can it? Lu Yongchang proceeded without hesitation, making his way directly to the office. You haven't neglected to tidy up for me, have you? He inquired. Professor Lu, I have already cleaned the office. Came the voice of Su Yutong from behind. Lu Yongchang's grip on the doorknob faltered momentarily, but he soon pushed the door open with determination. Upon observing the immaculate state of the office, he nodded appreciatively. Well done. Next, I require your assistance in locating some books on quantum computing. After a brief pause, Lu Yongchang added, and papers, the more, the better. Su Yutong nodded gently, offering no further words, and promptly turned to leave. Quantum computing? It was only then that Fang Su emerged from his earlier astonishment, questioning why the sudden shift toward researching quantum computers. And what exactly is the situation regarding the Proxima Centauri civilization that you mentioned? Since the materials on quantum computing had yet to arrive, Lu Yongchang seized the moment to elucidate the matter to Fang Su. Incredible, Fang Su murmured after hearing the explanation. Are there truly so many civilizations within the universe? Have you heard of the Fermi paradox? Lu Yongchang shrugged. That is essentially the idea. As for quantum computing, I intend to explore artificial intelligence. The efficiency of humanity remains woefully inadequate. Fang Su's gaze became somewhat complex. Artificial intelligence. Is it truly feasible for humanity to develop it at this stage? How can one know without attempting? Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly. Moreover, all I require is a rudimentary form of artificial intelligence. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded. Professor, there is an abundance of materials on quantum computing, and I've brought you a selection. It was Su Yutong's voice. Come in. The door is unlocked, Lu Yongchang called out. Upon hearing his voice, Su Yutong gently opened the door and placed a tall stack of documents on his desk. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Yongchang said, nodding slightly. By the way, Su Ge, let us arrange for her to have an office. No. Su Yutong hastily waved her hands. I am merely an assistant learning from experience. I do not require an office. Fang Su furrowed his brow slightly and remarked quietly, That's valid. She is just an assistant for now. And providing her with an office might invite unwarranted gossip. Then Lu Yongchang found himself in a quandary. Professor, may I study in your office? Su Yutong met Lu Yongchang's gaze resolutely. I promise not to disturb you. Furthermore, you can assign me tasks as needed. After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang nodded silently. Once all arrangements were made, Lu Yongchang immersed himself in the materials before him. Observing his furrowed brow and the intensity with which he engaged in his studies, Su Yutong felt a stir of emotion. After a brief moment of reflection, she too buried herself in her studies. Time waits for no one. To keep pace with Lu Yongchang, she must devote herself to learning with even greater diligence. Despite her inability to possess knowledge equivalent to his, she at least must not hinder Lu Yongchang. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. The wall clock slowly approached the hour of 12. Lu Yongchang exhaled a heavy sigh, lifted his head, and rubbed his eyes. Upon noticing Su Yutong, who was still immersed in her studies beside him, a flicker of appreciation subtly illuminated his gaze. In her previous life, she had also dedicated herself to her studies with unwavering diligence, relentlessly striving to keep pace with him. All right, it's time for a break, Lu Yongchang gently suggested. Startled by his voice, Su Yutong shivered slightly. She raised her somewhat dazed eyes to meet his. Gradually, her gaze sharpened with focus. After glancing at the time, she slowly shook her head. Professor L, I'm not yet tired. Half an hour later, observing Su Yutong asleep with her head resting on the table, Lu Yongchang could not help but smile wryly, shaking his head. He rose and gently draped a blanket over her. Subsequently, he returned to his desk, but this time, his actions of reading and writing were much more delicate. Chapter 94. Feng Su. Am I the one who is abnormal, or are you? A few days later, Lu Yongchang gently rubbed his brow. Perhaps due to the nature of the system, after his rebirth, he felt that his cognitive abilities were continuously enhancing. Questions that once required prolonged contemplation in his past life could now be resolved within mere seconds. The enhancement of his mental faculties manifested most directly in his capacity for learning. From a complete novice to mastering the latest advancements in quantum computing, he required only a few days. In addition to the improvement in cognitive functions, he noted another significant change. His physical condition was gradually strengthening. In his previous life, he would have been unable to endure such prolonged nights of intense work. As for the benefits, after several consecutive days of sleepless toil, he finally attained a semblance of clarity. It was no wonder the system likened quantum computing to the cradle of artificial intelligence. The disparity between quantum computers and classical computers extends beyond mere computational power. While computational capacity certainly plays a crucial role in the development of artificial intelligence, it is by no means the sole determinant. More importantly, the information processed within a quantum computer exists in a quantum state. Quantum mechanics features a property known as superposition. Suppose there are states A and B. The superposition is the amalgamation of both, which in binary terms means simultaneously representing 0 and 1. This is an impossibility for classical binary computers. In classical computing, there are always only two options, 0 or 1, which greatly constrains their computational and learning capabilities. This merely illustrates the scenario of two qubits in a superposition state. Should the number of qubits increase to 5, it would encompass the superposition of all binary numbers from 00000 to 11111. If this trend continues, the correct answer lies within this array of possibilities. As for how to derive the correct answer, by employing specific quantum algorithms, one can harness their physical properties to collapse the superposition according to the designed algorithm. Once the qubits exit the superposition, some resolve to 0 while others to 1, resulting in an observed combination such as 01010 or another configuration, which constitutes the computational outcome. This aligns with the principles of consciousness formation, where the observation-induced collapse of quantum states engenders human awareness. In conclusion, true artificial intelligence will only emerge on computers endowed with quantum computational capabilities. Lu Yongchang absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the desk before him. Presently, there are three architectural approaches to quantum computing: superconducting circuits, semiconductor quantum chips, and ion traps. The most promising among these is the superconducting circuit quantum computer, which achieves the highest fidelity and scalability in qubit count. However, its design complexity escalates as the number of qubits increases. The semiconductor quantum chip, once a prototype chip is realized in the laboratory, can swiftly transition to large-scale industrial production. As for the ion trap quantum computer, it boasts the highest fidelity among the three, yet it is significantly larger in size. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yongchang promptly dismissed the notion of semiconductor quantum computers, deeming large-scale industrial production unnecessary for his current needs. The ion trap computers, with their imposing size, elicited a slight sigh from him. Ultimately, only one option remained before him: superconducting circuit quantum computers. With breakthroughs in room-temperature superconductors, he now faced merely the design challenge of superconducting circuits. A week later, Lu Yongchang slowly lifted his gaze from the computer screen, exhaling a long breath of relief. He had finally completed the design. "Yutong, please summon Feng Su for me. Tell him I have matters to discuss." Lu's eyes lingered on the design blueprints as he instinctively called out a name from a past life. "Su Yutong." who had been engrossed in her studies, shivered slightly. In the next moment, a faint smile graced her lips. Understood, Professor Lu. Before long, Fong Su pushed open the office door, a perplexed expression adorning his face. Yongchang, you needed something? As he spoke, he plopped down into the chair at the desk. I must inform you in advance, we have no one in the lab who understands quantum computers. Lu Yongchang paid no heed to Fong Su's words, instead reaching for a USB drive from his computer and presenting it to Fong. With a look of confusion, Fong took the USB. What is this? Have you written a paper? Lu Yongchang stared incredulously at Fong Su. Why would I need to write a paper? This is the architectural design of a superconducting quantum computer, and I would like you to assist me in reporting it to the chief counselor. I intend to establish a quantum supercomputing center adjacent to the lab. Fong Su was clearly taken aback. Wait, you can't be serious. He regarded the USB with skepticism, then glanced at the composed Lu Yongchang. How is it possible that, in such a short span, 10 days at most, you've managed to produce an architectural design for a quantum supercomputing center? As he spoke, Fong reached for a nearby book, casually glancing at its title, What is a Quantum Computer? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you knew nothing of quantum computers just 10 days ago, right? Indeed, Lu Yongchang replied nonchalantly, but that was 10 days ago. Fong Su was at a loss for words. Am I the one who is abnormal, or are you? You've mastered quantum computing technology in just 10 days. To be precise, it took 4 days. The architectural design took me a week, Lu Yongchang clarified. Fong Su slapped his own smooth forehead in disbelief. Brother, you are truly my brother. Have you validated this? Establishing a supercomputing center requires significant funding. What will you tell the chief counselor in case anything goes awry? Lu Yongchang cast a peculiar glance at Fong Su. Isn't that why I asked you to assist me in reporting it? Fong Su could only stare in bewilderment, observing Fong Su's expression, which resembled one who had just tasted something foul. Lu Yongchang could not suppress his laughter. All right, enough jesting. Once the report is submitted, you may have the counselor find someone to verify it. I have but one request. I need to see the supercomputing center at the earliest possible opportunity. This pertains to the future of Xia country. Fong Su cast a deep, resigned glance at Lu Yongchang and shook his head. Very well, I shall assist you. As Fong Su turned to leave the office, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment before speaking again. By the way, please help me locate some reputable individuals in the field of artificial intelligence. He then turned to Su Yutong beside him. Yutong, assist me in finding the latest research achievements in artificial intelligence. Chapter 95, Photonic Quantum Computers and Superconducting Circuit Quantum Computers in the capital of Xia country. Within the first ring road, the chief legislator observed Fong Su with a grave expression. Academician Fong, are you referring to the Quantum Computing Supercomputing Center? His inquiry was not born of skepticism, but rather an understanding that Xia country had embarked on research into quantum computing long ago. The laboratory had achieved commendable results, notably with the Jiuzhang. As a prototype possessing 76 quantum bits, Jiuzhang garnered widespread acclaim. With this quantum computer, Xia country ascended to the ranks of the second nation globally to attain quantum supremacy. However, the reality was less optimistic. The Jiuzhang quantum computer did not employ conventional superconducting circuits, ion traps, or semiconductor chips. Instead, it charted an unconventional path by utilizing photons as quantum bits, manipulating photons to perform computations. Yet, this approach could be deemed somewhat of a shortcut, at least for the present. Photonic quantum computers did not exhibit the potential for universal quantum computing. The rationale was straightforward. While photons boast excellent coherence and prolonged coherence times, attributes that are advantageous, they also pose challenges. The interaction between photons and their environment is exceedingly weak, which has led to another consequence. Currently, it is quite challenging for humanity to exert precise control over photons. This predicament results in an awkward reality. Universal quantum computation remains unachievable. In other words, programming is not feasible. It can only execute specific computations. In classic mathematical algorithms like Gaussian boson sampling, the Jiuzhang computer's computational speed reached astonishing levels, yet proved ineffective for other tasks. As a project in which Xia country invested considerable resources, the chief legislator was acutely aware of Zheozhang's drawbacks and the formidable challenges of realizing a universal quantum computer. Consequently, he expressed his skepticism regarding Fang Su's assertions. In response to the chief legislator's doubts, Fang Su shrugged lightly. Sir, please do not inquire of me. I am equally perplexed by this matter. You may seek verification. These are Professor L's exact words. After a brief pause, he added softly, moreover, he stated that the Quantum Supercomputing Center is pivotal for the future of Xia country. The chief legislator's expression grew markedly more serious. Very well, I understand now. In that case, a flicker of determination flashed in Li's eyes. Instruct the construction team to commence work as per the blueprints, and let the various equipment and components be produced. As for the verification, I shall personally visit the Academy of Sciences tomorrow. At the Academy of Sciences of Xia country, renowned in the fields of quantum computing and artificial intelligence, Mo Xiang stared intently at the computer screen, his expression somber. Observing this, a nearby researcher could not help but chuckle wryly and shake his head. Academician Mo, are you still preoccupied with superconducting circuit quantum computers? The researcher's voice interrupted Mo Xiang's train of thought. He turned to glance at the researcher beside him, furrowing his brow slightly. Of course. The researcher's expression grew increasingly bitter as he sighed softly. Academician Mo, the funding for quantum computing in our nation is dwindling. Ever since the solar crisis emerged, a significant portion of our research budget has been allocated to Professor Lu Yongchang. Furthermore, with the previous 9 chapters needing to share a portion of their funding, our financial resources have become severely limited. After a moment of silence, the researcher continued, perhaps we should shift our focus to photonic quantum computing? Absolutely not. Montag Ziyang replied decisively. Superconducting quantum computers are undoubtedly the future of universal quantum computing. It is only superconducting quantum computers that can facilitate the realization of artificial intelligence. But we lack funding. The researcher sighed heavily. Academician Mo, just look at how many people have chosen to leave. Montag Ziyang is countenance. I will wait a little longer. Perhaps I can resolve this circuit architecture issue. His voice was tinged with uncertainty. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the room. Mo Xiang turned to glance toward the door and quietly urged the researcher, please, go check who it is. As he observed the researcher's retreating figure, a flicker of doubt crossed Mo Xiang's mind. Who could possibly come to their impoverished location? Guanxiuman Li. What brings you here? The researcher's exclamation left Mo Xiang momentarily stunned. Soon, a familiar face appeared before him. Academician Montag, Guanxiuman Li Smilad Barmli. I hope my sudden visit hasn't disrupted your work. Mo Xiang hastily rose from his chair, his demeanor awkward as he regarded Councilman Li. Councilman, please, have a seat. Once Councilman Li settled down, Mo Xiang's expression relaxed slightly. Councilman, your unexpected visit is for. With a smile, Councilman Li produced a USB drive from his pocket. Here, take a look at the architecture diagram contained within. Mo Xiang, filled with curiosity, accepted the USB drive and inserted it into the office computer. The file was substantial, and he waited quite some time before it finally opened. The moment he beheld the intricate architecture diagram, his expression shifted. Is this the architecture diagram for a superconducting circuit quantum computer? His voice trembled slightly. Where did you acquire this? What do you think? Is it reliable? Councilman Li countered softly, redirecting the question. Mo Xiang fell into silence. After a long pause, he spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. Councilman, I am uncertain. Councilman Li raised an eyebrow. Academician Montag, you are a distinguished expert in the field of superconducting circuit quantum computing in our nation. Can you truly not discern its validity? Slowly, Mo Xiang shook his head, a mixture of confusion and astonishment evident in his eyes. My research has not yet reached that level. After a deep breath, he stated with newfound resolve, however, I can responsibly inform you that this architecture diagram addresses a problem I've been grappling with in my recent studies. The assembly leader's expression turned serious as he gently nodded, acknowledging the situation. Noticing the leader's deep contemplation and silence, Mo Xiang felt as though his heart was being clawed by a cat. After much internal conflict, he could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Esteemed assembly leader, could you enlighten me on who created this architectural diagram?" Upon hearing Mo Xiang's question, a faint smile graced the lips of Assemblyman Li, who then softly uttered a name. "Professor L." Mo Xiang exclaimed in astonishment. I had thought he was from the physics department. The smile on Assemblyman Li's face deepened as he replied. According to Fong Su, it was that young man, Lu Yongchang, who spent 10 days meticulously crafting this. Chapter 96. The successful launch of the Pathfinder. Upon hearing the words of the chairman, Mo Xiang's breath quickened. He exclaimed in astonishment, "What is Professor L planning? Quantum Supercomputing Center and artificial intelligence." The chairman articulated each word deliberately, his gaze fixed intently upon Mo Xiang's eyes. "Do you believe this is feasible?" Mo Xiang stood frozen in place. Gradually, his face flushed with excitement, and sparks of enthusiasm flickered in his eyes. He sprang from his chair, his voice brimming with fervor. "Chairman, where is Professor L? I must find him. I have long asserted that superconducting circuit quantum computers are the key to resolving artificial intelligence." His expression was one of sheer exhilaration. After all these years, he had finally waited for this moment. Mo Xiang's reaction evidently surpassed the chairman's expectations. Li, the congressman, composed himself and inquired softly, "Do you believe this framework can achieve a universal quantum computer?" Faced with Li's question, Mo Xiang hesitated for a moment before nodding resolutely and slowly. Meanwhile, in the United States, at the rocket launch facility, 3 Saturn VI heavy-lift rockets, towering over 150 meters, stood silently beside the launch pad. Inside the lander, 3 astronauts sat nervously in their seats. Andrew swallowed hard and whispered to his companion, "Bruno, I'm feeling a bit anxious." Hearing Andrew's words, Bruno glanced at him with a wry smile. "Don't mention it. I'm nervous too. I haven't been to space yet either." Nearby, the female astronaut, Joy, sighed softly and added, "Me too." Andrew was well aware that neither of them had ever ventured into space. He couldn't fathom what NASA was thinking. All 3 astronauts of the Pathfinder mission were volunteers. After a brief and rudimentary training, the selected astronauts were hastily sent aboard the Saturn VI rocket. Andrew still remembered the look in his instructor's eyes, one of pity tinged with sympathy. Restlessly, Andrew shifted in his securely fastened seatbelt. "Do you think we will survive?" Bruno sighed softly and shook his head slowly. "It's unlikely. But NASA assured us." Andrew's unease grew, they said. Joy, who had remained silent, scoffed derisively. "Do you really believe NASA? As for me, I never planned to return alive from this project. That 500,000 compensation will suffice for my parents' living expenses." Upon hearing this, Andrew fell into a contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, he exhaled deeply. "At least my wife and child will have a better life." A crackling sound emanated from the radio. "Attention! There are 15 minutes remaining until launch." In Houston, at the Ground Control Center, Morton gazed anxiously at the large screen displaying the colossal rockets. "Professor Chris, are you certain that the inspection is complete?" Hearing the inquiry, Professor Chris, clad in a white lab coat, shook his head in exasperation. "Director Morton, this is the 5th time you have posed this question. Allow me to reiterate, all 3 Saturn VI rockets have undergone 3 thorough inspections, and no faults have been detected. Trust me, they are fully capable of safely transporting the 3 astronauts to Mars." In the United States, a talk show quietly commenced. Good evening, dear viewers, and welcome to our program. Today, we are thrilled to present the live launch of the Saturn VI rocket. For this special segment, we have invited Professor Parker from NASA. As the host's voice faded, the television screen displayed the 3 Saturn VI rockets arranged in a triangular formation. Following the close-up of the rockets, the scene returned to the talk show set. The host, microphone in hand, turned to the white-haired professor and inquired, "Professor Parker, could you enlighten us on why the Pathfinder mission employs 3 Saturn VI rockets?" Parker's eyes flickered slightly as he replied in a somewhat husky voice. "The answer is quite simple. Our astronauts will be spending 3 months on Mars." The host, perfectly timing his reaction, displayed an expression of astonishment. "Wow, such an extended duration? They must be carrying a substantial amount of supplies." Parker nodded gently. Indeed, the three astronauts are situated within the landing module of the Pathfinder I rocket. Pathfinder 2 carries the Mars module and the return capsule. As for Pathfinder 3, it is laden with various survival supplies, including food, water, and essential oxygen. Furthermore, to mitigate unforeseen circumstances, the third rocket is equipped with spare parts for critical equipment. The host nodded thoughtfully, poised to continue the discussion, but was interrupted by Parker's words. All right, the rocket is about to launch. Upon hearing this, the host quickly directed his gaze toward the large screen. The television footage transitioned to the launch site of the rocket. Attention, the rocket will ignite in 1 minute. Countdown, 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, ignite. With the command, a plume of flame, transitioning from orange-yellow to blue, erupted from the base of the rocket, propelled by the liquid oxygen and kerosene engines. The three colossal Saturn VI rockets ascended gracefully. The three astronauts in the landing module felt a tremendous force pressing them into their seats. The speed of the Saturn VI increased steadily, carving an elegant arc across the sky. Upon reaching the designated orbit, the first stage rocket prepared for separation. Separation successful. Successfully in low Earth orbit. Second stage rocket separation successful. As time progressed, a series of reports emanated from the radio. A subtle smile began to grace Morton's face. Success. Professor Chris beside him let out a long sigh of relief, grasping the microphone and activating the radio communications switch. Pioneer 1, this is the Houston Ground Command Center. Please respond. After a brief pause, Andrew's voice came through the radio. Calling Houston, Pioneer 1 received. Please proceed. Report status. Calling Houston, the rocket is in good condition. The astronauts are well. All is normal. Andrew's voice transmitted through the radio signal to the Houston Ground Command Center, and shortly thereafter, it resonated across major television and radio stations in the United States. Following a moment of silence, every researcher at the Houston Command Center rose to their feet, erupting into enthusiastic applause. Witnessing the thunderous ovation before him, Morton felt a glimmer of tears welling in the corners of his eyes. God bless America. He extended his hand and traced a cross over his chest, murmuring softly. Chapter 97. The Seed of Artificial Intelligence. The successful launch of 3 Pathfinder rockets by the United States sent ripples of astonishment across the globe. When the footage of the rocket's ascent reached the shores of Xi'an Nation, it elicited a wave of admiration among its citizens. Truly, the nation that has dominated the blue planet